Chapter 1. Lantern Festival. In the 24th year of Yonghe, winter had only just begun to fade when a heavy snowfall blanketed the city. The capital was adorned in a shimmering cloak of silver, and Wei Yuyan, cradling a hand warmer adorned with lotus patterns, sat quietly by the window, engrossed in her reading. The unparalleled beauty of her presence seemed to transform every action into a captivating tableau. In this tranquil and exquisite moment, her maids, Xiaozhu and Chun Lan, busied themselves with the task of replenishing her tea. This opulent boudoir was furnished with a handcrafted Zetan wooden bed draped with fine canopies, and the bed was layered with exquisite silk quilts. The pink quilt was embroidered with delicate peonies, and beyond it hung a curtain woven from luminous pearls. Every corner of the room was graced with treasures, and a pearl the size of a bowl rested on the table, a testament to its cherished place within the household. Her living conditions rivaled those of a princess. In fact, they surpassed even royal standards. However, such privilege stemmed from her noble lineage. Her father wielded significant power, and her mother hailed from a prestigious family. Consequently, countless eligible bachelors throughout the capital aspired to wed her. Yet, given her exalted status, the current emperor would undoubtedly not permit her to marry anyone outside her station. The emperor had 6 princes aside from the eldest, Prince Ning, who was already wed. The others remained unmarried. Everyone was curious to see which prince would ultimately win the heart of this extraordinary beauty. After all, in terms of family background, status, appearance, and intellect, no one in the capital could rival her. Having been raised in a veritable honeypot of affection, she had not developed a haughty disposition. Instead, she possessed a remarkably amiable nature. This endearing quality endeared her to those who served her in the household, who felt fortunate to have such a gracious mistress. "Miss, why are you still reading? You must hurry and prepare, for the time agreed upon with Madam is fast approaching." Xiaozhu, who had just entered from outside, felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing the young lady so absorbed in her book. "It's still early, there's no need to rush," the girl replied, tucking a rebellious strand of hair behind her ear while continuing to peruse her book with focused intent. "Miss, today marks the first time Madam has permitted you to take me out of the mansion to enjoy the Lantern Festival. It has been years since I've seen the festivities outside, so of course I am anxious." Xiaozhu stepped closer, her expression one of feigned grievance. She knew her kind-hearted mistress would not want to see her distressed. Wei Yuyan shook her head with a hint of exasperation, reluctantly setting her book aside. "Very well, I shall change my attire at once." Although her tone was tinged with mild reluctance, it lacked any irritation, even carrying an undertone of indulgence. In truth, the 4 maids had grown up alongside her, and Xiaozhu's playful nature was well known to her. Thus, she was accustomed to her whims and was happy to indulge her small desires. Xiaozhu deftly styled her hair into a celestial bun, while Chun Lan assisted her in changing clothes. If her mother were present, her impatient nature would undoubtedly have led her to fret. Just as Wei Yuyan finished her preparations, Dong Mei entered to deliver a message. "Miss, the dinner is ready." The group then moved gracefully toward the dining hall. "Yin Yin, come and sit down," urged Madame Wei, her excitement palpable on this Lantern Festival, as she eagerly anticipated it. Outing greetings, father and mother. Wei Yin began to bow in respect, only to be gently pulled down by Madame Wei to take a seat. Though she was draped in a pristine white fox fur cloak, beneath it she wore a moonlit gown that exuded an ethereal elegance, with subtle intricacies woven into the folds of the skirt that, as she moved, the radiant lanterns would illuminate the fabric, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced around her. Indeed, it was a splendid choice, perfectly suited to her daughter's grace. As Madame Wei gazed upon her daughter, blossoming more beautifully with each passing day, a sense of satisfaction enveloped her. Yet, a twinge of worry lingered in her heart. Soon her daughter would reach the age of maturity, and the matter of marriage remained unaddressed. With mixed emotions, she felt relief that her daughter need not rush into matrimony, but sorrow arose from the understanding that her status would likely lead her to wed a prince. If only it were not the crown prince. Any other royal suitor would surely treat her daughter with kindness. In stark contrast to Madame Wei's exuberance, Wei Yuyan maintained a serene composure. To be honest, she preferred to stay home, enjoying the lanterns with her parents rather than venturing outside. General Wei was often preoccupied with state affairs, seldom finding leisure at home. Yet he and Madame Wei shared a profound affection, honoring their vows for over a decade. Due to complications during Wei Yuyan's birth, she remained their sole daughter, and both parents lavished upon her an abundance of love, indulging her every whim. For instance, when Wei Yuyan was merely 7 or 8, her playful nature led her to don her father's dragon robe, inadvertently soiling it. General Wei, upon discovering his daughter parading around the study in the oversized garment, did not even furrow his brow. The dragon robe, a symbol of prestige and honor, was not easily worn outside of formal occasions. Yet, that day, upon returning from the barracks, he found little Wei Yuyan, her diminutive form dragging the hem along the ground, creating a comically dirty spectacle. Instead of reprimanding her, he gently scooped up the frightened child, whispering sweet reassurances to his beloved daughter. Planting a kiss upon her cheek, he exclaimed, "My daughter is truly adorable." Though a man of robust demeanor, General Wei held dear the ancient principle of cherishing his wife and daughter. Having married Madame Wei over 20 years ago, their love remained as fervent as ever. Even the promise he made to her never to take a second wife or concubine had been steadfastly upheld, earning the envy of many noble women. Madame Wei, hailing from a distinguished family, had only elevated her status upon marriage, enjoying a home devoid of a demanding mother-in-law or rival sister-in-law. As General Wei looked at his daughter, blossoming into a radiant beauty, he could not help but sigh with admiration. Before we know it, our little Yinner is about to come of age. Blossoming into such a beauty, I wonder which scoundrel will be fortunate enough to claim her. Initially, General Wei merely expressed his sentiments about how swiftly his daughter had grown. However, as thoughts of her future marriage loomed, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. After nurturing his beloved daughter for so many years, the prospect of her leaving for her husband's family was heart-wrenching, evoking a deep sense of reluctance. Were she to marry into an ordinary family, it might be more bearable, but if she were to wed into royalty, their encounters would become exceedingly rare. Indeed, the worries of parents regarding their children seemed never-ending. Since the impending milestone of her coming of age, her parents often found themselves lost in reflection. Aware of their sentiments, she wished with all her heart that she could remain by their side forever, honoring them with her presence instead of embarking on a marital journey. "Father, I am still young and wish to spend more years with you and mother. Please do not worry unnecessarily." The dutiful daughter, Wei Yuyan, promptly stepped forward, offering her delicate handkerchief to comfort him. Chapter 2. How could it be him? General Wei accepted the moon-white handkerchief she handed over, delicately embroidered with a small peony. The exquisite craftsmanship, rendering it almost too precious to use. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose to wipe his tear-streaked eyes with his own sleeve, returning the beautifully embroidered handkerchief to his daughter. "Father is fine. You should keep this handkerchief for yourself, my dear Yan." Beside them, Madame Wei observed her burly husband shedding tears, which brought a smile to her face. "Come now, you two. If you linger any longer, the Lantern Festival will be over. If I don't remind you, I shudder to think how long you might dawdle." Seeing the sorrow etched on her father's face, Wei Yuyan beamed brightly. "We're about to go out and have some fun, so cheer up, father." Just then, a servant announced that the carriage and horses were ready for their departure. Thus, the group set out together. Madame Wei and Wei Yuyan chose to share a carriage, allowing them to converse intimately and pass the time on their journey. Meanwhile, General Wei naturally opted to ride on horseback. On the night of the Lantern Festival, as the lights began to shimmer, men and women filled the streets, creating an atmosphere akin to daylight. Soon, they arrived at the most bustling thoroughfare in Shuntian Prefecture. It was a rare festive occasion, despite the chilly weather. People of all ages had ventured out, resulting in a vibrant and lively crowd. As the carriage reached the street's end, they could proceed no further and had to alight and walk. This was Wei Yuyan's first time out so late, especially in such a lively setting. She felt an overwhelming curiosity about everything around her. Previously, her parents would never allow her to join in the festivities, fearing she might trip or hurt herself, leading to more trouble than it was worth. Therefore, she had learned to suppress her desires over time. "Mother, let us hurry," she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement to explore. The Lantern Festival appeared far more intriguing than she had initially imagined. Everything around her was novel and captivating. The sounds of vendors calling out drew her attention, hinting at the delightful treasures within, igniting her yearning to delve deeper. Wei Yuyan's voice, cool and melodious, cut through the cacophony of the Lantern Festival like a refreshing stream, soothingly flowing into the ears of the crowd. At that moment, a figure standing by the riverside was momentarily taken aback by the sound. A faint smile flickered across his lips, breaking the cold demeanor he had maintained all evening. It was her. Hearing her voice stirred waves of emotion within him. He had thought he would not have the chance to see her today, as she had never attended such events before. However, with a stroke of luck, the heavens had smiled upon him. Look, here she was. Yet, he dared only to stand at a distance, watching her joyfully frolic with her parents, clad in a gown that shimmered like moonlight beneath the intricately designed, vibrant lanterns. The hues of her dress danced alluringly, creating an enchanting sight. She is truly beautiful, and from the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I began to fantasize about her. Wei Yuyan couldn't help but marvel at the lively and enchanting atmosphere of the Lantern Festival, observing the young couples in the distance as they attempted to solve riddles beneath the colorful lanterns. Occasionally, when two individuals caught each other's gaze, they would instantly blush and shyly avert their eyes, only to glance back at one another with curiosity. Such a delightful sight. As Wei Yuyan watched this scene unfold, she couldn't suppress a quiet chuckle. Indeed, the Lantern Festival is a fascinating celebration. The four handmaidens behind her also looked around with keen interest, sharing in Wei Yuyan's excitement, for it was their first time attending such an event. However, mindful of their duty to attend to their young mistress, they dared only to steal glances at their surroundings. All right, you may wander freely for a while. I shall meet with my parents here in an hour, Wei Yuyan said, noting their enthusiasm and unwilling to confine them. Thank you, miss. The four handmaidens were visibly elated at the prospect of exploring on their own, recognizing their mistress's thoughtfulness in allowing them this freedom. They had been sold to the general's household at a tender age and had grown up alongside her. When their mistress eventually marries, they would undoubtedly follow to serve her for a lifetime, repaying her kindness. With joyful hearts, the four maidens scampered off, quickly disappearing from view. Wei Yuyan smiled with a hint of resignation as she linked arms with Madame Wei, slowly making their way inside, while General Wei carefully trailed behind them. The harmonious family of three, all possessing striking features, undoubtedly drew the attention of many onlookers, especially with Wei Yuyan sporting a youthful hairstyle, clearly still unpromised. Many unmarried men were stirred with interest, eager to approach her, but none could get close without being intercepted. Before long, the trio arrived at a small stall selling ornaments. Madam, miss, come take a look at these hairpins. They're all handcrafted by this old woman, truly one of a kind. The elderly vendor, noticing the exceptional beauty and fine attire of the three, eagerly beckoned them over. The phrase, one of a kind, caught the attention of both young women, prompting them to lift their gazes. Indeed, the jewelry displayed at this stall was exquisitely crafted and more precious than those at surrounding booths. Thus, they had no intention of leaving and began to examine the pieces closely. As Wei Yuyan leaned down to inspect the hairpins and ornaments on the counter, one particular piece captured her affection, a delicate silver butterfly hairpin, quietly resting in a corner. Although it appeared relatively ordinary compared to other gold and gem-studded pieces, its craftsmanship was exquisite. Even the wings of the butterfly were fashioned from intricately cut silver filigree. It held her complete attention, and she reached out to pick up the hairpin for a closer look, only to find another hand extending toward it, their fingers brushing together unexpectedly. Wei Yuyan hastily withdrew her hand, clearly surprised that someone else would take an interest in the hairpin, and instinctively looked up at the other person. To her astonishment, it was him. Chapter 3. The hairpin. Wei Yuyan was just about to greet him when she noticed the man beside her shake his head. Understanding his gesture, she realized it was indeed inappropriate to draw attention to their situation to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, what intrigued Wei Yuyan even more was the fact that, logically, the presence of an outsider, especially a prince, would have been met with her father's strict disapproval. She quickly glanced behind her, only to find that her parents were nowhere in sight. Were they truly so confident to leave her alone? While she was lost in thought, Zhou Yichen had already picked up the hairpin before her. Young master, You truly have an exquisite eye. Although this hairpin is made of silver. It took me considerable time and effort to craft it, the old woman remarked cheerfully upon seeing someone take an interest. She had modest expectations. All she desired was a successful transaction. Zhou Yichen remained silent, casting a glance at Wei Yuyan. Noticing her unwavering gaze fixated on the hairpin in his hand, she instinctively reached for her purse. Internally, Wei Yuyan was torn. What should she do? She genuinely adored that hairpin. Yet, he was notoriously at odds with her. And as far as she could remember, she had never offended him. She could not fathom why he had always regarded her with disdain. Nor could she ascertain if he would be willing to relinquish it. Young Master Zhou, would you care to consider other options? Wei Yuyan mustered her courage to speak up. Were it not for her profound affection for the hairpin and its rarity, she would have preferred to avoid further interaction with him. No, in my eyes, nothing else compares to this hairpin. His words carried a sense of finality, prompting Wei Yuyan to concede. It seemed some things were simply not meant for her, and she would not force the issue any longer. Young master, I shall take my leave, she said, bowing slightly before turning to explore other areas in search of something more to her liking. She believed he harbored no fondness for her and would prefer to minimize their interaction. Just as she prepared to depart, he called after her, Miss Wei, how do you know I am unwilling to part with it? Tilting her head in confusion, she regarded him, pondering the peculiar nature of his character. He had just resolutely dismissed her request, indicating his strong attachment to the hairpin. If that were the case, why would he even consider giving it to her? Perhaps he had grown more benevolent with age. Then I thank you, young Master Zhou, she replied, stepping aside obediently, waiting for him to return the hairpin to her. To her surprise, he merely paid the old woman, took the hairpin, and turned to leave. Before departing, he commanded, come with me, and without further regard for her, he strode ahead. What could he possibly want? Yet, based on past experiences, she surmised he likely harbored no good intentions. Now she begins to doubt whether he intentionally approached her to seize something, perhaps to create trouble for her. After all, she rarely saw him accompanied by a woman. It was rather perplexing that he appeared out of nowhere to purchase a step shake. Contemplating this, Wei Yuyan decided against following him. This Yuang had always been a fierce adversary of her father, and he had disdained her since childhood. Even if she had a fondness for that step shake, she was unwilling to take the risk. What if he used her as leverage against her father? Thus, she turned to seek out General Wei and the others, wondering if they had noticed her absence and were anxious. No, she needed to reunite with them promptly. She pivoted and headed towards the area bustling with people. Meanwhile, Yu Wang, who had been waiting for his beloved, was puzzled. Why was she not behaving as expected? Shouldn't she obediently follow him, allowing him an opportunity to present her with the item? He had even gone so far as to discreetly divert General Wei and his wife, only to find that his plans had faltered. Now, she was alone in a potentially perilous situation. He resolved to hasten back to find her. He could not allow her to be left unaccompanied. At this moment, Wei Yuyan's eyes caught a glimpse of a courtyard ahead, illuminated by a crimson glow, stirring her curiosity about its nature. The plaque at the entrance read Temple of the Matchmaker. Intrigued, she stepped inside. Upon entering the temple, she found it to be bustling with activity, though predominantly filled with young women, many of whom were like her, refined ladies who seldom ventured out. There were also some men accompanying women, evidently couples preparing to discuss marriage, seeking the red thread to bind their fates. At that moment, she overheard someone beside her say, "It is said that on Lantern Festival night, if one wishes for a red string to be hung on the millennial-old love tree in the Matchmaker Temple and then circles the tree, they will find their ideal partner in the coming year." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuyan lost interest. She had no desire to marry or seek an ideal husband. Just as she prepared to leave, a middle-aged man manning a stall in front of the temple called out to her, "Miss, please hold on." Wei Yuyan noted that the other stalls were deserted, while his was completely empty. Curiosity piqued, she approached him. Seeing her come closer, the fortune teller spoke. "Are you perhaps seeking a romantic fate?" "No, I'm merely passing by," she replied. Intrigued, she wondered why he had singled her out among the throng of people. "I believe we have a connection. May I offer to read your fortune?" The fortune teller had noticed her exceptional fate, recognizing her as a natural phoenix. What fortune will you tell? Upon hearing his words, Wei Yuyan felt intrigued, pondering whether his lack of customers prompted this tactic to attract business. Please provide your birth date and time, he requested. After a moment's hesitation, she wrote her birth information on the paper laid before him. The fortune teller glanced at it, then closed his eyes, swiftly calculating something, making her head spin. After a short while, he finally stopped, looked up at Wei Yuyan, and smiled. I see that you will soon have joyful tidings. Wei Yuyan was taken aback. Joyful tidings? What kind of tidings? It is undoubtedly a matter of fate. The fortune teller remarked with a smile. It is a predetermined destiny. The other party bears the mark of a true dragon, and surely they will foster a beautiful tale together. At my age, most are still unmarried young women, and it is evident that joyful tidings are imminent. The fortune teller did not expect a retort, yet he remained unperturbed, wearing an enigmatic smile. Do not rush, young lady, allow me to elaborate. He gestured towards the tree of fate beside them, then pointed to the entrance, explaining, walk around the tree of fate once, then spin twice in place, and you shall behold your destined partner standing right there. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Her destined partner? Who could that possibly be? Chapter 4. Encountering danger from a young age, she had always known that her future lay in the imperial palace. For the current emperor would never permit her to marry anyone else, as it would pose a threat to the Zhou family's reign. Thus, she faced a choice, either remain unmarried for life or wed into the royal family. This was also the reason the emperor had designated her as a companion to the princess, merely to help her forge connections with the princes and princesses in advance. The emperor had 6 sons, 5 of whom were still unmarried, yet she had never contemplated whom she might marry. Besides the recently encountered Prince Yu, who must have returned to the palace by now, their relationship bore no possibility. The remaining princes were certainly still within the palace, rendering it inconceivable for any of them to appear in this temple of the matchmaker. Curiosity began to stir within her. Who could her destined partner be? Was it possible that she need not marry into royalty in this lifetime? If so, how delightful that would be. A smile graced Wei Yuyan's lips, a reflection of her elation. She had never cared for the trappings of the palace, and avoiding marriage with them would be ideal. Then I shall give it a try, she resolved, moving to the tree of fate. She closed her eyes and slowly circled the tree, then spun twice in place. With anticipation, she opened her eyes. Yet before her stood no one at all. A cold smile crossed her lips. It was no wonder the fortune teller's business was so lackluster, daring to speak of a truth that would soon be exposed. How foolish she had been to entertain the notion that a twist of fate was possible, only to find herself disillusioned. Just as she prepared to leave, a figure clad in a dark brocade robe appeared before her, stepping over the threshold into the temple. She froze instantly. This silhouette was familiar, for they had just met moments ago. But had he not just departed? Why was he here again, rooted in place? She gazed at him, her breath quickening. Did the fortune teller imply that she would marry him? How could that be possible? There was no way she would ever marry him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yichen had followed her into the temple, concerned for her safety. Upon entering, he found her standing beneath the draped red silks of the tree of fate. At this moment, she radiated an ethereal glow, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, captivating all who beheld her beauty. While it was always known that she possessed great allure, one could scarcely have anticipated the profound effect she would have on the soul. As she gazed into her own reflection, her expression was one of utter astonishment and surprise. She appeared as though she had borne an immense grievance. Her eyes gradually veiled with a thin mist, and her lips tightly pressed together. His heart felt as though it had been fiercely wrenched, igniting an overwhelming desire to envelop her in his embrace. Yet, reason prevailed over impulse. He understood that he could not so hastily reveal his feelings, for doing so would only drive her further away. Wei Yuyan, noticing his unwavering gaze, abruptly snapped back to reality. No, she must hasten her departure. It was imperative to avoid any further entanglement with him. Resolute in her decision, she glanced around and spotted a small door adjacent to the main hall, which appeared to be an exit. With urgency outweighing caution, she swiftly exited through the door, casting not a single glance back at Zhou Yichen. Alas, upon witnessing her departure. The fortune teller contemplated calling out to her, wondering if her predictions had been amiss. Did she truly leave in a fit of indignation? To her dismay, the young woman ignored her entirely and vanished from sight, leaving the fortune teller in a state of bewilderment, initially believing that the evening would yield fruitful outcomes. Meanwhile, Zhou Yichen observed her retreat with a sense of urgency, perceiving her evasion as a clear indication of her desire to distance herself. He promptly followed in pursuit, aware that she was unfamiliar with the area, yet he himself was well acquainted with it. The quiet street beyond the rear exit posed potential dangers for her solitary journey. He needed to catch up. Indeed, as Wei Yuyan navigated the deserted back street, she realized the somber atmosphere that enveloped her, with scarcely a soul in sight. Time was not on her side. She needed to reunite with her companions swiftly. However, just as she approached a narrow alley, a group of individuals suddenly emerged, swiftly covering her mouth and dragging her into the shadows. In shock, she attempted to cry out, but her voice was stifled, leaving her helpless as they pulled her deeper into the alley. Unaware of her captor's intentions or their identity, she was overtaken by a sudden blow to her neck, causing her to lose consciousness. On the other side, Zhou Yichen, having just exited, noticed her absence from the street and immediately recognized that something was amiss. He urgently summoned his covert guards, instructing them to seal the city gates. When Wei Yuyan eventually regained consciousness, she found herself in a dimly lit, abandoned room. Cautiously, she scanned her surroundings, relieved to find no one else present, and slowly raised her head to survey the entirety of the chamber. Bound to a rickety chair, her hands restrained by ropes, she felt a surge of panic. What could be the motive behind her abduction? Yet, she quickly resolved to remain composed. She could not succumb to despair and must find a way to escape. Where were her allies? In a moment, the beautiful woman will be administered a drug, allowing the nobleman to seize the opportunity to play the hero and rescue her. Consequently, everything will fall into place, and a delightful union will soon be realized. At that point, even if General Wei is reluctant, he will be powerless to intervene. However, do we truly not need to guard her? Are you courting death? When a nobleman arrives and sees us watching his woman slumber, do you believe we will escape unscathed? At that moment, she overhears voices outside the door, realizing that the group's intentions are aimed at her. But who exactly are they? Who is this nobleman they speak of? No, I must flee at once. Lingering here increases my peril. It is evident that these people have come with a premeditated plan, while my outing was spontaneous. How did they acquire this information? Yet, now that she is awake, she will not passively submit to being preyed upon. She looks down at herself. Her body is free to move, but her wrists are bound by ropes. Raising her restrained hands high, she carefully removes the hairpin from her hair. Fortunately, her father provided her with a specially crafted weapon for self-defense. Now it is time to utilize it, appearing as a simple hairpin. One end conceals a mechanism that reveals a small blade when pressed. With utmost caution, she grips the hairpin and expends great effort to sever the hemp rope binding her. But where exactly is this place? Chapter 5. A willing sacrifice. At that moment, sounds of a struggle erupt from outside, accompanied by the clash of weapons and intermittent low groans. Uncertain of friend or foe, she refrains from making any hasty movements. If someone were waiting in ambush, rushing out recklessly would be akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger. No, she must not act impulsively. She needs to remain calm and devise a strategy. As the effects of the drug have not yet dissipated, she chooses to conceal herself in a corner, conserving her strength for the right moment to observe the unfolding situation. Indeed, it is not long before silence envelopes the area. Gradually, she hears familiar voices, though indistinct. Find them all and deal with them later. Anxiety grips her as she wonders which side has triumphed. Yet, she harbors a flicker of hope that her father has sent someone to rescue her, though she also doubts the likelihood of that. Her father might be entirely unaware of her abduction, believing she is merely perusing the Lantern Festival, and thus he would not arrive so swiftly. Furthermore, in this vast capital, shrouded in darkness, how could he possibly locate her so promptly? She clutches the hairpin tightly, seeking some psychological solace. She bitterly regrets not having learned even a single move from her father. It would have afforded her some leverage. At the very least, she would not be in such a passive predicament. Before she can contemplate further, a loud crash echoes as the door is violently kicked open. Suddenly, light floods the space, and a figure steps inside. Upon seeing the familiar dark brocade robe, she exhales in relief. Thank goodness, it is he. Though she remains puzzled as to how he found her, she is willing to set aside her prejudices as long as she can be rescued. Are you all right? He adjusts to the room's illumination and finally locates her. Before her knelt a disheveled figure, pale of complexion, clutching a hairpin tightly in their hand. Gazing at her with teary eyes, seemingly on the verge of tears yet silent. For reasons unknown, this only heightened the urge to tease. With that thought, he acted, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Wei Yuyan, have you been frightened into a stupor? Upon hearing his words, Wei Yuyan momentarily forgot her earlier fear, her demeanor transforming into one of indignation. You are the one who is frightened, and your entire family as well. This thought echoed in her mind, knowing well that the emperor and his court would remain oblivious. You're the one who is scared. Can you even speak? Indeed, he had always been at odds with her, tormenting her from childhood to the present. Anger suffused her face, turning it a vibrant red. Though she appeared flustered, she looked far better than before. Observing that she was unharmed, Zhou Yichen exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. Had he been any later, the consequences would have been dire. Let us go. Your father should be arriving shortly. We must hurry outside. He had already dispatched someone to inform General Wei of the situation, and he presumed they would be arriving soon. Upon hearing that her father was on his way, she sprang to her feet, eager to rush outside. However, still burdened by the residual stress and having crouched for a lengthy period, she stumbled and fell directly into his arms. He instinctively caught her, drawing her into his embrace. Are you feeling moved? Do you wish to offer yourself in gratitude? The awkwardness of collapsing into his arms was exacerbated by his teasing remark, deepening her embarrassment. Did he truly believe she was throwing herself at him? The thought was unfathomable. Unsure of how to respond, she opted for silence. He, however, seemed unperturbed, merely pulling a chair closer for her to sit upon, then kneeling beside her, resting his hand on her calf. Your Highness, this is inappropriate. Realizing his intentions, Wei Yuyan felt a surge of panic. Such familiarity between the sexes was deemed improper. Do you truly wish for me to carry you out? He said, regarding her with a look of incredulity, as if she were the one seeking to take advantage. Ah, that is entirely unnecessary. Zhou Yichen chuckled lightly, applying gentle pressure to her ankle, followed by a soothing massage. Almost immediately, she felt a renewed sense of circulation, a warmth returning to her limbs. Yet, the mere touch of an unfamiliar male had far exceeded her comfort threshold. Nevertheless, given his good intentions, she felt reluctant to outright refuse. Noticing that her condition had improved significantly, she considered withdrawing her ankle, signaling him to cease the massage. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. I shall repay this kindness when the opportunity arises. Her gratitude was sincere. Had he not intervened, the outcome would have been unimaginable. In that moment, she set aside her preconceived notions about him, realizing that perhaps she had misjudged him. He did not seem so terrible after all. Oh, may I offer myself to you in devotion? He released her ankle, but then grasped her delicate foot instead. This action deepened her embarrassment, as it encroached upon the sacred boundaries of an unmarried girl. How could he be so audacious when he was not her husband? In an instant, all her prior fondness for him evaporated. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. He remained as unprincipled as ever. Lady Wei, there is no need for shyness. Simply regard me as an ordinary physician, he declared, firmly holding her foot. Through the cotton sock, he gently pressed on the acupoints of her sole. Initially, she felt no pain, only a sense of numbness. But as he continued to apply pressure, the numbness faded, giving way to a slight discomfort. Have you studied medicine, Your Highness? Witnessing his adept technique, she felt a flicker of doubt. Despite her years in the palace, she had never heard of his medical prowess. I learned a thing or two from my mother. His tone grew somber, lost in thought for a moment, his gaze distant. I apologize, it was not my intention. Wei Yuyan, having spent much of her childhood in the palace, possessed some knowledge of his mother's fate. She knew he had lost her at a tender age, leaving him to grow up in solitude. It was a lamentable circumstance for a prince without a maternal shield in the imperial court, especially considering how young he had been. It was fortunate that the Empress Dowager had taken him under her wing. Otherwise, he might have faced endless bullying. From a young age, she had often witnessed the royal children tormenting him, with numerous maids and eunuchs also taking advantage of his vulnerabilities. At that time, she had felt immense sympathy for Zhou Yichen, often stepping in to support him. Her status in the palace afforded her that power, and eventually, few dared to bully him again. Consequently, their bond had grown increasingly close, almost inseparable. Had it not been for his inexplicable withdrawal, their friendship might not have fractured. The incident had stirred considerable turmoil, leading to severe repercussions for him from the emperor. Chapter 6. Gratitude, it's nothing. You need not overthink it. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at her blushing face, reminiscent of the first moment he laid eyes on her. That glance felt like an eternity. In that instant, he vowed she would forever be his. I feel much better now, thank you. She shyly withdrew her foot from his grasp, aware that it was the first time anyone had touched her soul. A previously unfelt sentiment began to blossom within her heart. Could it be that the fortune-teller's words were true? Was he truly her destined companion? An inexplicable shiver coursed through her spine, rising to the crown of her head. Perhaps you should leave now. He sighed softly, a hint of profound disappointment and melancholy in his demeanor, before turning to exit the room, with her trailing closely behind. Yuan. Just then, she heard her mother calling from outside. Father, mother. Upon seeing her hurried parents approaching, Wei Yuyan greeted them with a face full of surprise. Just moments ago, she almost believed she would never see them again, and surviving this ordeal brought her to tears of joy. Yan, are you all right? Madame Wei immediately shook off General Wei's supportive hand and rushed over to embrace her daughter, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Mother, I am fine, do not worry. At this moment, although Wei Yuyan's hair was somewhat disheveled and her cheeks flushed, she appeared to be in good spirits, revealing no signs of having been abducted. The anxiety that had gripped Madame Wei slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, General Wei approached His Highness Prince Yu and bowed in gratitude. Your Highness, I am profoundly grateful for your rescue of my daughter. I shall certainly pay my respects tomorrow. The underlying message was clear. I am a man who does not owe debts of gratitude. Since you saved my daughter, I will ensure a substantial reward. And do not entertain any other notions. Little did he know, this prince's sudden eagerness to curry favor might be motivated by aspirations to ascend to the throne. Leveraging his military might. General Wei, there is no need for such formality. It was but a trifling effort. Zhou Yichen waved his hand dismissively, indicating he did not require such attention. I am truly thankful to you, Your Highness, for ensuring my daughter's safety. Should word of this incident spread, it may tarnish Yan's reputation, so I hope you will keep this matter confidential. Of course, my people will certainly not speak of it. Rest assured, General Wei. Such matters do not require his assurance. He would undoubtedly maintain discretion, for those he brought along were his trusted confidants. In that case, my daughter must have been quite shaken, so I shall take her home now. Having said all that needed to be said, Wei suggested their departure. Today, he and his wife had been deliberately lured away, resulting in their daughter being left vulnerable. Whether this prince had orchestrated the entire affair remained to be seen. Given the current circumstances, it was prudent for him to avoid excessive entanglement with these royal princes. Very well. Zhou Yichen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, discreetly observing the person beside him who was busily engaging with Madame Wei. Indeed, their statuses and treatment were worlds apart. He had just saved her life, yet she had completely forgotten his kindness in the blink of an eye. I shall take my leave now. Your Highness, farewell. The two individuals beside him, having witnessed their cordial exchange, also offered their farewells, and the three of them exited together, observing the harmonious scene of the Wei family. Zhou Yichen felt a gradual yearning within him. Due to the urgency of the situation, Wei had received a notification from Prince Yu, prompting them to travel separately in a carriage. Thus, on their return, Wei Wei drove the carriage while the mother and daughter shared intimate words inside. Did they treat you poorly? Madame Wei quietly inquired, fearing her daughter had suffered. No, your highness arrived just in time. Although Wei Yuyan was naive to worldly affairs, she understood her mother's unspoken concerns. To spare her mother's worry, she refrained from mentioning the nefarious individuals. The enemy lurked in the shadows while she remained in the light, unaware of who was plotting against her. Thus she must not alarm them. It was truly thanks to His Highness Prince Yu tonight. You must ensure your father expresses his gratitude properly. Upon hearing her words, Madame Wei visibly sighed in relief. All is well. I will certainly bring a generous gift and personally express my thanks after court tomorrow. Outside, Wei Wei overheard the conversation between the mother and daughter and addressed them, expressing his approval. Madame Wei felt quite pleased with her husband's decision. Furthermore, she held a particular fondness for Prince Yu. Should her daughter marry him after reaching maturity, it would be an ideal match. After all, in her eyes, the other princes, especially the valiant prince of the favored concubine, had often acted with arrogance, emboldened by their maternal family's influence. The favored concubine had previously invited her to the palace numerous times, subtly suggesting that she wished for Yen'er to be chosen as the prince's consort. Although she had firmly declined at the time, it was evident that the concubine had not relinquished her ambitions. Moreover, with the concubine temporarily ruling over the 6 palaces and no heirs in the harem, the selection of consorts would ultimately rest in her hands. It appeared that Madame Wei needed to make plans early to avoid any unhappiness for Yen'er. In her view, Prince Yu was indeed a commendable match, courteous in demeanor, fair in conduct, and, most importantly, reputed to have no concubines. Though somewhat aloof, such a man would surely cherish his wife deeply. Yet, these were merely her personal musings. Ultimately, it was her daughter's choice that mattered. With the grand selection approaching in a few months, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. After raising her daughter for so many years, the time for her marriage was swiftly approaching. The carriage quietly entered the back gate of the general's residence. Wei Wei assisted the mother and daughter in disembarking and personally escorted them to their quarters before returning to his own. After the events of the day, both women were understandably shaken. As soon as they entered, Chunlan and Xiao Zhu rushed forward, their faces filled with concern. "Miss, we are so relieved to see you unharmed. We were all terribly worried. I am fine. Do not fret," Wei Yuyan assured them with a reassuring smile. Qiujuan and Dongmei had already prepared warm water, urging her to bathe and change quickly. As she sank into the bath, the tension that had gripped her all night finally began to dissipate. The evening's experiences had been overwhelmingly exhilarating. She hadn't expected such extraordinary events to unfold during her rare outing. It seemed her parents were right to keep her confined at home. Her status made it unwise for her to venture out at such critical moments. Suddenly, she glanced down at her feet submerged in the water, recalling the sensation of being held in his palm, a feeling that lingered in her memory. A flutter of excitement raced through her heart, and her cheeks blossomed with warmth like the gentle caress of spring. Chapter 7. The gift. The two ventured to the storeroom, utterly perplexed about what gift to present. After all, as a prince raised in the palace, he must surely lack for nothing. What could possibly be an appropriate offering? Gold, silver, and jewels were certainly not in short supply for him. Madame Wei found herself in a quandary, unable to conceive a suitable gift. Perhaps, she mused, it would be better to offer him a heartfelt token instead. After all, the tales often spoke of life-saving favors deserving of profound gratitude, did they not? A masterpiece of calligraphy or painting might suffice. Noticing her dilemma, Wei Wei hesitated for a moment before selecting a piece by Wang Hu and presenting it to Madame Wei. Why does my husband wish to present him with this? I had anticipated that he, being a mere military man, would lean towards gifting swords or blades. I have learned of his admiration for Wang Hu's calligraphy, and fortuitously, I possess a piece that would serve as a splendid gift. One must acknowledge that Wang Hu passed away at a young age, leaving behind a scarce number of authentic works. Thus, this gift would convey a significant gesture of gratitude. It is rather perplexing that my husband would take an interest in him. One cannot fault Lady Wei for her curiosity, as the Prince of Yu has remained relatively obscure among the other princes. Were it not for the fortunate circumstance of being raised under the Empress Dowager's care, In the cutthroat confines of the imperial harem, one might question whether he would have survived to this day. In the past, they seldom encountered him, only knowing that there existed a fourth prince in the palace. However, as he matured, he underwent a remarkable transformation, shedding the frail persona of the past. Moreover, having resolved several pressing issues for the emperor, he was awarded the title of Prince of Yu and established his own residence last year. Initially, under the patronage of her aunt, the current Empress Dowager, this young man has proven himself worthy. In recent years, he has been basking in the limelight, and his displayed capabilities have led many to believe he is destined for the role of crown prince. Coupled with the emperor's tacit approval, this outcome seems all but assured. Therefore, should he ascend to the throne, the empress would undoubtedly require the emperor's consent. The current sovereign is known for his adept manipulation of power, likely aiming to keep him firmly under control. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement is surely desirable for both parties involved. I have inquired about every unmarried prince, as our Yenner is approaching her coming-of-age ceremony, and as her father, it is my duty to prepare early for her happiness. At this juncture, the atmosphere has grown less relaxed, for both have been reticent to discuss the topic of marrying off their daughter. Previously, they felt they could indulge in a few more years of familial bliss, given Yenner's youth. However, in just 2 months, she will indeed be of age to enter the palace for the grand selection, leaving them with little choice. After all, a ruler demands the loyalty of his subjects, and they must comply. Thus, it is prudent to understand the character of all the princes, selecting the most advantageous match for their daughter, ensuring her future happiness. In his view, escaping the turmoil altogether and finding a prince disinterested in the throne would be ideal. Once the new emperor ascends, they could live carefree in their fief. Otherwise, the first to face retribution from the new emperor would be those who once contested for the same position. Fearing for their lives during such a transition, he has set his sights on the youngest, the sixth prince, Yuan, who is of a similar age as Yenner, providing ample common ground for conversation. It appears my husband has considered this matter thoroughly. Change is imminent in the court, and the position of crown prince will soon be solidified. One wonders whether their daughter will find a suitable home. While many envy her noble status, being born into such a family often strips one of autonomy. The following day, after the court session, Wei ventured to the Prince of Yu's residence with lavish gifts to express gratitude for his daughter's rescue the previous night. For the sake of her reputation, he chose to go alone, without any followers. Your Highness, I have prepared a humble gift, and I hope you accept it graciously. Wei did not hesitate to present the painting directly. However, Zhou Yichen had no intention of receiving it. Instead, he quietly remarked, I wonder if the general has heard the news. Turmoil reigns along the borders, and I have heard that His Majesty intends for you to lead the troops against the enemy personally. Upon hearing his words, Wei appeared momentarily taken aback, for the two had never been aligned in their pursuits. Why would he discuss such serious matters with him? I am unaware of the details. Yet if the borders require assistance, I shall not disappoint. Although he was uncertain of the source of Zhou's information, Yenner was soon to come of age. Should His Majesty indeed dispatch him to battle, he feared he might miss her coming-of-age ceremony. There were indeed capable military officials within the court. What could be the significance of the emperor sending him to war this time? Nevertheless, he maintained a formal demeanor towards Prince Yu. Oh, if that is the case, it seems you are willing. Zhou Yichen had not intended to speak candidly, as their relationship had always been distant. It was improbable that saving Yenner once would grant him a place among his confidants. This was merely a reminder for him to prepare in advance. In recent years, his father had grown increasingly senile and paranoid. Those once reliable old ministers had become subjects of his suspicion, particularly generals like Wei, who wielded military power. After all, if they commanded hundreds of thousands of troops, it was not implausible for them to stage a coup. Had it not been for the marriage alliance between the Wei and Shun families, the strength of their backgrounds might have made him the first target. One must not defy the emperor's command. I have always adhered to this principle. Although he was uncertain about the intent behind Zhou's words, whether it was an attempt to woo him or some other scheme, he knew well that the emperor's sons were all cunning individuals, and he must remain vigilant, avoiding any signs of weakness. If the general were absent from the capital, The outcome of the young lady's participation in the selection process could yield unforeseen consequences, and he trusted the general to have his own plans in mind. He hoped the general would promptly decide on a candidate, ideally entrusting it to him, but such thoughts seemed far-fetched. The Wei family, with the Shun family as their formidable ally, would not easily falter. That is naturally the case. There is no need for your highness to concern yourself with these matters. Indeed, good intentions can sometimes go unappreciated, and as expected, the other party would not feel indebted. It was futile to expect this matter to resolve easily. It required careful deliberation, and he was determined not to let her fall into another's hands. With that said, I have said all I need to. The general may take his leave now. I trust that today's conversation will remain in General Wei's thoughts, and that he will be prepared when the time comes. He had hoped to invite him to dine, but feared the other would decline, so he did not press the matter. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Please keep the painting safe, Your Highness. Wei set the painting aside and hurriedly departed. After all, the words of Prince Yu had stirred profound ripples within him. While seated in the carriage returning to his residence, he kept his eyes closed, contemplating his strategy. Chapter 8. Confidential conversations in the study. General Wei feigned calmness as he returned home. My lord, has something happened? Lady Wei, Shun Yao, knew him too well. The moment she saw his expression, she could tell he was troubled. Yao, let us go to the study. Wei looked at her, aware that there were matters they needed to discuss privately, and it was also a good opportunity to convey some important issues to Shun Yao. All right. Noticing his seriousness, she understood the gravity of the situation. It had been quite some time since he had appeared this way, especially after years of peace in the realm. Indeed, as soon as they entered the study, Wei cautiously closed the door behind them and spoke with startling gravity. My lady, I believe it will not be long before His Majesty sends me to battle against the enemy. You must inform your father and others to prepare in advance. They exchanged glances, and the implications were clear. There were many capable individuals in the capital, and if this matter were not mere fiction, his dispatch to the front lines might carry deeper intentions. It appeared that the emperor had begun to focus his attention on them, and the current situation posed significant risks for Yener. After all, no one wished for their daughter to enter a family that harbored suspicions before her marriage. This was clearly an ominous sign. Did King Yu tell you this? She observed the transformation in him since returning from the Yuan residence. It was likely connected to King Yu. Yet, how had he come to know such confidential information? Had the emperor placed such trust in him? If so, it suggested that the rumors regarding the emperor's favor and the appointment of a crown prince were indeed credible. However, it was unclear what his intentions were. Logically, he would not divulge this information unless it served his own interests. Should they be caught unprepared, it would be the Wei and Shun families that suffer the consequences, undoubtedly benefiting King Yu. As the emperor aged, factions within the court and palace had begun to form alliances. Yet the two families had remained neutral due to the uncertain marriage of Wei Yuyan. Even when the favored concubines attempted to draw them in, they had skillfully evaded entanglement. They did not wish for Yener to compromise her happiness for the sake of their connections, so ultimately, her wishes would dictate their course. If the man she favored did not ascend to the throne or had no aspirations for it, the relationships of both families at court would ensure their safe withdrawal. They would always be her staunch support, aiming solely for her to lead a worry-free life in her later years. Everything would hinge on the conclusion of the selection process and the determination of Yener's marriage. Then, a resolution would emerge. However, if the emperor insisted on sending him away, it would disrupt a portion of their plans. After all, the remote borders made communication cumbersome, so early planning was essential. There was no need to question why he did not harbor doubts regarding this matter. It was because, based on his understanding of King Yu, he would not resort to deception on such a serious topic. Given his solemnity, it was highly likely that there was truth in his words. Sometimes, it is wiser to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it outright. Regrettably, Yener seemed to harbor no affections for any of the princes at present. Otherwise, they might take advantage of the present moment to scheme in advance. While he was still lost in his own thoughts, he heard Shun Yao astonishingly speak up beside him. Could it be that he harbors feelings for Yener? Is that why he has come to inform you ahead of time, so that you can prepare yourself? At times, one cannot help but admire a woman's intuition in such matters. It is indeed remarkably accurate. How could that be? I have never seen them converse, let alone have any private interactions. The only instance was last night. Wei Wei was clearly skeptical. He knew well from his prior experiences that he had many informants at his disposal. After all, how could he possibly feel secure allowing Yin'er to be alone in the palace as a companion to the princess? I am merely conjecturing. Why is your reaction so intense? Shen Yao was just speaking casually. It was perplexing how surprised he seemed. How else could one explain why the usually aloof prince you would choose to convey such significant news to them? Rest assured, regardless of who that person might be, it is least likely to be His Highness Prince Yu. How can you be so certain? You're not him. Shen Yao clearly thought he was a bit too confident. When it comes to matters of love, who can truly claim to understand? Just as she had once fallen for Wei Wei, who had nothing at the time, and resolutely married him. Fortunately, her gamble had paid off, as they remained inseparable for decades, affirming that her choice had not been in vain. Rest easy. The informants I arranged have consistently reported this outcome. Is there anything left to doubt? He has always been cautious in his dealings. He is aware that several other princes harbor intentions towards Yin'er. However, the extent of their genuine feelings remains uncertain. After all, Yin'er's beauty and family background are among the finest in the capital. Securing her would mean gaining complete control over both the Wei and Shun families, thus consolidating all their influence. At that juncture, the power of these two families could become a decisive factor in the struggle for the throne. If they choose not to contend, it would also ensure their safe withdrawal. Therefore, one must ponder which prince would not desire to hold such a trump card. The reason he previously favored the youngest sixth prince was precisely because the latter displayed no desire for ambition. His disinterest in the throne made him the most suitable candidate in their eyes. This way, Yin'er could live freely after marrying him, if by chance she were to become empress, witnessing her husband surrounded by countless beauties in the harem, along with facing the intrigues of those women, would surely bring her many more troubles. Thus, remaining a carefree princess consort aligns more closely with Yin'er's disposition, which is also their hope as her parents. They do not wish for their pampered daughter to be embroiled in the treacherous and ruthless harem. If such were to be the case, their daughter would undoubtedly manage well. But it is not what they desire to see. Previously, they had harbored hopes of marrying Yin'er off to an ordinary family. Now that the emperor is evidently wary of them, her marriage into the royal family has become a foregone conclusion. Hence, is the choice still the sixth prince? Could there be no other alternatives? Shen Yao remained silent for a considerable time, gazing intently at her husband, uncertainly inquiring. Upon hearing her words, Wei Wei paused momentarily, lost in contemplation. After a long while, he sighed helplessly, as if having made a significant decision, and gently nodded at Shen Yao. Subsequently, the two lingered in the study for an extended period until a maid arrived to announce that dinner was ready. With heavy hearts, they emerged from the study together. Chapter 9. An inseparable bond as anticipated. Merely a few days later, Wei Wei received an imperial edict, ordering him to the border with utmost urgency. Father, I cannot bear to part with you. Please do not go. Wei Yuyan exclaimed upon hearing the news of her father's impending departure, struggling to accept the reality. After all, since her birth, General Wei had embarked on military campaigns only a handful of times. Yet, his martial prowess remained undiminished. He continued his daily practice and trained soldiers at the barracks. With a relentless pursuit of self-improvement over the years, he exhibited no signs of complacency or lethargy. It was precisely for this reason that he could face the impending challenges without fear. Although he was a military general in his early years, he had often defended the borders, risking his life to gain military achievements. Had it not been for his unwavering dedication and valor in battle over the past decade, he might never have risen from an inconspicuous soldier to the esteemed general he was today. At that time, his aspirations were simple: to establish a remarkable legacy before settling down to start a family. The subsequent events unfolded as he had hoped, leading him to believe that his life was already profoundly fulfilled. Moreover, as his status gradually ascended, particularly after marrying Shen Yao, the situation became increasingly stable. The border regions had long been tranquil, and he had not set foot on the battlefield for many years. Who could have foreseen that, upon reaching middle age. He would have to confront the trials of war once more. "My dear child, your father will return soon," Wei Yuyan said, gazing at his increasingly tall daughter, his heart heavy with affection, for she was his most cherished treasure. "You must take care, do you understand?" Aware of the futility in resisting the imperial decree, Wei Yuyan, despite her profound reluctance, could only resign herself to the harsh reality. After all, the emperor wielded the power to dictate the fates of all. Yes, rest assured. Father will return safely," Wei Yuyan promised her, not only for his own sake, but also for his daughter and wife. "I shall arrange for someone to pack your father's belongings." Although Shan Yao had anticipated this day, she was unprepared for its swift arrival. She found it unbearable to confront such a scene of parting, fearing the overwhelming sorrow it would bring, and thus hastily sought an excuse to depart. "Madam, allow me to accompany you," Wei Yuyan cleverly suggested, skillfully nudging her father closer to her mother. With a playful smile directed at them, she said, "Father, mother, please take your time to say your goodbyes. I shall not disturb you." Having spoken, she gracefully moved her delicate steps towards the direction of her courtyard. Witnessing their daughter's obedient and understanding demeanor, both parents felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. "Well then, let us also enter." Wei Yuyan gently took Shan Yao's fragrant shoulder, and together they stepped into the courtyard. On the following day at dawn, the once bustling and lively streets of Chang had transformed into an unusually quiet and solemn scene. "My husband, you must take great care of yourself during this expedition. I shall remain at home, awaiting your victorious return," Shen Yao said with a heavy heart, meticulously arranging her husband's belongings, her voice imbued with deep affection. After all, this was their first separation since marriage. To claim that her heart bore no turbulence would be a falsehood. Yet, as a loyal subject, how could Wei Yuyan defy the imperial decree? "My lady, you and Yin must take good care of yourselves at home. If any matters arise, do not forget to consult with your father. And remember to write to me regularly to report your well-being," Wei Yuyan urged with a heavy heart, his words revealing profound concern and reluctance for his wife and daughter. He reiterated his sentiments, feeling as though there were 1,000 words left unspoken, yet fearing that excessive words might only heighten their worries. Shen Yao gazed at her husband, her eyes resolute yet tender. "Yes, I will, my husband, you need not worry," she softly replied. She understood the weight of her responsibility to protect their daughter and resolved to face any adversity without hesitation. Wei Yuyan recognized the urgency of time and the need for swift action. As the commander of the army, he had to prioritize the greater good, resisting the pull of familial affection. Thus, after imparting his final words of caution, he resolutely turned and mounted his horse, preparing to join the main force. The morning sunlight bathed the earth, as Wei Yuyan led hundreds of thousands of valiant soldiers, like a vast ocean, out of the city gates. He took the lead, positioned at the forefront of the ranks, his formidable figure evoking awe. Clad in cold, hard armor, he emanated an air of authority, as if no one could stand against him. The sharp sword hanging at his waist gleamed with a chilling light, clearly a weapon of unparalleled craftsmanship. As the army advanced, the banner of the great Zhou fluttered in the wind, resonating with a sound that underscored their indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, at the rear of the army, Wei Yuyan and Shen Yao sat closely together in a comfortable carriage. Their gazes remained fixed on Wei Yuyan, who gradually receded into the distance, their hearts filled with longing and concern. Only when the colossal army had completely vanished from sight did they reluctantly lower the carriage curtain. In a hushed voice, Shen Yao carefully instructed her daughter, "Yin, now that your father has left the capital, we must exercise utmost caution in all matters. In the days to come, they needed to remain vigilant, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals could exploit their vulnerabilities." "Do not worry, mother," Shun Yin replied with a composed demeanor. She had always preferred to keep a low profile, and with her father being hastily summoned away by the emperor, it was likely that action would soon follow. At this very moment, the Shun and Wei families found themselves like fish awaiting slaughter on a chopping board, teetering on the brink of unbearable consequences should they falter. "From this day forth, until you come of age, I urge you to refrain from venturing outside," Shen Yao declared solemnly, recognizing that Yenner had never been fond of outings. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution unless absolutely necessary. "Do not fret, mother. I am well aware of my circumstances," Shun Yin replied with understanding and compliance, nodding earnestly. Observing her daughter's maturity, Shen Yao's face softened into a smile of relief. She firmly believed that with the family united in purpose, they would weather this storm and emerge unscathed. Upon returning home, the mother and daughter proclaimed that they were unwell, hoping to obscure certain matters and smoothly advance their plans. However, fate often dances with unpredictability. Chapter 10. The welcome banquet. A sudden imperial edict struck like a thunderclap, shattering their meticulously crafted schemes. Soon, Wei Yuyan received the summons to enter the palace for the flower festival. When Shun Yao laid eyes on the edict, her brow furrowed tightly, and her complexion drained of color, worry evident in her gaze. Wei Yuyan, acutely aware of her mother's inner turmoil, endeavored to provide solace. "Mother, please rest assured. The flower festival will be bustling with people, vibrant and lively. Even if the favored concubine harbors ulterior motives, she may find her schemes thwarted." With unwavering confidence, Wei Yuyan believed that, regardless of the challenges ahead, her intelligence and composure would enable her to navigate perilous waters. She wished to alleviate her mother's burdens, sparing her from additional distress, especially since Shun Yao was already consumed with anxiety over her father's military campaign. Should her mother divide her attention further, it might take a toll on her health, potentially leading to illness born of worry. Nevertheless, Shen Yao was not so easily reassured. Gazing at her dutiful daughter, she expressed her concerns. "It is not the multitude of dangers that worries me, but the unforeseen ones. Should the favored concubine take advantage of your father's absence from the capital to employ insidious tactics, we would be caught off guard. Even though you comfort me with your words, some matters demand preemptive preparation." Shen Yao understood the brutal and intricate nature of courtly intrigue, and she was determined to shield her daughter from any harm or predicament. "Mother need not be concerned. I have always been blessed with good fortune. Regardless of the circumstances I may encounter, I shall surely emerge unscathed," Shun Yin reassured her. Shen Yao gently covered her slightly flushed cheeks and sighed in resignation. Now that the imperial decree was in hand, she had no path of retreat left. She must brace herself for the impending invitation. With merely half a month remaining until the flower festival, the selected maidens were required to enter the palace early for training and preparation. Wei Yuyan had some familiarity with the chosen candidates, all of whom were daughters of influential families in the court, including her cousin, Shun Yiran. Contemplating this, Shen Yao felt a modicum of reassurance, knowing that the two sisters could look out for one another, thereby enhancing their safety amid uncertainties. On the day of their entry into the palace, the 20 young and beautiful maidens, chosen for their grace, gathered in the Tongxin Hall of the favored concubine, Wei Yuyan. As per the customary protocol, for Wei Yuyan, this occasion no longer held the novelty it once did, as she was not a stranger to the palace, nor was it her first encounter with the esteemed concubine. In her youthful innocence, she had once served as a close companion to the third princess, frequently visiting the Tongxin Hall, where her carefree laughter often caused the concubine no small amount of vexation. However, with the passage of time and the accumulation of experience, she had come to comprehend the intricate emotions of the adult world, thus maintaining a respectful distance from the concubine. Yet this time, her feelings upon entering the palace were markedly different. This visit held profound significance. A single misstep could irrevocably alter the trajectory of her future. Consequently, she was acutely aware of the necessity to tread carefully, to exercise prudence in her words and actions, and to meticulously navigate every detail. "Your Highness, we pay our respects." The maidens chorused in unison, executing a standard courtly bow. At that moment, the concubine sat gracefully upon her dais, her usual demeanor of stern composure softened by an unusually warm and amiable expression. Nonetheless, the air of innate pride that accompanied her elevated status remained unmistakable. The concubine's gaze swept slowly over the 20 youthful maidens in their prime, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she graciously beckoned them to take their seats. Instantly, the palace was suffused with the essence of spring. Blossoms vying for attention created a scene so enchanting that it was dazzling to behold. Amongst this assembly of young women, Wei Yuyan stood out as the most remarkable. Even in her quietude, her mere presence rendered the other girls pale by comparison, relegating them to mere embellishments in her radiant company. She resembled a resplendent flower, blooming with vibrant beauty and exuding an alluring charm. Such an exquisite beauty, even amidst a plethora of lovely maidens, was undeniably striking. No wonder the emperor held her in such fond remembrance. Had she been born a decade earlier, perhaps even she would find it difficult to maintain her position as the concubine. Very well, there is no need for formality here. I trust you are all acquainted with one another. After such a long day, you must be somewhat fatigued. Let us take a moment to rest, she said, turning to the matron Su, and, softly instructed, please arrange for them to be accommodated in the Qixiang Hall, conveniently located near the Imperial Garden. This aligns perfectly with the joyous atmosphere of the flower festival, as all the maidens are as beautiful as blossoms. I am certain they will delight in this setting. Upon hearing her words, the maidens all knelt in respectful acknowledgement, and then, under the guidance of Matron Su, they proceeded to the Qixiang Hall. Upon arrival, they were assigned their quarters, sharing rooms in pairs, with Wei Yuyan naturally paired with Sheniran. Once Matron Su had attended to all arrangements, she gazed at the vibrant group of young girls before her, a smile gracing her face. This evening, the esteemed concubine will host a banquet at Xiangyao Pavilion, welcoming the young ladies and providing them with an opportunity to refresh and rejuvenate after their travels. It is anticipated that the princes will also grace the occasion with their presence. These last few words resonated like ripples in a pond within the hearts of the young women, for most of them harbored affections for certain princes, each secretly nursing their own ambitions. Once Granny Su departed, the Qixiang Hall fell into a hushed silence. In that moment, the young ladies evidently lost their frivolous mood for idle chatter and turned, one by one, to their chambers to meticulously prepare their attire and makeup for the evening. After all, each individual present held deep within their hearts an earnest desire and expectation to become a prince's consort in 2 months' time. However, Wei Yuyan was an exception. Despite this, she accompanied her cousin back to her room and casually closed the door behind them. Almost immediately, her cousin, holding garments in her hands, posed a perplexed question. Cousin Yin, in your opinion, which attire is more enchanting for me, this delicate pink gown or the splendid Minghua dress? Wei Yuyan examined the garments thoughtfully before responding softly. Cousin, both dresses would look splendid on you. However, if I must choose, I believe the pink gown may suit you better, as you seldom wear this color, which might yield a pleasantly surprising effect. Wei Yuyan sincerely offered her advice, fully aware of her cousin's deep affection for Prince Yu. Chapter 11. Do you wish to seize this fortune? Should her cousin indeed be fortunate enough to ascend as queen in the future, surely her selfless act today would earn her a measure of favor in return. Thus, it would be greatly beneficial for her, and why not embrace the opportunity? Very well, your judgment has always been discerning. I shall heed your counsel, Sheniran declared, having long regarded her cousin as exceptional in every regard. Standing out like a crane among chickens, she admired her cousin's character and demeanor deeply. Allow me to assist you with your grooming, dear cousin. Otherwise, you may find yourself flustered and overwhelmed later. Observing the dwindling time, Wei Yuyan kindly proposed. In truth, she had not intended to dress herself with great care. Since she had no pressing matters, it seemed fitting to lend a hand to her cousin. Perhaps this would even hasten her cousin's prospects with Prince Yu. In this way, she could consider herself a significant matchmaker. But if you help me, what will you do for yourself later? Sheniran was fully supportive of the idea, yet felt reluctant to delay her cousin's own interests for her sake. It was well understood that young women of their age ultimately sought a fitting partner for life. No matter, I have no interest in such matters, Wei Yuyan replied, and before her cousin could protest further, she busied herself attending to her cousin's needs. Upon witnessing this scene, Sheniran felt a sense of reluctance to decline, as she harbored her own youthful aspirations. She had long dreamed of becoming the princess of Yu, and the prospect of receiving assistance from her cousin was indeed fortuitous. Should Prince Yu ascend to the esteemed throne in the future, She would undoubtedly extend her patronage to her cousin Yenner, which was of paramount importance. Their connection, coupled with Yenner's assistance this time, warranted her thoughtful consideration. As time swiftly elapsed, it was soon time for the evening banquet. Engaged in meticulously preparing Zhou Yiran's appearance, she herself hastily donned a simple white dress. A few delicate touches accentuated her brows, and then she emerged alongside Zhou Yiran. Numerous young women flowed out from their chambers, each adorned in resplendent garments. Radiant in their youth, in the bloom of their adolescence, they were inherently innocent and romantic, relishing the act of adorning themselves. Consequently, every individual present made every effort to embellish their appearance, with hairstyles varying in form, yet all adhering to the latest trends. The floral adornments were particularly intricate, with the more elaborate designs being favored. In stark contrast, Wei Yuyan had merely applied a few simple red dots. The sight of her unembellished visage prompted a collective sigh of relief among the onlookers. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Wei Yuyan's bare countenance rendered their meticulously crafted looks rather mundane by comparison. The group strolled gracefully towards Qiangyao Pavilion, taking their seats in accordance with the designated order. In such gatherings, Wei Yuyan traditionally occupied the foremost seat. Before long, a palace attendant's voice rang out, announcing, "Your Majesty, the princes have arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone hastily rose to respectfully welcome the imperial consort and the 5 unmarried princes. Due to the recent revelation of the Yu princess's pregnancy, the eldest prince naturally remained at home to accompany his beloved wife, opting out of this gathering. The imperial consort, leading the princes, took her place at the head table, contentedly surveying the multitude of women who paid their respects below. A smile of satisfaction graced her face as she contemplated the honor she was destined to enjoy throughout her life. When her son eventually ascended to the supreme throne, she would undoubtedly rise to the esteemed position of Empress Dowager, with her status elevated even further. "Do not stand on ceremony. Please take your seats," she said, her heart swelling with pride as she regarded those seated below her with a benevolent demeanor. The imperial consort settled comfortably at the head of the table, flanked by the 5 princes on either side. Among them, Prince Ying found himself seated right beside her, a position that fortuitously faced Wei Yuyan. His gaze, unabashedly fixed upon her, seemed to assert his claim. Faced with such a direct stare, Wei Yuyan could only feign composure, lowering her head to sip her tea and savor the pastries before her. However, the young ladies below, witnessing this scene, could not help but express their envy. It seems the rumors circulating in the outside world about Wei Yuyan being preordained as the crown princess are indeed not without merit. Just from the possessive gaze of His Royal Highness, one can discern his desire to keep Wei Yuyan by his side at all times. The fact that Wei Yuyan has garnered the attention of the crown prince truly fills them with admiration. If such treatment were to be bestowed upon them, they would likely swoon from sheer happiness. Moreover, it is evident that His Royal Highness holds great affection for Wei Yuyan. It has been said that he has yet to take a concubine, reportedly waiting for her to come of age. After all, no woman wishes to enter a household where her husband has already taken another. While this may be understandable in a common family, it is certainly not the case within the royal lineage of the great Zhou. The significance of heirs within royalty is well known, as it could play a decisive role in the succession to the throne. Yet, this situation has arisen, and it has not occurred with just one prince. Among the 5 princes present, for are in similar circumstances, they have become paragons for all unmarried gentlemen of the great Zhou, which undoubtedly stirs the hearts of the noble ladies present. How could they not be enamored by them? It is not merely their lineage. Even their appearance, eloquence, refinement, and knowledge are of the highest caliber. Should Wei Yuyan be able to perceive their inner thoughts at this moment, she would surely lament their vivid imaginations. It is quite remarkable that, as the principal party involved, she remains oblivious to the myriad complexities behind these matters. If they had not spoken, she would have been entirely unaware that such infatuated personas existed in this world. Nevertheless, since they are so enamored with His Royal Highness, let them enjoy this fortune. She has no need for it. Furthermore, she feels unworthy of such blessings. Let those who desire it take it for themselves. Chapter 12. The flower drifting command, once everyone had gathered, the palace banquet officially commenced. A troop of palace maids gracefully entered, carrying bowls of soup and an array of delectable dishes in an orderly fashion. Their synchronized movements exhibited remarkable precision as they arranged these culinary delights upon the tables. The surfaces were adorned with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Under the illumination of towering candlesticks, the entire palace appeared as if it were constructed from gold, silver, and jewels. Every corner radiated a dazzling brilliance, showcasing boundless opulence and wealth. Particularly noteworthy were the luminous pearls, gifted from the western regions, which were astonishingly larger than a bowl. Such rare treasures were casually displayed in dozens throughout the hall. Not to mention the magnificent potted plants crafted from pure gold, towering over 2 zhang in height, adorned with rare and precious agate gemstones. The craftsmanship was truly breathtaking, seemingly lifelike, as if they were real. Ladies present, though each one of you hails from distinguished noble families, having enjoyed a life of opulence and luxury from a young age, your identities as legitimate daughters of high birth grant you an unparalleled status. Yet, even amidst such extravagance, it proves challenging for you to maintain your composure in the face of such lavish surroundings. The atmosphere, steeped in extreme luxury, deeply stimulates the desires and long-buried ambitions within your hearts, intensifying your longing for the life within the imperial palace. Particularly, when you behold the rare and exquisite treasures utilized by the favored consort, this yearning grows ever more fervent. Tonight's banquet, graced by the presence of all the princes, renders the ambience increasingly delicate. This scenario stirs the hearts of the young ladies present, those yet to be betrothed, awakening their budding affections. Almost half of the young ladies find themselves enamored with Prince Yu, who is now widely regarded as the crown prince, having inherited the striking beauty of his mother. The esteemed consort Jia, his charm is undoubtedly matched by Prince Sing, whose popularity is also considerable, given that his mother is the favored consort of the palace. Should he whisper sweet nothings, the fate of the crown prince's position becomes uncertain. However, due to their modesty, the young ladies dare only to steal furtive glances, striving to maintain an air of decorum, embodying the essence of refined women. Even Wei Yuyan cannot help but feel sympathy for their plight. Yet, upon entering the hall, apart from Prince Ing occasionally casting a glance at Wei Yuyan, the other princes remain engrossed in their own revelry, paying little attention to the young ladies. At this juncture, the favored consort takes the initiative to dissolve the somewhat awkward atmosphere by offering everyone a cup of wine. She addresses the young ladies, encouraging them not to be so restrained, exclaiming, "Drinking alone is rather dull. Why not partake in a game of poetic improvisation?" Prince Ing, ever eager to comply, readily agrees, suggesting, "Since the ladies are all in the bloom of youth, let us use the word flower as our theme." The others quickly concur, pondering whether the consort intends to assess the young lady's knowledge and quick wit through this game. With a gentle smile, the consort's gaze lands upon Wei Yuyan as she proposes, "In that case, let us begin with yin, shall we?" The moment these words are spoken, it is as though a stone has stirred 1,000 waves. Nearly all eyes in the room shift towards Wei Yuyan, indicating the consort is evident affection for her. A bit lost in thought, upon hearing her name called, Wei Yuyan promptly rises. After a brief moment of contemplation, she confidently recites a line of poetry. When will the spring flowers and autumn moon come to an end? How much of the past do we truly know? Well done. The consort responds, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she offers gentle praise. After all, the consort has always favored her as a prospective daughter-in-law, and thus, whatever she utters is met with unbidden admiration. Following this, it is now Shun Iran's turn. As the daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, her intellect was undoubtedly impressive. After a moment of contemplation, she effortlessly crafted a couplet. The osmanthus falls in the world, the night is serene, and the spring mountains are empty. Beside her sat the legitimate daughter of the Minister of War, who was not particularly adept at poetry. Thus, when it came to the spontaneous and impromptu nature of the game of flying flowers, she found herself at a disadvantage. However, she candidly admitted her lack of skill. gracefully downing a cup of fine wine before turning to her right with a charming smile. "Sister Wan, it's your turn." The one referred to as Wan Yi was the daughter of the Minister of Rites and possessed considerable talent. After a brief moment of thought, she effortlessly recited, "The peach blossom fairy plants peach trees, then picks peach blossoms for wine money." Upon hearing her verse, several of the more than 10 young ladies present found themselves unable to respond. Whether they were intentionally modest or had other reasons for their silence remained a mystery. After the first round of the competition concluded, the beloved consort smiled and inquired of the princes below, "Do not just sit there. Share your thoughts on which young lady composed the best poem." "Surely it must be Yinjing," was the consensus among all but the English prince. The other princes echoed similar sentiments, particularly the Prince of Yu, who remained aloof and silent throughout, displaying a demeanor of utter indifference, as if the events unfolding below held no significance for him. His detached observation left the previously eager young ladies feeling quite deflated. Such an overtly dismissive attitude cast a pall over the spirits of the young women present. After all, had they not spent the entire afternoon meticulously preparing, solely to make a favorable impression on the one they admired? To be met with such cold indifference was bound to cause some discontent. Moreover, the English prince's remarks prompted a wave of resentment among the noble women who harbored affections for him, directing their ire towards Wei Yuyan. They silently mused, "Why is she the sole recipient of praise? While our familial backgrounds may not compare, surely we excel in other aspects." Even Wei Yuyan herself felt compelled to stifle a retort, pondering how remarkably unappreciative these individuals were. Everyone had exerted themselves to present their finest selves, hoping to leave an impression that would captivate their attention. Yet, rather than offering even a modicum of flattery to charm the young ladies, the English prince chose instead to stoke the flames of discontent with his thoughtless words, thrusting her into the spotlight of public scrutiny. It would have been preferable if he had simply remained silent. In truth, she remained unaware of the genuine thoughts harbored by the other princes. The princes regarded her with unspoken admiration, viewing her as the quintessential choice for a princess in their hearts. However, out of prudence, they deemed it unwise for her to attract excessive attention or ostentation, lest it invite unnecessary troubles or unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, they were reluctant to feign praise for others, remaining true to their sentiments towards her, and thus collectively chose to remain silent. Unbeknownst to Wei Yuyan, she naively believed that their disinterest in the frivolities of young ladies was simply a matter of boredom. Just as the atmosphere in the hall began to cool due to the words of His Royal Highness, the favored consort swiftly interjected, expressing her prior knowledge of Miss Shun's extraordinary musical talents, and inquiring if she might be fortunate enough to hear Miss Shun perform a piece, allowing everyone present to indulge in this splendid affair. Upon hearing her name called by the consort, Shun Iran felt a surge of pride and delight. After all, showcasing her talents at such a significant occasion and garnering the attention of the consort was undeniably a rare opportunity. She contemplated that perhaps this performance could serve as a chance to leave a lasting impression on Prince Yu, ensuring he would remember her. Followed her lead one by one, other young women eagerly took to the stage to showcase their abilities. Such a rare opportunity could not be easily squandered, for who knew when they would next find the princes gathered together. The hall was soon filled with a myriad of performances. Some played the piano, others danced, while still others played the flute or the pipa, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Wei Yuyan remained steadfastly seated, showing no inclination to rise. As the ambience grew increasingly vibrant, an untimely voice broke through, announcing that the consort had urgent matters to attend to and would take her leave. At that moment, Lu Shiran, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, who had been lost in her dance, was momentarily taken aback, disrupting her rhythm. Yet she quickly regained her composure and continued to dance. The attention of the attendees was immediately drawn to Prince Yu, leaving the disruption unnoticed by all except Wei Yuyan. She gazed intently at Lu Shiran, surprised that she had previously overlooked her presence. It seemed Prince Yu had once again managed to dampen the mood. After speaking, he rose from his seat without hesitation, walking past them with an air of nonchalance. For reasons unknown, Wei Yuyan felt an odd sensation as he passed before her, as if his gaze had briefly brushed against her, though she could not discern if it was merely a figment of her imagination. In that instant, the hearts of the beautiful women present shattered slightly, though a portion retained their spirited resolve. As long as there remained a prince in attendance, they would still have the opportunity to showcase their talents. However, this hopeful wish was soon to be dashed. After King Yu departed alone, the other princes quickly found excuses to leave as well. Ultimately, the departure of the princes dampened the spirits of the noble consort. Her original intention in summoning them was to allow them a glimpse of the spectacle. To her dismay, they merely sat for a brief moment before making their exits. What infuriated the consort further was her own son, who seemed utterly captivated by Wei Yuyan, neglecting everyone else entirely. She could hardly fathom how she could have borne such a foolish child. Did he not realize that he should seize this opportunity to cultivate alliances with other factions instead of following suit in leaving? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, questioning how she could have produced such a thick-headed son. Here lay a splendid opportunity, yet he failed to grasp it firmly. Were it not for the need to present herself as magnanimous before the emperor, she would have had no interest in engaging in such thankless endeavors. Thus, due to the prince's departure, the court banquet had to conclude prematurely. The guests returned to the Qishang Hall, each retreating to their chambers for rest. At that moment, Shen lay upon her bed, seemingly lost in deep contemplation. Wei Yuyan, hesitant to disturb her, soon succumbed to slumber, having exhausted herself throughout the day. Little did she know that once she fell into a deep sleep, Shen, who had been quietly lying there, suddenly sat up. Stealthily, she approached Wei Yuyan's bedside, gazing at her for a long while before returning to her own bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The following morning dawned bright and beautiful. As the two arose from their slumber, they heard the melodious voices of girls outside. These young women, summoned to the palace, were all daughters of noble families from the capital, either wealthy or esteemed. Consequently, they were mostly acquainted with one another, and being of similar ages, they quickly bonded. By the time Wei Yuyan and Shen finished getting ready and stepped out, they were immediately surrounded. The day before, they had been preoccupied with their own thoughts, which had prevented them from gathering properly. Today, with time on their hands, they found themselves fortuitously reunited. Wei Yuyan's ability to command attention within the noble circle was not solely attributable to her prestigious lineage. Her innate charm played a significant role. She possessed an almost magnetic allure. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, with a distinguished family background, but her amiable personality also endeared her to other girls. Although she preferred to maintain her individuality and was not overly effusive, she never deliberately made things difficult for anyone. Her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were exceptional. Having studied alongside princes and princesses since childhood, and her academic prowess was beyond reproach. Thus, she lived life with carefree abandon, too disinterested to expend effort in cultivating relationships, which ironically led many to desire her company. Yinner, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for so long. The first to rush over was naturally Lu Yi, the daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guard, who was closest to her. Wei Yuyan, adorned in a pale, pink shimmering gown, appeared even more radiant, her skin glowing like freshly fallen snow, with her lips adorned in a delicate nude pink. The striking contrast with her enchanting visage captivated all. The crowd couldn't help but marvel, affirming that beauty alone could render any makeup or attire effortlessly manageable. Having stayed up a tad later yesterday, she consequently arose later than usual. I was genuinely concerned for your well-being. I feared you might be unwell. I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for concern. Yinner, I must say, your dress today is simply exquisite. Upon hearing the compliment, Wei Yuyan smiled and gently tapped her forehead. This was a new custom-made dress by my mother. If you like it, I shall have someone deliver set to you. Wei Yuyan was always generous, and she herself felt indifferent about her wardrobe. Thus, she held no particular preferences. Really? That would be absolutely wonderful. Lu Yi exclaimed excitedly as she embraced her tightly, overwhelmed with joy at the thought of wearing this attire to encounter His Highness, the King of Rain. Indeed, I will arrange for it to be sent to you shortly. Chapter 14. A chance encounter. Wei Yuyan remained oblivious to her thoughts. It was only natural for a girl to cherish beauty. She was more than willing to indulge her. For the desire to be beautiful is a universal sentiment, and if she could assist her in any way, that would be splendid. Yanya, how can you be so stunning and kind-hearted? If I were a man, I would certainly take you as my wife. Lu Yi, known for her boldness, elicited laughter from those around her with her declaration. I fear you may be mistaken for a man. Do you truly believe you could win Yennere's heart? Quipped the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, teasing her, for everyone in the capital knew that Wei Yuyan was destined to be the royal consort. Who could possibly compete with that? Who would dare contend with the princess? In her view, it mattered little whom Wei Yuyan married, as long as it was not the King of Rain. Enough of your teasing. I must insist. The group erupted into playful banter once more. Soon, the arrival of Granny Su interrupted their frivolities. After all, there were important matters to attend to in the palace, and decorum was restored. Granny Su brought an abundance of colorful papers, filling the table to the brim. The customs of the flower festival traditionally required unmarried ladies to cut 5-colored paper and affix it to flower branches, known as appreciating the red. As the wet nurse of the imperial concubine, Granny Su held a prestigious position, and upon her arrival, the noble ladies of Prince Ing eagerly surrounded her, showering her with flattery. This is our first time celebrating a festival in the palace. Could you enlighten us about the palace's customs, Granny? You are so knowledgeable. Please share your wisdom with us. Hearing their compliments, Granny Su felt a swell of pride and began to explain the customs of the flower festival, which were, in truth, quite similar to those in the common folk celebrations, albeit more lively due to the addition of a ceremony honoring the flower deity. Naturally, the honor of venerating the flower deity should fall to Yennefer, for she was the fairest of them all, and surely the deity would favor a beauty such as hers. Lu Yi, known for her thoughtless remarks, did not realize that her words had inadvertently thrust Wei Yuyan into the spotlight. As anticipated, once the words were spoken, Wei Yuyan felt the gaze of everyone shift entirely towards her, including that of Granny Su. Please, do not jest at my expense. Such an important event as the worship of the flower goddess is naturally reserved for the princesses. At this moment, Wei Yuyan found herself somewhat apprehensive of Lu Yi's loose tongue, which was unrestrained and could easily lead her into trouble. Traditionally, it was indeed the princesses who attended in person, but this year, since the young ladies had entered the palace, the favored consort wished for them to elect one among themselves. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuyan surmised that the favored consort was likely eager to observe which of them possessed the most charm and skill in handling relationships. After all, should Prince Ing ascend to that esteemed position, his principal wife would inevitably become the matriarch of the harem. The fundamental skill required would be the ability to win hearts, paired with the grace to tolerate the complexities of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Then I shall undoubtedly choose Yin Yin, Lu Yi declared, raising her hand enthusiastically. Wei Yuyan felt overwhelmed. If she remained in their presence, would she not be pierced by their stares? No need for haste. Before the Festival of Flowers, we will have a collective vote for selection, Granny Su stated, turning to leave, but suddenly, as if recalling something, she faced them again and added, Your Highnesses often enjoy visiting the Imperial Flower Garden. When you have the time, do consider bringing back some flowers. This statement was uttered without intention, yet it resonated deeply with the listeners. The terms Imperial Flower Garden and Your Highness stirred a sense of anticipation among the young ladies present. Once Granny Su departed, Wei Yuyan chose to withdraw from the unfolding scenario and retreated to her chamber for rest. In the afternoon, the sunlight poured into Qisheng Hall. Upon rising, Wei Yuyan discovered the palace was unusually quiet. Just as she had suspected, apart from herself, nearly all the noble ladies had ventured to the Imperial Flower Garden. Yet most returned empty-handed. In the days that followed, with the exception of Wei Yuyan, the others frequented the garden daily. Each understood the unspoken intentions of the others, yet they refrained from addressing it directly. It became a matter of luck to see who would have the fortune of an unexpected encounter. However, the princes, who were often seen within the palace, now seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not only in the flower garden, but they seldom lingered in the palace except for court sessions. Wei Yuyan pondered whether the princes were intentionally toying with these ladies or if the favored consort was testing their patience. Regardless, Wei Yuyan found solace in her solitude. Being alone in the palace afforded her a sense of freedom, undisturbed. Each day, she occupied herself with crafting colorful papers. Yet her tranquil existence was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected summons. "Miss Wei, the Empress Dowager requests your presence." The Empress Dowager hailed from the Chancellor's family, and by rights, she should be referred to as Annie. In truth, Wei Yin had long intended to pay her respects, but having wished to avoid any semblance of favoritism, she had neglected the proper decorum. The Empress Dowager had borne only one child, the current sovereign, and her selection for the palace was solely due to her distinguished lineage, resulting in limited favor. Her ascension to the role of Empress Dowager was contingent upon the emperor's rise to power, which subsequently led to her being conferred the title. However, the Empress Dowager, due to her advanced age, has been residing in the inner palace in peaceful seclusion, refraining from participating in any disputes. In her heart, she has always wished for a child of the Shen lineage to ascend as empress, which would undoubtedly solidify the status of the Shen family. Among her favored candidates, naturally, is Wei Yuyan. Yet, for reasons unknown, the current emperor has been delaying the establishment of an heir, although she has always held hope for Prince Yu. Despite rumors circulating that Prince Yu harbors disdain for Wei Yuyan, she firmly believes that with Yuyan's beauty, she will eventually win his favor. Thus, when Wei Yuyan accompanied the matron to the Xinang Palace, it was indeed rare that she found herself alone. Chapter 15. Memories. She thought the Empress Dowager would surely send for her cousin as well, considering their relationship is far closer than hers. In the past, during her time in the palace, the Empress Dowager would often receive no visitors, keeping her doors firmly shut. What could be the reason for this unusual summons? "Your Majesty, may you enjoy good health," Wei Yuyan said, bowing respectfully before quietly awaiting the Empress Dowager's words. "Rise. There is no need for excessive formalities. After all, you ought to address me as Auntie Grandmother," the Empress Dowager replied, her satisfaction growing at the sight of the obedient girl standing aside, blossoming beautifully as ever. "Spring has arrived, and I find myself quite bored in solitude. I recall that you have always had a fondness for flowers and plants. Why not accompany me for a stroll in the Yichuan Garden?" She had long heard of the Empress Dowager's Yichuan Garden, where the palace's rarest flowers were cultivated, yet had never visited due to the Empress Dowager's preference for tranquility. Although she was uncertain of the Empress Dowager's intentions, she indeed had a passion for tending to flowers and plants. Furthermore, such an opportunity was rare, and she felt compelled to accept. "Very well," she replied, stepping forward to assist the Empress Dowager to her feet, leading the three of them, including the matron, towards the rear courtyard. The garden was modest in size, but featured winding paths and deep tranquility, with the flower houses still warmed by the underground heating, brimming with the vitality of spring. The air was filled with an exceptionally rare array of floral hues, some of which she had only encountered in ancient texts, others she had never even heard of before. Her interest was piqued, and her curiosity about the garden deepened. She wondered what other astonishing sights lay within, her anticipation growing. These are rare varieties from the western regions, unfortunately quite difficult to cultivate, as often only 1 or 2 out of dozens survive, the matron explained upon noticing her fascination. The Empress Dowager led her further inside, as Wei Yuyan remained filled with wonder. In the distance, a vast expanse of pink peach blossoms caught her eye. It was truly remarkable to see such splendid peach trees flourishing in this season. Just as she was about to step closer, she suddenly froze. Clearly, there were people behind the peach trees. Although obscured by several trunks, she could not discern who they were. There were only a few masters permitted in the Empress Dowager's inner courtyard. Wei Yuyan's instinct told her that they were the long-absent princes, but she could not ascertain their identities. Regardless of who they were, she felt averse to encountering them and instinctively shrank back behind the Empress Dowager, wishing silently that she could slip away unnoticed. Unexpectedly, the matron behind her called out loudly, "Your Majesty, as you gaze upon the peach blossoms, do they not remind you of the enchanting beauty of Miss Wei?" The sudden utterance from the matron left her with no choice but to confront the situation. Especially with the Empress Dowager present, rendering any attempt to evade impossible. Gathering her resolve, she lifted her gaze to meet the approaching figure, only to discover it was none other than Prince Yu, accompanied by the chief eunuch, Fu Lin. "Grandmother," he greeted with utmost respect. Wei Yuyan returned the gesture, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind regarding the Empress Dowager's intentions in summoning her. Was it mere coincidence that she encountered him here? The eunuchs and the matron bowed and retreated a few steps, leaving the nobles to converse amongst themselves. Just as Wei Yuyan prepared to withdraw, the Empress Dowager's voice rang out. "Yenner, remain." Wei Yuyan was taken aback. In the presence of this grandparent-grandchild duo, it seemed inappropriate for her to linger. However, with no alternative, she steeled herself and stayed, obediently standing to the side. She could feel Prince Yu's gaze fixed upon her, a sensation not lost on the Empress Dowager either. "Why, dear grandmother, are you out and about today?" The Empress Dowager, typically one to recline whenever possible, had chosen to stroll the gardens on her own, an unusual sight indeed. Observing the figure behind her, seemingly intent on remaining inconspicuous, he surmised the circumstances. "Oh, I merely brought Yenner along for a stroll, but I am weary now and must return to rest." With that, she hurriedly turned to leave, prompting Wei Yuyan to follow closely, anxious not to be left alone with Prince Yu. At this moment, she was uncertain how to face him, especially after the life-saving favor he had bestowed upon her and the soothsayer's words about their destined connection. It had rendered her less forthright in his presence, feelings of an unusual nature blossoming within her heart. Before she could depart, the Empress Dowager's words rang out once more. "Yenner, since you seldom visit, why not stay here and explore with Chenner?" These words struck Wei Yuyan like a thunderclap, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Why her? Her initial interest in this place had entirely dissipated. She felt no desire to remain, nor did she wish to be left behind. Panic surged through her. She wanted to escape. She was frightened. Yet, she recognized the authority of the Empress Dowager. Her commands were not to be dismissed. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, watching as the Empress Dowager and the matron retreated further away, her embarrassment mounting. Meanwhile, the prince remained silent, his gaze upon her conveying an unspoken multitude of sentiments, overwhelming her and flushing her cheeks with warmth. No, this could not continue. She needed to devise a swift excuse to slip away. "Your Highness, there are matters to attend to in the Qisheng Hall, so I shall take my leave now. Miss Wei, please wait a moment." Zhou Yichen gestured for her to follow him, leading her deeper into the peach grove. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what he had to say that could not be shared here, requiring such a lengthy walk. Was he fearful of eavesdroppers? Yet, in this expanse of 10 miles, there were no others aside from his own people. They soon arrived at the heart of the forest, where Zhou Yichen stopped beneath the grandest peach tree. Just as confusion clouded her expression, he motioned for her to look up. When she did, the sight before her left her utterly speechless. This was the very scene from her dreams. She recalled vividly a childhood dream in which she had described this exact vision to him, her youthful face alight with excitement and yearning. Before her, the peach tree was adorned with delicate, colorful ribbons dancing in the breeze. A gentle gust swept through, scattering countless peach blossoms, transforming the grove into a veritable rain of petals, a sight both enchanting and serene. A sturdy swing, entwined with fresh flowers, hung from the branches, evoking nostalgia for their earlier days. Back then, their relationship had not been marked by rivalry, but rather a joyful camaraderie. Wei Yuyan had always longed for an elder brother, envious of those who had one, especially as the only daughter in her family. Upon entering the palace as the companion to the third princess, she often observed the bond shared between the princess and her elder brother, which filled her with longing. She fantasized countless times about having a brother of her own, imagining the happiness it would bring her, sparing her from the solitude of practicing the piano alone in the courtyard. Then fate led her to Zhou Yichen, a boy who was both taller and yet remarkably frail. An instinctive desire to protect him surged within her, prompting her to step forward and shield him from harm. From that moment, their relationship blossomed, evolving into one of deep conversation and companionship. They spent countless hours together, and those days marked the happiest times of Wei Yuyan's life. as she finally had the brother she had always yearned for. It was at that moment that she truly entered Zhou Yichen's heart, a bond that endured for a decade. Regardless of what transpired thereafter, their connection remained unscathed. Had it not been for the subsequent events that created a rift between them, perhaps they could have enjoyed a lifetime of happiness together. Zhou Yichen had been intently observing the expression of the person before him, and he realized she still remembered. It turned out that he was not the only one who cherished that beautiful memory. She had not forgotten either. Ever since that incident occurred, she had begun to regard him with cold indifference, no longer daring to approach him in the slightest. He had thought she had completely grown to loathe him, that she would never acknowledge his existence again in this lifetime. From that moment onward, he had been preparing to seize power. For if the girl he adored no longer held affection for him, nor wished to focus her gaze upon him, he would be left with no choice but to exert his authority and position to firmly control her life, preventing even the slightest possibility of her marrying another. Otherwise, he was certain he would descend into madness. No, it would be more accurate to say that since she had severed ties with him, he had already lost his sanity. He was haunted by regret, constantly pondering whether, had he not committed that act, she would have feared leaving him. Would they have continued to thrive together, growing up in innocent companionship, eventually falling in love and reaching the stage of marriage? "Your Highness, have you finished reading? May I take my leave now?" she asked. To her surprise, after he finished, he merely spoke calmly, then turned to leave. She felt her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. An unsettling sensation she had never experienced before. Could it be that she was gravely ill? No, she needed to leave quickly and consult a physician. Thus, she hurriedly informed him of her intention to depart. "Wait." Upon hearing his words, Wei Yuyan looked at him cautiously, unsure of his intentions. To her astonishment, Zhou Yichen simply raised his hand and plucked a cluster of peach blossoms, personally handing them to her. "Aren't you fond of peach blossoms? Take them with you." Neither of them dared to mention the past, yet the tension between them seemed to ease gradually. "Thank you, Your Highness," Wei Yuyan said politely as she accepted the flowers. You may go back now," Zhou Yichen replied, gazing at her with tenderness. He yearned to spend more time with her, but seeing her eagerness to leave, he decided against detaining her any longer. "I shall take my leave then," Wei Yuyan said, clutching the blossoms tightly as she turned to depart. Watching her walk away without a backward glance, Zhou Yichen felt a sharp pang in his heart. It seemed the young lady held no regard for his presence at all. Despite his repeated attempts to draw closer, she remained indifferent. Once Wei Yuyan exited the courtyard, her heart finally settled into calmness. She had felt uncomfortable under his gaze, which had burned in her back, leaving her in a state of unease. Upon finally returning to the Sinang Palace, just as she stepped inside, she discovered the Empress Dowager, who had earlier appeared fatigued and claimed she needed rest, now comfortably seated on a favored chair, leisurely sipping tea. It was not merely fatigue that prompted the intention to rest, but rather a deliberate action, it seems. However, what could the Empress Dowager truly mean? As Yenner entered, she was greeted with calmness rather than alarm. The Empress Dowager placed her tea down with an air of composure. "Your Majesty, it is getting late. I shall take my leave," Yenner expressed. The Empress Dowager regarded her with a serene yet profound gaze. "Very well, Yenner. Do make it a point to visit often." Yenner understood and, after bowing respectfully to the Empress Dowager, was escorted out by a lady-in-waiting. Upon returning to Qishang Palace, laden with flowers, she discovered that everyone had yet to return. Shaking her head in resignation, she admired their enthusiasm and energy before retreating to her chamber. In the following days, the ladies frequently ventured out early and returned late, indulging in leisurely strolls through the imperial garden. Yenner found their dedication commendable. Such perseverance surely warranted a place among the royal consorts. However, as time progressed, the novelty waned and their hearts gradually settled, especially with the flower festival approaching. Ultimately, they were compelled to remain in the courtyard, diligently engaged in paper cutting. Unbeknownst to them, every action was meticulously noted by the concubines' attendants. The invitation for the young ladies to enter the palace ostensibly celebrated the flower festival, yet the concubine harbored her own intentions. This endeavor was orchestrated by her, and it was only fitting that her favored Yinner should be the recipient of the best outcomes. Otherwise, her exertions would be in vain. In retrospect, the laborious endeavor appeared worthwhile. Chapter 17. The selection on a day with splendid weather. The king accompanied the concubine in the imperial garden to enjoy the spring air. Standing nearby, Mama Su quietly spoke, "Your Highness, the flower festival approaches, yet we have yet to select someone to honor the flower deity." Upon hearing this, the concubine, gazing at the peonies before her, smiled gently and suggested, "Since the weather is delightful, let us choose today. This will allow ample time for preparation in the coming days." Turning to her son with affectionate eyes, she inquired, "What do you think, Yinner?" Naturally, he would not decline the opportunity to see Wei Yuyan. "I shall follow Mother-S wishes." Upon his reply, a waiting maid stepped forward to summon the individual from Qishan Palace. "Mama Su, please prepare the writing utensils in Yuhua Pavilion." The concubine preferred to conduct the selection discreetly. An open vote might lead to hesitance due to social standings. Only through anonymous ballots could one truly gauge the worth of each individual. Before long, the gathering entered Yuhua Pavilion, where they greeted the concubine and the prince. The concubine waved her hand, allowing them to take their seats. "With the flower festival just days away, I have called you to anonymously elect the flower deity." She then smiled, "Let us commence the selection now." The assembly of individuals then took up their pens and inscribed names upon the parchment. In a brief moment, they all laid down their instruments of writing. Granny Su meticulously gathered the sheets before them, one by one, presenting them to the favored consort. Wei Yuyan's heart sank as she beheld the neatly stacked papers. Granny Su's actions were tantamount to overtly revealing to the consort the authors behind each name. Though the consort's selection appeared to be discreet, the implications were unmistakable. As the consort accepted a stack of papers, a subtle smile graced her lips. She examined them with great care, not merely noting the names inscribed, but also scrutinizing the quality of their handwriting. After all, it is often said that one's handwriting reflects one's character. Although the papers bore no signatures, the order in which they were collected made it easy for her to deduce their authors. Louis' script was delicate and refined. Shun Yiran's was conventional and unremarkable, whereas Wei Yuyan's handwriting exuded a bold elegance. As she perused each page, a sense of unease began to permeate some hearts. Lu Shiran, in particular, felt beads of cold sweat form on her brow, for she had penned her own name. However, her sole consolation was that the prince she admired was not present, sparing her from any embarrassment should her self-nomination be unveiled. Yet, she was not the only one to step forward in such a manner. Many had followed suit. The consort, however, chose not to confront them directly, granting them a measure of dignity. Her countenance remained warm and benevolent, offering the same smile to all. "Your handwriting is indeed splendid, befitting of esteemed young ladies. It appears that Yuyan has garnered the most votes. Thus, it seems that this year's selection for the flower goddess shall undoubtedly be Yuyan." The consort was quite pleased with this outcome, as it suggested that Wei Yuyan possessed the potential to become a future empress. Marrying such a person to her son would be an exemplary match. With her noble lineage, the position was bound to be his. Originally intending to conceal her brilliance, Wei Yuyan was unexpectedly chosen, prompting her to rise and express her gratitude. Although Zhou Yichen had remained silent throughout, his gaze had not strayed from Wei Yuyan for even a moment. Witnessing her selection filled him with pride. He had always considered her his own, ever since the first moment he laid eyes on her as a child, believing that only he was worthy of her. Thus, for years, his affections had been solely devoted to her. With a beaming smile, Zhou Yichen observed the figure before him, who was bowing her head in thanks, and he could discern a hint of vexation upon her countenance. He fancied himself the one who understood her best, knowing well that she had never been one to seek competition. Consequently, such matters were ones she preferred to avoid. Her vibrant spirit set her apart from others who often feigned pretense. This was the very quality that had perpetually captivated him. He curled his lips into a smile and rose to his feet. "Since the selection has been made, I shall take my leave." With the affairs concluded splendidly, the consort waved her hand with delight, permitting him to depart. Initially, inviting him over was merely to liven up the atmosphere, And now events have unfolded just as she anticipated. Why not embrace it? Coincidentally, I find myself fatigued. I trust Mother Sue to organize the festivities for the flower festival meticulously. With that, she rose promptly, accompanied by her entourage of palace maids and eunuchs. A grand procession exiting the chamber. Yin, congratulations to you. Sister Wei, congratulations. Once the favored concubines departed, everyone gathered around to extend their felicitations. The sincerity behind some of these greetings remained uncertain. After a round of flattery, the crowd departed in pairs. Yet, Wei Yuyan remained behind, for she had subsequent matters that required Mother Sue's guidance. She obediently followed behind Mother Sue, making her way to the Hall of Blessings. As the flower festival approached, she was to lead the ceremonial prayers alongside the others. It is worth noting that she typically detests complications, often avoiding such activities at all costs. Who would have guessed that this time, an unintentional endeavor would flourish? However, there was little time to ponder. She was already overwhelmed with the need to familiarize herself with the procedures under Mother Sue's tutelage. Over the next 2 days, she found herself rising early and returning late. There was no choice. If this event were to be mishandled, it would reflect poorly on the royal family's reputation. Thus, she had no option but to muster every ounce of her focus for this undertaking. Yet, more troubling than mastering the procedures was the frequent, serendipitous encounters with Prince Ing. He would occasionally bring her refreshments or tea. Alas, given his mother's esteemed position, it seemed reasonable for him to check on the progress of the event she had orchestrated. And here he was again. How had she never noticed his persistent nature, akin to an adhesive plaster? Yin, you must be weary. I brought you a little something. As he spoke, he gestured for someone behind him to present the offering before her. Wei Yuyan looked at Mother Sue with a pleading expression, only to find her avoiding eye contact and turning to exit the room. In the blink of an eye, they were left alone. Your Highness, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I am quite occupied at the moment and cannot entertain you. Perhaps you should return now, Wei Yuyan said delicately, acknowledging the awkwardness of their situation as two unbetrothed individuals alone together. It would not be proper for such rumors to circulate. What, Yin, do you find me bothersome? Do you not wish to see me? Chapter 18. A flurry of activity. Zhou Yichen observed her eagerness to rid herself of his presence, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his features. Had it been anyone else, they would have eagerly reciprocated his affections. Yet, he recognized that Wei Yuyan had always been aloof, particularly regarding matters of the heart, and could not impose expectations upon her. His affection for her stemmed from the very fact that she was unlike any other woman. Your Highness, please do not overthink it. With the flower festival approaching, I truly have much to attend to. In truth, she longed to suggest that perhaps the two of them should simply be replaced, as she had no desire to wade through such murky waters. How delightful it would be to remain at Qixiang Palace, crafting colorful paper, rather than exerting oneself under the harsh sun and wind here. If you are busy, do attend to your tasks. I shall remain nearby and promise not to intrude. However, with her words laid bare, one must ponder whether he truly does not comprehend or is merely feigning ignorance. She could scarcely believe that the champion of palace intrigue, the esteemed son of a noble consort, could not discern her insinuations. The only plausible explanation is that he is being deliberately obtuse. Very well. It seems that regardless of what she says, he is not inclined to depart, so she resolved to ignore him and focus on her own tasks. Meanwhile, Zhou Yiyan's gaze remained fixed upon her. Even clad in an ordinary dress, with her neckline modestly covered, her figure was nonetheless accentuated in a most alluring manner. Her curves were exquisitely defined, and her slender waist seemed delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. As she moved, the hem of her skirt clung to her thighs, further emphasizing the elegance of her long legs. The enticing contours stirred within him a sudden thirst, prompting him to hastily grasp his cup and drink deeply. He had often fantasized about the exhilarating scenarios they might share, the mere thought of which was tantalizing. Were it not for her exalted status, which rendered any overt advance perilous, he would have long since taken decisive action. Had the previous opportunity not been thwarted, she might now be carrying his child. Perhaps she would have already been properly wed to him, rather than merely being an object of his longing gaze, inaccessible and untouchable. The more he pondered, the greater his frustration grew, lamenting the fortuitous chance that had been so cruelly disrupted. He had exercised such caution, and yet someone had inexplicably emerged to thwart his plans. Regrettably, he had been delayed that day, believing that no unforeseen events would arise. Yet, in that brief moment, when he finally arrived, he discovered only the remnants of a struggle, and curiously, not a single body left behind. This could indicate one of two possibilities. Either they were silenced or taken away by someone else. If they had indeed been silenced, that would be preferable. However, should any survivors divulge information, his carefully cultivated reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. He had labored diligently for many years, and now was not the time for any missteps. Should he learn of any betrayal, he would not show mercy. The more he contemplated, the more fervently his gaze intensified. Such burning scrutiny did not escape Wei Yuyan's attention. Just as she sought an excuse to slip away, the third princess, Zhou Yichen, returned, her exuberance unchanged. "Yin, I'm back. Did you miss me?" she exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her. "Princess, you have finally returned. I missed you so much." Relief washed over Wei Yuyan. She was no longer alone in facing Zhou Yichen. The sight of the third princess, returned from her visit with consort Chun, filled her with uncontainable excitement. Having served as the companion to the third princess for years, the bond between them flourished from childhood, resulting in a particularly close relationship. She encouraged me to drop the formalities and simply call her Yule, expressing how much she missed Yenner. Continuing to embrace Wei Yuyan tightly, she nestled her head against her chest. This was a familiar gesture for the third princess, so Wei Yuyan did not mind and allowed it. However, the ever-observant Zhou Yichen, who had been sitting nearby, could no longer tolerate the sight. To him, Wei Yuyan was soon to be his bride, and thus she belonged solely to him. Everything about her was his, and no one, not even a woman or his own sister, was permitted to intrude. "Second brother," Zhou Yichen exclaimed, startled by the sound of his voice. In her moment of joy, she had been oblivious to the presence of another, particularly her second, most intimidating brother. If one were to ask who instilled the most fear in her, it would certainly not be her father, but rather her third brother, Zhou Yichen. From a young age, she had been fearless, leaving even the current emperor shaking his head in exasperation, unable to manage her spirited nature. However, her two brothers, who had always been serious and cold, were far more formidable than her father. Consequently, they remained her only true nemeses, rendering her obedient in their presence. Instantly releasing Wei Yuyan, she stood up straight, realizing how unrefined her behavior was at her age. Indeed, Zhou Yichen began to reprimand her, and she lowered her head, standing quietly by his side. "Understood, second brother." In their presence, she was accustomed to receiving admonishments. "Why did you return without informing us? We could have met you at the palace gates," he chided. The emperor valued familial harmony above all, relishing the sight of his children united in peace. Their greatest skill was showcasing the bond of sibling affection. The abrupt change in plans had led to her early return. Was it that her sudden arrival displeased her brother? Concerns arose regarding the sudden alteration in the plans of Chun Fei, who even neglected to inform her own daughter. One wondered what had prompted such a departure from her typically uncontentious nature. Nevertheless, it likely was not a matter of great importance. "Not at all. Do not overthink it. I shall not intrude upon your sisterly reunion any longer. You enjoy your conversation, and I will take my leave." With the intrusion of another into their cherished moment, Zhou Yichen, feeling dejected, opted to withdraw. He longed to remain there, guarding her presence, but alas, he had not yet secured his place in her heart. To maintain his image in her eyes, he had no choice but to graciously step aside. Chapter 19. Have you decided what to call me as your sister-in-law? Zhou Yichen, upon witnessing Zhou Yichen's complete disappearance, turned to Wei Yuyan with a face full of curiosity. "Yenner, you just spent time with my second brother. The two of you alone together." She did not continue her thoughts, for she was well aware of the subtleties of such matters, having often encountered them in her readings. The mere contemplation of it excites her. Yenner is indeed impressive. Even this difficult second brother harbors a fondness for her. However, if Yenner were to become his sister-in-law, that would not be so bad, for it would mean she would have one less adversary to contend with. In that case, She would no longer need to fear the second brother, as she would surely be on her side. If I were to provoke the second brother again, Yenner would undoubtedly come to my aid. What problem could not be resolved? How blissful she would be. The more she pondered, the happier she felt, truly wishing to witness their nuptials. Yet, when Wei Yuyan eventually married, she realized how naive her earlier thoughts had been. She had been far too innocent then, hardly ever catching a glimpse of Wei Yuyan. How could she have imagined her brothers in such an ideal light? It was indeed a result of the overly rosy lens through which she had viewed them since childhood. How she wept. How foolish she had been to believe that Yenner could stand up to her brothers. Such innocent words. Yula, what are you thinking? Speak cautiously. Beware that walls have ears. One must be wary of misinterpretations that could lead to trouble. Hearing her startling words, Wei Yuyan was taken aback and immediately cautioned her. With her father absent from the capital, it was prudent to proceed with care. This place could very well have eyes watching, should the wrong ears catch wind. One might find themselves in an irretrievable predicament. Oh, I was merely jesting. Zhou Yichen quickly realized that she had spoken too recklessly. Yenner was right. One could never be certain of how many eyes were upon them. Thus, she could not allow Yenner to unwittingly attract trouble. After wandering for over a month, reveling in joy, she had nearly forgotten the palace's treacherous intrigues. Indeed, she had been overly elated, finally having someone in the palace with whom she could share intimate thoughts. Previously, Yenner had not entered the palace for an extended period, and they had not seen each other for nearly half a year. She was nearly suffocating from the weight. Now that Yenner had finally arrived, her excitement was overwhelming, causing her to lose her composure momentarily. Yenner, which brother do you plan to marry? Can you whisper your choice to me? Or who do you have a preference for? I can advise you. She leaned in close, her curiosity evident. After all, Yenner would inevitably become her sister-in-law, but she was genuinely curious about which brother it would be. Moreover, she yearned to know which brother Yenner favored. She believed that, given General Wei's affection for his daughter, as long as Yenner desired someone, she would surely be able to marry him. She had confidence in that. I now realize at your tender age, how is it that your thoughts dwell on such matters daily? Upon hearing her words, Wei Yuyan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yulu remained as shameless as ever. How could such topics be discussed so openly? I'm truly curious about which of my brothers you hold in favor. Given the depth of our relationship, do share your thoughts so that I may prepare myself mentally. She is indeed quite intrigued, for she has always been aware of the affections her second, third, and sixth brothers harbor for her. As for the fourth brother, it is common knowledge throughout the palace that he harbors a strong aversion to the Shun and Wei clans. On a previous occasion during court, he openly opposed General Wei, seizing the opportunity to diminish the influence of both families. It is rare for someone to go to such lengths. If he were enamored with Yin Yan, would he dare to confront his future father-in-law in such a manner? It would be a perilous undertaking. Observe how respectfully his other brothers treat General Wei. That is the demeanor befitting a potential father-in-law. Consequently, her curiosity about which brother Yin Yan might choose is entirely justified. The question had never crossed Wei Yuyan's mind until now. But upon hearing Yule's words, the image of Zhou Yichen unexpectedly surfaced in her thoughts. She promptly shook her head, perplexed by her own train of thought. Why was he suddenly on her mind? Was it due to Yule's remarks? Or perhaps the words of that soothsayer, which had resonated too deeply within her? No, that fortune-teller was likely just a charlatan. Furthermore, the bustling scene at that moment was rather ordinary. Encountering someone there was hardly remarkable. It was merely a chance encounter, certainly not worth dwelling upon. Or perhaps it was because he had saved her once, leading her to feel a genuine gratitude towards him. Yes, that must be it. As she pondered this, she found herself nodding affirmatively. Her actions naturally caught Zhou Yule's attention as she oscillated between shaking her head and nodding. Something was amiss. It was clear that there was something Yin Yan was concealing from her. Evidently, something had transpired during her absence. So you have secrets from me? Are we no longer the closest of sisters? Zhou Yule remarked, scrutinizing her expression in an attempt to discern the truth. What could I possibly be hiding from you? You, in your wild imagination, Wei Yuyan replied earnestly, although she herself was at a loss for words. So much had unfolded recently that her thoughts felt tumultuous. Do not underestimate me. While my academic prowess may not rival yours, I am well versed in the nuances of romantic tales. When it comes to matters of the heart, I am quite adept. If you need advice, I am your go-to, Zhou Yichen declared with pride, having perused countless stories over the years. Very well. I shall consult the esteemed Master Yule for guidance whenever matters arise. Wei Yuyan responded playfully, hoping to deter her from further probing. Yes, Zhou Yichen. When it comes to love, I am your best resource. As for which of my brothers you favor, you must confide in me first, and I shall offer my counsel. Understood? With each word, Zhou Yule's confidence swelled, and she began to bask in her own self-importance. Were one unaware, they might think her exceptionally capable, but in truth, she had yet to find a suitor to capture her heart. It is often said that two individuals can harmoniously come together, and when it comes to affection, they are often equally matched. By the way, have you decided how many sisters-in-law you wish to have? I insist as your closest friend. I must be the first to know, and I assure you that I will keep it confidential. She puffed her cheeks, gazing at her with unwavering certainty. Oh dear, her curiosity was insatiable, leading her to yearn for the revelation. Thus, Yennefer secretly reassured herself that it would surely be all right. Chapter 20. The sixth prince, I must tell you, I have no desire to marry at this moment. Do you believe me? Wei Yuyan looked at her with earnest sincerity. How could that be? My brothers are all awaiting your coming of age, and none have yet been betrothed. Zhou Yule's unexpected proclamation startled Wei Yuyan considerably. Hush, Yule. Do not speak so carelessly. I cannot bear such implications. She quickly covered Zhou Yule's mouth with her hand, shaking her head in alarm. Should these words reach the ears of the current emperor, she might find herself silenced. After all, no father wishes to see his son ensnared by a woman's charms. Moreover, this was merely Yule's conjecture. She did not believe that the princes held any particular affection for her. I speak the truth. The second brother's intentions are as evident as Sima Zhao's ambition. As for others, I cannot say, but Zhou Yiyan's feelings have been laid bare from the very beginning. The Prince of England has always been kind-hearted. Perhaps he simply looks after her because they have known each other since childhood. Even now, Wei Yuyan felt she was overthinking. Her imagination was likely influenced by too many romantic tales, leading her to suspect every man of harboring ulterior motives. Yennefer, when it comes to matters of the heart, trust my judgment. You need only tell me which of my brothers has captured your fancy, for you are destined to join our family eventually. In Zhou Yule's eyes, Wei Yuyan's betrothal could only be to one of her brothers. Each of them possesses unique merits, yet preferences vary. She wondered which one Yennefer favored. I do not know either. Indeed, as Zhou Yule stated, it is inevitable that she will marry into their family. However, she had never contemplated which prince she might wed. Previously, General Wei and the others believed she was still too young to concern herself with love. Thus, she had not considered whom she might marry in the future. When I saw you with the second brother earlier, I thought you might have already made up your mind. Upon arriving, she observed the two of them together and suspected they were secretly pledging their lives to one another. Not all. His Highness merely came to check on me. You're overthinking this. Wei Yuyan still felt she was being overly imaginative. The Empress's extravagant preparations for the flower festival were primarily intended to select a wife for His Highness. If it were truly as Zhou Yule suggested, there would be no need for such elaborate arrangements. You shall discover the truth soon enough. After all, your coming-of-age ceremony is just around the corner. You will see for yourself. Zhou Yule decided not to engage in further debate, as the truth would soon reveal itself. The day of the grand selection was approaching. And what difference did it make at this moment? Feeling famished, I implored you to pause your tasks and accompany me to dine. Just as I was interrupted by Zhou Yichen, I nearly lost sight of the matter at hand and hastily took Wei Yuyan by the hand, leading her towards her palace. However, before Wei Yuyan could finish her statement, I interjected. No buts. It has been an eternity since we last met. I insist you devote your time to me today. Zhou Yule was unperturbed by such trivialities. What was the significance of the flower festival? Such duties could be entrusted to those beneath. Her sole responsibility was to ensure she enjoyed her companion as presents, and then merely make a ceremonial appearance. In previous years, she had always conducted the flower festival in this manner, without the need for hands-on involvement like Yuyan's. Surely, Such diligence would be exhausting and devoid of any joy. As the two entered the Zhongsui Palace, Zhou Yul's nurse approached them. "Princess, you have finally returned. His Highness the Prince of Yu has awaited you for quite some time." Upon hearing that the sixth prince was present, Wei Yuyan's heart sank. Just as she had managed to see one prince off, another had arrived. Goodness! She had recently developed a psychological aversion to several princes. "Yule, since His Highness the Prince of Yu seeks you, I shall take my leave," Wei Yuyan suggested, thinking it wise to keep her distance. Perhaps the siblings had private matters to discuss, and her presence would be inappropriate. "Don't be foolish. You are well acquainted with my brother. What is there to fear? We are already at the entrance. Come inside with me." Having successfully lured her in, she was determined not to let her go so easily. It felt akin to narrowly escaping the jaws of a wolf, only to fall into the clutches of a tiger. Before long, Zhou Yul dragged her into the inner hall, where indeed the Prince of Yu sat comfortably in the main seat. "Brother, what urgent matter compels your presence?" Zhou Yul was genuinely intrigued as to what could be so pressing that he sought her out immediately upon her return. "Is it so unusual for me to visit you without cause?" The Prince of Yu's gaze drifted past her to rest upon Wei Yuyan. "Ah, Miss Wei is here as well. We meet again." Upon being addressed, Wei Yuyan promptly performed a respectful greeting, adhering to the expected decorum. "Your Highness, please. No need for such formality. With me, you need not stand on ceremony. Things remain as they were." Hearing this, Wei Yuyan recalled their earlier days, when as the third princess's companion, they had often conspired to tease him. To think of offering him a formal greeting was out of the question. If they managed to refrain from tormenting him, it would be cause for gratitude. "In our youth, we were rather thoughtless. I hope your Highness will not hold that against us." "What does that have to do with Yuyan? I alone was responsible for those antics." Zhou Yul immediately defended Wei Yuyan, standing protectively before her with an air of pride directed at her brother. Observing their misunderstanding, Zhou Yichen began to wonder if he had miscommunicated his intentions. He merely wished to draw closer to them, leveraging their childhood familiarity, yet they had misconstrued his approach as a reprimand. "Have I expressed a desire to lay blame on anyone? Why is it that the older we grow, the more estranged we become? Was it truly a case of misinterpretation on their part?" Two individuals exchanged a glance, and Zhou Yul offered her a reassuring look, affirming the situation. Her brother was not typically one to bear a grudge. They must have misunderstood each other. "Well then, if you have nothing pressing, you may take your leave. Yenner and I have matters to discuss." Zhou Yul was not concerned with anything else. She needed to send him away promptly. "What could possibly be so secretive that I cannot hear it? You both used to share your childhood secrets with me." Zhou Yichen gazed at them sincerely, speaking earnestly. "It's not appropriate for you to listen to our conversation, so that's that. I'm leaving now." As Zhou Yul spoke, she gently pushed him towards the door. What was wrong with him today? He usually didn't cling so desperately. She was practically urging him to leave. If he lingered, Yenner would surely not wish to stay long, and for the sake of their sisterhood, she had to make do with her brother's discomfort. Chapter 21. Appreciating the blossoms, Zhou Yichen looked at the door that had just closed before him, shaking his head in resignation. Very well, there is still ample time ahead. No need to rush. In the following days, as he witnessed the girl he cherished become engaged, he was beset with regret, questioning why he hadn't been bolder initially. If only he had managed to stay, would the outcome have been different? At last, tranquility enveloped the room. Zhou Yul beamed at Wei Yuyan, overjoyed by their reunion. Time seemed to fly by, and dusk was fast approaching. Wei Yuyan rose, preparing to return to Qixiang Palace, as the flower festival was imminent, and she had much to attend to. "I should not linger any longer," she stated. "No, you must stay in my palace tonight." "Please?" Zhou Yul insisted, clearly disapproving of her departure. After much effort to coax her over, it was imperative that she stayed at least for the night. "Tomorrow is the flower festival, and I still have numerous tasks to complete. I promise to visit next time," Wei Yuan patiently replied to the clingy third princess. "Very well, but you must remember to come find me." Zhou Yul reluctantly conceded the matter, realizing she had no choice but to let her go. After all, she had returned too late, and while they could still meet frequently now, after tomorrow, Wei Yuyan would return home. The thought of separation weighed heavily on her heart. and she could only hope for frequent visits to the palace. "All right," Wei Yuyan said, hastily rising to leave. She feared that if she delayed even a moment, the third princess might change her mind and refuse to let her go. Fortunately, Qixing Palace was not far, and she would arrive just in time. This evening, the noble ladies would collectively prepare the vibrant papers and silks required for the flower festival, adorning the branches with them, a practice known as appreciating the blossoms. Given the multitude of flowering trees in the imperial garden requiring decoration, having an extra pair of hands would indeed ease the burden. She had to participate. She could not allow her tardiness to delay the group. As she entered the grand doors of Qixing Palace, she found the others just preparing to hang the decorations. The 5-color paper they had previously cut is now all gathered together, placed neatly in a nearby basket. It contains an array of flowers, peonies, roses, peach blossoms, pear blossoms, and plum blossoms, among others, representing a veritable cornucopia of blooms. They chatter and laugh, just as they are about to set off for the imperial garden, when unexpectedly, they see her entering. The sight of her ignites palpable excitement among the group. After all, having an extra pair of hands means they can rest sooner. Such respite is essential for them to conserve their energy and present themselves in the best possible light when facing the princes the following day. This is the very purpose of their visit to the palace. Regrettably, aside from that one banquet where they encounter the princes, they have scarcely glimpsed any royal figures since then. Thus, they must seize this final opportunity, should one of the favored princes take an interest in them. Even if they cannot become a primary consort, being a secondary consort would still be a significant achievement. Furthermore, who can guarantee that they would only be secondary consorts? It is worthwhile to take the chance. Unlike Wei Yuyan, who has enjoyed the fortune of being a companion to the princesses since childhood and frequently encounters the princes, they do not share the same privilege. Consequently, with 5 unmarried princes available, each can marry only one, leaving the rest to them. Moreover, this selection process is their singular opportunity. Once missed, it will vanish forever. Thus, each harbors their own thoughts, promptly tidying their belongings and heading to the imperial garden together. Soon, they immerse themselves in their tasks, and due to their seamless cooperation, within less than an hour, they have nearly completed their work. They gaze at the flowers blooming high on the trees, swaying gently in the evening breeze. The silk ribbons flutter in the wind, creating a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of a myriad of blossoms in full bloom. The garden, awash in vibrant hues, belongs to them alone, a celebration of spring. Each heart swells with pride as they look up at the diverse blossoms. In this moment, they all feel a profound sense of accomplishment, each heart brimming with satisfaction. Wei Yuyan glances up at a swaying peach blossom, reminiscent of the one Zhou Yichen had helped her pick. Memories of that day in the Empress Dowager's palace resurface, an encounter she thought had been long forgotten but remains deeply embedded in her mind, refusing to fade. Is there truly a possibility for her and him? Their relationship had once been fraught with tension, even reaching a breaking point. The entire capital was aware of Prince Yu's disdain for the Wei and Shun families, making it highly improbable that he would marry a woman from either household. Otherwise, he would not have secluded himself so completely, and it was only through her father's relentless efforts that he was eventually found. The consequences of that situation were dire, and he faced severe reprimand from the emperor, resulting in a near-total cessation of their communication. In subsequent court sessions, he openly targeted the Shun and Wei families, which left her father with the greatest fear that the one who might ascend to the throne would be him. Otherwise, no matter which prince she married, there would be no one to protect her. Given his unwavering stance towards the families of Shun and Wei, it is improbable that he would spare them. One fears that the very first act upon ascending the throne would be to eliminate both clans. However, if this aligns with the rumors circulating in the outside world, what then does his statement on that day signify? Is he deliberately seeking to exploit me? Or does he harbor other intentions? Yet, even if he genuinely holds feelings for me, what of it? The man I am destined to marry could never be him. He is certainly not my ideal choice. It is precisely because he is most likely to ascend to the throne that he is not the best option for me. I yearn for someone who belongs solely to me, someone with whom I can share harmonious melodies and an unwavering affection. Thus, if he were to become an emperor with numerous consorts, the life I desire would be utterly unattainable. It would be wiser to extinguish such thoughts in their infancy, to refrain from nurturing any inappropriate sentiments. Yin, let us return. At that moment, her cousin Zhou Yiran's voice interrupted her reverie. Only then did she realize that they were the last two remaining in the imperial garden, all others having departed. It was likely due to the imminent flower festival the following day, prompting an early retreat to rest. Very well, cousin, let us return. Enough of this. One must learn to adopt a more open-minded perspective and not dwell on such unfounded concerns. Perhaps I have simply misinterpreted his intentions. Once Wei Yuyan embraced this notion, she felt the heaviness in her chest gradually ease. Affectionately linking arms with her cousin Zhou, both wore radiant smiles as they strolled back, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. Upon their return to Qixiang Hall, the courtyard was enveloped in a serene silence, indicating that everyone had hastily completed their evening routines to rest. They softened their footsteps as they made their way to their respective chambers. Chapter 22. The flower goddess at dawn the following day, the noble young ladies of Qixiang Hall began to rise one after another. Outside, the ambience quickly became bustling, with palace maids darting about, diligently attending to everyone's needs. Given the significance of the day, it was imperative that nothing went amiss. At this moment, the maidservants attending to Wei Yuyan and Zhou Yichen entered with warm water, gently calling them to awaken and freshen up. The two girls opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Fortunately, after paying homage to the flower goddess today, we shall return home and no longer need to rise so early, Wei Yuyan remarked, turning to Zhou Yichen with a playful smile that radiated brilliance. Even Zhou Yichen, standing before her, was momentarily mesmerized, taking a while to respond. Indeed, we can finally return home. Zhou Yichen gazed intently at her cousin, unable to blink, marveling at how fortunate Yuyan was to possess such exquisite beauty, seemingly favored by the heavens. With such allure, which prince could easily overlook her? A twinge of envy stirred within her. Were she to possess Yuyan's beauty, perhaps that special someone would take notice. Before she could ponder further, the palace maids swiftly entered, assisting the two young ladies in changing and freshening up. Soon, everyone was ready, having just finished their breakfast. Granny Su arrived with several maidservants at Qixiang Hall. 20 young maidens adorned themselves with exceptional care today, their appearances rivaling even that of the welcoming banquet on the day they entered the palace. Madame Su's gaze settled upon Wei Yuyan, nodding in appreciation. The attire she wore suited her exquisitely. Do not delay in bringing forth the floral crown. Attend to Miss Wei and assist her in donning it. Madame Su commanded the maidens behind her, urging them to hasten with the essential adornment. The maidens promptly approached, carefully presenting the floral crown and delicately placing it upon Wei Yuyan's head. Yuan, you look truly enchanting. You resemble the goddess of flowers, Zhou Yichen remarked, grasping her hand and expressing genuine admiration. All eyes turned toward her, showering her with compliments, which caused a faint blush to grace Wei Yuyan's cheeks. The crown, adorned with an array of gemstones, accentuated her delicate features, rendering her beauty even more radiant, captivating all who beheld her, half envious, half in awe. Yet what could they do? After all, she was not only fortunate, but also possessed remarkable beauty. Madame Su led the group, surrounding Wei Yuyan as they joyfully made their way to the imperial garden. Throughout the journey, the maidens playfully teased her, deepening the flush on her cheeks. Meanwhile, trailing a few steps behind, Wan Yi wore an expression of disdain, particularly upon witnessing Madame Su's respectful demeanor towards Wei Yuyan. It became evident to her whom His Royal Highness favored. Madame Su, representing the favored concubine, would naturally act in the best interests of her soul's son. How could she possibly allow such a splendid opportunity to be passed to another? In Wan Yi's eyes, Wei Yuyan was merely a pretty fade, a mere flower vase with no substance. Was it not merely due to her slightly superior lineage, having a father who served as a general, that she had been chosen? Otherwise, the position could have belonged to anyone. For years, Wei Yuyan had overshadowed her, and Wan Yi could no longer tolerate it. Watching Wei Yuyan bask in the admiration of others ignited a burgeoning jealousy within her. As she refused to remain in a subordinate position any longer, I must devise a plan to diminish her prestige, she thought to herself, a scheme gradually taking form in her mind. If she was revered as the flower goddess, then let her reputation be tarnished on the day of the flower festival. Let us see which prince would dare to pursue her then. That position would inevitably be hers. His Royal Highness would belong to her, and none shall dare to tarnish it. Unbeknownst to Wei Yuyan, she had already caught someone's attention. The group soon arrived at the Imperial Garden, and she busied herself amidst the festivities. Today, the garden was particularly vibrant and lively, with each tree draped in a myriad of blossoms. The resplendent flowers were in full bloom, competing for attention on the branches. According to palace tradition, after the floral appreciation, Wei Yuyan was to stand upon a high platform. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, she would lead the worship of the flower goddess, followed by the collective kneeling of the attendees. Finally, she would bestow blessings and libations on behalf of the gathering. This year, unlike previous ones, the floral offerings were to be presented by a host of noble ladies. With the role of the flower goddess, traditionally reserved for a princess, now bestowed upon Wei Yuyan. Due to the chilly weather, the imperial concubine took the initiative to have numerous charcoal stoves placed on the high platform, fearing she might feel the cold. The king stood below, observing her departure from her usual understated attire. On this occasion, dedicated to rituals, she adorned herself exceptionally resplendently. Clad in a vibrant red floral deity robe and wearing an ornate crown, her willow leaf eyebrows complemented her peach blossom makeup, with her lips tinted a delicate pink. She seemed to transform into an ethereal floral goddess, strikingly pure and unattainable. The fitted waist of her robe accentuated her curvaceous figure, making her waist appear so slender that it seemed one could grasp it with a single hand. The mere thought of such beauty left him parched and yearning. Such a magnificent woman deserved to be beneath him in surrender, rather than exposed to the gaze of others. In recent years, as Wei Yuyan blossomed into an increasingly enchanting beauty, his possessiveness intensified correspondingly. Yet, the thought that such a breathtaking creature would soon belong solely to him caused the corners of his lips to curl in a smug grin. At that moment, she would be entirely at his beck and call. The more he contemplated, the more his confidence soared, as if everything was within his grasp. Zhou Yichen, standing beside him, naturally sensed his gaze. As a fellow man, he understood the tumult within. His right hand slowly clenched into a fist, tightening with resolve, as if that alone could quell the tempest within him. He feared he might lose control and act against him. His unwavering gaze remained fixed on Wei Yuyan, who was dutifully performing her rituals above, appearing exceedingly obedient. Only she could pacify his inner turmoil and soothe his spirit. However, he recognized that the moment was not yet ripe. Impulsive actions were inadvisable. He could not recklessly jeopardize years of meticulous planning. With success so close at hand, he understood the necessity of patience. After all, his beloved had always been extraordinarily radiant since childhood, attracting numerous competitors. Thus, he was compelled to strive even harder. Only when he ascended to that coveted position would he feel entirely deserving of her. Rest assured, the wait would not be prolonged. For now, he could afford to give him a reprieve, knowing he wouldn't be able to leap about for much longer. Chapter 23. Drunkenness? The Flower Festival, ostensibly an affair for young ladies, had previously required no participation from them. Why, then, did the imperial concubine insist on their involvement this time? It felt rather tedious. The fifth prince, Prince Zhou Yichen, arrived fashionably late, standing below and sharing his grievances with the third prince, Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen wondered what the concubine's intentions were. As a grown man, he felt no connection to the flower festival. Was he merely here to endure awkwardness and silence? His words naturally fell upon the ears of several princes nearby, yet they chose to silently observe the captivating figure on the platform, ignoring his complaints. However, Zhou Yule, who maintained a close friendship with Wei Yuyan, could not tolerate it. Regardless of the situation, she would not allow anyone to bully her sister. for Yuyan was under her protection. Dear brother, you should possess the discernment to know which words are appropriate and which are not. Otherwise, if they fall into the ears of those with ill intentions, it is you who will suffer the consequences. With a stern expression, she spoke with an air of veiled threat. Upon realizing the speaker was her, Zhou Yichen immediately fell silent, lowering his head in a submissive manner. There was no choice. A wise man does not contend with a woman, especially when their father holds a fondness for her. Should she choose to report him, he would undoubtedly be the one to bear the brunt of it. Seeing him quiet down, Zhou Yichen felt a sense of satisfaction and turned her gaze upward toward the platform. At that moment, Wei Yuyan stood gracefully atop the dais, her skirt billowing in the breeze, the flowers in her hands unfurling as petals cascaded around her, creating a veritable rain of blossoms. Her beauty was striking, rendering it impossible for anyone to avert their gaze. In that instant, she was captivating enough to evoke a desire for confinement, to indulge in her radiant allure in solitude. What a mess, petals scattered everywhere. Just as everyone was entranced by her beauty, an unwelcome voice pierced through their reverie, shattering the enchantment. A few nearby princes could not help but fix their eyes upon him. If looks could kill, he would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows. Yet, he remained oblivious, disdainfully brushing away the bits of paper that clung to him. He had expressed his disinterest in attending this so-called flower festival, and, as anticipated, it was nothing but trouble. The concubines in the royal mansion were waiting for him. What a waste of time. Fifth brother, I advise you to show some respect. At that moment, Zhou Yichen interjected before Zhou Yichen could respond. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a glance at the other, his expression laden with menace. Upon seeing him, Zhou Yichen immediately swallowed all his grievances. This banquet was organized by their mother, and it was only fitting that he support his own mother. After all, their mother was a favored concubine, basking in the emperor's affections, and the weight of her position was formidable. He had no choice but to comply. Should his second brother ascend to the throne one day, it would not bode well for him if he were to become a target. He had always relished indulgence. He cared little for who ruled as emperor, provided it did not hinder his enjoyment. It was unfortunate that his mother, the pure concubine, had remained so pure in thought throughout the years spent in the depths of the palace. She instilled in him a mindset of non-competition, teaching him to simply enjoy life, which ultimately shaped his disposition. However, this shared temperament between mother and son rendered them rather inconspicuous before the emperor, merely blending into the background. Though he ranked fifth, he dared not offend anyone easily, given his lack of prowess. Yet, with ample food, drink, and entertainment, he felt he had already experienced enough. He had no time to squander in the pursuit of power. Why expend such effort? Daily governance was a burdensome chore, tedious beyond measure. His current way of life suited him well. Once the new emperor ascended, being assigned to a remote fief would be even better. The higher the heavens and the further the emperor, the more freedom he would have to live as he pleased, unencumbered by oversight. That would be the epitome of happiness, wouldn't it? It baffled him how others could not comprehend this. Why would anyone aspire to be emperor? What was so appealing about it? Every day is a labor of the mind and body, and inevitably, one day, the ministers will annoy him to the point of a fatal collapse. While he was still lost in thought, the flower festival swiftly drew to a close. Wei Yuyan descended from the high platform and, along with the other noble ladies, paid her respects to the imperial concubine, as well as the princes and princesses. The imperial concubine regarded Wei Yuyan with satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. No need for formalities. Please be seated. As the noble ladies took their seats, the surroundings instantly became radiant, akin to a vibrant bouquet, resplendent and enchanting. A glance around revealed each lady to possess exceptional beauty and grace. Let the flower cakes be served. Upon hearing this, the palace maids began to present the flower cakes, which were delightful confections fitting for the occasion. Following the traditional patterns of the flower festival, each cake was adorned with floral designs, a testament to the skill of the imperial chefs, crafted with exquisite precision, resembling real flowers. Do indulge, and let us savor the flavors, the imperial concubine encouraged. prompting everyone to lift the flower cakes before them to taste. However, in the presence of the princes, the noble ladies deemed decorum of utmost importance. They could not indulge their appetites too openly, lest they become a source of amusement. Thus, their bites were minuscule, almost as if they were but tiny nibbles. Wei Yuyan, however, paid no heed to such conventions, her nature being one of spontaneity, and she took a modest bite. The flower cake was indeed light and delightful, imbued with the fragrance of blossoms, yet sweet without being cloying, resulting in a remarkably refreshing taste. Unable to resist, she sampled several more bites. And soon the plate before her began to empty at a visible pace, her eyes sparkling with increasing vivacity. Her small indulgence did not go unnoticed by the other princes, who quietly took note of her behavior. "You honor, have you not yet poured the wine on behalf of the flower deity?" The voice of the imperial concubine resonated from the high seat, interrupting Wei Yuyan's feast. Remembering the important task still at hand, she reluctantly stood up. Grasping the already prepared flower brew before her, she poured a cup for each of the attendees, followed by the palace maids serving everyone in turn. "Let's all drink to the flower deity." The imperial concubine lifted her cup first and drank deeply, prompting the others to follow suit. With so many young ladies present, the flower brew, true to its name, was concocted from a multitude of blossoms, rendering it a sweet, non-intoxicating elixir well-suited to their palates, unlikely to cause inebriation unless one were unaccustomed to alcohol. Typically, Wei Yuyan and her companions often partook of this drink during their private gatherings. However, this time, for reasons unknown, as the banquet approached its conclusion, Wei Yuyan felt a peculiar dizziness enveloping her mind. It was as if a wave of warmth surged to the crown of her head, followed by a cascade of heat that seemed to explode within her body. The sensation of lightheadedness intensified, and the wine cup before her appeared increasingly blurred. She quickly raised her head, daring not to glance at the cup again. Yet, all that lay before her seemed shrouded in a mist, elusive and enigmatic. Gradually, she felt a heat rising in her eyes, compelling her to stifle the urge to weep. "What has happened to me? Am I perhaps intoxicated? Yet, I have always been able to handle the Baiwa wine without such effects." Chapter 24. The Medicine. In the capital, the ladies of various households often resort to stimulating substances to vie for favor. However, General Wei has only taken Shun Yao as his wife, maintaining an exceptionally pure household. In Shun, Yao has never broached such sordid matters with her. Poor Wei Yuyan is a girl woefully ignorant in this regard, having never harbored affection for any man, and thus remains oblivious to the stirrings of passion. Naturally, she would attribute her current state to the potency of today's wine rather than suspecting she had fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. "Your Highness, His Majesty has urgent matters and requires the presence of the princes." At this moment, Eunuchly approached the Empress Dowager, bowing respectfully while delivering the Emperor's decree. "In that case, you may proceed," she replied. The banquet was drawing to a close, and all necessary observations had been made, rendering any further delay unnecessary. With a wave directed towards the princes, she signaled them to depart. The princes bowed to her before turning to leave in a group, while the noble ladies, despite their reluctance, could only watch them go, helpless in their current status. As the princes exited, the Empress Dowager's spirits waned, and she quickly announced the conclusion of the banquet. After the other noble ladies finished their meals, they were gradually escorted out of the palace. At this juncture, Zhou Yichen seized Wei Yuyan, refusing to let her leave, insisting that she stay and enjoy the palace's delights. If she were to let her go now, it might be 2 months before she could re-enter. Thus, she was adamant about not allowing her to depart so easily. Wei Yuyan, who had always indulged Zhou Yichen, readily acquiesced this time as well. Perhaps, to ensure everything progressed without a hitch, she found a reason to remain. "Six Princess, why don't we join them as well?" Zhou Yichen proposed. Having been the companion to Princess Zhou Yutong since childhood, their relationship was never as intimate as that of Zhou Yichen and Wei Yuyan. Instead, it resembled a master-servant dynamic, marked by an underlying distance. She could not influence any decisions made by the sixth princess, who rarely listened to her, and she had always been the one to humbly seek favor from her. Thus, She had long envied Wei Yuyan for being Zhou Yule's companion. She had often fantasized that had it not been for Wei Yuyan, the fortunate one would surely have been herself. It was all Wei Yuyan's fault for overshadowing her since childhood, but she believed that soon enough, Wei Yuyan would tumble from grace, and the noble ladies would look to her for guidance, leaving no trace of Wei Yuyan's presence. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became, as if the inevitable change was already upon her. Let's go then. Today, it was rare for Zhou Yichen to be in good spirits, and she had not made things difficult for her, deciding to accompany them on a stroll. The group wandered near the Imperial Garden, while Wei Yuyan felt increasingly lightheaded, her mind swirling with indistinct thoughts, nearly causing her to stumble. As Wang Yi observed Wei Yuyan leaning against her, increasingly despondent, she realized that the moment had nearly arrived. Immediately, she pointed towards a pavilion in the Imperial Garden and suggested, "Let us retire there for a brief respite." Wei Yuyan and Zhou Yule nodded in agreement. But the sixth princess adopted an air of disdain. "What is there to behold here? This princess shall return to the palace." With that, she turned on her heel, accompanied by her attendants, and made her way toward Changming Palace, reflecting on how foolish she had been to engage in such dull activities. She found it far preferable to rest in the palace, lamenting her boredom. "Alas, sixth princess, wait for me." Realizing she could not delay any longer, Wang Yi hastened to catch up. Soon, her appointed aides would arrive, and it appeared that Wei Yuyan's fate was all but sealed. She would soon be awaiting her disgrace. It was imperative for Wang Yi to secure the allegiance of the sixth princess. Indeed, it was not long before a young palace maid rushed in, a servant from Consort Chun's quarters. "Third princess, Consort Chun is waiting for you at Shufeng Hall. You must go at once." "Mother? What urgent matter could there be?" Zhou Yule queried, perplexed by the maid's anxious demeanor. The urgency with which her mother sought her raised questions. Consort Chun did not elaborate. "I beseech the princess to proceed." The maid lowered her head further, indicating her resolve to remain kneeling until Zhou Yule complied. Not one to cause discomfort, Zhou Yule, although curious about her mother's sudden summons, chose not to dwell on it. "Yin, please wait for me here. I shall return shortly." Wei Yuyan, feeling dizzy and disoriented, could only nod passively at their exchange. Concerned for her well-being, Zhou Yule instructed the two palace maids behind her. "You two remain here to attend Yin while I step away." "Yes, Your Highness," they responded promptly, moving to support Wei Yuyan as they guided her to the nearby pavilion for rest. With these arrangements made, Zhou Yule felt a sense of relief and followed the maid to Shufeng Hall. Accompanied by other palace maids and eunuchs, they proceeded in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, who had hurriedly departed from the sixth princess, was now discreetly concealed behind a nearby trellis, silently observing the unfolding events surrounding Wei Yuyan. A fine sheen of sweat began to form on her brow as she remained tense, fully aware that this was her first undertaking of such magnitude. If she could eliminate the troublesome Wei Yuyan in one decisive action, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Initially, she had accompanied the sixth princess, but after much contemplation and fearing unforeseen circumstances, she had opted to rush over. After all, opportunities of this nature were rare, and she could not afford any missteps. As anticipated, it wasn't long before a figure of a man approached the pavilion. Just as a smile began to grace her lips, her expression shifted dramatically, her face paling with shock and disbelief. Fearing she might have misread the situation, she concentrated intently, only to realize that the individual entering was not the emperor, but rather her long-cherished beloved, Prince Zhou Yichen. Chapter 25, Schemes. To her astonishment, it was indeed the third prince, Zhou Yichen. She was taken aback, her mind momentarily blank. As Zhou Yichen stepped into the pavilion, he found Wei Yuyan languidly reclining in a chair, her complexion flushed. Unconsciously, she was gently biting her soft lower lip, casting a hazy glance in his direction. To him, that fleeting gaze was utterly enchanting. Zhou Yichen halted, his remaining rationality evaporating in an instant. After a brief silence, he unexpectedly reached out, striking down the two palace maids attending to Wei Yuyan, who collapsed instantly. At that moment, Wei Yuyan sensed something amiss. gradually realizing she had fallen into a trap. Yet, her body was weak and her consciousness fragmented. She only knew she felt exceedingly unwell, burning with an unbearable heat that compelled her to shed her garments. However, her formidable willpower prevailed. She clenched her fists tightly, pressing her nails into her palms, striving to remain conscious. Soon, her palms were stained crimson, flesh nearly mangled, yet the pain served to momentarily restore her awareness. Zhou Yichen approached her step by step, and in her fright, she attempted to flee, only to be forced to sit back down by him. He raised her chin with his right hand, savoring her current state of intoxication. But he noticed her face was adorned with a rare allure, her breath shallow as she seemingly struggled against some torment. At that moment, he could no longer deny that she had fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. If it were another man instead of him in this scenario, a surge of murderous rage would swell within him. No matter who it was, he would be compelled to silence them, even if that person were his own brother. For Wei Yuyan held an unparalleled place in his heart. He would gladly commit fratricide or patricide for her sake. He had always known that his affection for her bordered on a pathological possessiveness, yet he could not restrain himself, utterly captivated by her. Every smile and frown of hers haunted his thoughts. Unexpectedly, instead of waiting for the emperor's arrival, he soon beheld Zhou Yichen emerging from the pavilion, cradling Wei Yuyan in his arms. At that moment, she appeared entirely frozen, as if gripped by profound terror. Could it be that Zhou Yichen harbored feelings for Wei Yuyan? If so, what would become of her if she were to become the consort of the unremarkable prince? Throughout her life, it was common knowledge in the capital that she favored the unremarkable prince, a fact that was hardly a secret. Moreover, due to his influence, her father had long since pledged allegiance to His Highness, the unremarkable prince. If she could not become the unremarkable princess, what path lay ahead for her? Would she not become the laughingstock of the entire capital? Initially, he had intended to ruin Wei Yuyan, but he had unwittingly unveiled such a concealed secret. Initially, she merely perceived that Zhou Yichen treated Wei Yuyan with the same kindness he extended to Zhou Yule. However, upon witnessing his possessive demeanor as he embraced Wei Yuyan and departed, she realized his feelings were undoubtedly profound. The situation seemed to spiral beyond her control. Just then, Zhou Yichen unexpectedly turned his head, casting a glance in her direction from behind the flower stand. His gaze was akin to that of a venomous serpent coiling around her, instilling an intense chill within her. Zhou Yichen felt an immense relief that he had not left immediately after their meeting, but instead had chosen to return for a fleeting glimpse of her. Despite the distance and the barrier of the flower stand, the fierce intensity radiating from him sent shivers down her spine. Fortunately, he only spared her a brief glance before hastily departing with his companion. As she felt her body weaken, a sense of impending doom washed over her. Meanwhile, Zhou Yichen had reached a small clearing in the royal garden, where he spotted Zhou Yiyan and Zhou Yichen conversing not far away. Seizing the moment before they looked up, he swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby rock formation. "Stay here quietly and do not make a sound, understand?" Zhou Yichen gently placed the person in his arms on the ground and leaned close to whisper in her ear, "I will return shortly to take you away." Uncertain of how long the two men would linger, he needed to draw them away first, seeking an opportunity to return. For time was of the essence, and the effects of the drug on Wei Yuyan needed to be neutralized promptly. At that moment, Wei Yuyan retained a sliver of her fading rationality, aware that she could not allow Zhou Yichen to take her away. If he succeeded now, he would undoubtedly impose something upon her. Yet, to alleviate his suspicions, she feigned compliance, nodding obediently at him. Soon after, Zhou Yichen departed. Without hesitation, Wei Yuyan rose to her feet and made her way toward a nearby lake, which lay conveniently downstream on relatively flat terrain, making her entry into the water easier. Although the weather had warmed considerably, the lake's water remained frigid and piercing. As she submerged, she felt her entire body enveloped in coldness. The intense heat within her momentarily subdued, and her clarity of thought gradually returned. Who could possibly wish her harm? After much contemplation, she could not discern a single clue. With little time to ponder further, her immediate priority was self-preservation. Feeling an unwelcome warmth rising within her once again, she steeled herself and plunged into the water. Fortunately, the shallows near the lake's edge were manageable for her swimming abilities, alleviating her fears. Despite the icy temperature, the water provided a surprising sense of comfort, offering her some relief. However, this state of reprieve did not last long, as the fire within her began to flare up once more. In her desperate attempt to escape, an unexpected surge of strength had utterly depleted her physical energy. Her limbs began to weaken, rendering her feeble and more fragile than before. At such moments, one often becomes particularly sentimental. She found herself longing for her father. If only he were in the capital, such calamities would surely not have befallen her. Had he been present, she would not have needed to attend the Hua Chao festival, for she knew he possessed the ability to protect her. However, the general's residence now housed only her mother, who she had seen gazing wistfully into the distance multiple times, undoubtedly worrying for her father. Thus, she resolved to be more sensible, unwilling to burden her mother with additional worries. Yet, no matter how much she tried to hold on, she was merely a young girl on the verge of adulthood. In moments of fear, thoughts of her beloved father would always surface. Strangely, her mind then drifted to His Highness, the Prince of Yu. The last time she found herself in peril, it was his timely intervention that rescued her from danger. She was at a loss as to when she had grown so fragile. Leaning gently against the rocks by the lake, she felt as though she were in a daze, almost hearing the low, somber voice of the prince echoing nearby. Continue searching until you find her. Although uncertain if he referred to her, she sensed, as if by instinct, that she was indeed the one he sought. The tears she had stifled moments before could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks like precious pearls. It seemed she owed him yet another debt of gratitude for saving her, and without a second thought, she called out, "Your Highness, I am here." Chapter 26. Temptation. Though he had not specified whom he was searching for, she felt an inexplicable certainty that it was her. Thus, without hesitation, she cried out to him, perhaps out of an innate belief in his intentions. To her surprise, after remaining silent for so long, when he finally spoke, she realized her voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Worry crept in. Would he be able to identify her? Fortunately, the prince's awareness and concern for her were far greater than she had imagined. In an instant, his figure materialized before her. Gazing at him, Wei Yuyan felt the tension that had enveloped her begin to dissipate. For reasons unknown, she harbored an inexplicable trust in him, a belief that he would not take advantage of her vulnerability. The moment she called out to Zhou Yichen, she instinctively reached for the nearby rocks to pull herself ashore. Her upper body had emerged from the water, yet the effects of the medication rendered her powerless. Upon seeing her, the prince grasped the true essence of the phrase, out of the water, a lotus blossom. She appeared like a peach blossom, touched by the rain. Her complexion radiantly rosy, yet unnaturally flushed. Her delicate, rosy lips parted slightly, releasing a soundless gasp that seemed to beckon him to take action. The vibrant red gown she wore had transformed into a sheer veil, melding seamlessly with her skin, undeniably accentuating her exquisite curves. The sight of her round, alabaster bosom, half exposed, tantalizingly invited yet resisted. Water droplets cascaded down, gliding along her body's contours, disappearing into the enticing expanse of her flat abdomen submerged in water. This pure and rippling vision suddenly invaded Zhou Yichen's gaze, exploding in his mind like a bolt of lightning. His body instinctively reacted, causing his blood to surge. However, he merely gazed at her, momentarily entranced, as a surge of anger ignited within him, staining his usually cold eyes with a hint of crimson. He swiftly regained his composure, yet the intensity in his eyes remained ominous. He recognized the violent thoughts brewing within him, but to avoid frightening her, he had to restrain himself with great effort. Fortunately, he was alone at that moment. Otherwise, not even the attending eunuchs would have escaped his wrath. Wei Yuyan was oblivious to his inner turmoil. Her thoughts were solely focused on her newfound safety. After all, King Yu was the only one who had long been their family's adversary, a relationship that could be described as one of mutual indifference. He had always regarded her without any romantic inclination, and coupled with the filter of gratitude from his previous act of saving her, she viewed him as a fundamentally upright individual. In her eyes, encountering him was the safest option. It was this perception that drove her to seek his assistance. She believed he would never take advantage of her vulnerability. The mere presence of King Yu made her relax, yet the effects of the drug surged forth like mushrooms after rain, clouding her mind and igniting a fever within her very core. She remained unaware of how alluring she appeared to a man at that moment. Zhou Yichen immediately stepped forward, effortlessly lifting her from the water and into his embrace. Regardless of how tempting the girl in his arms was, he had no interest in admiring her beauty. He needed to ascertain quickly whether she had consumed a mere sedative or something far more insidious. Zhou Yichen promptly produced an antidote pill he always carried with him. Over the years, as the emperor's health waned, he and his brothers had engaged in numerous power struggles. To be cautious, he had taken to carrying this antidote, specially formulated by the renowned physician Sun Si, at great expense, capable of neutralizing various poisons. Although this remedy might not completely eliminate the effects of the potent aphrodisiac she had ingested, it would at least alleviate some of the toxicity, sparing her further discomfort. Noticing her complexion gradually improving, Zhou Yichen held her close and made his way toward the royal residence. It was imperative to leave this place swiftly, uncertain of whether their pursuers would reappear. Fortunately, as dusk descended, he chose a secluded path to ensure their safety. Otherwise, the two of them embracing openly would inevitably attract the eyes of the palace attendants. He himself was indifferent, but for her reputation, such recklessness could not be tolerated. If only they could endure a little longer, their return would soon be at hand. Seizing the moment while the guards at the entrance changed shifts, he successfully led her out of the imperial palace and into the waiting carriage. The journey back to the residence was swift. Inside the carriage, he appeared anxious, his voice cold as he addressed the driver beyond the curtain. Fortunately, the royal residence was not far from the palace, merely a street away, and they arrived promptly. The carriage navigated smoothly through the back entrance and halted at the door of his courtyard. Once the carriage had come to a complete stop, Zhou Yichen immediately lifted her down and called for Sun Si to hurry over. Having uttered this command, he was already inside the house. The person behind him promptly exited to relay the message, and soon Sun Si arrived. With profound knowledge of healing arts, he was the ideal choice for the situation. Observing the flustered Prince of Yu, Sun Si became increasingly curious about the identity of the enchanting figure lying on the bed. However, with the heavy bed curtains drawn, he could only discern a vague silhouette. Chapter 27. Calculations. At this moment, their esteemed Prince of Yu was carefully holding one of her hands, tenderly placing a silk handkerchief upon it, and then signaling to him. Only then did he retract his gaze, stepping forward to check her pulse through the handkerchief, and drew forth a small amount of blood with a silver needle. After Sun Si departed with the sample, the prince immediately addressed the unconscious Wei Yuyan. "Be good. First remove your garments. I shall have them bring hot water, infused with herbs to dispel the cold. You must take a warm bath. In such frigid weather, after her prolonged immersion in the lake and the delay, it was imperative to expel the chill from her body, lest the aphrodisiac remain unresolved and cause her to succumb." Wei Yuyan obediently nodded, recognizing that for both her health and other considerations, a warm bath and a change of clothes were indeed necessary. Upon reaching the bathing chamber, she gently shed her clothing and settled into the tub. As the prince's residence lacked maidservants, she had to manage these tasks herself. Meanwhile, Zhou Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. His long-standing aversion to feminine company had resulted in the absence of a maid in the household. Perhaps even the mosquitoes within the estate were male. Upon reaching a certain age, princes would naturally be instructed by the palace's matrons in matters of domestic affairs. Initially, the Empress Dowager had gifted him several handmaidens, each personally selected for their exquisite beauty. However, he had concocted various excuses to send them away. The Empress Dowager had urged him multiple times, but in the end, she could not sway him and reluctantly acquiesced. He had always preferred solitude, having grown accustomed to it. However, for a precious maiden nurtured in opulence, it was likely her first experience managing such duties. It seemed the moment had come to summon back the female shadow guards that had long been prepared. although he was entirely capable of personally attending to her. He refrained from doing so out of fear that she might be unwilling. Thus, he resolved to remain in this manner. At this moment, Zhou Yichen could do nothing but cautiously stand outside the bathroom, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions as he listened to the sound of water within. He was aware that certain aphrodisiacs were particularly insidious, requiring a union of yin and yang to be alleviated. Otherwise, they could inflict severe harm upon a woman's body. Others, however, could be endured without such measures. Now, it was a matter of waiting to see how Sun Si would fare. Ideally, the herbs available in the residence would suffice to counteract the effects. Meanwhile, she remained oblivious to the fact that Wei Yuyan had already been taken away by King Yu, mistakenly believing that Zhou Yichen had brought her back. The sight of the man she yearned to marry carrying another woman in front of her was unbearable. Imagining the alluring expressions Wei Yuyan would display to entice Zhou Yichen, she could hardly bear the thought of the two of them possibly becoming intimately entwined. The mere idea filled her with frustration and restlessness. Yet at that moment, she found herself devoid of the courage to step outside. She had no justification to prevent Zhou Yichen from taking the woman away. She understood all too well the malevolence of the potion she had introduced. After all, having harbored disdain for Wei Yuyan for so long, she had resorted to using her most lethal weapon, unless she could procure the antidote. Even if she were to engage in intimacy today, the effects of the drug would linger for a considerable time, manifesting intermittently each day. Under the influence of the potion, she would be compelled to seek out men repeatedly. If this cycle continued, it was highly probable that Wei Yuyan would soon find herself with child due to her frequent encounters with men before marriage. At that point, the once untouchable lady would find herself utterly disgraced. Thus, she must seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, ensuring that Wei Yuyan could never rise again. Originally, her plan was to have Wei Yuyan become the emperor's consort, thereby rendering it impossible for any princes, no matter how ambitious, to vie for a woman against their own father. Moreover, given that the current emperor had been in ill health for years, it was only a matter of time before one of the princes ascended to the throne. Once that occurred, regardless of which prince became emperor, there would be insurmountable barriers separating him from Wei Yuyan, eliminating any possibility of their union, lest the court officials intervene. To her dismay, her plans had unexpectedly shifted, with the emperor becoming the third prince, Zhou Yichen, a development she had never anticipated. After much contemplation, she realized she had only one path left to pursue, to seek out Zhou Yichen's mother, the empress, in an effort to thwart their union. In a moment of desperation, she rushed to Jingyang Palace and addressed the maidservant at the entrance, requesting, "Please convey to Empress Hui that I have urgent matters to discuss." Fortunately, her father had consistently supported the third prince, allowing her to maintain a reasonably favorable relationship with Empress Hui. Thus, after a brief wait at the entrance, she was quickly ushered into Jingyang Palace. Noticing her anxious expression, Empress Hui dismissed the others and inquired, "Speak, why the haste? What troubles you?" She had her own informants in Qixing Hall, so she was well aware of any developments taking place. The reason for placing spies in Qixing Palace was that she had long harbored her own schemes. As for why she did not intervene at the outset, it was because, as a mother, she had watched her son grow up and naturally understood his thoughts better than anyone else, regardless of how deeply the child concealed his emotions. A mother's intuition is unparalleled. Nothing could remain hidden from her. Thus, for the sake of her son's future, she could not allow a woman to appear and jeopardize his prospects. Had she not acted decisively at that moment, she might have found herself compelled to take matters into her own hands. Although Wei Yuyan held a prestigious status, she was not suited for her son. She recognized that her son was someone who invested deeply in his affections. Once he fell in love, he would be unable to accommodate anyone else in his heart. He would heed her every word without question. Such would be a taboo for an emperor. How could a woman be allowed to manipulate everything? The interference of female relatives in state affairs has always been the most abhorred practice in royal circles. Therefore, the best course of action was either to make her disappear or to ensure she became another S woman. Given Wei Yuyan's status, silencing her was not a feasible option. leaving only the latter path, to transform her into someone else's woman. Although her son would suffer momentarily, it would be but a fleeting pain, for in time he would inevitably forget. Men often hold on to their first loves, but what of it? Once he ascended to the throne, what woman would he lack? There would be no need to dwell on Wei Yuyan. This was the very reason she allowed Wan Yi to take action. Having someone else do her bidding was the most advantageous strategy. She could reap the benefits without tarnishing her own hands, truly a masterstroke. Therefore, she could sit here composed, observing Wan Yi, but did not anticipate that the next words would completely unsettle her. Your Highness, Lady Wei Yuyan has fallen victim to the aphrodisiac I administered, and now she has been taken away by His Highness the King. Wan Yi, upon seeing the situation, did not beat around the bush. Time waits for no one, and she immediately laid out the matter. Yet, even with her mental preparation, her words stumbled forth, her gaze flitting nervously to gauge the expression of her superior. After much effort, she finally managed to convey her message, only to witness the immediate change in the other's complexion. She promptly knelt to plead for forgiveness, hoping that the Empress would act swiftly to prevent any further developments, willing to accept any punishment that followed. She firmly believed that, concerning His Highness the King, the Empress would never stand idly by. What did you say? Upon hearing her words, the previously unshakable Empress sprang to her feet, her face a mask of disbelief. It was as if her worst fears had materialized. The situation was unraveling in a manner entirely contrary to her expectations, igniting a fire that could not be easily extinguished. What would happen if the two truly came together? Chapter 28. Why are you undressing? Meanwhile, Wei Yuyan staggered out from the purification chamber, draped solely in the cloak of King Yu. At that moment, Zhou Yichen beheld her enveloped in his cloak, fully aware that beneath it lay her bare form, causing his throat to constrict involuntarily. Initially, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame in her emptiness, and the awareness of another's gaze only intensified her anxiety. However, it was common knowledge that there were no women in the Yu Wang mansion, leaving her with no choice but to wear his garments. It would be inconceivable for her to don the attire of the guards. Thus, she opted for his instead. Your Highness, could you prepare a set of clothes for me? She requested. I have already sent someone to procure them, and they should arrive shortly. The mansion lacks women's clothing, so please bear with me. As she spoke, she assisted her in quickly burrowing under the covers to shield herself from the chill, ensuring her warmth was preserved. He even took up a fine piece of cloth to gently dry her hair, the entire process imbued with a sense of reverence mixed with trepidation. Initially, Wei Yuyan had resisted such intimate gestures, believing they were reserved for married couples. Yet, feeling utterly weak and helpless, she reluctantly consented to his assistance. In the midst of this, someone delivered the clothes, which Zhou Yichen brought inside from the outer chamber. Once her hair was partially dry, Wei Yuyan lowered the bed curtain, concealed herself beneath the quilt, and donned the newly acquired clothing. The mere thought of the man being so near, separated by only a delicate curtain, made her already flushed cheeks burn even more. Sitting on his bed, enveloped by his presence, she felt a sense of unease. Hesitating, she found herself reluctant to face him directly. Furthermore, she could distinctly sense the heat that had been suppressed by the poison earlier beginning to resurface. Are you ready? Please come out quickly once you've changed, Zhou Yichen urged, noticing her prolonged silence. Your Highness, I think I'm starting to feel unwell again. Wei Yuyan's voice emerged from behind the curtain, laced with a soft, breathy tone that sounded far more delicate than usual, alluringly captivating. With his beloved woman in his bed, Zhou Yichen could not help but inwardly lament the torment this was not only inflicting upon her, but also upon himself. At that moment, Wei Yuyan was clutching the bedding, gasping for breath, when suddenly a tall figure appeared before her. She had not anticipated Zhou Yichen would abruptly lift the curtain, let alone do so with his upper body bare. His majestic physique, every contour starkly different from hers, was laid bare before her without a hint of concealment. In a flurry, she instinctively covered her eyes with her hands. What should she do? She felt sullied for having glimpsed another man's body, so vividly present before her. Ah, why are you undressing? She nearly shrieked, utterly confounded. Just moments ago, he had been impeccably dressed. How could he so swiftly shed his garments? Did he not realize there were others in the room? Zhou Yichen, however, felt no embarrassment in revealing his body, perceiving no impropriety in his state of undress before another. Calmly lowering her gaze to examine herself, she wore a face filled with fear and disdain. With an air of natural composure, he addressed her. "When I held you earlier, my garments became drenched as well. In my eagerness to attend to you, I scarcely had a moment to tend to my own appearance. How then? Can the blame fall upon me?" Wei Yuyan awkwardly turned her head, hardly daring to glance at him again. After all, it was her first true encounter with a man's physique, and it was inevitable that she felt a mix of shyness and astonishment. Though she had only cast a fleeting glance, it seemed she had memorized the contours of his chest and abdomen with startling clarity. The proximity was overwhelming, instilling within her a profound sense of pressure. The imagery was strikingly impactful, unleashing an unusual response within her body that intensified. Despite her body's involuntary reactions, the remnants of her rationality cautioned her that such a man was exceedingly perilous. She was in his domain, under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Should he choose to assert himself, she would have no recourse. The prospect of losing her virtue before marriage loomed ominously, with consequences that would be irrevocable. If fortune favored her, perhaps she could become his concubine, but given his connections to the Wei family, the position of a primary wife was an illusion. Should fate turn against her, she might be wholly consumed and subsequently discarded. No matter how she contemplated it, none of the outcomes appeared favorable. Her decision to accompany him had stemmed from a sense of trust born from a life-saving act, believing him to be a man of integrity, far superior to following Zhou Yichen. At the very least, it was widely acknowledged that His Highness, the Prince of Yu, was indifferent to feminine charms. Being in his company seemed the safest path. Moreover, the soothsayer's words incessantly echoed in her mind, a constant reminder of her situation. Yet, she never anticipated that he too would harbor ulterior motives, rendering her trust a folly. No, she resolved that, even if it meant sacrificing herself, she could not allow him to succeed. She represented the dignity of the Wei family, and, at this moment, she could only muster her strength. Struggling to suppress the effects of the drug coursing through her, she earnestly attempted to reason with him, hoping to awaken his sense of morality. Chapter 29. Provocation. I do not claim that Your Highness is in the wrong for disrobing. Rather, it is inappropriate to do so in my presence. After all, there is a distinction between the sexes, and some decorum must be observed. After speaking, she paused, biting her lip. Then, as if bolstered by a profound resolve, she continued, "Might Your Highness step aside momentarily to dress? I care not for the consequences. He may strike or punish me, but I cannot allow this to continue unchallenged." At that moment, Zhou Yichen beheld her adorable demeanor and felt an urge to tease her. "If I do not disrobe, how can I effectively detoxify you? Do you disapprove of your brother?" Yet, upon reflection, he decided against it, considering her evident fear of him. It would be unwise to provoke her further, lest he incur her displeasure. Thus, he chose to remain silent and quietly exited the room. Zhou Yichen stepped into the outer room, casually removing the clean outer robe from the Zetonwood hanger and draping it over himself before immediately returning to her side. In truth, he did not desire to possess Wei Yuyan at this moment, despite her alluring presence that kept him teetering on the brink of losing control. However, Zhou Yichen refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability. He wished for her to willingly surrender herself to him. Ideally, he envisioned this moment occurring on their wedding day, allowing him to fully cherish the girl he had watched grow up. At that moment, Wei Yuyan stood barefoot, her body growing increasingly weak. Feeling utterly drained and unwilling to move, Zhou Yichen seemed to recognize her discomfort and spoke words of comfort. "Just hold on a little longer. Sun Si has gone to prepare medicine, and I believe it will be ready soon." Upon hearing Sun Si's name, Wei Yuyan's anxious heart began to ease. Who in the entire capital, from the high-ranking officials to the common folk, was unaware of his esteemed reputation? It was said that his medical skills were extraordinary, capable of curing even the most perplexing ailments with ease. Legends claimed that he could even restore life to bones, underscoring his renown. To refer to him as a reincarnation of Hua Tuo would not be an exaggeration. Judging by Zhou Yichen's tone, it seemed that this remarkable individual had already pledged his services to him. This revelation took her by surprise. She had not anticipated that such a talented person would so readily align himself with King Yu. It appeared that Zhou Yichen possessed a remarkable ability to command loyalty, suggesting he had many aces up his sleeve. What astonished her even more was the ease with which he shared this information, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he had no fear of the potential repercussions. At a time when princes were fiercely competing for power, she was taken aback by his candidness. "Your Highness, are you truly at ease sharing this with me? Are you not concerned that I might divulge it once I recover?" Wei Yuyan inquired, unsure of his motives and seeking to shift the focus of their conversation, not expecting a reply. "I trust Miss Wei's character. I am certain you would not speak carelessly," Zhou Yichen countered, gazing at her as if he were confident she would remain silent. "Indeed, if you save me, I am certain I would not speak out of turn," she replied, her underlying message clear. If he were to save her, she would keep his secret, but if he failed to do so, the outcome remained uncertain. There was a subtle hint of threat in her words, a simplicity that Zhou Yichen could not possibly misinterpret. It was evident that the young girl still harbored doubts about his intentions and whether he would come to her aid. "Rest assured, I will do everything within my power to save you," Zhou Yichen affirmed, looking deeply into her eyes with unwavering conviction. No matter what was required of him, he would undoubtedly rescue her. His promise was not mere rhetoric. She represented a beacon of light in his life, and if that light were to extinguish, his existence would be rendered utterly meaningless. All his efforts over the years had been for her sake. At this moment, he felt immense gratitude for his past endeavors. Otherwise, today could have resulted in a helpless situation. The thought of what might become of her was too harrowing to contemplate. "This is the best approach. When the time comes, my father will undoubtedly be immensely grateful to you, and perhaps he may even wish to join your ranks. After all, having an ally is far more advantageous than acquiring another adversary. This principle is surely one you comprehend better than I do. Am I correct?" Wei Yuyan was uncertain if he had absorbed her words, yet she continued to paint a vivid picture for him. Although her father cherished her, matters concerning the court were beyond her control. Little did Wei Yuyan realize that she had significantly underestimated her standing in Wei Wei's eyes. She was indeed the sole individual capable of influencing General Wei's decisions, a feat that even Madame Wei, Shen Yao, could not achieve. Zhou Yichen observed the young girl before him, noticing that her attention seemed to gradually shift. She appeared less distressed and was able to articulate the consequences of their situation with clarity. As she elaborated on her optimistic vision, her spirited demeanor captivated him. The last time they conversed so amicably was prior to that unfortunate incident. Since that event, they had nearly severed ties. She would avoid him, no longer the charming girl who used to cling to him. Yet he harbored no regrets for his actions, having merely pursued something he had long desired. He had not anticipated that it would frighten her. That was indeed his fault, and he vowed to compensate her tenfold in the future. "Well, if you later deny your promise, will I be left with nothing but bitterness?" Zhou Yichen could not resist teasing her, and upon uttering this, he noticed Wei Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by his directness. "Rest assured, I, Wei Yuyan, am a person of my word and will not renege on my promises," she insisted, albeit with a hint of insincerity. Thankfully, the effects of the medication had left her cheeks flushed, rendering her discomfort less perceptible. As long as he assisted her in overcoming this hurdle, whether or not she spoke further remained entirely in her hands. Deep down, she was reluctant to voice her concerns. Having matured, she wished to spare her family any additional worries and did not wish to burden them further. She planned to prepare a substantial gift to be delivered in Wei Wei's name, thus repaying the favor while also extending goodwill. In her view, Zhou Yichen was destined for greatness, and it was advantageous for the Wei family to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, ensuring their family's legacy for generations to come. However, she remained perplexed as to why her father had yet to express his stance, uncertain if he was hesitating for some reason. Wei Yuyan could hardly fathom that the Wei family's reluctance to act was entirely due to her. They refrained from disclosing their thoughts to her, wishing to alleviate her burdens. As the only daughter of the Wei family, her existence should be carefree. Even if the sky were to fall, Wei Wei would be there to support her and carve a new path for her. Chapter 30. Do you know who I am? Very well then, Miss Wei. You must remember this. Zhou Yichen gazed at her, his expression enigmatic. Rest assured, she seems to be once again afflicted by a parched throat, unable to finish a sentence without succumbing to soft moans. She instinctively extended her tongue to moisten her dry, feverish lips, her striking black and white eyes fixated on Zhou Yichen before her. Observing her actions and expressions, Zhou Yichen found himself irresistibly captivated, his gaze deepening with intensity. Your Highness, do you still have that pill? I truly feel unwell. Could you possibly grant me another? Wei Yuyan implored, her face a portrait of yearning. Ah, Yuyan, the 100 poison pill is not a genuine antidote. It merely provides temporary relief. Excessive consumption is detrimental to your health, Zhou Yichen replied, his heart aching for her plight. Yet he could only respond with resignation. However, I can employ other means to alleviate your discomfort, if you would permit me, he suggested, his voice huskier as he gazed at her enticingly. No, I desire the 100 poison pill. I want it, Wei Yuyan insisted, her reason overtaken by the effects of the drug, speaking to him with unabashed fervor. In her haze, she had forgotten that the man before her was Zhou Yichen, speaking instinctively and without restraint. The mist clouding her eyes gradually transformed into tears, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably, exacerbating her distress. Seeing her thus, Zhou Yichen was taken aback. It had been ages since he had witnessed her speaking in such a manner. He had not seen this side of her for quite some time, and, unexpectedly, under the influence of the drug, he found himself in this peculiar situation. The last time he had rescued her, she had not exhibited such vivacity, but now, with General Wei dispatched, it seemed she had transformed overnight. This visit to the palace revealed a maturity he had not previously recognized in her. Once indulged, she had always acted on whim, yet now she appeared significantly more composed and cautious. It was evident that she was in considerable discomfort. Her raven black hair cascading over her shoulders, her delicate face resembling the hues of dawn. Zhou Yichen had often fantasized about such a scene in his dreams. Yet even in those dreams, he could not have anticipated her beauty, now so vividly enhanced by the springtime essence. Her alluring red lips parted in breathy gasps, as if inviting him to partake. The image of Wei Yuyan rising from the lake lingered in his mind, the arc of the water droplets trailing down her form etched in his memory. Zhou Yichen's body grew increasingly taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to unleash its power. He had secretly coveted her for an eternity, and the urge to possess her had become unbearable. His thoughts were consumed by the desire to claim her. Suddenly, he reached out, encircling Wei Yuyan's slender waist and lowering his head to capture her luscious crimson lips in a kiss. To be treated thus by him brought her an unexpected comfort, alleviating the discomfort within her. She made no attempt to resist, allowing him to take the lead, breaching her defenses. Gradually, Wei Yuyan learned to synchronize with him, heightening his desires to an apex. One must ponder which normal individual, treated in such a manner by their beloved, could possibly maintain their composure. Soon, the air within the bed curtains was thick with a palpable tension, the sounds echoing distinctly in the stillness of the room. Zhou Yichen's hand, akin to a slithering serpent, stealthily slipped beneath her garment, gently resting upon the softness of her bosom. His fingers, seemingly imbued with enchantment, caressed and kneaded, relishing in the intoxicating warmth and tenderness. As time progressed, his emotions intensified, akin to a raging inferno, utterly engulfing Wei Yuyan's soft gasps. A suffocating sensation surged within her, overwhelming her like a relentless tide. Suddenly, Wei Yuyan emerged from her daze, her reason gradually resurfacing. Pain. Zhou Yichen finally relinquished her, and only then did she hear the small, plaintive sounds emanating from the girl in his embrace. Her hoarse voice now sounded particularly pitiful. This was his first time, unable to restrain himself when reaching out to a girl, his strength poorly controlled. Although he had received a thorough education in such matters from the royal court, his years of abstinence from female company had left him lacking in practical experience. Hence his heightened excitement. Nevertheless, over the years, he had perused numerous texts and illustrations on the subject, granting him some understanding. As for practical application, he believed that with her willing cooperation, his diligent nature would soon lead him to the truths of such experiences. Zhou Yichen gazed at Wei Yuyan, noticing her consciousness still enveloped in the sensations of their recent encounter, blissfully unaware of their intimate position, resembling two lovers entwined in affection. He suddenly felt compelled to inquire if she remembered him, if she recalled what had just transpired. "Yuyan, do you still know who I am? Do you recognize who has treated you this way?" His desperation for her response was palpable, as if he sought to validate something within himself. Yet, disappointment washed over him. Wei Yuyan offered no reply, merely gazing at him in silence. Her delicate neck arched helplessly backward, her pale fingers gripping his sleeve tightly. A sheen of perspiration forming on her brow, her eyes reddened with emotion. Who could withstand such a sight? Even the wisest of sages would struggle to maintain their composure, let alone himself, who harbored private yearnings for her. Zhou Yichen endeavored to regulate his inner strength, forcing himself to suppress the burgeoning force within. This was the reason he was reluctant to claim her in such a tumultuous moment. He wished for their first encounter to be a cherished memory, not an occurrence shrouded in ambiguity, for what then would distinguish him from others. Gently, he laid her upon the bed, cautiously extending his hand to press upon her sleep point. Observing her breathing stabilize, the flush upon her cheeks gradually fading, he felt a sense of relief wash over him as he stepped out of the inner chamber, hastily quenching his thirst with several glasses of cool water. He had overestimated his self-control, for in her presence, the pride he took in his restraint vanished entirely. Only when the heat within him gradually subsided did he dare return to her side, cautiously watching over her. Chapter 31. The Antidote Before Long. Sun Si entered and spoke from behind the screen. "Your Highness, this medicine poses no significant threat to a woman's body. It will not affect fertility." Sun Si was well aware of what troubled him most, thus assuring him to rest easy. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yichen's anxiety began to ease. However, this medicine was exceedingly potent. If one had not been with a man, the antidote was relatively simple to procure. Fresh snow lotus flowers from the western regions would suffice. This was the most straightforward and convenient method he had deduced after consulting various ancient medical texts. Could dried flowers suffice? If his memory served him correctly, he had some in his storeroom. If that were the case, it would indeed be fortuitous. However, if dried flowers were used, the efficacy would be halved. He wondered what prince he would choose. Would he risk utilizing his own resources for Miss Wei? Such an action would inevitably arouse the emperor's suspicions. While acquiring the snow lotus from the western regions was not difficult, the challenge lay in transporting it back to the capital. This highlighted the difference between the emperor and the princes. One was a sovereign, the other a subject. The emperor could freely command any resources to fulfill his desires. But if Princey were to do the same, he would undoubtedly face the peril of abusing his power and could be impeached by those with ulterior motives. He needed to hastily enlist Sun Sija, who had recently traveled to the western regions. If he could procure the snow lotus, he could expedite its return to the capital within a mere 800 li. Sun Sija was Sun Si's younger brother, Prince Yu had once saved his life, which led them both to seek refuge under his banner. Sun Si served as Prince Yu's personal physician, while his brother managed commerce throughout the realms. After all, Zhou Yichen understood that in the pursuit of power, resources and allies were equally indispensable. To sustain an army, one required substantial wealth. "Your Highness, if this matter." Sun Si wished to offer him more words of comfort, for in his view, being able to neutralize half of the medicine's effects would be a tremendous boon for Miss Wei. Had it been someone else, the outcome could have been far more dire. Moreover, after neutralizing half, as long as she endured some discomfort for a few more days, the poison could be entirely expelled. Zhou Yichen, however, was determined not to let her endure any further suffering. He was resolute in acquiring the snow lotus. He had underestimated Wei Yuyan's significance in his heart. No matter. I shall devise another reason to have Sun Sijia prepare a tribute from the western regions to present to the Empress Dowager. Although the Empress Dowager had withdrawn from worldly affairs, Zhou Yichen believed that given her years of care for him, she would undoubtedly support his cause. After all, she was merely the stepmother of the current emperor and would know to whom to place her trust. With no maternal family of his own, he was the most suitable candidate in her eyes. Otherwise, she would not have taken such care of him for so many years, clearly valuing him. Upon hearing his words, Sun Si felt reassured and accepted the command. After all, they had fought alongside Prince Yu for many years. As the grand undertaking nears fruition, one must not allow the prince to be easily deceived by the wiles of a woman. Thankfully, Prince Yu has not yet succumbed entirely to the charms of Miss Wei. After waiting by the bedside for a while, Sun Si personally brought a potion capable of temporarily suppressing the effects of the poison into the room. Since the antidote was yet to arrive, alternative remedies had to be employed to mitigate the situation. Zhou Yichen ventured out to fetch the medicine and prepared to administer it himself. Unexpectedly, after several futile attempts to feed her with the spoon, he nearly drenched her garments in the process. Observing the person lying in bed, he sighed in resignation. There was no other option but to resort to a different method. With that, he took a generous sip from the bowl and leaned down, kissing her slightly parted lips. He gently pried open her teeth with his tongue, gradually introducing the medicine into her mouth. However, due to its bitterness, Wei Yuyan instinctively recoiled, attempting to evade him. He had no choice but to grasp her head, compelling her to swallow. With this success, the subsequent task became considerably easier, and soon the bowl was emptied. Upon seeing the bottom of the bowl, Zhou Yichen reluctantly released her lips and retreated to the edge of the bed. After tucking her in, he finally had the time to reflect on the events that had transpired. When he first encountered her, the situation had been urgent, leaving no room to inquire about the circumstances. To his knowledge, Wei Yuyan had only consumed a small amount of the floral brew at the banquet and a piece of floral cake. It appeared that a scheming individual had deliberately tainted her food with poison. If that were not the case, it was unlikely she had ingested anything else in his absence. However, he suspected this possibility to be minimal, as he knew her well. Wei Yuyan had always been cautious in the palace. Who could this perpetrator be? Was it someone from the palace or a guest at the banquet? Fortunately, upon his return, he had promptly arranged for an investigation into the imperial kitchen and those involved in serving the dishes. He believed that the truth would soon surface, and he could not allow such a malicious individual to remain close to her. This potential danger should be addressed without delay. Such matters were not for her to worry about. He trusted that clarity would soon emerge. He was determined to unearth the mastermind behind this plot. Indeed, it wasn't long before his subordinates reported back. "Your Highness, we have thoroughly investigated the palace attendants you mentioned. Miss Wei's poisoning seems to be closely linked to the daughter of the Minister of Rights." After hearing this, Zhou Yichen fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, before speaking again. If that is indeed the case, then those involved are quite audacious. They must be weary of life, and her father's career is surely at its end. It seems the time has come to find someone else to handle this matter. Such a minor figure as she does not warrant my direct intervention. A mere show of force will suffice to have her dealt with. Soon, the Yuan family will be expunged from the capital. Since she resorted to such vile tactics against his yener, when the Yuan family eventually falls, she will naturally descend into the dust from which she shall never rise again. This is perhaps the most fitting punishment for someone who has always claimed to be a noble lady. She should count herself fortunate that today's events did not culminate in a grave error. After all, it was he who encountered Yener. Had it been another, he would have surely annihilated the entire Yuan family upon learning of it. He is a man of his word, and he possesses such power. Although there is an emperor above him, the mere Yuan family is nothing he regards with seriousness. Having understood this, he dismissed the kneeling figure before him and returned to the room, dutifully tending to the person in bed. Today's incident, like wings, spread throughout the Duke of Yu's residence. Almost everyone within the estate was aware that the Duke had brought back a cherished one. However, as she remained within the Duke's chambers, none had laid eyes upon her. Curiosity began to brew as to which celestial maiden had captured their Duke's heart, compelling him to descend to the mortal realm. Fortunately, the estate was well regulated, and no one dare gossip or utter a word about it. Chapter 32. Plans foiled meanwhile. He was beginning to feel trepidation. This was due to concubine Hui sending word to Prince Yong, as it was certain he had returned to the royal residence. To her astonishment, Prince Yong soon appeared at Jingyang Palace. "Mother, you called for me?" The perplexed Zhou Yichen gazed quizzically at concubine Hui, uncertain of her intentions. Moreover, Yi's presence before his mother raised suspicions. Could it be that she was being considered as his consort? That must not happen. His heart could belong to no one but Wei Yuyan. He would not even spare a glance at another. Let them call him stubborn. He needed only her. "Oh, mother, I missed you and wished to see you." Upon seeing the unexpected visitor, concubine Hui was momentarily at a loss for words. She shot a reproachful glance at Yi, feeling that this woman had done more harm than good in her efforts. She had truly overestimated her capabilities. Such a dullard ought not to remain in this position. Concubine Hui quickly resolved to discard Yi as a pawn. Didn't we just see each other at breakfast? Today, being the festival of flowers, she had risen early to accompany her for the meal, clearly disbelieving Yi's claims. Reflecting on the earlier moment when he had held Wei Yuyan behind the flower stand, it was likely that this woman had secretly run to lodge a complaint. Otherwise, how could one explain his mother's urgent summons and her visibly guilty demeanor? As her son, he understood her better than anyone, even more so than his father. "Oh, mother, you're getting older and tend to forget things. Now that you mention it, I recall. In that case, you may return." Concubine Hui instinctively shifted the topic, eager to send him away before the situation spiraled further out of control. She was utterly unprepared for the situation at hand. Initially, she planned to summon someone for a thorough questioning, but unexpectedly, she was met with a harsh reality check. The more she pondered over it, the angrier she became, unable to swallow her indignation. "In that case, I shall take my leave," she declared. Observing her state, Zhou Yichen chose not to confront her directly. Now that he was aware of who was responsible, there would be ample opportunity to settle the score later. There was no need to involve her mother, which could tarnish their relationship. With that, Zhou Yichen offered a courteous gesture to consort Hui and gracefully turned to exit. Ah, how intriguing. The tables had turned against him. He made a mental note of her and awaited the moment to unleash his wrath. Unbeknownst to her, due to her jealousy of Wei Yuyan, she had inadvertently drawn the ire of two formidable figures. Neither of the princes would let her off easily. She would soon find herself at the mercy of their combined fury. The moment the king of Yong appeared, she knew her fate was sealed. Events had dramatically shifted beyond her line of sight, veering completely off course. Fear began to creep in. She had initially thought to merely push Wei Yuyan closer to the emperor, ensuring that once the emperor possessed her, no one would vie for her position as the king's consort. With such a beauty at his side, the emperor would naturally not allow any inquiries into past events. Little did she know that the emperor had never even laid eyes on Wei Yuyan. Now, by informing Consort Hui, she had unwittingly implicated herself. Though Consort Hui did not explicitly confront the king of Yong, she had been present when he carried Wei Yuyan away. Despite the distance, she was certain that the king had seen her, and the look he cast as he departed was directed at her. Yet it baffled her why. Although he took her away, they were no longer together. Clearly, numerous undisclosed events had transpired, and she had no time to concern herself with Wei Yuyan any longer. What she did know was that her plan had been utterly dismantled, plunging her into a dire predicament. She feared that not only would Consort Hui seek retribution, but even the king of Yong might not spare her. Furthermore, there was another crucial individual, the one who had truly taken Wei Yuyan, undoubtedly of remarkable status. The elapsed time since the incident, with no information surfacing, indicated that this person held an extraordinary position. Moreover, their meticulous execution had left no trace for anyone to uncover. If one were to question why she was so certain that someone had taken Wei Yuyan rather than her escaping on her own, it was because she understood the potency of the drug she had administered too well. In such a tightly guarded palace, it was impossible for her to escape alone after being drugged. Even if the Wei family had spies within the palace, they could not operate with such precision. What she needed to focus on now was ensuring her own safety and securing a powerful ally. Only then would she be able to deter any threats against her and preserve her position. An idea sparked within her. In a moment of inspiration, Van Yi devisit a pilan. If she could swiftly extricate herself from the clutches of Hui Fei, she would be able to seek out that individual. Once she found herself in the presence of that person, her beauty would surely captivate his heart. And then who would dare to threaten her? Those who might consider it would be powerless to act, for in all the realm, who would defy his commands? Whose authority could surpass hers? Although he was older than her father, this was not the time for such thoughts. Her only path forward lay ahead. Your Highness, since you are untroubled, I shall take my leave. The sixth princess awaits my return. At the opportune moment, she would introduce the sixth princess, ensuring Hui Fei would hesitate to act against her. After all, the sixth princess, with her audacious and imperious demeanor, enjoyed the emperor's favor, and any attempt to harm her would necessitate consideration of the sixth princess's standing. This would afford her a moment of respite, allowing her to safely depart and execute her subsequent plans. Little did Hui Fei know the cunning strategies devised by the young one, nor could she fathom the audacity the girl possessed. Thus, she resolved to let her be for the time being, intending to seize an opportunity to deal with her later. When subsequent events unfolded, Hui Fei would incessantly lament her earlier decision. Chapter 33. Tenderness. Prince Yu kept vigil over her throughout the night, and it was only when Wei Yuyan slowly roused from her slumber that she became aware of her surroundings. The medicinal concoction she had consumed, designed to suppress her condition, had left her feeling significantly better. She gazed at Prince Yu beside her bed, momentarily disoriented by the remnants of sleep. Yet, her first instinct was to express her heartfelt gratitude. Your Highness, I sincerely thank you. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I shudder to think of what fate awaited me. I could have easily fallen prey to Zhou Yichen's vile intentions, and the consequences would have been too dreadful to contemplate. She paused for a moment before her curiosity got the better of her, and she quietly inquired, Your Highness, may I ask what sort of poison I was afflicted with? Its potency is astonishing. Zhou Yichen had not explicitly disclosed the details, instead calmly assuring her, There is no need for concern. The antidote will soon be prepared and delivered. Once you take it, you will undoubtedly return to your former self. He had already dispatched someone to procure the Tianshan snow lotus, confident it would arrive shortly, although the pill could only temporarily alleviate half of the poison's effects. The other toxins had been entirely purged. Thus, she felt considerably more at ease, enabling her to converse with him without distress. Upon hearing his words, Wei Yuyan instinctively nodded. As the effects of the poison waned, her awareness gradually returned. Memories of her recent actions with Prince Yu flooded back, and her face instantly flushed crimson. Observing her reaction, Zhou Yichen understood she must have recalled their prior intimacy. Her attire, slightly disheveled, was a testament to the passion that had transpired between them. He had always perceived her to be quite slender, but he was taken aback by the unexpected fullness of her figure. As he reached out to grasp her softness, even through her garment, the exhilarating sensation lingered on his fingers, embedding itself in his memory, rendering him utterly entrapped. Previously, he had merely observed her, but now, having taken action, he would inevitably find himself unable to savor even the simplest of meals. For no one who has indulged in gourmet delicacies would wish to return to a life of plain fare. Your Highness, may I leave now? Wei Yuyan felt a tad disoriented from lying in bed for so long. Wait a moment. You have just awakened from a lengthy slumber and must rise gradually, Zhou Yichen replied, relishing the sight of her resting upon his bed. Though he was unable to do much at that moment, the mere presence of her was immensely satisfying. Unbeknownst to Wei Yuyan, Zhou Yichen harbored feelings he had concealed for an extended period, leaving her to remain silent and obediently seated. Suddenly, Zhou Yichen rose and retrieved a ceramic vial from the nearby table before returning to her bedside. I recall that when I lifted you from the water, your foot seemed to have struck a rock. I didn't have the time to check earlier, so allow me to examine it now. His words took Wei Yuyan by surprise. Had that truly happened? She could not recall, nor did she feel any pain at all. As she pondered this, she was astonished to find Zhou Yichen reaching out to lift the thin blanket covering her. Her bare feet were exposed to the air, and instinctively, she recoiled. However, his movements were swifter, and he had already secured her left foot in his grasp. At that moment, Wei Yuyan felt her heart racing, as if it would leap from her chest. Traditionally, a woman's feet were only for her husband to behold. Yet now they were not only visible to Zhou Yichen, but also held in his hand. The warmth of his palm enveloped her foot, sending a wave of heat that spread throughout her body. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. Her feelings for him were evidently evolving. What was happening to her? "Your Highness, I assure you, I am not injured. Please release me." Regardless of the circumstances, she could not allow this situation to escalate further, prompting her to voice her protest. Wei Yuyan's attire hung loosely upon her, and with her leg raised so high and her foot in his embrace for examination, her face flushed crimson. She began to struggle intensely, feeling a mix of embarrassment and vulnerability. Any unmarried woman would find it unbearable to be treated this way by a man. "I must conduct a thorough examination. Otherwise, I cannot be at ease," Zhou Yichen stated in a calm tone, devoid of any semblance of taking advantage of the situation. In his grasp, her foot was delicate and fair, its hue reminiscent of creamy porcelain, with toes adorned in a subtle blush. Each toe was plump and translucent, charmingly rounded and adorable. Due to her master's unease, her toes curled gently, appearing exceptionally playful. Her gaze ascended to her slender and alluring calves, which were straight and proportionate. Regrettably, as one looked further up, nothing else was visible. A sense of longing arose within him, akin to that of a voyeur, greedily yearning to glimpse all that belonged to her. At that moment, Wei Yuyan felt Zhou Yichen's fingers slowly inching towards her ankle. The sensation bore a hint of ticklishness, causing her to involuntarily tremble. Eventually, she heard the man's breathing grow heavier, his hand wandering uncontrollably over her calf, seemingly intent on ascending further. Wei Yuyan sensed her body temperature rising once more, unable to suppress the urge to cry out for him to halt, when Zhou Yichen spoke first. "Your calf seems fine. Perhaps it is your thigh that is injured. I shall continue." Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. "Your Highness, the urgent message has arrived." Upon hearing the voice from outside, Wei Yuyan was startled and instinctively kicked the man before her, momentarily forgetting they were in the residence of the King of Yu. Had their conversation been overheard? What should she do? She felt utterly embarrassed. She was still an unmarried woman. How could she engage in such behavior with a man? The anxiety rendered her oblivious to her prior actions. That single kick directed at Zhou Yichen was enough to condemn her. Zhou Yichen gazed at his empty palm. Disappointment etched across his face, yet he bore no ill will towards her earlier rudeness. He had always been indulgent towards Wei Yuyan, but regrettably, she had persistently regarded him as nothing more than the adversary of General Wei and the Wei family. With a resigned shake of his head, he observed her avoidance of him like a venomous serpent and spoke gently. "You should rest well. I will step outside for a moment." Only when he saw her nod lightly beneath the covers did he feel reassured enough to leave. Alas, if he did not step out soon, he feared she might suffocate him with her distress. Chapter 34. The marriage of the Crown Prince and Wei Yuyan. As Zhou Yichen exited the room, he encountered Sun Si, who appeared disheveled and held a pill in his hand. It was likely the antidote he had hurriedly concocted. Zhou Yichen nodded in satisfaction as he accepted the medicine from him and turned back towards the room. Sun Si, gazing at the closed door, shook his head in resignation, realizing he had not finished speaking. However, witnessing Zhou Yichen's impatient demeanor, he deemed it unnecessary to continue. After all, even if he spoke, it was uncertain whether Zhou Yichen would care to listen. How had he never noticed that the once solitary peacock, when displaying its plumage, presented such a breathtaking sight? Truly, one could say they had lived to see a marvel. Inside the room, after handing the antidote to Wei Yuyan, Zhou Yichen chose not to linger. "Take the antidote and rest well. I will send someone to escort you back to your residence later." After tucking her in, he added his concerned admonition. "Thank you, Your Highness," Wei Yuyan replied, obediently seated on the bed, absorbing his instructions. Having finished his admonitions, Zhou Yichen promptly departed from the Yuwang mansion and made his way to the palace. Upon the emperor's arrival at the Sinang Palace, he observed the Empress Dowager seated with an expressionless visage, while Zhou Yichen stood obediently to the side. Even the attendants in the inner palace had been dismissed, leaving only the three of them in the chamber. Given that his mother had long been indifferent to matters of the harem, the reason for his summons was a mystery. "Mother, have you called for me to discuss something?" The emperor inquired gently, his demeanor a stark contrast to his usual authoritative presence in the court. "Is it so unusual for me to summon you without cause?" "It has been quite some time since we last had a meaningful conversation," the Empress Dowager replied, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. It seemed that since she had begun to enjoy her retirement in the harem, she had scarcely seen her own son. Were it not for pressing matters, she would not have called him forth, for her only remaining wish was to see Zhou Yichen marry and have children soon. "My son meant no disrespect. He had long wished to visit you, but was unable to do so due to your previous decree," Zhou Yichen replied dutifully, leaving no room for misinterpretation. The Empress Dowager, wishing to avoid idle chatter, immediately broached the subject at hand. "Yesterday, during the banquet in the Imperial Garden, an attempt was made to poison Wei Yuyan. I have already dispatched someone to verify this matter, and it appears to be true." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yiren's brow furrowed slightly, for he regarded himself as the sovereign of the palace, yet was entirely unaware of such a grave occurrence. "Wei Yuyan has been poisoned? Have we discovered the perpetrator? Is her life in peril?" he inquired with urgency. Wei was currently stationed at the frontier, and to think that his only daughter would face such vile treachery in the harem would surely wound him deeply. "She must not come to any harm," he insisted fervently. The Empress Dowager had not mentioned any aphrodisiac, leading the emperor to initially assume that someone merely sought to take Wei Yuyan's life, thereby sowing discord between Wei and himself. Such an act would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar. His anger began to simmer. As emperor, he already had a multitude of affairs to manage, and now the harem was proving to be equally troublesome. Was this not akin to a fire raging in the backyard, threatening to consume him? He had believed the inhabitants of the harem to be straightforward, yet it appeared that their thoughts were deeply concealed. Her life is not in jeopardy, although she has suffered considerable shock. As for the identity of the assailant, please wait a moment, Zhou Yichen reassured him, for he had more pressing matters to address. After speaking, he cast an encouraging glance at Zhou Yichen. "Father, grandmother," after the ambush on Wei Yuyan, she became disoriented and in a state of emergency. "In my attempt to save her from the poison, I have, regrettably, become intimately involved with her." With that, he knelt before them earnestly, his gaze earnest and sincere. This revelation clarified for the emperor the nature of the poison that afflicted Wei Yuyan. Although the Empress Dowager had mentally prepared herself in advance, she was still taken aback by the astonishing words of Zhou Yichen. However, as the champion of palace intrigues from years past, she quickly discerned the implications of his forthcoming statements. Indeed, he had chosen a worthy individual, and his thoughts and strategies were nothing short of remarkable. In an instant, Zhou Yichen continued, as anticipated, elaborating further. He revealed that Wei Yuyan had been sabotaged during a palace banquet, an oversight of the court, and thus this matter should be addressed by them. Moreover, he expressed his desire to seek the Empress Dowager's and the Emperor's consent to marry Wei Yuyan, in order to appease General Wei's heart. Zhou Yichen articulated all of this in one breath, awaiting the decision of the two esteemed figures at the head of the room. After all, being of royal lineage, he could not enjoy the liberties of marriage that commoners do. The pronouncement of the two at the head was imperative. The emperor, upon hearing this, remained in a state of astonishment. Given his advanced age, the suddenness of such unexpected news left him momentarily disoriented. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager regarded Zhou Yichen with great admiration, recognizing the astuteness of the Prince of Yu in seizing the opportunity to propose marriage to the emperor. In a predicament from which he could not retreat, the emperor would inevitably have to issue the imperial edict for the marriage, aligning with Zhou Yichen's expectations. In due course, everything would unfold as she had foreseen. With the two young heirs, she favored forming a union. At this moment, the room was enveloped in silence, as if even the air had solidified. The two individuals at the head scrutinized Zhou Yichen, who, despite the intensity of their gaze, maintained an air of calm. His expression was composed, yet it conveyed a sense of unwavering determination, his words hinting at an undeniable resolve. Conversely, the emperor felt an unusual surge of frustration rising within him, and he slowly turned to address Zhou Yichen. Is Wei truly so significant that you would go to such lengths? He mused. Over the years, he had valued Zhou Yichen, bestowing upon him the honor of regent and personally instructing him in the art of governance. The emperor believed that, should Zhou Yichen ascend to the throne, he must prioritize intellect over martial prowess. He often cautioned him against succumbing to the allure of women, especially those of formidable lineage like Wei Yuyan, who should not be the first choice. As an emperor with countless experiences with women, he could not deny Wei Yuyan's exceptional beauty, unmatched by any in his harem. Are you planning to change the surname of the realm to Wei? He pondered. However, in his opinion, such individuals must never be allowed to occupy high positions. The emperor's anger seemed on the verge of erupting, yet he refrained from expressing it in the presence of the Empress Dowager. After all, she was connected to both the Shun and Wei families, and certain truths could not be uttered before her. Allow me a moment to contemplate this. Accompany me to the warm chamber, he instructed. Upon hearing his words, a fleeting shadow crossed the Empress Dowager's face. Having lived with such clarity, she had long ceased to engage in worldly matters. She understood the complexities of the emperor's heart, recognizing that although he had ascended to power through the Shun family, he remained wary of them. Now, it appeared that even the Wei family had become entangled in this web. Resolve your matters between father and son as you see fit, she concluded. Upon observing the situation, Empress Dowager Shun gestured for the two of them to proceed, realizing that if they were unwilling to involve her, she should gracefully withdraw to allow the father and son their conversation. In truth, she harbored a desire to inquire further whether they had truly engaged in a relationship. If that were indeed the case, she would resolutely seek the emperor's consent for their union, regardless of his suspicions. Should Zhou Yichen have had any intimate contact with Wei Yuyan, she would certainly not permit her to wed another. Furthermore, what if that delicate young lady had already conceived her cherished great-grandchild? Such inquiries could not be posed in the emperor's presence. They would need to be pursued in private at a more opportune moment. Mother, my son does not mean it in that way. You have always been accustomed to a leisurely life. Fearing that such trivial matters might disturb you, the emperor explained to the Empress Dowager. Acknowledging that some topics were indeed unsuitable for her ears, yet he wished to alleviate her concerns. He held her in high regard, as he knew that without the support of her family, he would not have attained his current position. Very well, I shall take my leave for some rest. Empress Dowager Shun waved them off, indicating that she held no further thoughts on the matter. Your imperial grandmother, I shall take my leave now, Zhou Yichen said as he followed the emperor out. Meanwhile, Empress Dowager Shun watched the two depart, lost in thought, her mind shrouded in mystery. As anticipated, upon entering the warm chamber, Zhou Rinni confronted Zhou Yichen with a look of exasperation. In my view, it is not Wei Yuyan who has been drugged, but rather you who have been ensnared by her charms. Have you completely disregarded the lessons I have imparted over the years? She is but a woman of modest beauty, yet you seem to have forgotten the gravity of your circumstances. Should Wei Wei become your father-in-law, what then? If you ascend to that position and her daughter secures your loyalty, will you not be compelled to alter the dynasty's surname to Wei? Even under the barrage of his father's criticisms, Zhou Yichen maintained an impassive expression, his gaze cast downward, obscuring his emotions, and he remained silent. It seemed that the emperor did not genuinely seek a response, but rather wished for him to listen and absorb the reprimand. As expected, the emperor continued his tirade. If you persist in this infatuation, how can I entrust the future of the realm to you? Should Wei Yuyan be schemed against in the palace, and you choose to favor her, then I shall grant you the title of secondary consort. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yichen could not restrain himself from retorting. His desire to marry Wei Yuyan was overwhelming, particularly as he was aware that several of his brothers were restless and ambitious. Thus, he felt compelled to act decisively. However, he had underestimated his father's acumen, as the normally oblivious emperor was unusually astute at this moment. He had anticipated a smooth process, only to encounter unexpected resistance. Realizing that he had underestimated the emperor's discernment. Father, you are well aware of Wei Yuyan's S standing in Wei Yuyan's eyes. If I were to offer her the position of secondary consort, he would undoubtedly refuse. Moreover, I believe that no matter the circumstances, Wei Yuyan remains merely a young girl. There's truly no need for you to overthink this. Please trust in your son. Upon observing his unwavering obstinacy, the emperor clearly displayed his displeasure. I genuinely wished I were overthinking, for history is replete with examples of powerful consort families leading to the downfall of dynasties. Do you aspire to tread such a path? Are you unaware that Wei Yuyan wields military power? What will transpire when he becomes a potential threat? As the emperor ages, his burdens multiply, and his thoughts grow increasingly complex. He senses that his body cannot endure much longer, which is why he has placed significant hope in this prince he has long valued. Initially, he believed this prince to be a worthy custodian of the realm, but now it appears he is ensnared by Wei Yuyan's charms. Wei Yuyan is presently fighting valiantly against external foes, serving the nation, and Wei Yuyan is his only daughter. The emperor feels it would be unwise to alienate Wei Yuyan, for forcing him to a breaking point could lead to dire consequences. Zhou Yichen spoke candidly, recognizing that Wei Yuyan has consistently contributed to the nation, and to dishearten him would lead to unpredictable developments. While Wei Yuyan is indeed significant, your importance is paramount to me, hence your matrimonial affairs cannot be hastily decided. The emperor harbored great expectations for Zhou Yichen. Were it any other prince, marriage would be a trivial matter, and he would merely seek to placate Wei Yuyan. However, Zhou Yichen occupies a unique position in his heart, as he has already contemplated making him the heir apparent, thus he would not readily acquiesce. He had his own considerations. Initially hoping Zhou Yichen would wed a princess of modest lineage, ensuring that her family would pose no threat to the throne. Little did he know that after years of abstaining from romantic pursuits, Zhou Yichen would choose the most formidable challenge. The situation has unfolded as he feared. As he stated, Wei Yuyan would certainly oppose the notion of a secondary consort, which would only serve to infuriate him, a strategy fraught with peril. Yet, he was reluctant to concede so easily. He hoped for alternative avenues that might bring this matter to a halt, which would be the most favorable outcome. Very well, return and contemplate my words thoroughly. Depart quickly, for your presence is irksome. Gazing at his obstinate son, the emperor felt a twinge of disdain, pondering how such a passionate child could emerge from him. You have taken advantage of her, and having savored various delights, what recourse remains for her, should you later deny your actions? To quell the unrest, would it not be prudent to hastily marry Wei Yuyan, ensuring she no longer clings to him and distances herself in the future? Yet, this son insists on taking responsibility and demands the position of primary consort, a request laden with implications. Should he ascend to the throne, Wei Yuyan would become empress, and Wei Yuyan would naturally be elevated to the status of father-in-law to the emperor. Your son shall take his leave. With this declaration, the emperor's resolve not to consent solidified, and he could only return and devise a new plan. Chapter 36. Losing the lady and the troops after Zhou Yichen departed. The emperor lay silently upon the warm couch, contemplating his strategy. Meanwhile, outside the door, he lingered quietly, having roamed for quite some time. A day has passed, and she has finally found an opportunity within the palace. This is her singular chance. At this moment, her heart is heavy with sorrow, as she never anticipated that this situation would place her in such dire straits. With no alternative left, she must cast aside her reservations and safeguard her life. Yet, upon reflection, she realizes that by becoming the emperor's woman, her cunning will undoubtedly elevate her status. Eventually, regardless of whether she becomes a consort or a queen, those who once looked down upon her will have no choice but to bow before her. With this thought in mind, she resolves to push open the door to the warm chamber, feigning a casual entrance. My apologies, I did not realize your majesty was here. I beg your pardon and invite your punishment, she exclaims, pretending to be startled and adopting a tearful demeanor, a performance meticulously crafted to captivate the heart of the emperor, who is surrounded by countless beauties. At that moment, the troubled Zhou Yichen, weary and restless, finds himself in need of a lovely distraction to alleviate the turmoil within him. To his surprise, a stunning beauty appears before him. Although she may not surpass Wei Yuyan in beauty, she is nonetheless striking, especially at such a tender age. This captivates the emperor, who has not indulged in such youthful charm for years, stirring feelings within him that he thought long dormant. He sits up abruptly, questioning her with a mix of curiosity and desire. Am I truly so fearsome? Pray tell, what is your name? Seeing her pitiable expression, Zhou Yichen is filled with an overwhelming urge to draw her close and shower her with affection. It has been far too long since he felt such intense desire. Indeed, the women of the palace had grown tiresome, and it seems he requires fresh vitality to awaken his masculine spirit. I am Wan Yi, she replies, her heart racing at the sight of the emperor. While speaking, she subtly showcases her elegant swan-like neck and perfectly sculpted jawline. Youth and beauty radiate from her, and she is confident that the aging ruler will succumb to her charms. As she anticipated, he is easily ensnared, approaching her with a tender expression, offering his assistance to help her rise. Since this is your first audience with me, let me ensure you see me well, he says affectionately, addressing her by name in a tone that is surprisingly intimate. Realizing this is a strategic advantage, she responds coyly, Your Majesty, I would never dream of offending such a divine presence as yours. Her voice takes on a playful lilt, and she casts a glance filled with youthful allure at the emperor, then shyly lowers her gaze. As a ruler experienced in the affairs of the heart, he perceives her blatant flirtation. This aligns perfectly with his desires, for matters of romance are inherently mutual. If you believe I jest, then come to my side, and let us explore this together, affirming my sincerity. His words send a thrill through Wan Yi, who had not expected such eagerness from the emperor. Yet, after much consideration, she ultimately chooses to join him on the couch. After all, she found herself with no other options. It was all due to Wei Yuyan's actions, and she would certainly hold her accountable for this. A man and a woman lay together on the couch, sharing an unspoken understanding. Zhou Yichen reached out, grasping her delicate chin, gently lifting it. You are truly beautiful, he uttered with genuine sentiment, having not touched a girl of her age in a long while. Upon hearing his words, Wan Yi revealed a shy smile. Although she maintained her appearance well, the marks of time had already begun to etch themselves upon her face. She fought against the impulse to shy away, instead compelling herself to smile even more radiantly. In a short while, she found herself stripped down to just her undergarments. Then, the weight of the man descended upon her. At that moment, Wan Yi felt a surge of fear. She seemed to begin to withdraw, pushing against the emperor with all her strength. No, Your Majesty, I beg you. Her intention was to use her striking beauty to entice the emperor just a little, planning to surrender fully only after her official title was bestowed upon her. However, her struggles led Zhou Yichen to misinterpret her actions as playful resistance. Indeed, young maidens often knew how to play such games, and he found it delightful. Moreover, even if she were unwilling, how could the emperor possibly feel wronged in such a situation? As the emperor, every woman beneath him was inherently willing. Soon, Wan Yi completely lost her final barrier of protection. It hurts, she cried out. Yet, the man atop her continued unabated, fervently seeking ultimate satisfaction. This feeling was utterly exquisite, rendering him insatiable. After the act, the emperor lay beside her, as if awakening from a dream. I was merely intoxicated, mistaking you for one of the serving maids, which led to this grave mistake. He acknowledged that his earlier actions were impulsive, driven by a pent-up frustration. Reflecting on the incident, he realized that Wan Yi was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, and he had audaciously taken her as his own. The obstinate old man would surely seek to reprimand him for such a transgression. However, since she had served him so comfortably, he might begrudgingly grant her a title. Yet, with the upcoming grand selection, this matter could not afford to leak at this juncture. Wan Yi was recognized as a candidate for the role of consort, and if he were to take her now, it would appear as though he had stolen his son's woman, inevitably inciting public outrage. Thus, he could only temporarily silence her, leaving her to bear this unspoken grievance. Wan Yi understood all too well. It was evident that he intended to take advantage of her and then deny her. Yet, With no other choice, she resigned herself to silence. Hoping for a title in the end, Wan Yi had affection for the emperor, which motivated her willingness to accompany him. She was prepared to wait, hoping for his favor. "I am willing to wait, your majesty," she said with a smile, as if this was the greatest blessing she could receive. Seeing her understanding, Zhou Yichen reached out to pinch her cheek. "Rest assured, once this period is past, I shall grant you the title you deserve." How could the emperor possibly be a fool? The sudden arrival of this young girl undoubtedly carries a motive. Perhaps she harbors some ulterior intentions, seeking his protection, which piqued his interest and led to a half-hearted engagement. Moreover, if she possesses a certain charm, youthful beauty, he would undoubtedly take her in. In Chapter 37, titled The Palace That Devours Without Spitting Out Bones, the emperor, despite his attempts to conceal matters within the warm chamber, could not prevent word from reaching the ears of the noblest women in the harem. Among them, the most astonished was concubine Hui, who never anticipated that Wan Yi would have the audacity she displayed. Should she become the emperor's woman, would she not be deliberately inviting her own humiliation? Presently, she felt as though she had swallowed a stone, impossible to digest, yet equally impossible to expel. Had she realized her intentions earlier, she should have seized the opportunity to silence her, averting the subsequent turmoil. Conversely, the other concubines remained remarkably indifferent to the situation, particularly the noble consort. After all, given the emperor's nature, even if he did not take her today, he would soon select a bevy of new entrants into the palace. Having spent years in the court, they had grown accustomed to such dynamics. Especially after bearing children, their aspirations had shifted towards climbing higher, securing elevated positions to advocate for their offspring. As for romantic devotion, it was nearly impossible for an emperor. They had learned not to cling to such notions, for even the most breathtaking beauty of youth would eventually face disdain with age. The emperor was never devoid of youthful and beautiful newcomers, and the harem has always operated on the principle of survival of the fittest, celebrating the laughter of the new while ignoring the weeping of the old. Unbeknownst to Wan, she had already been dispatched to the residence of the Minister of Rights by the emperor. What she needed to do now was await the imperial edict that would grant her title. Given her fervent efforts in the warm chamber, she believed the emperor would surely bestow upon her the rank of a concubine. Moreover, considering her father's standing, her position would not be insignificant. Thus, she patiently remained in the minister's residence, awaiting the arrival of the decree, convinced that once she had attached herself to the emperor, she would rest easy. Little did she know of the treacherous schemes lurking in the predatory harem, a realm where even the emperor's favor could not guarantee her safety. After all, many concubines had perished in the relentless quest for favor, and the emperor's fickleness rendered past affections as mere memories. Those fortunate might leave behind a memorial tablet, while the unfortunate would fade into obscurity, entirely forgotten. This was the harem she yearned to enter, sharpening her wits to leap into. After leaving the warm chamber, Zhou Yichen returned directly to the royal residence. Although he had yet to bring the assailant of Wei Yuyan to justice, he had already secured sufficient evidence. Should his father choose to ignore the matter, he would personally ensure that the perpetrator faced retribution in kind. Moreover, this incident served as a means to gauge the king's apprehension towards Wei Wei. It appears that the union with Wei Yuyan may not be as effortless as he had hoped. Nevertheless, he harbors his own designs, regardless of his father's stance. Wei Yuyan is destined to be his, and he possesses the formidable support of the Empress Dowager, who is unwaveringly on his side. After contemplating this in his mind, he felt considerably more at ease. Just wait and see. Wei Yuyan is fated to be his woman. Upon entering, Zhou Yichen naturally made his way to his own courtyard. He was eager to ascertain whether Wei Yuyan had fully recovered after taking the antidote and how her physical condition fared. Indeed, when one has someone dear to their heart, their daily routine transforms entirely. It is worth noting that the usual Prince of Yu would invariably head to the study upon returning home, spending the majority of his day immersed in work there. The sleeping quarters were a place he preferred to avoid, except for the purpose of rest. Yet, to his astonishment, when he hurriedly arrived at his courtyard, he found the bed completely empty. Had she left? Had she dared to sneak away while he was absent? Hadn't he instructed her to obediently await his return? Such disobedience warranted stricter oversight in the future. Just like that, she had vanished in the briefest of moments. With a stern expression, he stormed towards the entrance, his anger palpable. What were these guards doing? Unable to supervise a single person properly? How could he entrust them with significant responsibilities when they failed at the simplest tasks? Before he could utter another word, he was greeted by the sight of the girl before him, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Zhou Yichen instantly shifted his demeanor, donning a faint smile of his own, though it appeared rather stiff due to his infrequent displays of joy. It seemed somewhat awkward, yet far more approachable than before. Zhou Yichen inwardly chastised himself for being so flustered. How could he have lost his composure? The prince's residence was heavily guarded. Not even a fly could escape without his command. How could a delicate girl like her possibly slip away? Furthermore, he had just been rather fierce. He wondered if he had frightened her. "You've returned." The room was stifling, so I took a stroll, Wei Yuyan said, without giving it much thought. Assuming that the individuals outside had provoked him, completely oblivious to the implications for herself. Moreover, she was not intimidated by him. After all, during their years of acquaintance, he had often worn a stern expression while reprimanding others, and she had grown accustomed to it. She did not perceive it as anything unusual, considering that her own father often behaved similarly. Otherwise, his subordinates would surely be unruly, and she could understand the necessity of such demeanor. Perhaps all men were like this, wearing one face in public and another at home. Her father was particularly gentle and soft-spoken with her mother and herself. "I thought you had left without telling me," she added, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, hoping to elicit some comforting response from him. Unfortunately for her, she had overestimated Wei Yuyan's awareness. She did not grasp his intent at all. "How could that be? Did you not hear me instruct you to wait for me?" Zhou Yichen inquired, testing the waters as she consistently referred to him as Your Highness. "You see, given our familiarity and considering I have rescued you twice, it seems rather inappropriate for you to continue addressing me as Your Highness. In your childhood, you would affectionately call me brother." His words left Wei Yuyan astonished, nearly biting her tongue in surprise. His reminder jolted her memory. Indeed, during her youth, she would call anyone brother, including several princes. However, those were naive days when she longed for siblings. Following Zhou Yichen closely and calling him brother repeatedly. Now, reflecting upon it, she wished she could vanish into a crevice. It was unexpected that after all these years, he still recalled it, while she had nearly forgotten. "Your Highness, that was merely childish folly. I hope you do not take it to heart. In youth, calling someone brother signifies fondness. Yet, as we mature, it becomes less appropriate, carrying an ambiguous connotation. Furthermore, your noble status as a prince and potential heir to the throne makes it daunting for me to presume such familiarity. Our relationship has remained rather lukewarm over the years, even less intimate than my bond with Zhou Yichen. In the past few years, we barely exchanged words, had it not been for your two timely rescues. Our rapport might have remained unchanged." Chapter 38. The Plight of the Working Class. Oh, what if I were to take it to heart? Zhou Yichen leaned closer, unable to resist teasing her about her charming visage, as endearing as in her childhood, which made him yearn to provoke her playfully. His sudden proximity made Wei Yuyan acutely aware of his breath upon her face. Coupled with his deep voice, it felt as though she were spiraling into a vortex. She sensed her heart racing and her breath quickening, as that intoxicating feeling resurfaced. Yet, had she not taken the antidote? Logically, she should have fully recovered. But it seemed her body had not entirely dispelled the poison. "Your Highness, I fear I have not completely detoxified." Upon uttering this, she instinctively pressed her hand against her chest, fearing her heart might leap from her body. This revelation startled Zhou Yichen, who momentarily considered the possibility of residual toxins affecting her. Without regard for the propriety between genders, and with no one else present in the estate, he swiftly scooped her up in his arms and made his way toward the chamber. "Inform Sun Si to hurry here," he instructed before vanishing from sight. The guards at the entrance immediately dashed off to convey the message, fearing that if they delayed, her life might be at stake. Meanwhile, Sun Si, leisurely basking in the sun on a rocking chair, was oblivious to the unfolding events until he was abruptly seized by the incoming guards. "Hey, what are you doing? Could you at least show some respect?" He was bewildered, having no clue about the situation as they dragged him away. Surely someone could have briefed him. He was perfectly capable of walking on his own. Yet, the guards paid him no heed, employing their agility to whisk him toward the chamber. Observing their direction, Sun Si surmised that once again, that young lady must have encountered some trouble, prompting the urgency of the prince's summons. Could they not allow him a moment of peace? The poison has already taken hold. What more could possibly transpire? And why the urgency? Is it truly a matter of life and death? Without allowing him ample time to ponder, he found himself standing before the gates of the palace. Disdain etched across his features as he patted down the creases of his robe. After all, it had been no small feat to acquire a new garment, only for it to be sullied by these uncouth individuals. His heart ached. This attire had cost him half a month's salary. While those who serve as personal guards may be affluent, he was not so fortunate. He still needed to save enough to wed. Nonetheless, despite his grievances, he hastily made his way inside, fearing that any further delay would result in consequences far graver than simply ruining a new outfit. His very head might be on the line. The adage to accompany a ruler is akin to dancing with a tiger rang true in his mind. Had it not been for the debt of gratitude he owed Prince Yu for saving his life, he would never have ventured into this royal residence. Previously, matters had been relatively tranquil, as Prince Yu seldom summoned him. His duties primarily involved diligently studying medicine in his own quarters and periodically delivering antidotes for his protection. Yet, since the arrival of Miss Wei, he found himself summoned multiple times a day, tirelessly attending to her needs, scarcely finding a moment to rest. Just as he had finally managed to alleviate her affliction, he was once again beckoned. How unfortunate his fate seemed. He had once believed himself fortunate to have secured such a position, sheltered from the elements, indulged with fine food and drink within the palace, enjoying a life of ease and freedom. Now, he lamented his earlier obsession with medicine, which had led him to remain by the prince's side, rather than embarking on adventures with Sun Si, living a life of carefree wanderlust. He could not help but sigh. The plight of the working man is indeed a harsh one. Yet, he had no choice but to comply, soon finding himself standing just outside the screen, patiently awaiting his summons. "Your Highness, come quickly. Did you not say the poison was completely eradicated? Why then does she appear to be suffering once more?" Hearing the urgency in the prince's voice, he quickly made his way inside, anxious that Miss Wei's residual toxins might pose a threat to her health. Now that she was in his care, he felt it imperative to ensure her safety. He could not fathom how he would explain any mishap to the young lady. Upon receiving his command, Sun Si entered with haste. Judging by the prince's tone, he knew he must act swiftly. Any delay could lead to dire consequences. However, he held unwavering confidence in his medical skills, having personally verified that the poison had been entirely neutralized before he left. Logically, there should have been no chance of a relapse. Was his judgment flawed? Or perhaps Miss Wei possessed a unique constitution that had led to this unexpected turn. Yet, the likelihood of such an occurrence was almost negligible. After years of healing, he had never faltered in his duties. He would ascertain the truth at once. As he stepped inside, the scene was much the same as before. The bed curtains were drawn tightly, revealing only an arm, which was covered by a silk cloth. His curiosity about the individual on the bed grew. What extraordinary beauty could have captivated the usually aloof Prince Yu? He yearned for an opportunity to uncover the mystery. But for now, the pressing matter was to discern what had transpired. However, after several examinations of her pulse, he found himself utterly perplexed. He truly did not understand. He truly managed to purge the poison completely, leaving no trace whatsoever within Miss Wei's body. "Your Highness, the toxins have indeed been eradicated, with no signs of residue remaining." Could it be that this couple engages in such peculiar amusements, deliberately tormenting themselves? How could that be? Just moments ago, when she was with me outside, she appeared to be in considerable distress, her condition reminiscent of when she was poisoned. Zhou Yichen clearly expressed his skepticism towards this assertion, pondering whether the external world had exaggerated Sun Si's reputation. suspecting that the latter's medical skills might not be as miraculous as they seemed. Did something transpire just now, Your Highness? Zhou Yichen's words hinted at an underlying suspicion of infidelity, leading him to wonder if the two had stumbled upon some intimate moment. If that were the case, they would indeed be rather innocent. His own middle-aged perspective seemed rather unhealthy in the presence of these youth. Zhou Yichen had always been exceptionally intelligent, and upon hearing the words exchanged, he quickly grasped the implications. Reflecting on the recent discomfort Miss Yin experienced, he realized it coincided with his sudden proximity to her. Could it be that her subconscious had already begun to harbor feelings for him, leading to her physical unease, which she mistakenly attributed to lingering poison? If this were true, it would be a delightful surprise for him. In Chapter 39, Sun Si instantly comprehended Zhou Yichen's gaze. Alas, what could be done? He did not wish to be the man who understood immediately, yet he possessed an innate talent for such matters. Upon observing his expression, Zhou Yichen felt a surge of satisfaction, confirming his earlier suspicions. Your Highness, since all is well now, I believe I should take my leave, otherwise my mother will worry. Wei Yuyan feared he might speak something astonishing, hastily interrupting him. After all, in their recent encounters, Zhou Yichen seemed transformed, capable of uttering anything. Although nothing had transpired between them, there was no telling whether he might embellish the truth. Moreover, she yearned to return and check on her mother, having spent an extended period in the palace, and genuinely missed her. Though Zhou Yule had notified her mother in advance that she would remain in the palace for a few more days to keep her company, given the gravity of recent events, she naturally wished to distance herself from the royal family. Otherwise, she might find herself ensnared once more, just as she had this time. The true culprit remained unidentified, and she was uncertain who was plotting against her. This matter would require her careful investigation, as she was someone who never forgot a grievance. She could not allow herself to suffer in silence. That was not her nature. In truth, the individual she suspected most was Wan Yi. All the noble ladies had left the palace, eliminating the possibility of poisoning by anyone else, leaving only her and Wan Yi behind. As for why she did not suspect Zhou Yule, had it not been for his entreaties, she would not have remained, thus avoiding the ordeal altogether. Had it not been for Zhou Yule abandoning her midway, she would not have been taken away by Zhou Yichen, and fortunately, she was saved by Zhou Yichen by mere happenstance. This was due to her unwavering trust in Zhou Yule. Their bond, forged from childhood, was unbreakable, and she had no reason to suspect him. Thus, the only potential suspect remaining was Wei Yuyan. Nevertheless, she had resolved that upon her return, she would remain indoors. As her father's departure from the capital and her sensitive identity necessitated a prudent choice to stay at home, minimizing her public appearances to navigate this tumultuous period safely. At this moment, she found herself longing for her father. Had he been present, such misfortunes would likely have been averted. Those individuals would have thought twice, for they knew the consequences of their actions. Yet it seemed that scarcely had her father departed when some could no longer restrain their impulses and began to stir restlessly. Hearing his words, Zhou Yichen pondered for a moment before gesturing to Sun Si, signaling him to take his leave. With no alternative, Sun Si swiftly gathered his belongings and exited, although he yearned to steal a glance at the figure resting upon the bed. It was evident that Zhou Yichen would not grant him that opportunity. Only after ensuring Sun Si's departure did Zhou Yichen speak in a calm and indifferent tone, as if unconcerned. Very well, I shall escort you back to your residence. Upon witnessing this, Sun Si could not help but mock him internally, branding him a hypocrite who feigned propriety. No wonder at his age he remained unmarried. Upon hearing her intent to return home, Zhou Yichen refrained from further objection. With the remnants of danger dispelled, he felt at ease. He was acutely aware that his other brothers, when left unattended, might take advantage of the situation and breach the walls of propriety with the young lady, especially if the effects of the potion were to strike at an opportune moment. When that time came, where would he find solace? He was well aware that his brothers were anything but restrained, often seeking opportunities to scale the walls. Moreover, since the young lady desired to return home, he had no justification to impede her, although he felt a profound reluctance. He considered the fact that she had been away from her family for so long, and it was only natural for her to yearn for them. Alas, he thought, once she became his, there would be ample time to cultivate their relationship. Thus, feigning indifference to her departure, he spoke nonchalantly. There is no need to trouble His Highness further. I have already imposed upon you these past few days, and I am eternally grateful for your assistance in saving my life once more. I, Wei Yuyan, shall ever remember your kindness. Through the bed curtains, she addressed him with an ambiguous tone. She felt she had already troubled him too often. The prince was undoubtedly busy with numerous affairs, and such trivial matters were ones she could manage alone, requiring only his aid in procuring a carriage. Otherwise, to walk out openly in public would surely subject her to scorn and derision. While the customs of the great Zhou dynasty were relatively progressive, allowing women to venture out without the obligation of a veil and to engage in outings with familiar men, it was still unprecedented for a young lady to stay overnight at the home of an unmarried man. Though her circumstances were indeed dire, her only wish was to return home swiftly. It is no trouble at all. I happen to have business near the general's residence, so it is convenient. Miss Wei, please do not overthink it. Zhou Yichen skillfully found a pretext, alleviating her psychological burden. Moreover, he was genuinely concerned about her returning alone. As far as he knew, should Wan Yi have already been sent back to the palace by his father, and should they have engaged in an intimate relationship, he could not act against Wan Yi for the time being. However, one could never be too cautious. What if Wan Yi believed she had found a formidable ally and began to entertain ulterior motives? It is better to err on the side of caution. A woman like Wan Yi, even if he refrained from dealing with her, would likely bring about her own downfall in no time. He understood his father's fickle nature well. Surely, this woman would not remain in favor for long. Therefore, during this period, he must vigilantly guard her. Additionally, the female shadow guards he had previously assigned to her had all returned. He would wait for an opportunity to insert someone within her circle, ensuring absolute security. Then I shall not disturb your highness any further. Furthermore, Wei Yuyan has certain matters she wishes to discuss, yet she hesitates. What is it? Speak freely, my dear. There is no need for formality with me. Hearing her tentative tone, Zhou Yichen felt a sudden rush of anxiety, even addressing her affectionately. Fortunately, Wei Yuyan was preoccupied with her own thoughts and did not notice. Regarding this incident, might your highness assist in maintaining confidentiality? After much deliberation, Wei Yuyan decided to voice her concern, uncertain whether he would honor her request for secrecy. However, if he were unwilling, she would not press him, for their political interests did not align. She was already grateful for his previous assistance. Upon reflection, Prince Yu was indeed one of the most distinguished among the emperor's children. Though she could not comprehend why her father had maintained an adversarial relationship with him, she had also heard that Prince Yu harbored disdain for the Wei family and had sought to undermine them at every turn. Consequently, she had seldom spoken to him privately in recent years, as her loyalty to her father was paramount, and she naturally sided with him. Moreover, he was a prince with whom she had no personal ties. However, considering his repeated interventions on her behalf, she wondered if there might be some misunderstanding. If he truly despised the Wei family, would it not have been in his best interest to disregard her plight and allow her to falter, thus reaping the benefits? Yet, he had not. Time and again, he had come to her aid in critical moments. Now, after their interactions, she found him quite amiable, far removed from the ruthless persona depicted in public discourse. Chapter 40. Miss Wei agrees to be mine, rest assured. Regarding your reputation, I shall certainly keep your secret. There is no need for concern. Just as he had stated, this matter concerned her honor, and even if she remained silent, he would ensure his subordinates kept quiet. As for discussing it privately with the Empress Dowager and his father, that was merely an effort to prevent her from suffering in silence and to seek justice on her behalf. In seeking an opportunity to arrange a marriage, he could not have anticipated that his father would not respond as he had hoped, but instead would provoke his ire. This matter must naturally be kept from her for the time being. Otherwise, should she discover that he acted unilaterally, it would surely lead to an irreparable rift between them. One can only fear that the young lady might never wish to speak to him again. He understands the Empress Dowager well, and knows she will keep this secret, while the emperor, fearing to offend the Wei family, will not bring it up himself. Hence, he dared to speak out in such a situation. only to find the outcome disappointingly contrary to his expectations. He had believed that, given General Wei's military achievements, the emperor would readily acquiesce to the proposal to avoid wronging his sole daughter and to compensate her. Yet, it seems that after years of being father and son, he suddenly finds himself perplexed by the emperor's disposition. This matter requires careful deliberation. Upon hearing his assurance, Wei Yuyan finally let out a sigh of relief. If this news were to spread, considering how much the king of Yu despises her family, being forced into marriage would mean usurping the affections of another. In that case, she might as well cut her hair and become a nun. She could endure it herself, but she feared for her aging parents, whose health might not withstand such a blow that would render her a most unfilial daughter. Your Highness, I appreciate your understanding. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, Wei Yuyan said generously, viewing her words as mere formality. Given that he is a prince, and there should be little for someone of her humble standing to assist with. However, Zhou Yichen's subsequent remarks made her realize she had misjudged the situation. He indeed had a need for her help. Oh, truly? There is something I require assistance with from Miss Wei, but I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to discuss. Since the young lady had offered her help, he saw no reason to decline. It was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Rest assured, I, Wei Yuyan, am a woman of my word. If there is anything my family can assist with, Your Highness, do not hesitate to speak. Initially, her words were a mere courtesy. Yet little did she know he would take her seriously. But having made such a commitment, she found it too late to retract her offer and could only resign herself to the situation. Given the king of Yu's temperament, I presume this should not pose a significant challenge. If you can assist in this regard, then I would ask you to persuade General Wei to serve under my banner at the king of Yu's court. He smiled faintly after speaking, yet his words struck Wei Yuyan like thunder, as she had not anticipated that the king of Yu harbored such intentions. Perhaps his previous acts of saving her were merely ploys to win over her father. For reasons she could not quite articulate, she felt a sense of emptiness and disappointment. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and continued, Your Highness, my father will not agree, but I could persuade him to resign and lead our family far from the capital. However, as she spoke, she hesitated, suddenly recalling that the king of Yu likely sought her father's military power. If her father left, another would simply take his place, and there was no guarantee that this new appointee would be loyal to the king of Yu. Lowering her gaze slowly, she realized that, to safeguard their interests, the best course of action now would be to pull the current commander into their fold. Observing her silence, the king of Yu understood that she had grasped the situation fully. Your father may not be inclined, but if you are willing, it is acceptable. Wei Yuyan decisively shook her head in response to his words. Though my father dotes on me, this matter is of great significance, and I cannot make decisions for him. At that moment, Zhou Yichen suddenly reached out, parting the curtain that separated them, leaning closer to her, enveloping her entirely in the shadow he cast. It is not about making decisions for your father. It is merely a representation of yourself. Zhou Yichen gazed at her, his voice unexpectedly revealing a hint of tenderness. However, that tone was in stark contrast to the audacious and aggressive glint in his eyes. Me? Wei Yuyan looked puzzled, her mind racing as she pondered what the Prince of Yu intended by his actions. Yes, indeed, it is you, and solely a representation of yourself, nothing more. At this moment, Zhou Yichen resembled a cunning wolf enticing a little rabbit, waiting for the rabbit on the bed to agree before he would swiftly devour her. But what can I do? She thought, feeling powerless without military power or influence, unable to assist him as her father could. Miss Wei, once you agree to be mine and work for me, this should not be too difficult for you. Zhou Yichen pondered for a moment before articulating his request to her. However, the phrase be mine struck Wei Yuyan like a bolt from the blue, leaving her startled. After all, the way it sounded felt rather reckless, as if he were teasing her with this opportunity. It was only upon hearing the latter part, work for me, that she regained her composure. It turned out that His Highness the Prince of Yu merely sought to recruit her, yet she cast a bewildered glance at Zhou Yichen, unable to fathom his true intentions. Wei Yuyan had always been rather slow to comprehend matters of the heart, compounded by the prince's past demeanor towards her. Naturally, She could not misconstrue his words about being mine as an indication of romantic interest. After all, she had witnessed numerous noble women in the capital vying for the prince's attention, and the royal family was not lacking in beauty. The offerings of lovely maidens from surrounding nations were plentiful, each more exquisite than the last. Given the prince's esteemed position in the emperor's eyes, if he desired beauty, he merely needed to voice his wish to the emperor. The possibilities would be boundless. Chapter 41. The contract. Why would he seek someone with whom he shared a tenuous relationship, and with whom their paths were evidently divergent? In the future, due to her father's influence, they might find themselves at odds, especially considering her father's animosity towards the prince, which likely hovered around a high degree of intensity. For instance, if she were to choose a husband, she would undoubtedly select someone familiar and kind to her. Why would she choose someone with conflicting interests? That would be akin to inviting a security risk into her life, a scenario that no one would find desirable. Thus, despite Zhou Yichen's eloquent words, she could almost predict that, in his eyes, winning her over was no different from winning over her father, given that the world was well aware of her father's affection for her. Your Highness, I am uncertain as to what tasks you require of me in your service. If I do not clarify this matter, it would not be in my nature to agree impulsively. What if, in due course, you were to request of me actions that would harm others for your own benefit? Thus, it is imperative that we establish clear expectations beforehand. It is quite simple. For instance, I would appreciate your assistance in writing a few characters. Writing? Before Wei Yuyan could fully comprehend, Zhou Yichen had already produced a slender volume from within his robes and extended it towards her. Upon receiving it, she discovered it to be a scripture, leaving her perplexed regarding the intentions behind the prince's request. Before she could voice her inquiry, a nearby individual spoke in a somber tone. Soon, it will be the memorial day of my late mother. Miss Wei, your calligraphy is exquisite, and I hope you can assist me. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuyan realized she had inadvertently offended him. I apologize. It was not my intention. I was unaware. She refrained from uttering the remainder of her thoughts, not wishing to evoke his sorrow further. It is quite all right. I have grown accustomed to it over the years. Although Zhou Yichen spoke these words lightly, she understood the weight they carried. In a vast imperial palace, a prince without the protection of a mother leads a life fraught with difficulties. He is the most pitiable among the emperor's sons, having lost his mother shortly after birth. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager's subsequent care, his circumstances might have remained dire, and he may never have had the chance to rise. Do not feel burdened. I'm not so sentimental, and I have grown used to solitude. His words, though sincere, carried an undercurrent of sorrow and desolation, leaving her overwhelmed with compassion, unable to refuse his request. In the customs of the great Zhou, on the memorial day of a departed loved one, the women of the household are expected to transcribe scriptures and burn them as a form of consolation for the spirits of the deceased. However, given the absence of female kin by the side of the prince for so many years, it is likely that this ritual has never been performed. Nevertheless, it is a simple task, and I shall consider it an act of kindness to assist him, compared to persuading my father to submit to the prince's household. This endeavor is significantly less complicated. It is merely a trivial matter. You have aided me on numerous occasions, and I am more than willing to lend my assistance in return. Previously, I had underestimated the situation, envisioning ulterior motives where none existed. It was my misunderstanding. I had not anticipated that this simple act of transcribing scriptures would be such an easy request, and thus I find no reason to decline. Then let me extend my gratitude to you, Miss Wei. Zhou Yichen quietly exhaled in relief, his heart wearing a mask of triumph. Fortuitously, he had capitalized on her empathy, enabling her to agree without further contemplation. Otherwise, he was uncertain how he might have persuaded her. In truth, the last thing he desired was to deceive her. Yet circumstances left him with no alternative. He needed to create opportunities for them to be alone together, fostering the development of their nascent bond. Upon careful reflection, she realized that he, as the most favored prince of the present day, was merely requesting a simple transcription of scriptures. Surely, he could find someone to undertake this task. Given his popularity, numerous noble young ladies throughout the capital would willingly oblige if he so desired. However, in his heart, There existed only one person who could occupy that role, her, and no one else could easily take her place. Furthermore, he believed that if she consented to assist him with the transcription, it would implicitly signify her acceptance of being his consort, thereby acknowledging her belonging to him. This satisfied his slight possessiveness and selfish desires. Your Highness's life-saving grace compels me to assist you with this minor task, she thought, recognizing the numerous times he had come to her aid, as long as it did not involve drawing his father into the camp of King Yu. Such a trivial matter should not warrant her refusal. To do so would be excessively callous. Then, if I ever require Miss Wei's assistance with writing again, will you be readily available? She inquired. Wei Yuyan nodded affirmatively. That goes without saying. She did not dwell on it further, as the only writing she could envision was the transcription of scriptures. What else could there possibly be? Initially, she had prepared herself for a far more daunting request, so she was pleasantly surprised by the simplicity of his demand. Naturally, she agreed with enthusiasm, as she had never relished being in anyone's debt, and if writing a few characters sufficed to repay him, it was indeed splendid. As for his later assertion about being readily available, she completely overlooked it. Once she had consented, Zhou Yichen promptly left the room. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a prepared contract, which he handed directly to her. Your Highness, what does this mean? Wei Yuyan gazed at him, puzzled by his intentions. For the sake of precaution, it is wise to establish an agreement with Miss Wei. What if she were to later deny our arrangement? Zhou Yichen explained candidly, yet at that moment he was eager to grasp her hand and assist her in signing. He feared that she might eventually reconsider and refuse to acknowledge their agreement. Then, if your Highness harbors any doubts, I shall sign it, she replied. Given the nature of their current relationship, it was understandable that he would not unconditionally trust her. As a prince, he was naturally meticulous in his dealings. Wei Yuyan glanced over the document a few times and could empathize with his concerns. However, the language was vague, merely stating that she would be required to be at his beck and call. Your Highness, we only discussed the matter of writing. It would be prudent to clarify this in writing. The phrase at your disposal carried a heavier implication. What if he later made additional demands? Would she be coerced into servitude? If that were the case, it would amount to preemptively selling herself, thus necessitating a safeguard for her own retreat. Since you have reservations and do not trust me, simply add a note beside it, he suggested. Zhou Yichen had indeed harbored ulterior motives while drafting the agreement, intentionally crafting it to be ambiguous. Yet he had not anticipated that the young lady would be so cautious and avoid falling into his trap. In light of this, she felt no further hesitation and decided to sign. With a swift motion, she rose from the bed and followed him into the adjoining room. Approaching the desk, she bent down to write, first making a note on the side, and finally signing her name fluently at the bottom. Unbeknownst to her, while she had evaded one pitfall, Zhou Yichen had cunningly prepared another for her, into which she unwittingly leaped. Thus, when Zhou Yichen repeatedly returned, brandishing that contract as leverage, she realized the enormity of her earlier naivety. Indeed, she lamented her lack of foresight, questioning why she had not been more astute at that moment. Chapter 42. Truly, to accompany a prince is akin to walking with a tiger. Your Highness, I have completed the signing. Please have a look. She carefully extended the freshly inked paper to the man beside her, her heart thrumming with anxiety. After much effort in negotiations, she feared any further complications might delay her return home. Observing that time was slipping away, a sense of urgency began to grip her. To her surprise, he merely accepted the still-drying document with a nonchalant air, scarcely glancing at it before placing it on the nearby table, silent and seemingly lost in thought. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, creating an atmosphere thick with unease. Unable to withstand the tension, she instinctively bit her lip, seeking to dispel the awkwardness. After much hesitation, she mustered the courage to ask softly, Your Highness, may I return home now? Wei Yuyan, noting his apparent lack of enthusiasm, cautiously broached the subject, reasoning that since an agreement had been reached and they had already wasted considerable time, he ought to escort her back. Let us go, Zhou Yichen declared, stepping out first and leaving her to hasten her pace to keep up with him. Wei Yuyan felt perplexed, unsure of what had caused this sudden shift in his demeanor, sensing a hint of irritation. Hadn't she just fulfilled his wishes by signing the contract? She couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, the saying that serving a prince is akin to courting danger holds true. His temperament was exceedingly unpredictable. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yichen, as he walked ahead, he was misinterpreted by the one he cherished. His mind was troubled by her incessant reminders of returning home, which stirred a sense of irritation within him. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might not be able to contain his emotions. He silently chastised himself. Had he not been sufficiently considerate towards her? Why did she persistently prompt him about going back? Did she truly find no joy in his company? With such thoughts, his mood darkened further. After what felt like an eternity, when she finally arrived at the General's residence, the sun had begun its descent and dinner time was fast approaching. To avoid unnecessary complications and ensure a smooth return, she gestured for the carriage to halt at the back entrance of the General's estate. "I am profoundly grateful, Your Highness, for escorting me back to my residence. With that, I shall take my leave." She glanced around, noting the absence of others, and without waiting for his reply, swiftly disembarked from the carriage, hastening toward the general's residence. Zhou Yichen remained seated in the carriage, observing the hurried figure as she fled. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, revealing a sense of understanding. Had Wei Yuyan turned back at that moment, she would have seen the affection etched upon his face. Yet, she did not. Instead, as though pursued by a ferocious beast, she strode into the general's estate without a backward glance. Witnessing her innocence and charm reminiscent of her childhood, his heart ached with a deepening sense of reluctance. The more he gazed, the stronger the desire grew to hold her tightly, leaving him in a quandary. Upon entering the general's residence, the weight that had long hung heavily upon her heart finally lifted. For her, this abode was not merely a place of growth, but also the soul's sanctuary where she felt a profound sense of security. Despite having been saved multiple times by Prince Yu, the Yu manor always instilled a sense of unease within her. It seemed that merely stepping inside would evoke an overwhelming discomfort, as if fearing Zhou Yichen might lose control and act unpredictably. Were he to discern her thoughts, he might very well be infuriated. It was astonishing that the young lady harbored such deep-seated reservations toward him, possessing not an ounce of trust. If he truly intended to do something sinister, he would not have gone to such lengths to assist her in acquiring the antidote. Rather, he would seize the opportunity to claim her outright. After all, she had become his. Regardless of her future reluctance, she would ultimately have to acquiesce. Meanwhile, Madame Wei Yuyan, upon hearing of her beloved daughter's return, hurried to see her. Having spent an extended period in the palace, how could a mother not yearn for her daughter? Moreover, she was particularly concerned for her daughter's safety, feeling compelled to verify her well-being personally. Relieved to find her daughter glowing with health, she felt assured that all was well in the palace, without any untoward incidents. It was not a matter of doubting Yuyan's capabilities, but rather recognizing her youth amidst the cunning denizens of the court, especially concerning Prince Yu, who, while the general was present, consistently opposed the Wei and Shen families. With the general now absent, one could only speculate what ill-conceived plots might arise. Although the general had forewarned them of his departure, who could truly ascertain the intentions behind such a gesture? Was it genuine concern or mere pretense? Was there a hidden agenda lying in wait, yet to be revealed? Given the history between the two families, she found it difficult to believe that Zhou Yichen would suddenly exhibit such benevolence unless he harbored ulterior motives. Zhou Yichen conceded to himself that, indeed, he possessed certain clandestine intentions. Yet, did he truly appear so detestable? Did he so closely resemble a villain driven solely by greed? It seemed impossible to cleanse himself of such a reputation. Shen Yao engaged her daughter in casual conversation, sharing moments together over dinner, before reluctantly choosing to depart. Although she yearned to remain by her side for a while longer, upon witnessing Yenner's weary visage, she understood that she could not deceive her own eyes. Regardless of the effort Yenner exerted to mask her fatigue, no matter how resolutely she tried to maintain her composure, her exhaustion was evident and could not be concealed. After all, Yenner was her cherished daughter, born after 10 months of gestation and nurtured with tender care for over a decade. It was evident that something must have transpired within the palace. Otherwise, her daughter would not appear in such a state. Thus, Shen Yao resolved to allow her daughter to rest properly, postponing all other matters for the time being. Once Madame Wei departed, Wei Yuyan finally exhaled in relief. At the sight of her mother, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her tightly, just as she had done in her childhood, to share the harrowing experiences she had endured recently. Yet, she refrained. She needed to learn to grow independently and could not remain a child forever sheltered by her parents. She slowly approached the bedside and gently sat down, her body seemingly drained of all its strength. She quietly gazed out the window, her thoughts drifting far away. Chapter 43. A night visit to the boudoir. In the following days, Wei Yuyan devoted nearly all her energy to the meticulous task of copying texts. Fortunately, this period coincided with the end of the month, and Madame Wei was preoccupied with household matters, leaving her oblivious to any unusual behavior on her part. Wei Yuyan was acutely aware of the significance of her undertaking. Thus she wrote each stroke with utmost care and precision. This might well have been the most focused and dedicated effort she had ever exerted. However, the four maidservants in the room noticed that their young mistress had seemingly undergone some transformation since her return. Although this change was subtle, it gave rise to an unsettling feeling. For instance, her moments of daydreaming had noticeably increased, as she often sat alone on the swing in the yard, lost in contemplation. They speculated among themselves that it might be due to General Wei's absence, causing their mistress to worry. After all, it was only natural to be concerned for a loved one on the battlefield. After 3 days of diligent effort, Wei Yuyan finally completed the daunting task of transcribing the thick stack of scriptures. Yet a new worry emerged. The individual in question had not specified a precise deadline for the scriptures, compelling her to work frantically in hopes of finishing the task promptly. Now that the texts were complete, she found herself uncertain about the next steps. Strangely, that person seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of their whereabouts. Wei Yuyan began to ponder if perhaps they were preoccupied with something of great importance, rendering them unable to attend to her. The dilemma of how to deliver the texts became increasingly complex. If she were to go to his residence unannounced, it would clearly be inappropriate. Yet, sending someone in her stead risked drawing her mother's attention, leading to an irrefutable predicament. Why had Zhou Yichen been so untrustworthy, so eager for the scriptures, yet remaining conspicuously absent? As night descended, she dismissed the maidservants attending her and lay alone on her bed, staring at the canopy above. Lost in thought, recently, for reasons unknown, her mind often wandered, and the visage of that person would frequently surface unbidden in her mind. Just then, she heard a faint tapping sound from the intricately carved window beside her bed. In that moment, rather than feeling fear, an inexplicable intuition assured her that it must be Zhou Yichen without a doubt. However, concerned that any sudden movement might alert Chunyu, who stood guard outside the door, she hastened her actions. Realizing she was still clad in her nightgown, looking disheveled with her hair in disarray, a wave of panic washed over her. Her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, irresistibly alluring. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt from the bed, nimbly donned her outer garment, and swiftly made her way to the carved window. Upon reaching the window, she cautiously pushed it open, fearful of making even the slightest sound. As she had anticipated, the figure outside was indeed Zhou Yichen. She was blissfully unaware that as soon as she recognized his features, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, as enchanting as flowers blooming in the spring. The two exchanged smiles through the carved window, the scene reminiscent of a long-separated couple reunited, brimming with sweetness and warmth. In her haste, a playful strand of hair had mischievously stuck to the corner of her mouth, yet she seemed oblivious to this detail. Observing this, Zhou Yichen, ever considerate, reached out to brush away the troublesome strands. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with her cheek, she instinctively turned away. Realizing her reaction was somewhat inappropriate, she quickly extended her hands to tidy the rebellious locks. At that moment, the surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, with only the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze breaking the silence. An exquisite atmosphere permeated the air, intoxicating and captivating. Due to this minor incident, Wei Yuyan's complexion gradually transformed into a breathtaking hue, reminiscent of the dawn, a delicate blend of white and rosy shades that was utterly enchanting. At this juncture, the ambience in the room grew somewhat ambiguous, evoking thoughts of what was truly transpiring. Your Highness, I have completed transcribing all the matters you instructed. Please hold on for a moment. I shall bring it to you for review. Before she finished speaking, Wei Yuyan eagerly dashed toward the desk nearby, as if fearing that any delay would allow Zhou Yichen to discern the secrets of her heart. Yet, just as she reached the desk, Zhou Yichen nimbly vaulted through the carved window, following her into the room. Upon entering, Zhou Yichen began to scrutinize the girl's chamber with meticulous attention, missing no detail. He mused to himself that if he could seize this opportunity to remember all her preferences, then when she entered the royal residence in the future, she would not feel alien or out of place. Upon this realization, Zhou Yichen became increasingly attentive, scrutinizing every corner of the room. "Oh, Your Highness, what brings you here so suddenly?" Wei Yuyan exclaimed, having just picked up an item from the table and turned to hand it to Zhou Yichen, only to be startled by his unexpected presence in her chamber. His gaze was darting around, leaving her to wonder what schemes he might be concocting. Could it be that this fellow harbored intentions of a dubious nature? "Well, have you copied the contents?" "Let me see," Zhou Yichen demanded without preamble, extending his hand toward Wei Yuyan, signaling her to present the completed work. From the current circumstances, it appeared he had no intention of departing anytime soon. Obediently, Wei Yuyan placed the items into his hands and stood quietly by, resembling a student awaiting a teacher's critique, standing with utmost reverence. "I'm merely taking a casual look. There is no need for such anxiety." Zhou Yichen chuckled at the sight of Wei Yuyan's overly cautious demeanor. "Oh, all right," she replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her smile. It was inevitable. The formidable aura Zhou Yichen exuded was overwhelmingly oppressive, particularly due to the unique gravitas cultivated by his long-standing position of authority, an existence far beyond the reach of ordinary women. "This is quite well done, especially this section. Might you be so kind as to copy it again for me?" Zhou Yichen pointed to a particular page with earnestness. "Of course," Wei Yuyan replied softly, dutifully moving to the desk to begin transcribing the indicated content once more. Zhou Yichen stood quietly beside her, slightly rolling up his sleeves as he extended his arm to retrieve a stick of ink from his side, commencing to grind it in silence for her. In truth, merely observing the decor within the room made it evident how deeply General Wei indulged his only daughter. Even the ink they were currently using was of the finest quality, considered priceless. "Your Highness, you must not do this. Please put it down. It truly is unnecessary trouble." "I can manage this myself," Wei Yuyan exclaimed, startled by Zhou Yichen's actions. She pondered anxiously. Should others learn of this, the consequences would be dire. After all, having the immensely esteemed Prince Yu grind ink for her was quite improper, and she feared it might lead to unwarranted complications. "Not at all. There is no need for such formality with me. It will expedite the process," Zhou Yichen replied nonchalantly, as if such tasks were commonplace for him. Wei Yuyan mused internally. "It is precisely because it is you that formality is necessary. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't mind. Wouldn't it be better to have assistance? Your Highness, your esteemed status renders this act quite inappropriate," she insisted. At this moment, she fervently wished that he would abandon this notion and return whence he came. Otherwise, his persistent presence beside her, particularly that innate sense of oppression, rendered her profoundly uncomfortable. Strangely, she found a peculiar charm in this situation. He had envisioned more than once what their life would be like after marriage, harmoniously intertwined like the strings of a zither, one of them writing while the other ground the ink. What a beautiful tableau that would be, undoubtedly rich with elegance and allure. However, witnessing his unwavering determination, his resolute demeanor suggesting he would not relent until his aim was achieved, Wei Yuyan felt compelled to concede. Continuing in such a stalemate would ultimately squander her precious time. After all, it was rather illogical for an outsider to linger in her private quarters for an extended period. Thus, after calming her thoughts, she silently lifted her brush and immersed herself in her writing once more. At that moment, Zhou Yichen stood quietly beside her, diligently grinding the ink while attentively observing her expression as she wrote. Gradually, he was astonished to discover that her demeanor was remarkably serious and engrossed. When he sensed the moment was ripe, he paused his actions and quietly approached Wei Yuyan from behind. As she slightly lowered her head, a slender and enchanting neck was revealed, its contours reminiscent of a resplendent swan, graceful and captivating. Zhou Yichen's gaze instinctively followed that delicate neck, slowly descending to rest upon her slim waist. Viewed from behind, her already petite waist appeared even more exquisite. His eyes deepened with contemplation, recalling the dream from the previous night, where she had similarly turned her back to him. In that dream, she had softly murmured no slower, and many rippling events had unfolded thereafter. Unbeknownst to Wei Yuyan, who was oblivious to his thoughts, she assumed Zhou Yichen merely stood behind her, watching her write, which prompted her to focus even more intently. By the time she penned the final character, the hour was nearing the time of the pig. "Your Highness, I have finished writing. Please take care of it," she said, massaging her slightly sore wrist before presenting the completed paper to Zhou Yichen. Looking at the man before her, she could not help but feel a sense of reflection. Although her time with Zhou Yichen had been brief, she had already sensed his capricious nature. It felt exhausting to be in the presence of such a formidable figure. Fortunately, she would not have to face him continuously. Otherwise, she feared she might be utterly drained. Inwardly, Wei Yin felt sympathy for whoever would become the future Princess Yu, as daily interactions with such an unpredictable person would likely harbor little happiness. Nevertheless, Zhou Yichen's appearance was undeniably impeccable. His sword-like brows, starry eyes, high nose, and thin lips marked him as the finest among the princes. So, in that regard, he was indeed a catch. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that so many noble ladies of the capital are enamored with him. At times, she truly cannot comprehend why an abundance of these refined women should be infatuated with him. To her, Zhou Yichen is not markedly different from other men. While he undoubtedly possesses striking features, his character remains elusive and difficult to fathom. She cannot help but wonder if she would, like those noble ladies, find herself harboring affections for Zhou Yichen if she were in their place. With this thought, Wei Yuyan shook her head, striving to cast aside such distractions. She reminded herself not to concern herself with the opinions of others and to focus on her own path. After all, her interactions with Zhou Yichen were merely a product of serendipity, and their relationship would not progress further. Indeed, splendidly written. "Thank you, Miss Wei," Zhou Yichen remarked softly as he accepted the paper. "This is but my duty, Your Highness. You flatter me," Wei Yuyan replied humbly, with a slight bow. Zhou Yichen tidied up the items on the table and tucked them close to his chest for safekeeping. "In that case, I suppose I have fulfilled Your Highness's task. From now on, we shall settle our affairs amicably." Wei Yuyan had previously thought that upon completing this task, their paths would no longer cross. Perhaps in a few months, she would be engaged, and it would be inappropriate to continue meeting with a man outside of her family. Indeed, she viewed their encounters as secretive rendezvous. Yet she could not fathom why she felt no aversion to this sentiment. Was it because he was the one, or was there another reason? Wei Yuyan had yet to discern the truth. Thus, she decided to cease her contemplation. Why burden herself with unnecessary worries? Such behavior was not in her nature. "Miss Wei, have you misunderstood? I meant to request your assistance in writing, but I did not imply it would be a one-time affair," Zhou Yichen reminded her, urging her not to overthink, for he had finally found an opportunity not to be squandered. Naturally, he sought to secure as many benefits for himself as possible. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain, as it was not easy to hook such a prize. "Moreover, you have already agreed to be mine. You wouldn't still be thinking of someone else, would you?" Observing her cheeks slightly flushed, Zhou Yichen could not resist teasing her. Chapter 45. The Noble One as Anticipated. Following his words, the girl's face instantly flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, vibrant and alluring. "Why, you mustn't say such things." "I am not," Wei Yuyan stammered, clearly taken aback by his sudden remarks. Her heart raced, her cheeks burned, and the clarity of her thoughts became muddled. amused by her flustered reaction. Zhou Yichen's lips curled into a sly smile. "Oh, so you wish to renege on a matter agreed upon in black and white?" He then leisurely produced a sheet of white paper from his chest, unfolding it deliberately, subtly indicating it towards Wei Yuyan. "Have you forgotten the contract you signed? I just so happen to have brought it with me today. Would you care to take a look?" After speaking, he gazed calmly at Wei Yuyan, observing her increasingly tense expression. "I merely agreed to write for you," she retorted, her voice laced with annoyance, her face flushed with anger. She could hardly comprehend why Zhou Yichen carried that piece of paper with him and uttered such ambiguous words. Yet, Zhou Yichen feigned innocence, his demeanor brimming with sincerity. "Indeed, you simply agreed to be my dedicated scribe, did you not, Miss Wei?" His tone remained tranquil, his gaze clear, as if entirely oblivious to Wei Yuyan's current vexation and frustrated tears. His words caused her face to redden with indignation. In that moment of rebuttal, she felt as though the shameful thoughts were her own. Had she misinterpreted everything, allowing her mind to wander into the gutter while he remained purely innocent? It struck her as astonishing that Zhou Yichen possessed such a talent for twisting the truth. Suddenly, she felt as though she had become the unreasonable party, while Zhou Yichen appeared justified. This sensation left her feeling utterly frustrated, yet she was at a loss for how to argue back. Could it be that she was indeed overthinking? Perhaps Zhou Yichen harbored no ulterior motives and truly only desired her assistance in writing. Naturally, that was what he referred to. What else could it be? She certainly could not confess her sordid thoughts in his presence. Pretending to remain composed, she interjected, "Then we have reached a consensus, and naturally, Miss Wei need not dwell on other matters." Zhou Yichen feigned ignorance, gazing at her with feigned sincerity. "That is indeed the case." Wei Yuyan, not one to mince words, acknowledged the simplicity of writing. There was no need for her to be coy. As long as she steadfastly denied any other implications, she would be fine. This tactic had served her well throughout her life, always proving effective. Yet, why did it feel as though he had led her astray? His words were consistently vague, making it difficult to avoid misunderstandings. Moreover, she sensed that he was setting a trap for her. Yet she had no evidence to substantiate her suspicions. After all, Zhou Yichen was a remarkable figure who had honed his skills through years of trials in the previous dynasty. His imperial cunning had reached perfection, far beyond what a sheltered noblewoman like Wei Yuyan could comprehend. Oh, if that is so, it implies that Miss Wei agrees with my assertion. His statement was crafted with great skill. If she consented, it would mean she acknowledged belonging to him. To deny it would render her previous words meaningless. Thus, no matter how she responded, she found herself at an impasse, opting for silence instead. Fortunately, Zhou Yichen was unexpectedly accommodating this time, refraining from pressing further, allowing her to escape with ease. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yichen had intended to continue the conversation. However, he realized that persisting would surely provoke her ire. What if, in retaliation, the young lady chose to avoid him? He could never truly threaten her with that contract. Otherwise, their relationship would likely be irreparably damaged. After confirming his departure, Wei Yuyan gently closed the intricately carved window and silently returned to her bed. Unlike her usual self, who enjoyed restful sleep, she found herself unable to doze off for the first time, tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity before finally succumbing to slumber. The following morning, sunlight poured through the window, casting warmth upon the bed, yet the occupant remained blissfully lost in sweet dreams. As expected, she awoke late once more. Fortunately, there were no pressing matters demanding her attention, so her tardiness was of little consequence. In truth, she had long struggled with a propensity for drowsiness. Initially, Shen Yao had made a concerted effort to train her, hoping to amend this habit. However, General Wei had always doted on his daughter. Upon witnessing Yuyan's sleepy and pitiful demeanor, he could not bear to impose such discipline. Thus, with a wave of his hand, he allowed her to sleep until she naturally awoke. After all, their family did not adhere strictly to the customary rules of rising early, and the well-being of their precious daughter was of utmost importance. Fortunately, with the passage of time, this issue had improved somewhat. As long as the night did not stretch too late, she was generally able to rise in a timely manner. During this period, Shun's mother was preoccupied, leaving her to revel in her freedom. A series of unforeseen events had already drained her mentally and physically, even before entering the palace. She found herself overwhelmed with myriad matters. If, by chance, she were to marry one day, would such chaos not only increase? But why dwell on such thoughts? As the saying goes, a boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. For now, she could only take one step at a time. Worrying in advance would be futile, merely a waste of precious time in the present. She had always maintained a relaxed attitude towards such matters, embracing fate. In the subsequent days, Zhou Yichen frequently visited her chamber at night, requesting her assistance with writing. Yet, each time, she resolutely declined, sending him away through the window. What ist? The previous occasion had already been quite impolite, but given the unusual circumstances, she had begrudgingly acquiesced. To her surprise, he proved to be utterly ungrateful, persistently encroaching upon her space. Without hesitation, she opted for refusal, inquiring only about the specific content he wished her to write, then remaining silent, allowing him to depart in disinterest. When he returned the next day, the neatly written content awaited him outside the carved window, leaving him with no further grounds to persist. Thus, this back and forth led to Zhou Yichen gradually relinquishing his attempts, recognizing the futility of his pursuit. As time passed, his visits diminished, and she understood that she had won this gamble. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief that matters had not escalated further. In that moment of impulsiveness, she had given little thought to the consequences, hastily signing her name. Reflecting on this incident, she realized how naive she had been to make such a rash promise to that cunning fox. Nevertheless, it was what it was, at least from the current circumstances. It seems that matters have been adequately resolved, which is sufficient. With the approaching ceremony of her coming of age, she had anticipated that life would continue as serenely as ever. However, before she could even catch her breath, her maid, Chunyu, delivered a shocking piece of news. It turned out that the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, Wan Yi, had entered the palace and been bestowed the title of Wan Guren. Naturally, Wei Yuyan's first thought was that something significant must have transpired during her absence from the scene. Otherwise, given her understanding of Wan Yi, it was improbable that the latter would willingly marry into the palace to serve the emperor. Her mind then wandered back to the events of the Huajiao festival, when Wan Yi had been among the few who remained behind. Could it be that she was the one behind this development? And now, with the truth revealed, had she chosen to seek refuge with the current sovereign? The more she pondered, the more plausible this scenario appeared. Yet, all of this was merely conjecture, though it was likely close to the truth. Chapter 46. The coming-of-age ceremony in the following days. Wei Yuyan remained obediently within the general's residence, not stepping outside, even once. Fortunately, her love for reading and writing kept her from feeling any tedium, even while confined at home, especially after successfully resolving the troublesome issue with Zhou Yichen. She found her daily life exceptionally pleasant and comfortable, feeling as though every breath was sweet. In stark contrast, Madame Wei, Xunyao, endured great torment. Her favorite pastime was gathering with her female companions for idle chatter. Each night, as she gazed at the mountain of congratulatory letters piling up on her table, she could only helplessly choose to ignore them. At this moment, clutching her husband's letter, feelings of longing surged within her like a tide. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of her daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. She became so busy that she could no longer afford to dwell on her sorrow. Early summer quietly approached, and today was Wei Yuyan's coming-of-age day. Earlier, Wei had sent a letter expressing his deep apologies, explaining that due to the urgency of the war, he could not return to the capital to witness such a significant moment in his beloved daughter's life. He hoped she would understand, as the safety of the people in the border regions was equally crucial. Wei Yuyan bore no resentment towards her father's decision. She understood that even without considering political factors, her father's actions were aimed at protecting their home and country, safeguarding the borders, and she was obliged to support him wholeheartedly. Although General Wei was absent from the ceremony, Xunyao had spared no effort in its preparation. She had specially invited numerous noble ladies from the capital to witness the event, secretly hoping to gauge their opinions. In her view, as long as the situation remained uncertain, there would always be a chance for a turnaround. What if her daughter were to encounter a fortuitous opportunity? Inside Changchun Pavilion, the grandeur of today's ceremony was indeed a rarity in the entire capital. The one who adorned Wei Yuyan with a hairpin was none other than her maternal grandmother, Lady Bai Yao, the prime minister's wife. Naturally, the role of the supporter fell to Wei Yuyan's cousin. On that day, a multitude of guests attended the coming-of-age ceremony. For the relationship between the general's mansion and the prime minister's residence was extraordinary, stirring the hearts of many. Yet on ordinary days, opportunities to associate with these two esteemed families were scarce, and now that a rare occasion had presented itself, how could they let it slip away? Moreover, among the crowd were several young nobles secretly enamored with Wei Yuyan, eager to seize the moment to behold the beauty of the realm's foremost enchantress. Although they yearned to court such a paragon, they lamented that Miss Wei was likely destined for marriage into the imperial family, rendering their hopes of such fortune futile. If only they could discern the true sentiments of Lady Wei at this moment, they would willingly sacrifice everything, even if it meant breaking their heads in pursuit. After all, in terms of beauty, intellect, and lineage, Wei Yuyan was in no way inferior to a princess. Should such a splendid affair befall them, they would scarcely have time to revel in their joy. However, events did not unfold as Shun Yao had anticipated. She gazed at her daughter, radiant as a newly blossomed flower, her smile growing ever more resplendent, filled with pride. Yet this joy was short-lived, abruptly shattered by an unexpected voice. Just as the ceremony had yet to commence, a low call pierced the atmosphere, catching her off guard. "Madam, a secret letter from the master." A servant quietly approached Shun Yao, lowering his voice to whisper in her ear. Shun Yao initially thought it was merely another letter from her husband, expressing his concerns. A customary admonition. After all, similar occurrences had transpired frequently during this period, and she had grown accustomed to them, showing little surprise. However, upon unfolding the letter, her countenance shifted to one of utter astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face. She quickly forced herself to regain her composure. Panic was to be avoided at all costs. In moments like these, maintaining calm was paramount, especially on such a significant day in her daughter's life. A once-in-a-lifetime event. She was determined not to allow her daughter to harbor any regrets, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. Thus, she first dispatched someone to the prime minister's residence to report the situation. As for other matters, they could be addressed later. Simultaneously, she had faith in her husband, renowned for his wisdom and resourcefulness, believing he would adeptly navigate this crisis. Despite her outward facade of ease and composure, her internal worries did not diminish in the slightest. After years of marriage, their bond was genuine. Gazing at her daughter, a wave of anxiety surged within her. Surely, this news would soon ripple throughout the capital, leading to what kind of tumultuous situation? Yet, she quickly redirected her thoughts, noting the impending selection of a bride for the prince. At this moment, should the palace abandon this notion, it might turn into a delightful affair for Yen'er. Contemplating this, her spirits lifted considerably. If such a scenario were to unfold, it could indeed be regarded as a serendipitous blessing arising from misfortune. Chapter 47. The ceremony is complete. At this time, Wei Yuyan sat gracefully before a bronze mirror, radiating a captivating charm akin to a blossoming flower. Behind her stood two maidservants, Xia Zhu and Chun Lan, who meticulously styled her hair, each movement imbued with tenderness and care. Wei Yuyan's silken tresses cascaded like a waterfall down her slender waist, gently brushing against her fair skin, exuding an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a splendid painting. Today, Wei Yuyan donned a moon-white inner garment, its soft hue fresh and elegant, reminiscent of moonlight gracing the earth, imparting a sense of tranquility and gentleness. Complementing this was a light pink sheer overlay, enhancing her playful yet resplendent demeanor, akin to the vibrant blossoms of peach trees in spring. At her brow rested a budding peach blossom, serving as a perfect accent that rendered her appearance even more spirited. Her brows were naturally defined, and her lips, untouched by color, exuded a natural allure. Such beauty was undeniably innate, evoking the ancient adage, with a clever smile and enchanting gaze. It seemed that her every smile and frown could stir the hearts of onlookers. Just then, Qiuju entered the room and, upon beholding the scene before her, could not help but exclaim, "Miss, you are truly exquisite. I dare say no woman in the world can compare to you." On ordinary days, Wei Yuyan was already remarkably beautiful, but after this meticulous adornment, she appeared breathtakingly enchanting. Hearing Qiuju's praise, Wei Yuyan's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling with clarity, warm and gentle like the first rays of morning sun. Yet, this seemingly simple smile plunged Qiuju into a state of infatuation, her eyes widening as she stared at Wei Yuyan, utterly entranced as though ensnared by an enchantment. "Oh no, do I possess some peculiar inclination? If she were a man, I would undoubtedly marry her without hesitation." Qiuju mused internally, astonished and perplexed by her sudden, strange thoughts. She had never imagined that she could be so captivated by a woman, and moreover, her own lady. At that moment, Xiaozhu, having noticed Qiuju's unusual behavior, couldn't resist teasing, "Hey, if you keep staring like that, you might just drool." Xiaozhu's voice shattered the silence, pulling Qiuju back to reality. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, a blush creeping across her cheeks. While Xiaozhu was equally awed by Wei Yuyan's beauty, she managed to better control her emotions and expressions. In contrast, Qiuju's reaction appeared overly direct and innocent. Wei Yuyan observed their interaction with amusement, finding it exceedingly entertaining. She mused to herself that although these four maidservants had accompanied her since childhood, each possessed a distinctly different temperament. Particularly Xiaozhu, despite being of similar age to Qiuju, always behaved as if she were a seasoned matron. Amused by this thought, Wei Yuyan could not help but chuckle. Observing this, Qiuju, realizing she was being teased once more, pouted in defiance, falling silent. She silently knelt beside her, carefully tidying Wei Yuyan's skirt. While delicately picking up a pale pink jade pendant adorned with a peach blossom motif from a nearby tray and gently fastening it around Wei Yuyan's slender waist. With the meticulous assistance of several matrons and maidservants, the grooming process finally reached completion. Wei Yuyan felt as if her entire body had become rigid, akin to a marionette that had been manipulated for far too long. Thankfully, it was over at last. She was just about to exhale in relief and stretch her muscles when, supported by Xiaozhu and Qiuju, she slowly rose from her seat and gracefully turned around. Her slight smile was captivating, enchanting all who beheld her with every subtle gesture. At that moment, a servant from the front hall arrived to convey a message. "Miss, the auspicious hour has arrived. We may commence." Upon hearing this, the group hastily assisted Wei Yuyan, escorting her like a constellation of stars toward the front hall. Inside, everything had been meticulously arranged, and nearly all the guests had gathered. With Wei Yuyan's arrival, the ceremonial rite of passage officially commenced. Today, she wore a touch of makeup and donned a delicate pale pink gown, entering the hall with an ethereal grace befitting a celestial being. Wei Yuyan exuded confidence, walking serenely down the red carpet under the gaze of the crowd, ascending the steps with elegance into the main hall. Being born into a prestigious family, her reputation preceded her, naturally drawing a multitude of esteemed guests to witness the occasion. Many unmarried men gazed at the enchanting figure before them, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Though regrettably, her status was far beyond their reach. The front hall was adorned with solemnity and exquisite elegance, permeated by a gentle floral fragrance, with the peach blossom being her favorite. Xiaozhu approached delicately, carrying a basin of clear, shimmering water gently rippling. Wei Yuyan slightly leaned forward, dipping her slender hands into the water, stirring it gently as if a radiant flower were blooming within. After washing her hands, Qiuju swiftly offered a soft handkerchief. Wei Yuyan took the handkerchief and meticulously dried her hands, her movements light and graceful. Once these tasks were completed, guided by the matrons, Wei Yuyan knelt gracefully on a nearby cushion. Her actions flowed seamlessly, exuding an innate, noble aura. She stood tall and poised like a pine tree, each movement radiating natural elegance and poise. Her enchanting beauty and graceful demeanor resembled a breathtaking painting, captivating all those present. At that moment, a distinguished guest stood at the forefront, reciting aloud, in a melodious and harmonious voice, words brimming with heartfelt blessings. Each phrase resonated like celestial music, echoing through the air, laden with profound wishes and expectations. Amidst this exquisite sound, the esteemed matron, the chancellor's wife, approached with measured steps, exuding an air of dignity. In her hand, she held a finely crafted jade hairpin, its hue warm and translucent, emanating a soft glow, clearly a rare treasure. With a serious yet solemn expression, she carefully lifted the hairpin and gently inserted it into Wei Yuyan's tresses. This seemingly simple gesture held significant meaning. It signified Wei Yuyan's official entrance into adulthood, granting her the eligibility for marriage discussions. This was not merely a ritual, but an acknowledgement and blessing of her maturation. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still. All eyes were fixed upon Wei Yuyan, witnessing a pivotal moment in her life. With her hands gracefully lifting her skirt, she approached Shen Yao and slowly knelt down to perform a formal bow, expressing her gratitude for her parents' years of nurturing. Shen Yao stood there quietly, her face adorned with a smile of contentment, yet her heart grew increasingly heavy. Just then, the officiant called out, "The ceremony is complete," signifying the successful conclusion of the coming-of-age rite. Wei Yuyan slowly rose, extending her appreciation through a deep and elegant bow towards her family and the gathered guests, conveying her heartfelt gratitude. In an instant, all the guests surged forward, surrounding the beautiful maiden to offer their most sincere and enthusiastic congratulations. Wei Yuyan maintained a sweet smile, her eyes glimmering with unwavering confidence. Chapter 48. No news? At this moment, weary in both body and spirit, Wei Yuyan sat like a statue before her dressing table in her boudoir. Yet, she remained oblivious to the impending danger. Behind her, Zhou Yichen appeared stealthily, wrapping his arms tightly around her delicate form. This sudden turn of events plunged Wei Yuyan into a state of extreme panic. She attempted to break free, only to discover she was trapped between the narrow confines of the dressing table, unable to move an inch. Confronted by Zhou Yichen's unexpected presence, her heart swelled with confusion and bewilderment. Why had this man, who had long since vanished, chosen to reappear on such a significant day? She widened her eyes, searching his expression for answers, yet all she found was a sea of uncertainty and chaos. As seconds ticked by, her body began to tremble involuntarily, her lowered lashes fluttering like a startled butterfly. Just then, an unfamiliar sensation surged within her. She felt a faint tingling sensation at her brow, as if an invisible pen were gently tracing its way across her skin. This unfamiliar and eerie sensation sent shivers down her spine, and unable to endure it any longer, Wei Yuyan finally extended her hands. With all her strength, she pressed down upon Zhou Yichen's large hand, successfully thwarting his further advance. "Your Highness, please exercise restraint." Despite the softness of her voice, it resonated with unwavering resolve. "Your actions are utterly inappropriate and defy both decorum and reason." If Wei Yuyan were to remain oblivious to his intentions at this moment, it would indeed be a grave error. She could not comprehend why Zhou Yichen, who had always adhered to the principles of propriety, would suddenly engage in such impudent behavior. Her gaze flickered with indignation and defiance, as if she sought to voice all her grievances and discontent. After all, such intimate matters, coupled with such affectionate gestures, were ones she had often witnessed her father bestow upon her mother. However, now faced with Zhou Yichen's unexpected advances, she found herself utterly unable to bear it. What, precisely, was he implying? Did Miss Wei know that General Wei had been missing for several days, with no word of his whereabouts? Zhou Yichen could not deny that he was somewhat taking advantage of the situation. Yet, if he did not act now, the matter might be exploited by other parties. Would he then miss a golden opportunity? Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to seize this moment, even if it meant she might harbor resentment towards him in the future. As long as he could keep her by his side, other concerns could be temporarily set aside. Your Highness, what do you truly mean by this? Upon hearing his words, Wei Yuyan's heart tightened. Though deep within, she was resolute in her disbelief. She could not shake the feeling that he was deceiving her. I have just received news. Miss Wei, I suggest you read it for yourself before drawing any conclusions. Zhou Yichen said impassively, then produced an envelope from his bosom and unreservedly presented it to Wei Yuyan. The envelope appeared weathered, exuding an air of antiquity. Zhou Yichen looked at her with unwavering certainty, as if he had anticipated her forthcoming reaction. He understood that this letter could alter many circumstances. Yet he firmly believed that Wei Yuyan possessed the courage to confront the truth. Moreover, he was confident that her future father-in-law would surely be blessed by fate. Wei Yuyan extended a trembling hand and cautiously accepted the envelope. Zhou Yichen gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, offering a measure of comfort. She cast him a grateful glance, uncertain of his motives, yet appreciative that he had chosen to share such significant information with her, sparing her from ignorance. Her heart raced violently, as if it might leap from her throat. She sensed her palms beginning to sweat, while the envelope felt exceptionally heavy. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself, then carefully unsealed the envelope, extracting the letter within. The paper was slightly coarse, yet the script was bold and vigorous, akin to the graceful strokes of a dragon and phoenix in flight. Wei Yuyan's gaze was fixed intently upon the words inscribed on the letter, as if she sought to etch them into her very consciousness. Yet each character struck her heart like a relentless blade, inflicting unbearable pain. Her mind was engulfed in a void, with the phrases missing and unaccounted for echoing incessantly. Her complexion gradually turned as pale as parchment, and her lips drained of color. The content of the letter fell upon her like a thunderclap, shattering the last remnants of hope within her soul. She harbored no doubts, firmly believing that Zhou Yichen would never resort to such deceit. After all, considering her mother's momentary distraction earlier that day, it was evident that something significant must have transpired. Upon reflection, everything began to make sense. Indeed, her father had gone missing on the battlefield. In that moment, she felt utterly lost, yet simultaneously believed that disappearance did not equate to despair. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Despite the heart-wrenching news, the most crucial task at hand was to locate her father as swiftly as possible, for he might be waiting somewhere for her. She resolved to face this challenge with fortitude for her father and for herself. There could be no further delays. She needed to act immediately, for every moment squandered increased her father's peril. With this thought in mind, she dashed towards the door, intent on slipping away quietly. She knew all too well that if her mother were to learn of this, she would vehemently oppose it. However, she would not turn a blind eye to her father's plight. She would not relinquish hope until the very last moment. Otherwise, should word reach the capital, those who harbored resentment towards her father would undoubtedly pose even greater risks to him. Thus, her paramount mission was to swiftly find her father. She could not afford to wait another second. She needed to take matters into her own hands. Chapter 49. Willingly marry him. No. Zhou Yichen was taken aback, immediately surmising what she intended to do next. Without hesitation, he grasped her arm, halting her advance. Let go of me. Wei Yuyan protested vigorously, bewildered by his repeated attempts to obstruct her. Your reckless actions saved General Wei and could endanger you as well. Please calm down. Zhou Yichen understood the urgency of her emotions, yet some matters required clarity. You are not my father. How can you possibly comprehend my feelings right now? Wei Yuyan, consumed by anger, was deaf to any counsel, even beginning to clash with him. I know you are in a state of turmoil, but it is precisely in moments like this that we must remain composed. The situation is dire. My father may not have much time left. I must set out immediately to find him. At that moment, one thought consumed Wei Yuyan's mind. She had to locate her father as quickly as possible. Nothing else mattered. Please trust me. I have already dispatched a team to search for General Wei. I believe news will arrive shortly. So, could you please calm down? As he spoke, he gently wrapped his arms around the panicked Wei Yuyan, soothing her with his soft voice. In truth, he had never intended to reveal these matters to her, fearing that her knowledge would lead her to act impulsively. However, with various factions lurking menacingly. He found himself overwhelmed and unable to divide his attention. It was impossible for him to remain by her side every hour of the day. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to disclose the truth to her, so she could prepare herself mentally in advance. "My father will surely be fine, won't he?" Wei Yuyan nestled sweetly in his warm embrace. Listened quietly to his reassuring voice. The sensation of being protected and relied upon filled her with an unparalleled sense of security and contentment. Yet, she had never imagined that the source of this safety would be him. "Rest assured, General Wei will certainly emerge unscathed. I can assure you of that." Zhou Yichen distinctly felt the attachment emanating from the person in his arms. Unconsciously, he tightened his embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. This mutual cocooning was exquisite, rendering him utterly entranced and deeply attached. He longed to hold her like this for a lifetime, never letting go. Yet he pondered how such a desire could be fulfilled. "Thank you." Wei Yuyan raised her head, her gaze sincere as it met Zhou Yichen's, her voice soft. Although she was uncertain of his intentions, whether he sought to win over her father, she recognized that, given the current circumstances, it was not the most prudent course of action. Nevertheless, she was genuinely appreciative of his timely assistance. This person seemed to be far from the inadequate figure she had initially believed him to be. Might there have been some misunderstanding regarding the earlier incident? Was there a misunderstanding when you confined me alone in the Buddhist hall during our childhood? She likely did not anticipate that she would unexpectedly pose such a question, leaving Zhou Yichen momentarily stunned, his expression betraying a hint of bewilderment. "Why are you silent?" Noting his prolonged silence, Wei Yuyan could no longer restrain herself and urged him to respond. "May I inform you of the truth at a later time?" Zhou Yichen was reluctant to hastily unveil the reality, fearing that the young lady, having finally opened her heart, might begin to close it off again due to this revelation, pushing her further away, an outcome he dreaded. If she were to discover that he had harbored feelings for her from such an early stage, would she regard him as a pervert? The thought of her avoiding him was not what he had envisioned after years of strategizing. In Wei Yuyan's view, when the truth was revealed mattered little. Moreover, she believed that the sooner it was disclosed, the easier it would be to untangle the misunderstandings that had lingered between them for years. Mending their relationship sooner rather than later would surely yield better results. "Yin, I will be departing shortly to personally seek out General Wei. Therefore, you must remain cautious and vigilant while in the capital. Do you understand?" Zhou Yichen's presence here is driven by his deep concern for her. He fears potential unforeseen circumstances, which compels him to come and offer her earnest counsel. Naturally, it would be even more delightful if he could seize this opportunity to indulge in tender moments with her. It appears that the young lady harbors feelings for him, and even if it meant facing peril, he would not hesitate in the least. "What? You also intend to go in person? What will happen to the palace then?" As a prince, he cannot leave the capital without a decree from the emperor. "Well, my father has already granted permission. I must verify the general's safety myself to be at ease." If it were anyone else, Zhou Yichen could readily dispatch someone else to handle the task. However, General Wei is no ordinary individual to him. Thus he must go personally. You must exercise extreme caution and prioritize your safety. Wei Yuyan's enchanting eyes are fixed intently on the man before her, filled with worry and anxiety. She truly hopes that her presence does not place Zhou Yichen in danger. If anything were to happen to him because of her, she would feel guilty for a lifetime. She is not foolish. She understands that his insistence on going is undoubtedly related to her, especially after his audacious and boundary-pushing actions just moments ago. If she were still oblivious to his feelings for her, that would indeed be quite foolish. Yet, she cannot fathom when he began to develop such sentiments. After all, they had barely exchanged words in the past few years. Rest assured, for you, I shall return safely and ensure General Wei's safe return as well. Zhou Yichen has finally resolved to unveil his true feelings, laying bare the emotions he has harbored for years. He fears that this could be a one-way journey, and he might miss the singular opportunity to express his affection. He has always acted with caution, never taking risks lightly. But this time, for her sake, he is willing to take a chance. He who never fights a battle without certainty is prepared to wager on this. If he wins, he will embrace his beloved. If he loses, he might find himself buried in the earth, yet he harbors no regrets. Thank you, Zhou Yichen. Wei Yuyan never anticipated that. At such a critical juncture for the Wei family, it would be he who stepped forward to assist her. She feels she has begun to grasp the essence of love as described by Yulu, akin to her current sentiment. Her heart scales have tipped entirely in his favor. Perhaps having a husband like him is not such a bad thing after all. At the very least, he has never merely spoken empty words to her. Whatever promises he has made, he has always fulfilled. If he returns, she would willingly marry him. Chapter 50. The palace change time flies. And in the blink of an eye, it has been nearly a month since Zhou Yichen departed. During this period, he diligently wrote to Wei Yuyan every day, reporting on his circumstances without fail. However, Wei Yuyan has now gone 3 consecutive days without receiving any word from him. A flicker of anxiety arose within her heart, leading her to ponder whether he had encountered some misfortune. Just at that moment, an unexpected event transpired in the capital. An upheaval had occurred. "My daughter, there has been a disturbance in the palace. Someone has dared to stage a coup." Upon learning this news, Shen Yao did not hesitate to rush to the courtyard where Wei Yuyan resided to inform her. After all, the general was not present at the residence, so the mother and daughter must devise a strategy to respond promptly. Who could be so audacious? The sudden turn of events caught Wei Yuyan off guard. It was difficult for her to fathom that someone would risk such a bold move at such a critical juncture. It was the Prince of Ning. When Shen Yao uttered his name, even she was taken aback. Why would the normally indifferent Prince of Ning, who indulged in pleasures and had little concern for state affairs, choose to instigate a coup at this moment? Moreover, the King of Yu had only recently departed from the capital. Could it be that he was so impatient? This raises suspicions about his true intentions. Could it be that someone is scheming, using him to divert attention for some nefarious purpose? There is indeed a possibility. For in the eyes of many, the last person one would expect to instigate a coup is the Prince of Ning. Now, chaos reigned throughout the capital, with everyone in a state of panic. The immediate priority was to escape as swiftly as possible. Shen Yao spoke with a composed demeanor. After all, she had weathered many storms, and this level-headedness was not lost on her. Wei Yuyan and Shen Yao hurriedly packed their belongings, preparing to flee the city amidst the turmoil. However, just as they were about to depart, a group of soldiers burst in and surrounded them. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the general's residence?" Shen Yao stood defiantly in front of Wei Yuyan, refusing to allow them to make any moves. "By order of the Prince of Ning, we have come to apprehend the remnants of the traitors." The leading officer coldly addressed them. Wei Yuyan was startled, unsure of the meaning behind this action. The Wei and Shen families had never been involved with the Prince of Ning's estate. "Outrageous! You are the true traitors," Shen Yao retorted angrily. For after so many years as the general's wife, her authority could not be undermined. "Seize them!" The soldiers ignored her and ordered their subordinates instead. The soldiers behind them immediately advanced to capture Wei Yuyan and Shen Yao, taking them away in a carriage. As the carriage slowly made its way to the palace, Wei Yuyan was filled with fear and confusion. She could not comprehend why the Prince of Ning had suddenly targeted them, nor could she foresee the fate that awaited her and her mother. The situation in the capital had descended into complete chaos. What lay ahead for them? So much had transpired recently that she could hardly process it all. She had initially thought that at least they would be imprisoned together, able to care for one another. Who could have anticipated that, midway through their journey, Shen Yao would suddenly be forcibly removed from the carriage by the soldiers, leaving Wei Yuyan alone? Wei Yuyan's heart raced with anxiety. She was utterly oblivious to her mother's whereabouts and the fate that awaited her. She endeavored to inquire of the soldiers escorting her, but they remained utterly silent. At last, the carriage came to a halt, and Wei Yuyan was brought before a grand palace. As she raised her gaze, she beheld the plaque inscribed with the words Taiha Hall, leaving her perplexed and uncertain as to why she had been brought to this place. Upon being ushered inside, she was taken aback to find an unexpected figure seated before her. King Ing. Zhou Yichen. Why was it he? In her mind, if Ning Wang had indeed staged a rebellion, it would have been he who brought her here. Why, then, had it inexplicably transformed into Zhou Yichen? What could be his purpose in bringing her? She truly could not comprehend it, for in her view, with her father missing for so long, she had long since lost any value as a pawn. There seemed to be no reason for such elaborate efforts to bring her here. Zhou Yichen approached her with a smile, declaring, "I have admired you for quite some time, Yin. If you're willing to follow me, I can assure you of your safety and grant you a life of opulence." Wei Yuyan was taken aback. She had not expected Zhou Yichen to utter such words. Steeling herself, she coldly replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness, but I am well aware that I am unworthy of your affection, and I fear I would only disappoint you." At her words, Zhou Yian's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure and smiled again. "No matter. I have ample time to persuade you to change your mind. However, until then, you shall remain here." With a wave of his hand, he commanded that Wei Yuyan be taken away and placed under house arrest. Confined within a lavish chamber, Wei Yuyan's spirits were heavy with despair. She harbored no understanding of Zhou Yian's true intentions, nor did she know how she might escape her predicament. During her days of confinement, Wei Yuyan devised various schemes to seek her freedom. However, it seemed that Zhou Yichen had keenly sensed her intentions, dispatching numerous guards to keep watch over her. Thus, she found herself entirely cut off from the outside world, with no knowledge of her mother's fate or whether she remained safe. Throughout this period, Zhou Yichen visited her sporadically, each time hoping to see her yield to him. Yet, Wei Yuyan consistently regarded him with the utmost suspicion, her demeanor bristling with defiance. Observing her unwavering resistance, Zhou Yichen appeared on the verge of losing his patience, his desire to possess her growing more fervent. Chapter 51. Persuasion in his eyes. As long as a woman submitted to him and bore his child, even the most headstrong of women would ultimately become docile and compliant. Yet again, Zhou Yichen was infuriated to the point of slamming the door as he stormed out. In the aftermath, Wei Yuyan exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps she was safe for the time being. However, she was acutely aware that such a situation could not endure indefinitely. She began to reminisce about Zhou Yichen, uncertain of his current whereabouts and whether he was safe. She wondered if, this time, he would be able to rescue her from peril as he had in the past. On that day, the concubine unexpectedly visited her. "Yinner, I have watched you grow over the years. I first met you when you were but a little child. Time has flown, and you and Yinji have known each other since childhood, sharing an innocent bond." Noticing the lack of response from the other, the concubine decided to intensify her efforts. She questioned her own abilities and believed that dealing with a girl like Wei Yuyan would be a simple task. "Every time I see the two of you together, I am convinced you are a match made in heaven. Moreover, after all these years, you are well aware of Yinji's deep affections for you. Is there still any reluctance on your part?" With her words reaching this point, the concubine's expression gradually darkened as she gazed at Wei Yuyan. "Your Highness, I am grateful for your kind intentions, but I fear I am unworthy of such fortune." Hearing these words only fueled her anger further. Once, she had believed Wei Yuyan to be a sensible and reasonable young woman. Yet now, she discovered that the girl was utterly ungrateful. In the past, she indeed had the right to be proud, but now she was merely a fragile mayfly without any protection. At this juncture, if Wei Yuyan could seize the opportunity to cling to her son, it would be ideal. However, she insisted on maintaining her false pride and stubbornness. The concubine could not fathom why she was so insistent. Even at this moment, she still fantasized about being a chaste and virtuous woman, completely oblivious to the times. If it were not for her son's obstinacy and unwavering affection for Wei Yuyan, the concubine would have preferred to disregard such vexations. She truly could not understand the means by which Wei Yuyan had ensnared her son, leaving him utterly captivated, unable to see any other woman. No matter how many beauties the concubine sent to her son, the outcome remained the same. He dismissed them without mercy. This left her both infuriated and helpless, stirring a deep sense of frustration within her. Alas, since she could not alter the present circumstances, she could only reluctantly accept this harsh reality and do her utmost to assist her son. However, to her astonishment, despite her earnest entreaties and heartfelt counsel, Wei Yuyan remained unwavering, showing no signs of wavering. This action incited a sudden anger within the concubine. For so many years, few had dared to show her disrespect. She had never anticipated being treated thus by an inexperienced young girl, which only deepened her disdain for Wei Yuyan. It was only her son, with his gentle and kind nature, who remained steadfast. Had it been herself in his place, she would have long since cast such an ungrateful person into a desolate graveyard. Where else could one find such meticulous care, providing sumptuous delights as now? In the eyes of the noble consort, it was precisely this excessive indulgence that had fostered Wei Yuyan's capricious and willful disposition. A slight shift in attitude would surely compel her to comply, bending her will with ease. Upon contemplating this, the consort ceased to maintain even the fade of pretense, resolutely turning away and striding out of the room without a backward glance. Throughout this encounter, Wei Yuyan displayed an air of indifference and detachment, as though the unfolding events bore no relevance to her, a demeanor that incited considerable ire. Yet, once all had departed, she quietly approached the window, attentively listening to the sounds of the courtyard. All that reached her ears were the rustling of branches swayed by the wind and the faint whispers of leaves brushing against one another. Beyond this, the courtyard lay in profound silence. She could no longer recall how long she had been imprisoned in this place, once filled with fury and clamor. She had gradually grown more reticent with the passage of time. Had it not been for the consort's unexpected visit, she might have spent another entire day seated by the window, as was her custom. In this moment, her downcast eyes suggested a deep immersion in her thoughts, rendering her innermost sentiments inscrutable. Her delicate, elongated lashes cast a small fan-shaped shadow upon her alabaster cheeks, enhancing her beauty and evoking a sense of tender vulnerability. Even in this state of quietude, she resembled a captivating work of art. However, her prolonged stillness often elicited an inexplicable sense of dread. The elderly matron stationed outside, observing this pale yet enchanting figure before her, could not refrain from tentatively suggesting, "My lady, perhaps you should rest for a while. It is not ideal to remain seated for so long." Yet, Wei Yuyan offered no reply. She merely lifted her gaze slightly, casting a fleeting glance before descending once more into contemplation. She remained oblivious to the current state of affairs within the palace, only noting the consort's unimpeded entrance and exit. She surmised that the palace must have fallen entirely under the control of Prince Hung, while the previously mentioned Prince Ning was likely a mere puppet. Clearly, Prince Hung was the true orchestrator behind the scenes. Everyone appeared to maintain a facade of calm, yet she understood that perhaps all she observed was mere pretense. The previous night, as she lay in bed, restless and unable to find slumber, she inadvertently overheard their anxious whispers. It was said that King Yu was leading a formidable cavalry towards the capital, and that Zhou Yichen had scarcely ascended to the throne before potentially losing it. Should King Yu ultimately prevail, what fate awaited those like her? The thought was almost too daunting to bear. Yet for Wei Yuyan, this might signify the imminent arrival of her freedom. At last, the opportunity to escape from the confining prison that had ensnared her for so long had arrived. Chapter 52. Return to the capital. At this moment, the palace gates were firmly shut, resembling an impregnable fortress. The city towers were ablaze with light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight, while hundreds of soldiers took turns guarding every corner with meticulous vigilance. Additionally, battalions of elite imperial guards wielded bright torches, patrolling ceaselessly throughout the night, their silhouettes appearing particularly formidable in the glow of the flames. The scene resembled an intricately woven net that tightly enveloped the entire palace, leaving no room for a single drop to escape. Within the capital, the military forces of various factions intermingled, establishing a delicate balance that none dared to disrupt lightly. However, the palace had entirely fallen under the control of Zhou Yichen, who ascended to the throne with unprecedented speed, declaring himself emperor. The royal villa on the outskirts of the city was equally fortified, with layers of guards standing sentinel. Zhou Yichen arrived in a state of anxious urgency. His footsteps hurried as he immediately inquired of Sun Si, who stood nearby. How was the Empress Dowager faring? Sun Si promptly replied, "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has yet to awaken, but there is no need for concern. Her life is not in peril. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yichen silently seated himself on a nearby chair, his expression inscrutable. The plan he had meticulously orchestrated had initially seemed foolproof, even managing to rescue the Empress Dowager from the palace ahead of time. Yet, an unforeseen complication had arisen, resulting in a moment of alarm. Nevertheless, the mission had been accomplished without major setbacks. Who could have anticipated that the most critical moment would unravel in such a manner? Wei Yuyan had been taken away. At this instant, Zhou Yichen's inner turmoil belied his outward calm, instigating a growing dread among those present. Particularly, the two individuals kneeling on the ground were precisely the shadow guards Zhou Yichen had assigned to protect Wei Yuyan. However, they had failed in their duty to safeguard her. Given the prince's decisive and relentless approach, these men were destined to face a dire fate. Having squandered the trust bestowed upon them, they knelt in resignation, awaiting their punishment. Just then, a thunderclap erupted, sending chills down spines. The situation within the palace had undeniably become precarious. Most alarming was the rumor that the emperor had fallen into a comatose state, unresponsive. Who could have foreseen that after years steeped in the intrigues of imperial power, a son could throw everything into disarray? Truly, it echoed the saying, no matter how many calculations are made, one cannot escape the clutches of conspiracy. At that moment, one of Zhou Yichen's confidants stepped forward, stating, "Your Highness, the King of England has seized the opportunity to usurp the throne. It is likely that a subsequent wave of purging against the other princes will soon follow. Should we not take the initiative?" Zhou Yichen found himself in a passive position, not due to any lack of strength, but because the various factions had nearly exhausted one another in their conflicts, reaching a point of mutual destruction. Furthermore, Zhou Yichen bore a critical vulnerability. Wei Yuyan had fallen into the hands of the adversary. He paced to the window, gazing into the inky darkness of the rain-soaked night. Gazing at the incessant rain cascading down, splashing droplets upon the ground, my mind was awash with countless thoughts. First, I must assist the forces of King Yong and King Zhao in entering the city. The crowd below, naturally, exhibited unwavering obedience to my words, readily acquiescing. Next, I shall dispatch someone to seek an opportunity to infiltrate the royal palace, covertly searching for the whereabouts of Princess Yu. My voice, though soft, exuded an undeniable authority. As my words fell, those beneath me were left astounded by my proclamation. To their knowledge, Miss Wei had yet to be betrothed. How could she inexplicably become the Princess Yu? Was it due to the recent rescue of General Wei, leading to an unilateral decision for the young lady to offer herself? Speculations swirled within their minds. Truly, their Highness was swift, decisive, and precise. This move would undoubtedly serve as a model for them all. They could not help but commend him inwardly. In that moment, they envisioned a flawless plan unfolding. It was apparent that his intent was to first eliminate the other two contenders, thereby diverting Prince Ying's attention. Meanwhile, he could seize this opportunity to quietly search for Wei Yuyan's whereabouts. After all, the outside world believed him to be dead. He could well utilize this moment to gather strength, allow the three opposing factions to clash, weakening one another's forces. Once the time was ripe, he would strike, assured of success. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They understood that this war was merely at its inception, and their prince would lead them to victory. In this realm rife with intrigue and strategy, every move required meticulous planning. They firmly believed that, under his leadership, they would triumph over all adversities and emerge as the ultimate victors. After all, the other princes had long cast envious eyes upon the throne, their desires palpable. Allowing Prince Ying to ascend would surely not sit well with anyone, inevitably inciting a fierce and brutal conflict. Following extensive deliberation and strategizing, the crowd received their orders and exited the hall. Sun Siyu, observing Zhou Yichen braving the torrential downpour, could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Your Highness, as night falls and the rain intensifies, do you truly intend to venture out?" Looking out at the deluge, Zhou Yichen's brow furrowed in concern. "Indeed, I cannot rest easy knowing she is in peril. Hence, I wish to search for her. This sense of despondency and helplessness was something Sun Siyu had never witnessed in him over the years. It was evident that Miss Wei held a position of utmost importance before the prince, surpassing all else. Had it not been for General Wei's predicament, the prince would not have chosen to leave the capital, fully aware of the perils that lay ahead. Otherwise, they would not find themselves in such a precarious situation. Moreover, the prince had recently endured near-fatal trials, hardly affording him respite for recovery. Upon hearing of Miss Wei's captivity, he had rushed back to the capital without pause. Under normal circumstances, even a healthy person would struggle with such demands. How much more so for the severely injured prince? Your Highness, you are still recovering from your injuries. You must take care of your health. What will Miss Wei do if you collapse? It must be said that Sun Si is indeed astute, as his words hold great truth. Once this reasoning was articulated, Zhou Yichen found himself devoid of any grounds to refuse, ultimately heeding his counsel. Indeed, what Sun Si expressed was entirely rational. Currently, Yinner has no one to rely on but herself. If she were to falter, what would become of her? She is surely awaiting his rescue. Thus, even though he is anxious, he cannot act recklessly. It is evident that whenever matters concerning her arise, he loses all semblance of rationality, starkly contrasting his usual strategic prowess. Chapter 53. A change in the weather approaches. As anticipated, events unfolded precisely as Zhou Yichen had foreseen. Everything progressed with remarkable fluidity. The armies of Prince Yu and Prince Zhao swiftly infiltrated the city, establishing a delicate balance of power among the three factions within the capital. On this particular night, Sun Si entered, leading an individual completely enveloped from head to toe. However, upon seeing him, Zhou Yichen did not immediately utter a word. Instead, Prince Ning, Zhou Yiren, approached Zhou Yichen directly and without hesitation, knelt before him, clinging tightly to his legs while weeping uncontrollably. Fourth brother, I truly do not wish to perish. You must save me. I harbor no thoughts of rebellion. My elder brother lacks the capability for such treachery. Fourth brother, you know better than anyone that I am one who indulges in pleasures and holds no interest in vying for the throne. Furthermore, what good is being an emperor? One must toil endlessly over state affairs. Fourth brother, I implore you, save me. Beside them, Sun Si could only regard the scene with disdain, struggling to fathom how a man of such stature could weep with such despair, particularly when this individual was a prince, accustomed to a life of luxury, with skin as fair as snow. In this moment, he sobbed with eyes red as blood, as if tears could spill forth in torrents. Zhou Yichen, seemingly repulsed by the proximity of this display, furrowed his brow in distaste. Sun Si felt a sense of dread, fearing that Zhou Yichen might soon kick Prince Ning away. Thus, he quickly gestured to his subordinates to fetch a fresh handkerchief and a cup of water, then personally approached to offer them to Prince Ning. Your Highness, please have a sip of water and take a moment to compose yourself. Speak at your leisure. Zhou Yiren was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, grasping the handkerchief with one hand while holding the cup with the other. Naturally, he released his grip on Zhou Yichen's leg and glanced at Sun Si beside him. Thank you. I'm truly grateful. Having uttered this, Zhou Yiren attempted to rise. However, he was astonished to find that perhaps due to his pampered upbringing, he was unable to stand upright, his body involuntarily descending, as if he were about to topple onto Zhou Yichen. Fortunately, Zhou Yichen reacted swiftly, reaching out to grasp his arm and hoisting him back to his feet. Rest assured, dear brother, regardless of who ultimately ascends the throne, your life will remain unthreatened. However, you have now been burdened with the label of rebellion, and exile is an inevitable consequence. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yiren's composure swiftly dissipated. Accustomed to a life of comfort and ease, he could hardly fathom enduring the hardships and trials of exile. Merely contemplating such an existence was unbearable, leading him to prefer death over such a fate. Thus, Zhou Yiren clutched Zhou Yichen's sleeve tightly, pleading earnestly, Brother, the days of exile are exceedingly arduous. I fear I may not survive. You must save me. I have never beseeched you for anything in my life, but this time, You must assist me. In Zhou Yiren's heart, among his brothers, Zhou Yichen was the only one likely to show him mercy. After all, if Zhou Yichen were to ascend the throne, perhaps he could escape the fate of exile, whereas under the rule of the others, he would likely meet a grim end on the path of banishment. It was solely his third brother's ruthless ambition that had thrust him into the role of a puppet emperor, while he monopolized all real power. His greatest fear was falling into the hands of a third brother, who would surely accuse him of treason and execute him. After all, he had exerted tremendous effort to escape the palace and was unwilling to surrender his life so easily. The best course of action for you now is to conceal yourself. You must not allow anyone to discover your whereabouts. We shall see who ultimately claims that position, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Rest assured. Zhou Yichen's gaze was piercing as he spoke with unwavering calm and conviction. Although the outcome remained uncertain, he understood the weight of promises and would not make commitments lightly. Upon hearing his words, a heavy burden finally lifted from Zhou Yiren's heart. In his eyes, Zhou Yichen was undoubtedly the most capable candidate for the throne. Gaining his approval meant the possibility of avoiding disaster. Consequently, this matter was essentially settled, and he could finally breathe easier. Leave at once. If you linger here any longer, you risk being falsely accused of conspiring with me. Observing Zhou Yiren's hesitation, Zhou Yichen urged him to depart. Taken aback by this admonition, Zhou Yiren suddenly realized the truth. No wonder he had managed to break through the layers of guards with such ease. In his panic, he had failed to consider this aspect. He quickly bundled himself up tightly and hurriedly exited through the back door. Once Zhou Yiren had departed, Zhou Yichen promptly returned to the study. At this moment, he was acutely aware of the pressing time and the gravity of the task ahead, leaving no room for complacency. A change was imminent. This night was destined to become a sleepless one for many, causing them to toss and turn in their beds, unable to find rest. Particularly for Zhou Yichen, who had expected to ascend to the throne with certainty. It was an unforeseen shock to discover so many coveted it, despite his lack of urgency to eradicate those individuals. He was taken aback by their eagerness to deliver themselves to him. He was acutely aware that he was not a benevolent man. How could he easily let those who dared to challenge him go unpunished? His solitary act of mercy was reserved for Wei Yuyan, yet regrettably, she remained indifferent to his kindness. Nevertheless, he found himself willingly enduring this pain, gazing at the relentless downpour before him. Zhou Yichen yearned to visit her palace and confide his inner turmoil. Recently, the burdens he bore weighed heavily upon him, leaving him utterly fatigued. He longed for a confidant to share his thoughts with, to alleviate his emotional strain. However, he understood that Yiyan was reluctant to see him, let alone engage in conversation. These desires were merely his own fanciful wishes. Gradually, he hesitated to make the first move, fearful of encountering her indifference. The thought of her rejections made him timid. He recoiled, daunted by the prospect of facing her. Chapter 54. No, don't. During the ensuing days, Wei Yin found herself occupying her time by staring blankly in her room. It was then that a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Her heart raced. She recognized that it was Zhou Yichen. Over the past few days, his visits had become a familiar sound to her. Yet, she pondered the reason for his haste. Had he emerged victorious? No, that was utterly implausible. She knew well the formidable prowess of Zhou Yichen, who would not so easily succumb to defeat. Before she could contemplate further, the door was thrust open, and the old matron knelt in reverence. "Your Majesty," she intoned. Zhou Yichen merely waved his hand, prompting her to withdraw with understanding. He turned to close the door firmly, striding purposefully towards Wei Yuyan. His towering figure enveloped her completely. As he drew near, she caught a whiff of a pungent metallic scent. Frowning slightly, she turned her head and caught sight of the ornate dragon robe he wore, marred by splatters of crimson blood. The vivid hue seemed to narrate the brutality and ferocity of war. Her heart sank, and vivid images of the blood-soaked battlefield flooded her mind. Slowly, she raised her gaze to his face, where she observed an expression darkened by fury, his lips pressed into a thin line. His eyes glinted with a blood-red light, making it difficult to look directly at him. In that moment, Wei Yuyan speculated anxiously. Had he suffered defeat? Zhou Yichen let out a cold snort and seized her chin with his strong hand, his gaze as venomous as a serpent, sweeping over her form before finally resting on her beautiful yet defiant visage. Do not rejoice too soon. Even if I were to descend into hell one day, you must accompany me. Otherwise, would I not be too lonely on the path to the underworld? His words conveyed an irresistible authority and chilling cruelty, causing Wei Yuyan to tremble involuntarily. However, she swiftly stabilized her emotions. She could not afford to lose her composure at such a critical moment. How could His Majesty, who is currently preoccupied with state affairs, find time to visit me? Wei Yuyan feigned calmness and inquired with a steady voice. She had been confined here for so long, and he had only come to see her a few times. Each visit had been brief and hurried, leading to fervent disputes that ended in discord before he departed once more. It was evident that the pressing circumstances, coupled with his limited patience, had left him no room for respite. Nonetheless, for her, such a state of affairs was, in fact, most advantageous. Zhou Yichen leaned down, his handsome face mere inches from hers. Caught off guard by his sudden proximity, Wei Yuyan instinctively wished to retreat, but her chin was firmly grasped by him. His long fingers, akin to iron pincers, gripped her painfully. A peculiar expression began to surface on his otherwise exquisite visage as he spoke softly. Is it possible that Yin feels a tinge of jealousy due to my lack of attentive companionship? If so, I shall no longer be busy and will remain by your side every day. Would that be agreeable? With each word, his ire intensified, and the pressure of his grip involuntarily increased. It hurt. Wei Yuyan trembled as she tugged at his sleeve, prompting Zhou Yichen to finally release her chin. As reason gradually returned, he became aware that he had left two distinct marks on her delicate chin. Zhou Yichen narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated on her slightly pallid face, and an overwhelming surge of affection welled up within him. His long fingers caressed her fine features gently, as though tending to a priceless work of art, and he murmured, Yin, I apologize for hurting you just now. Yet, despite the subtlety of his touch, Wei Yuyan felt as if a cold serpent was slithering across her cheek. Instantly, her hair stood on end, and her body trembled involuntarily as she instinctively turned her head away, attempting to evade his caress. Zhou Yichen perceptively noted her withdrawal, and his patience finally wore thin. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her effortlessly, his movements decisive and swift. The abruptness of the action left Wei Yuyan astonished. Just as she prepared to struggle, Zhou Yichen strode purposefully towards the bed, where he forcefully tossed her onto the intricately carved, opulent mattress. Ugh! Wei Yuyan was heavily thrown onto the bed, feeling as though the world spun around her, her head swimming. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she struggled to sit up. At that moment, Zhou Yichen casually stripped off his blood-stained outer robe, not even pausing to remove his boots, before pouncing on her like a ravenous tiger. Just as she had barely managed to sit upright, she found herself once again thrust back onto the bed, his weight pressing down upon her like a colossal mountain, nearly suffocating her. A surge of intense defiance welled up within Wei Yuyan. She could not allow him to succeed so easily, and thus began to struggle with all her might. Your Majesty, please have some self-respect. Wei Yuyan's voice was imbued with determination and resolve. Yet this did not deter Zhou Yichen. He let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed firmly upon her cherry-red lips, and then he languidly licked his own. You honor. From this moment on, you shall be my devoted wife. Shall we commence our wedding night? Zhou Yichen was acutely aware that he might not have a tomorrow. Yet before that, he must possess this woman, the object of his dreams for many years. Even if they were to tread the path to the underworld together, they would become eternal partners. No, please no. Wei Yuyan's eyes brimmed with rejection and terror, and her resistance ignited Zhou Yichen's fury. Whether you wish it or not, your husband can only be me. As the words left his lips, he leaned down, attempting to kiss her. Wei Yuyan fought desperately, shaking her head to evade his advance. Her hair had long since fallen into disarray, and inadvertently, her nails scratched Zhou Yichen's cheek, leaving a conspicuous trail of blood. Nevertheless, nothing could thwart Zhou Yian's determination. His eyes burned with desire and obsession. Feeling the sting on his face, Zhou Yichen paused, casually wiping his fingers across the crimson mark, then flashed a faint smile towards Wei Yuyan on the bed. His smile was unnervingly peculiar, tightening the knots of dread in Wei Yuyan's heart, and she was immediately engulfed by a foreboding sense. Indeed, the next moment, Zhou Yichen seized her garment, yanking it with force. With a ripping sound, both her outer and inner garments were torn away, revealing a pure white attire embroidered with pink peach blossoms. Chapter 55. I only desire you. Zhou Yichen remained undeterred. He extended his arms, enveloping Wei Yuyan tightly in his embrace, yearning to kiss her lips once more. Wei Yuyan struggled fiercely, but her strength paled in comparison to Zhou Yian's, and soon her breaths grew rapid and shallow. Zhou Yian's tongue sought to invade her mouth, but to his surprise, Wei Yuyan turned her head slightly, momentarily escaping his kiss. Wei Yuyan's mind was a blank slate. She suddenly found herself at a loss on how to confront this situation. Gazing at Zhou Yichen from head to toe filled her with disgust. She had no desire to be with someone like him. He was nothing but repulsive. After several failed attempts, Zhou Yichen, too, felt a swell of impatience. He understood the primary objective of his presence here and could not allow her to continue in this manner. Time was slipping away, and he could not afford to delay any longer. Realizing force was ineffective, he decided to adopt a gentler approach. Looking deeply into Wei Yuyan's eyes, he spoke tenderly. You honor. You are truly beautiful. A wave of revulsion washed over Wei Yuyan. She dared not meet Zhou Yichen's gaze, fearing that the disdain in her eyes would enrage him further. Instead, she averted her eyes, bowing her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. Go away. All of this was taken for granted by Zhou Yichen, who was captivated by the beauty's tears, naturally prompting a desire to cherish her even more. He reached out to her eagerly, only to elicit a startled cry from Wei Yuyan, who quickly shielded her chest with her arms. Her body trembled, and her voice quivered as she pleaded, Your Majesty, I beg you, spare me. What woman do you lack? Why must you force me? Zhou Yichen's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson, his gaze fixed intently on her delicate form, his voice becoming hoarse. Yichen, in this lifetime, I desire only you. After uttering those words, he leaned in to kiss her once more, but Wei Yuyan turned her head, and a fervent kiss landed on her ear. Yet she protested, If you wish to be with me, it should be through proper means. It is unreasonable as it stands now. How am I to face the world later? She believed that if he could simply let her be for the moment, a solution would present itself. Yuyan, there is no later. We must share this chamber today. Zhou Yichen grasped her wrist, lifting it effortlessly above her head, using one hand to pin her arms to the bed while the other seized her skirt. Just then, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Zhou Yichen paused, his expression twisting into a grotesque mask, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. He swiftly embraced Wei Yuyan, rolling off the bed, and drew a razor-sharp dagger from his boot, pressing it unhesitatingly against her fair, slender neck. Initially, Zhou Yichen had intended to die alongside Wei Yuyan. However, in this life-and-death moment, fear gripped his heart, leading him to reconsider. To him, preserving his own life took precedence over all else, and the sole means of achieving that seemed to rest in exploiting Wei Yuyan. After all, he was acutely aware of the fourth prince's ulterior motives towards her. At that moment, using her as leverage appeared to be the best course of action. Suddenly, the door burst open with a violent kick, and Zhou Yichen strode in, followed closely by a throng of guards resembling a dark cloud. However, upon entering, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the scene before him, overwhelming him with anguish and pity. He clearly saw that Wei Yuyan had grown gaunt. Her once round cheeks had sunken, and her beautiful eyes had lost their previous luster. Zhou Yichen felt an uncontrollable pang of regret. He chastised himself for returning too late. Had he been sooner, this dire situation might have been averted. Zhou Yichen, you have indeed come. Zhou Yian's voice dripped with provocation and menace. I advise you to step back immediately, or do not blame me for the ruthlessness of my dagger. Zhou Yichen halted abruptly. Yuyan's safety was paramount, and he dared not take any risks. Zhou Yichen, release her, he shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. Do not approach, or I shall act without hesitation." As Zhou Yiyan's words fell, the dagger in his hand pressed closer to Wei Yuyan's neck. The sharp blade swiftly sliced through skin. Crimson blood cascading down the dagger, a sight both alarming and heart-wrenching. Zhou Yiyan's emotions surged, becoming increasingly agitated. The sudden movement caused Wei Yuyan to gasp in pain, tears spilling uncontrollably down her cheeks. Yet Zhou Yiyan seemed oblivious, his eyes clouded only by desires for power and survival. He was acutely aware that, by taking this step, the formidable opponent, the fourth, would soon reveal his true self. However, the allure of power and profit often proves irresistible, compelling him to stake everything on this one gamble. Who could have anticipated his extraordinary fortune in narrowly escaping death? A turn of events entirely beyond his expectations. Years of meticulous planning now threatened to unravel. Yet he harbored no regrets. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to drag someone down with him. The question now rested on Zhou Yichen's shoulders. What choice would he make? "I will not move, but you must not harm her in the slightest." At this moment, Zhou Yichen's gaze was consumed by a vivid crimson hue. So striking it was difficult to behold. The sight pierced his heart, flooding him with profound sorrow. Prepare a swift horse and sufficient silver at once. Zhou Yiyan, at this juncture, had cast aside all concern for his mother. His immediate priority was to ensure his own safety. As long as he could preserve his life, opportunities for resurgence would inevitably arise. He could only blame his maternal family for their incompetence, allowing those intruders to breach the palace gates with such ease. After laboring tirelessly for so long, the prospect of Zhou Yichen reaping the rewards without effort was intolerable to him. In that moment, Wei Yuyan acutely sensed Zhou Yiyan's distraction. She understood that seizing this rare opportunity was her only chance to escape her dire predicament. Otherwise, being taken by him would lead to unimaginable consequences. Thus, as he faltered, she summoned all her strength in an attempt to break free from her restraints. Simultaneously, Zhou Yichen perceptively noted her intentions, cautiously inching closer to them. Opportunities such as this were fleeting. Should she fail, the repercussions would be dire, possibly even provoking Zhou Yiyan's wrath to a point of no return. With gritted teeth, she summoned her remaining strength and delivered a sudden kick to Zhou Yiyan's abdomen. This unexpected assault caught him off guard, and, in his moment of vulnerability, he instinctively released his grip in pain. Seizing the moment, Wei Yuyan dashed towards Zhou Yichen, who, without hesitation, opened his arms and embraced her tightly. Heaven knows the torment he endured witnessing that harrowing scene. Had she not emerged unscathed, he would have been condemned to a lifetime of guilt and regret. Just then, without a command from Zhou Yichen, the guards behind him surged forward, swiftly subduing Zhou Yiyan. The crisis has finally subsided. Zhou Yichen gazed at Wei Yuyan, who lay trembling in his arms, his heart overflowing with boundless affection and tenderness. He reproached himself for not being able to protect her, allowing her to endure such trials. Fortunately, she emerged unscathed, a truly miraculous fortune. The harrowing scene that had just unfolded within the confines of the room had rendered his heart nearly motionless with anxiety. Luckily, his beloved girl possessed enough wit and intelligence to transform peril into safety. After enduring such a life-and-death ordeal, the two embraced one another tightly, their resolve for each other growing ever stronger. Chapter 56. The Imperial Edict. The subsequent events unfolded in a manner most logical. Armed with the Imperial Edict left by the late Emperor and supported by the Empress Dowager, Zhou Yichen ascended to the throne with ease. Zhou Yiyan and his mother, the Imperial concubine, were imprisoned in the dungeons, their crimes against the late Emperor substantiated with irrefutable evidence, awaiting their execution on an appointed day. This effectively severed Zhou Yiyan's final chance, and henceforth, no one could contest his claim to Yuyan. During this period, Zhou Yichen was preoccupied with purging the remnants of treachery from the court. Simultaneously, he was preparing for his grand coronation, leaving him in a state of relentless busyness. Each time he managed to steal a moment away to secretly visit the general's residence to see Wei Yuyan, she had already fallen into a deep slumber. compelling him to sit quietly at her bedside for a spell. Alas, the moments of reunion were always fleeting, and soon he found himself compelled to return to the palace to attend to state affairs. He had grown weary of the days where even a glimpse of his beloved felt like traversing 1,000 mountains and rivers. Now, with power firmly in his grasp, he yearned to swiftly bring Wei Yuyan into the palace and elevate her to the position of empress. It seemed the renovations of Kunning Palace needed to be hastened. He could not bear to wait another moment. However, due to the late emperor's passing, he was also required to observe a period of mourning, which restrained his urgency. During this time, Wei Yuyan remained blissfully unaware of Zhou Yichen's endeavors. She devoted herself to caring for her parents, content to recuperate at the general's residence. After Zhou Yichen had saved her, he had promptly dispatched someone to escort her back home, instructing her to rest well. Upon her return, she discovered that her parents had been waiting for her for quite some time. The sight of her father, though slightly injured, safe and sound, filled her heart with warmth and relief. When she inquired about the circumstances, General Wei and his wife revealed that their salvation was entirely due to Zhou Yichen's assistance. Hearing this news did not surprise Wei Yuyan in the least. Simultaneously, her feelings for Zhou Yichen deepened, tipping the scales of her heart further in his favor. Yuyan, now that Zhou Yichen has become emperor, what are your thoughts? The Wei couple exchanged glances and cautiously ventured to ask. They were not oblivious to the bond shared between the two young souls. However, the current situation was fraught with uncertainty, and nothing was yet determined. They feared that if Zhou Yichen ultimately failed to grant Wei Yuyan the status of his legitimate wife, their daughter would inevitably suffer. Moreover, given their profound understanding of their daughter's character, it is evident that she is ill-suited to entangle herself in the intrigues of the court. They have always been acutely aware of this, which is why they chose to remain neutral during the conflict, hoping to avoid excessive entanglements and burdens. However, the situation has now crystallized. Not only has Zhou Yichen saved their lives, but he has also rescued their beloved daughter. This act of kindness weighs upon them like a mountain, making it difficult to repay such a debt lightly. Consequently, they have resolved to first gauge their daughter's thoughts, so that any arrangements can be made in accordance with her wishes. After all, their daughter has grown into adulthood, possessing the capacity for independent thought and decision-making. As parents, they ought to respect and support her choices. If she insists on being with Zhou Yichen, despite their reluctance, they can only choose to silently bless her and fully support her decision. Conversely, if she is unwilling, even if it means relinquishing his official duties, surrendering military power, and retiring to a quiet life, he would do so willingly. For in his heart, nothing is more paramount than his daughter's happiness. He stands firm on this principle. He would rather suffer himself than allow his daughter to endure even the slightest grievance. Yet in this era, imperial authority is an inescapable reality. Should the new emperor resolutely refuse to relent, they would find themselves powerless and at the mercy of fate. Faced with her parents' inquiries, Wei Yuyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his typically obedient and understanding daughter now clouded with hesitation and turmoil, Wei mistakenly assumed that she was reluctant to enter the palace. His iron-willed heart was thoroughly softened at that moment. Even though the new emperor had bestowed great favors upon him, he could not bear to send his cherished daughter into the depths of the imperial palace. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself. He reached out to gently stroke Wei Yuyan's head and spoke tenderly. "My child, I understand that this matter weighs heavily upon you. Regardless of your decision, I will respect your wishes. If you truly do not wish to enter the palace, I would risk my very life to protect you." Seeing her father's fervent expression, Wei Yuyan sighed inwardly, realizing he must have misunderstood the situation. In truth, her hesitation stemmed solely from a reluctance to share her husband with other women. Now that he has ascended to the throne, he would inevitably possess 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Yet, what Wei Yuyan yearned for was a love that is singular and everlasting. Such a desire, however, seems nearly unattainable in the present day, especially for someone of imperial status, where the notion of romantic love is barely conceivable. Which emperor does not prioritize heirs? In a royal household, how could genuine affection possibly exist? Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, a sudden, resounding voice broke the silence. The imperial edict has arrived. This unexpected proclamation shattered the tranquility of the moment, leaving each person with a look of confusion. Instantly, they snapped back to reality and knelt to receive the decree. Chapter 57. The Ascension of the Empress. Meanwhile, deep within their hearts, an insatiable curiosity lingered. What manner of imperial decree would be issued? By the will of heaven. The emperor proclaimed, General Wei's daughter, Wei Yuyan, is dignified and virtuous, gentle and considerate, possessing noble character and exceptional intelligence. She is truly a paragon among the 6 palaces. Therefore, I hereby bestow upon her the title of Empress, granting her the Phoenix seal to preside over the 6 palaces and embody the maternal figure of the realm. The wedding is set for the 6th day of next month. Thus it is decreed. Ligue, the emperor's personal eunuch, breathlessly read out the edict, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. At last, the emperor had established an empress. It was indeed a momentous proclamation. However, upon hearing the decree, Zhou Yichen was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Zhou Yichen would designate her as empress, especially in such an abrupt manner, leaving her utterly unprepared. Memories of their shared past flooded her mind, eliciting a whirlwind of emotions. Had he truly meant the words he had spoken? She had once believed them to be mere banter. Yet, why had he not consulted her beforehand? Did he fear she might flee? At that moment, General Wei and his wife appeared ashen, devoid of vitality. It seemed the new emperor was determined not to relinquish Yuyan. This fate appeared preordained. Now that the decree had been issued, there was no room for negotiation. Despite their deep reluctance, they could only resign themselves to the reality of preparing for their daughter's marriage with a semblance of joy. As subjects, their absolute obedience to the emperor's command was an undeniable duty. Congratulations, General Wei. Your daughter is indeed fortunate. You shall be the esteemed father-in-law of the nation, Li Gui said with an obsequious grin as he attempted to present the edict to Wei Wei. However, Wei Wei showed no inclination to accept it. Instead, he turned to look at his daughter, unable to bring himself to concede so easily for the sake of his own career. From the perspective of a loyal subject, Wei Wei could not help but admire Zhou Yichen. He was truly a ruler born of destiny. With remarkable foresight and unparalleled strategy, he also possessed extraordinary courage and ambition. His daring rescue of Wei Wei from the border was testament enough to his capabilities. Yet as a father, Wei Wei could not wish for his cherished daughter to enter the palace as a concubine, even as empress. The title of emperor, after all, could hardly guarantee Yuyan a life of happiness. There is a saying, to accompany a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. The emperor's thoughts are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, ever-changing and unpredictable. If Yuyan were to truly marry into the palace, she would inevitably face numerous risks. Your servant humbly accepts the decree. Wei Yuyan understood her father's predicament and did not wish for him to offend Zhou Yichen because of her. Now that Zhou Yichen was the sovereign ruler, he would not be as accommodating as before. Despite her profound reluctance to share her husband with other women, she could only reluctantly accept the decree in light of the current circumstances. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Li Gui Shuang knelt reverently on the ground, presenting the imperial decree to Wei Yuyan with utmost respect. Behind him, a multitude of attendants followed suit, bowing down in unison and proclaiming, "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress." In that moment, the atmosphere turned solemn and dignified, with all present expressing profound reverence for the newly appointed empress. Even though Wei Yuyan had been accustomed to grand spectacles since her youth, she found herself astonished by this scene, enveloped in a haze as if lost in a fog, rendering everything before her a blur. The 4 maidservants beside her were the most elated, having witnessed their mistress ascend from an ordinary young lady to the empress of a nation. Their joy overflowed. The honor of her elevation to empress was immense, and they felt genuine happiness from the depths of their hearts. However, they could not help but recall certain past events. It was said that the relationship between their mistress and Prince Yu had not been amicable, even bordering on antagonistic. The prince had been the most critical of their young lady. Yet now, having recently ascended the throne, he was eager to marry her, a development that left many perplexed. Perhaps it was all a misunderstanding. After all, one would not go to such lengths to marry someone they despised, unless they were courting death. Soon, the news of the Empress's appointment spread through the capital like wildfire, sparking discussions in every corner. Undoubtedly, there were those who fanned the flames behind the scenes. As to who this person was, it was already quite evident. The matter of establishing an empress was of paramount national importance. Even a slight misstep could lead to tumultuous consequences. The new emperor's sudden declaration of this decree took everyone by surprise, revealing the urgency of his intentions. Within a brief period, the news had permeated the city, becoming common knowledge. Upon hearing this announcement, reactions varied. Some rejoiced, while others expressed concern. Among the most delighted was the Empress Dowager, whose grief over the loss of her son had aged her by a decade in a single night. Yet in a heartbeat, her most cherished grandson ascended the throne and was set to marry the woman she admired most. Her joy was boundless, and she felt her life could now be fulfilled without regrets. It seemed her discerning judgment had proven accurate, as everything unfolded as she had anticipated. With no external pressure, Chen had chosen Yuyan as empress, indicating that he had long held her in high regard. This was precisely what she had hoped for. Just when she was about to relinquish her hopes, an unexpected delight emerged, truly a cause for celebration. She had always believed Yuyan was destined for greatness, foreseeing even greater adventures and achievements in her future. It appeared her painstaking efforts had not been in vain. Consequently, the unparalleled glory of the Shun family would be preserved for at least another century. Meanwhile, the noble ladies of the capital, upon hearing this news, were incensed, their teeth grinding in frustration. They simply could not comprehend how Wei Yuyan had come into such extraordinary fortune, inexplicably rising to the esteemed position of empress, revered by all. It is well known that the current emperor harbors a profound disdain for women like Wei Yuyan, who possess beauty but lack substance. Thus, it is perplexing that he would suddenly decree her as empress. Nevertheless, there exists a clandestine hope among the court ladies that, with the elevation of the empress, further decrees for additional titles will soon follow. After all, the newly ascended emperor finds himself with an empty harem. The most pressing matter at hand is to swiftly populate the palace, with the priority being the heirs to the throne. While they may not ascend to the position of empress, being a favored concubine would still be a splendid fortune. Ultimately, as long as one can enter the palace and become a woman of the emperor, the stability of Wei Yuyan's position as empress remains uncertain. However, to their astonishment, their anticipations culminated in mere disillusionment. Chapter 58. The eve from the moment Wei Yuyan received the imperial edict. She was acutely aware that her time in this household was severely limited. Merely a month remained. Regrettably, she had yet to lay eyes on Zhou Yichen even once during this period. Her days had been consumed with a whirlwind of activity, wishing she could stretch a single day into 3 or 4. Yet, despite her meticulous planning, time continued to slip away like a fleeting shadow, and before she knew it, the month had begun anew. At that moment, an elderly matron dispatched from the palace urged Wei Yuyan, who had just completed her medicinal bath, to hasten. With her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, she languidly nestled upon the soft couch, silently counting down the remaining days with her fingers. 6 days. How could it be that only 6 days remained? Unwilling to accept this, she recalculated with utmost precision, but the harsh truth confirmed her miscalculation. According to the matrons, if the day of the wedding was included, she would be unable to remain at home come dawn. Upon further contemplation, it dawned upon her that her time at home had dwindled to a mere 5 days. "Miss, the palace has sent your bridal gown. Please try it on and see if any alterations are needed," Qiu said, carefully placing a collection of jars and bottles on the low table beside her. Wei Yuyan sat by the window, her gaze lost in the distance, seemingly oblivious to Qiu's words. After a prolonged silence, she finally returned to reality and replied softly, "I understand." Deep within, she recognized her persistent gloom, yet she found herself unable to quell this turmoil. As the wedding date approached, her feelings of resentment intensified, largely due to the man she both adored and loathed, Zhou Yichen. He had unceremoniously cast aside an imperial decree regarding their marriage, showing indifference as if it were none of his concern. Yet, each day, gifts and trinkets flowed into her courtyard like a river. However, he remained elusive, and while she believed he was exceedingly busy, the absence of his presence weighed heavily on her heart. However, to assert that they were so busy that they could not find a moment to meet was something she could never believe. It could only indicate that he himself was unwilling and disinclined. Wei Yuyan simply could not fathom the meaning behind his actions. If he held no affection for her, he could have easily refrained from bestowing upon her the title of empress. Yet, if he did harbor feelings, his current demeanor suggested otherwise. He appeared to be intrinsically indifferent to everything around him, leaving her utterly perplexed. This scene, observed by Qiu Ju from the sidelines, filled her with both sympathy and a sense of helplessness. She understood that her mistress required time and space to soothe her emotions, and her attempts at consolation might prove futile. Thus, Qiu Ju chose silence, arranging the collection of bottles and jars she had brought with care, opening each one in preparation for her mistress's needs. These items were not ordinary. They were specialized skincare products intended for a woman's body. Some were fragrant oils meant to nourish the skin, while others were powders that exuded an enchanting aroma. Each bottle had been meticulously selected to ensure that Wei Yuyan would present her most exquisite self on her wedding day. Yet at that moment, Wei Yuyan displayed no interest whatsoever. Her thoughts had drifted far away. During this time, she had been attended to by Lady Shun and those sent from the palace, who employed various medicinal baths, ointments, and other treatments. The quality of what was applied to her skin was abundant, even extending to some rather intimate areas that were subjected to peculiar concoctions. Each time this occurred, her eyes would well with tears, not for any other reason but sheer embarrassment. In those moments, she wished fervently to curl up and vanish into the earth. After half an hour, Xiaozhu and Qiu Ju assisted Wei Yuyan in organizing her garments. Upon seeing her mistress's face, flushed with shyness, Xiaozhu could not resist teasing her. This truly is a boon for the emperor. On hearing this, Wei Yuyan's cheeks deepened in hue, resembling a ripe apple, alluring in its redness. In truth, she had protested to Lady Wei more than once, yet each time her mother had resolutely dismissed her concerns. Lady Wei always implored her gently, "My child, heed your mother's advice. Our delicate feminine constitution requires careful nurturing. These methods of care are drawn from my years of experience and must not be taken lightly. Only in this way can we ensure that you do not suffer after entering the palace." Wei Yuyan understood that her mother's insistence stemmed entirely from love and a desire to protect her from future anguish. The treatment she received were largely based on court secrets, with some derived from practices commonly employed by esteemed families. The fact that her mother could bestow such precious methods upon her was clearly a reflection of her wish to provide the utmost care, ensuring their effectiveness. Hence, despite any dissatisfaction or resistance that Wei Yuyan felt within her heart, Lady Wei steadfastly adhered to her approach. Subsequently, Xiaozhu and Qiu Ju fetched the magnificent wedding gown sent from the palace. Every stitch and embellishment has been meticulously crafted, as if narrating the story and blessings behind this wedding gown. Wei Yuyan has been through considerable tribulation before being granted respite. She cannot help but marvel at the dedication of her maids, each one striving to ensure that no detail is overlooked. In contrast, she, the prospective bride, feels increasingly negligent by comparison. Yet, when Wei Yuyan donned the gown, she was astonished to discover that it fit her perfectly, as if it had been tailored exclusively for her. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Had someone in the palace once taken her measurements? After a moment of reflection, she realized that the only person capable of providing such precise dimensions could only be the emperor, her future husband. At this thought, a gentle blush once again graced her cheeks. As for why he would be so accurate, she recalled a previous encounter, and her face flushed once more at the intimacy they had shared. Everything now felt surreal, as if she were living in a dream. Chapter 59. This action is exceedingly difficult. In the last 2 days, part of Wei Yuyan's belongings had already been sent to the palace. Tomorrow, she would take with her a total of 108 dowry items. Each piece of these treasures had been carefully selected by General Wei and his wife, imbued with their profound blessings and affection for their daughter. As they watched their daughter, whom they had nurtured with such care over the years, prepare to enter the imperial palace, their hearts brimmed with reluctance. After all, once she entered the palace, it would not be as easy to see her again as it once was. If common folk are bound by numerous conventions, how much more so the royal family? As night fell, Wei Yuyan, adorned in a vibrant red nightgown, sat anxiously before her vanity. Shun Yao held a finely carved redwood comb, delicately tending to Wei Yuyan's hair. Observing her daughter's locks, which had become increasingly lustrous and smooth like satin after a month of meticulous care, filled her with affection. At this moment, seated before the bronze mirror, Wei Yuyan had not ceased her tears since morning, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. Were it not for the concern of her parents, she would have longed to cry out in despair. However, Shun Yao pretended not to notice, though her heart was equally heavy with sorrow. After finally finishing the hairdo, Shun Yao's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Yet she exerted every effort to suppress her emotions, gently tousling her daughter's hair and saying, "Dear, you should go to bed. We must rise early tomorrow." Just then, Wei Yuyan extended her hands, grasping tightly onto Shun Yao, and, unable to contain herself, implored, "Mother, will you stay with me tonight?" Her face radiated a charming vulnerability, yearning for just one last moment of maternal affection before her marriage. Of course, Shun Yao replied, not denying her daughter's request, knowing well that this was her daughter's final night at her family home. Moreover, there were certain words she felt compelled to impart. Over the course of this month, Wei Yuyan had undergone a remarkable transformation, especially at this moment, clad only in her inner garments. Her graceful figure was fully revealed. The aura she exuded, no longer the naive essence characteristic of youth, was now imbued with a touch of enchanting allure. However, her true metamorphosis would only be realized after she shared a bed with Zhou Yichen. Despite her captivating appearance, her innocence remained intact, untouched by the experiences of intimacy. Gazing at her daughter, Shun Yao extended a beautifully crafted art book towards her. Such matters could only be addressed by a mother. Wei Yuyan, her face alight with excitement, pondered, "Mother, is this the book you wish to give me?" She reasoned that since her mother presented this book at such a pivotal moment, it must be an invaluable collector's edition. Avidly fond of reading, she felt an intense curiosity towards it. Noticing her daughter's misunderstanding, Shun Yao refrained from elaborating further. Instead, she illuminated the pages with the soft glow of the bedside lamp, encouraging her to take a look. "Examine it closely, there's no need to be shy. Just familiarize yourself a little. After all, he certainly knows far more than you do." Royal offspring have specialized tutors from a young age, and despite rumors of Zhou Yichen's indifference toward women, he would undoubtedly possess greater knowledge than the Navi Wei Yuyan. Is it? Wei Yuyan felt bewildered, questioning what could be so significant about the book that it needed to be viewed at this moment. Yet, she obediently accepted her mother's guidance, taking the art book and perusing its pages earnestly. The book Shun Yao had given her was relatively discreet, for she feared that overly explicit content might shock her daughter. Her intention was merely to provide a subtle hint, lest Wei Yuyan remain entirely oblivious. Unexpectedly, after a brief examination, Wei Yuyan did not exhibit the bashfulness Shun Yao had anticipated. Instead, her face was marked by confusion as she earnestly inquired, "Mother, is this a manual for martial arts? But the difficulty of these movements seems far too great. I surely cannot accomplish them." Before Wei Yuyan could finish her sentence, Shun Yao swiftly snatched the art book from her hands and cast it aside onto the bed. Though Shun Yao was indeed Wei Yuyan's biological mother, the thought of lying beside her daughter and discussing such matters was simply unbearable. Gently, she tousled Wei Yuyan's hair and soothingly said, "All right, let us go to sleep. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him tomorrow." Confronted with such a perplexing dilemma, Shun Yao decided to leave the resolution to Zhou Yichen. "Ask him, does that mean he wishes to demonstrate those poses with me? But the difficulty is exceedingly high. Given my current abilities, it would be utterly impossible." At that moment, Wei Yuyan's eyes sparkled with clarity, her large eyes fixed intently upon Shen Yao. One side of her face was marred by distress, while the other radiated confusion. Observing this scene, Shen Yao promptly turned to her with a grave expression, speaking in a serious tone. "Hurry and sleep. Any questions can wait until tomorrow." Wei Yuyan could only obediently nod, yet her heart brimmed with curiosity, wishing fervently to inquire immediately. She simply could not fathom why such matters must await the morrow for discussion with Zhou Yichen. Wouldn't it be better to consult her mother now? Nevertheless, upon witnessing Shen Yao's evident reluctance to elaborate, she wisely chose to relent. Since her mother had consistently urged her to approach Zhou Yichen, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Thus, Wei Yuyan resolved to heed her mother's advice, planning to seek Zhou Yichen's guidance the following day. She was determined to unravel how others effortlessly executed such challenging maneuvers. Ultimately, the truth substantiated Shen Yao's words. Zhou Yichen was indeed more than willing to instruct Wei Yuyan on these matters. Alas, the outcome was that she found herself mired in a daily existence fraught with trials and tribulations, living a life of unbearable hardship. At this moment, Wei Yuyan remained blissfully unaware of it all. After a languorous yawn, she gradually closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 60. The grand wedding on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. The sun shone brilliantly beneath a clear sky, heralding an extraordinary day filled with hope and beauty. Today marked the momentous occasion when the new emperor was to wed the only daughter of General Wei. This young lady was truly a rare gem in the world. Not only did she hail from a distinguished lineage, but she was also exceptionally talented and remarkable in her gifts. It was said that her beauty was akin to that of a celestial being, captivating and breathtaking. She was, without a doubt, a treasure bestowed upon the earthly realm by divine providence. On this day, shortly after the hour of the pig had passed, the first deafening crack of firecrackers erupted before the Wei residence. This sound ignited an enthusiasm akin to a lit fuse, swiftly spreading throughout the city. In an instant, the entire capital awakened from its slumber, as every passerby on the streets wore expressions of curiosity and excitement, irresistibly drawn into the celebratory atmosphere. Over the years, Zhou Yichen, even as a prince, had made numerous remarkable contributions to the common people. He had alleviated their tax burdens and addressed famine issues, enabling them to lead lives of peace and prosperity. Consequently, he garnered the heartfelt support and affection of the populace. Now, as he ascended to the throne, it seemed an act of divine will, an entirely rightful occurrence. Following his ascension, the new emperor continued to uphold the philosophy of caring for his subjects as if they were his own children, swiftly resolving a multitude of pressing issues in a short span of time. How could a ruler so devoted to his country and compassionate toward his people fail to win their unwavering loyalty? What grievances could possibly remain? Everyone was filled with curiosity about the new empress of Dezhou, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of her grace and poise. Conversations abounded, speculating on her appearance and demeanor, hearts brimming with hope and blessings. In this momentous occasion, the entire capital is enveloped in an atmosphere of joy and tranquility, with radiant smiles illuminating the faces of all. Yet, the one who has sparked such curiosity among the crowd has finally been coaxed out of her warm cocoon by Shen Yao. The rituals of bathing, dressing, and adorning oneself must be executed to perfection, inevitably consuming more time than usual. The elderly matrons of the palace, along with their attendants, exert every ounce of their skill, striving to showcase their expertise. Wei Yuyan, at the pinnacle of her beauty and just reaching the age of maturity, possesses skin so tender it seems to glisten with moisture. Coupled with a month of meticulous care, her enchanting demeanor is captivating. Even the women around her cannot help but steal glances, especially her cousin Shunaran, who, despite a tinge of envy, harbors genuine blessings for her. After all, she has long harbored a secret affection for Zhou Yichen, only to find him marrying her cousin. How infuriating! Yet, over the past few days, she has come to terms with it. A fruit forcefully plucked does not taste sweet. It is better to relinquish the pursuit of a man whose heart lies elsewhere. As the saying goes, it is wiser to let slip what one cannot hold. Prior to this day, Wei Yuyan had donned the imperial crown and ceremonial robes multiple times. Each fitting revealed the intricate complexity of the attire. And this occasion was no exception, comprising no fewer than a dozen layers. Although morning had only just dawned, Wei Yuyan's cheeks were flushed, and beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead. Nonetheless, Shen Yao remained unyielding, not permitting her even a sip of water. The rationale was simple. Today, as ceremonial proceedings were exceptionally elaborate, each step fraught with challenges and inevitable hardships. Thus, Shen Yao resolved to acclimate Wei Yuyan to this state, preparing her for the trials that lay ahead. Wei Yuyan could only acquiesce, having previously attempted various tactics of charm and persuasion. Yet Shen Yao appeared resolute, showing no signs of softening. However, once Wei Yuyan completed her makeup, she radiated a brilliance unlike any she had displayed before. It would not be an exaggeration to declare her the epitome of beauty. Every smile and gesture was imbued with allure, as though she could effortlessly touch the hearts of those who beheld her. A mere glance was sufficient to etch her pure, yet captivating visage deep within one's memory. At that moment, Shen Yao gently grasped a delicate vermilion brush, dipping it into a vibrant hue of rouge. Her movements were graceful and tender, as if performing a sacred ritual. With utmost care, she crafted a petite peach blossom, no larger than a fingernail, at the center of Wei Yuyan's forehead. This blossom not only symbolized a mother's profound blessings, but also embodied the enduring traditions of the great Zhou dynasty. Mother, Wei Yuyan softly called her name, her voice as gentle and tender as ever, yet filled with an overwhelming sense of attachment. However, today, there was no trace of hesitation or sorrow in her eyes. Shen Yao quietly leaned her forehead against Wei Yuyan's cheek, refraining from further words, for all that needed to be said had been expressed long before this moment. The time was quietly approaching the hour of Chun, and the carriage sent to escort Wei Yuyan to the palace was surely on its way. The nine-tailed phoenix crown, a magnificent adornment reserved for the empress, gleamed with a dazzling brilliance, its opulence truly astonishing. Together with an elderly matron from the palace, Shen Yao carefully placed the heavy crown upon Wei Yuyan's head. Subsequently, a red beaded curtain, embellished with pearls, was gently drawn down, an act Shen Yao personally assisted with. Through the curtain, she gazed at Wei Yuyan, whose smile still radiated like blooming peach blossoms, her heart a tumult of emotions. Despite this, Shen Yao fought back tears, turning away, striving with all her might to prevent them from falling. In this serene moment, she silently prayed for her daughter's future happiness and well-being. She understood well that entering the palace meant Wei Yuyan would face countless challenges and trials. Yet, she firmly believed her daughter possessed the wisdom and courage to confront everything ahead. This delicately painted peach blossom would symbolize the eternal bond and blessing between mother and daughter. Wei Yuyan raised her hand, and Xia Zhu and Xiao Zhu promptly stepped forward to assist her. With a smile still gracing her eyes, Wei Yuyan slowly approached Shen Yao, helping her to sit back in her previous position. Then, taking 2 steps back, she gently knelt on the ground with their support. Yuan bids farewell to her mother, she said, bowing 3 times in reverence. In that moment, a flicker of sadness crossed Wei Yuyan's eyes, only to be replaced by strength. After receiving her 3 bows, Shen Yao immediately rose to help her up, her expression touched. On this day, the two shared an unspoken understanding, their faces devoid of tears, and even sorrow remained unexpressed. Shen Yao took the grand red veil adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs and placed it over her head, softly assuring, "Yuan, you will surely find happiness." Just as these words left her lips, the carriage from the palace arrived at the general's residence to claim Wei Yuyan. Though the couple harbored countless reluctances, they could only bury them deep within. Suddenly, a young servant hurriedly rushed in. Chapter 61. I have come to take her back to the palace general. The emperor has come in person. What? Upon hearing this, not only the general and his wife, but all present were taken aback. It was unprecedented to hear of an emperor personally arriving to wed, a first in this dynasty. This clearly demonstrated the profound affection the new emperor held for the woman who was about to become empress. Before they could fully comprehend the implications, Zhou Yichen had already entered the main hall. Upon seeing the new emperor, everyone knelt in reverence. Yet in that moment, Zhou Yichen's gaze seemed to encompass no one but his bride. Beside them, Wei Yuyan could faintly see Zhou Yichen approaching her, clad in a crimson attire. Yet their vision was regrettably obscured by the red veil. Zhou Yichen, with unwavering focus, strode directly toward his beloved. Without hesitation, he grasped her hand, enveloping it within the warmth of his palm. Subsequently, he turned to face the Wei couple standing nearby, speaking with gravity. "I have come to escort her back to the palace." Though Wei Wei's heart brimmed with reluctance, he could only nod silently in agreement under the circumstances. With Wei Wei's consent secured, Zhou Yichen promptly lifted the bride in his arms, striding confidently toward the entrance. The abruptness of his action startled Wei Yuyan immensely. The crimson veil obscured her sight, leaving her to cling tightly to Zhou Yichen's chest, seeking solace. Sensing her dependence, Zhou Yichen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The girls nearby watched them depart with envious expressions, marveling at the sweetness of the moment. As Zhou Yichen moved further away, a throng of onlookers followed suit. Soon, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence, as the crowd seemed to awaken from the scene they had just witnessed, hastily following outside. The procession to welcome the bride stretched long, nearly filling the street at the entrance. The palanquin designated for Wei Yuyan was an imposing structure, carried by 16 bearers. The grandeur of the spectacle was astonishing, pushing the gathered citizens to the edges. Yet, no one found fault with the scene. Rather, the surrounding crowd was filled with excitement, their spirits soaring. This was indeed a true bridal procession. The palanquin was adorned with a riot of vibrant flowers, resembling a sea of blossoms. Draped over it was a delicate veil intricately embroidered with a design of phoenixes and birds, an exquisite sight to behold. Particularly striking was the thoughtful design of the palanquin's top, where a resplendent golden phoenix perched, surrounded by large, lustrous pearls that shimmered brilliantly. It was fair to say that this palanquin was the ultimate dream for every woman in the capital. It was hard to fathom that such an elaborate creation could be completed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs in just a month. In Zhou Yichen's eyes, only the most exquisite of things could befit his empress. As he carried Wei Yuyan out of the general's residence, aside from the guards stationed to maintain vigilance, nearly all gazes were irresistibly drawn to Wei Yuyan, adorned in her phoenix crown and bridal finery, radiant as a celestial being. Long live the emperor! Long live the empress! It was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon one person knelt, followed by others, a relentless wave of voices echoing in the air, resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. At that moment, Zhou Yichen carefully approached the palanquin with her in his arms, while the maidens gradually lifted the veil. He then placed her inside the palanquin with the utmost care, as if cradling a rare treasure. Observing her sit upright, he guessed she might be feeling a touch of anxiety, so he gently reassured her, "Do not fear, I shall be here for you." As he spoke, he gently caressed her head, and upon sensing her body relax slightly, he withdrew with a sense of relief, nimbly mounting his horse. Almost immediately, a deafening cacophony of firecrackers and jubilant cheers erupted, marking the official departure of the wedding procession as it grandly advanced toward the palace. As the carriage gradually receded from view, General Wei and his wife remained steadfastly focused on the direction in which their daughter had departed, as though wishing to etch that beautiful silhouette into the depths of their hearts. Even after her figure vanished completely from sight, they lingered at the threshold for a considerable time, motionless and silent. Eventually, as the crowd of onlookers dispersed, the couple slowly turned, their steps heavy as they made their way back home. At that very moment, seated within the floral sedan chair, Wei Yuyan finally exhaled deeply. She instinctively reached up to wipe her cheek, only to discover her hand was already damp with tears. It seemed that, from an indeterminate moment, the tears that had been forcibly suppressed behind her eyes surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Yet, These tears were not solely emblematic of sorrow and melancholy. They also contained a significant measure of happiness and joy. Before she could ponder this further, the sedan chair came to a steady halt. Today was destined to be a day filled with bustling activity and intricate details. Wei Yuyan sat in the chair, her head slightly bowed, silently reflecting on her thoughts. She took a gentle, deep breath, attempting to calm the turbulence within her heart and organize her thoughts as she awaited the auspicious instructions of the matchmaker. "Your Highness, please descend." At the sound of the call, a palace attendant stepped forward, delicately lifting the fine gauze to assist Wei Yuyan in alighting from the chair. However, at that moment, a commotion arose ahead. Zhou Yichen dismounted with agility, striding purposefully toward the floral sedan chair. His gaze was unwavering, as if the entire world consisted solely of him and Wei Yuyan. He was the first to grasp her outstretched hand, and in that instant, Wei Yuyan felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over her, her body gradually relaxing. Zhou Yichen cautiously guided Wei Yuyan down from the sedan chair, each step taken with utmost care. The onlookers had witnessed this scene before, yet they failed to perceive any irregularity. In contrast, the ministers stood in stunned silence, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They were taken aback by Zhou Yichen's extraordinary attentiveness toward Wei Yuyan, a display so striking that it could not be overlooked. As the new emperor, every action of Zhou Yichen was under scrutiny, inviting deep analysis from the public. The current scene undoubtedly affirmed to all that his regard for this empress was exceptional. As the ceremony unfolded, the atmosphere grew increasingly grand and magnificent, signifying that Wei Yuyan's position as empress would become ever more secure. This wedding would undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the annals of the great Zhou. Throughout the proceedings, Zhou Yichen did not permit anyone else to take Wei Yuyan's hand. From the moment he grasped it, he never let go. He held her tightly, as though fearing the loss of her presence. Hand in hand, they slowly traversed the red carpet toward the elevated platform. Wei Yuyan adorned herself in an exquisite gown, its hem flowing behind her like wisps of clouds, epitomizing luxury and nobility. In stark contrast, the typically aloof Zhou Yichen donned a vibrant red ceremonial robe, revealing an unexpected softness. Together, they appeared as a pair of celestial match made in heaven from any angle. After performing the heavenly rites atop a grand platform, Wei Yuyan joined Zhou Yichen in receiving the homage of the court officials. Subsequently, they ascended the imperial sedan chair to pay their respects at the ancestral temple. Finally, they were to partake in the ceremony of enthronement, during which they would receive the phoenix seal, symbolizing her status as queen. By the conclusion of the day, Wei Yuyan felt utterly exhausted, as though her body no longer belonged to her. She perceived herself as a marionette, manipulated by Zhou Yichen and the elderly matron beside her. Nonetheless, she bore no grievances, dutifully acquiescing to their commands. As they returned to the palace from the ancestral temple, the sun began its descent. The once blazing orb had transformed into a vibrant twilight. At long last, she stepped into the palace of her future abode, Kunning Palace. The sky, once ablaze with red hues, was now cloaked in the dimness of night. Chapter 62. A heavy burden at this moment. Wei Yuyan sat poised upon the spacious bed, adorned with a resplendent red quilt emblazoned with dragons and phoenixes. The bed was scattered with peanuts, longans, and red dates, which, although somewhat uncomfortable, she understood to signify auspiciousness and good fortune. It was only at this moment that she realized the grand wedding was drawing to a close. Yet, a vibrant red veil still shrouded her head. The surroundings were tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of burning candles. Wei Yuyan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, as she felt a sense of confusion and unease about the fate that awaited her. She reminisced about her life before entering the palace, a time when she had been an innocent and carefree girl. Now, she had become a wife, and the future loomed ahead, filled with boundless uncertainties. Just then, the door creaked open, and the soft sound of footsteps reached her ears. She clutched the edge of her garment tightly, her heart brimming with anticipation and anxiety. Zhou Yichen approached the bedside, pausing momentarily. Then, a slender rod appeared in her line of sight, gently lifting her veil. Suddenly, light flooded her vision, prompting Wei Yuyan to instinctively squint, adjusting to the unexpected brightness. In an instant, she discerned the scene before her. Zhou Yichen, clad in a red ceremonial robe, stood with his back to the pair of dragon and phoenix candles. Bathed in the dim candlelight, he appeared remarkably gentle, exuding an ethereal beauty. It evoked in Wei Yuyan a sensation of being enveloped in his world. Captivated, her gaze was drawn to him, her heart overflowing with admiration. Their eyes met, and the magnetic attraction between them rendered them unable to look away from one another. "You have finally arrived." Wei Yuyan managed to regain her composure first and spoke to him. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yichen could not help but swallow several times before finally managing to respond from the depths of his throat. "I apologize for making you wait. It was my fault, and I assure you it will not happen again." His earnest assurance brought warmth to Wei Yuyan's heart, setting aside the truth of his words. The mere fact that he was willing to soothe her was a rare sincerity. As Wei Yuyan met Zhou Yichen's gaze, a wave of shyness washed over her. Her exquisitely radiant face, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, appeared even more enchanting, exuding a captivating charm that could mesmerize anyone. She shyly lowered her head, unable to hold his gaze any longer. Her delicate eyelashes fluttered gently with her slightly fluctuating emotions, as if they were articulating her inner tension and anticipation. At that moment, the old matron approached and set aside Wei Yuyan's red veil. Zhou Yichen stepped forward and joined her on the bridal bed, gazing at the petite figure beside him. A surge of affection welled up within Zhou Yichen. He could not resist the urge to extend his hand and lightly touch her dainty, exquisite chin with the tip of his middle finger. Then, with tenderness, he turned her delicate face toward him. The pearl curtain before Wei Yuyan was carefully pushed aside by Zhou Yichen, revealing her breathtaking visage, beautiful beyond compare. Her face was a vision of ethereal grace. The allure of her captivating eyes and her petite yet exquisite lips stirred ripples of emotion in his heart, evoking an indescribable sensation of delight. At that moment, an atmosphere of intimacy enveloped them, as if the entire world belonged solely to the two of them. However, the wedding ceremony was not yet complete, for there remained certain essential rites to fulfill. The old matron, under the encouraging gaze of Li Gui, steeled herself to step forward, presenting the ceremonial wine, symbolizing a harmonious union. Although Wei Yuyan felt an overwhelming shyness, her thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. She longed to hasten the conclusion of these tedious rituals and finally find some rest. After all, she had risen early and toiled throughout the day, leaving her utterly fatigued. Unbeknownst to her, the true trials awaited her further ahead. Obediently, Wei Yuyan lifted the wine cup, and together with Zhou Yichen, they partook in the ceremonial toast. The old matron then approached with swift movements, binding the hems of their garments together, thereby completing all the rituals of the day. With a nod of approval from the matron, Wei Yuyan finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Matron, please help me remove this. It is far too heavy," she softly said, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and exhaustion. She furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly discomforted by the weight of her attire. After all, opulent garments are indeed burdensome, and she felt as though her head was no longer her own. All she desired was to rid herself of the cumbersome adornments atop her head. At that moment, Zhou Yichen reached out, cradling her head gently, taking a moment to observe her with care. Under her impatient and eager gaze, she swiftly removed the phoenix crown and handed it to the elderly matron behind her. The resplendent crown was placed in the center of the chamber, atop a table adorned with auspicious red characters. Wei Yuyan immediately felt a wave of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She gently moved her body, attempting to ease the tense muscles that had been strained for so long. She couldn't help but lament that the reality of marriage was exceedingly exhausting. She vowed never to marry again in her lifetime. Chapter 63. Shall we just sleep? At this moment, the elderly matron guided her to bathe and change, washing away the fatigue and dust of the day. The warm water enveloped her in comfort, as if it could cleanse all her worries and sorrows. A delicate fragrance filled the purification room, refreshing her spirit. She closed her eyes, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility and relaxation. Upon exiting the purification room, she was draped once again in a simple yet elegant red dress. Although it lacked the opulence of the previous intricate ceremonial attire, this slender gown accentuated her graceful figure more effectively. The smooth silk clung to her skin like flowing water, sculpting the delicate contours of her youthful form. Each line appeared so natural and fluid, as if meticulously crafted by the heavens themselves. As she stepped out, the elderly matron had already summoned a steaming bowl of detoxifying soup. With great care, she presented the porcelain bowl to Wei Yuyan, indicating that she should take it to Zhou Yichen. Wei Yuyan accepted the bowl and silently approached the bedside, placing the soup on the table. They then began to tidy the bed, and once this task was completed, the matron quietly led her companions away, leaving Wei Yuyan alone. Bored, she sat in the chair, holding a book and idly flipping through its pages. However, her thoughts were far removed from the text. Her gaze wandered restlessly around the room, revealing a hint of confusion and unease. The candlelight in the chamber had dwindled, leaving only the pair of bright red candles in the center and a lantern adorned with auspicious characters at the entrance. As time passed, the light gradually dimmed, enveloping the room in a serene ambience that left Wei Yuyan somewhat disoriented. She pondered why Zhou Yichen had not yet arrived and what she should be doing at that moment. The day's wedding ceremonies had left her utterly fatigued, and now all she desired was a good night's sleep. Yet, on her wedding night, she hesitated to let herself succumb to slumber. Just then, Zhou Yichen emerged from the bath. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by the enchanting sight of Wei Yuyan quietly seated in the chair, a book in hand, her eyes reflecting an alluring charm. Her beauty sparkled like the stars in the night sky, radiant and dazzling. Zhou Yichen's steps faltered, a powerful impulse surging within him. He strode forward, enveloping Wei Yuyan in a tight embrace, a gesture that elicited a startled gasp from her. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Zhou Yichen's neck, and the book in her hands slipped to the floor amidst their movement. At this moment, both individuals were clad in scant attire, and she could effortlessly sense the hard, explosive muscles beneath Zhou Yichen's clothing. A sudden feeling washed over her, akin to that of a lamb awaiting slaughter. Her speech faltered, as if she had finally recognized the gravity of the situation. She could feel Zhou Yichen's grip around her, firm yet not injurious, continuously tightening. Her body grew increasingly rigid until she was laid upon the bed, at which point she seemed to regain her senses. "Your Majesty, the hangover remedy has yet to be served." Speaking softly, she lifted the porcelain bowl from the bedside and carefully offered it to him. This gesture rendered Zhou Yichen's expression inscrutable, with a hint of crimson flickering in his pupils. He did not reach for the bowl. Instead, he seized her wrist, elevating her hand, and brought his lips to the rim of the bowl, drinking deeply. Delicious, remarkably sweet. Upon finishing, a faint, elusive smile graced his lips as he gazed intently at her, his voice low and resonant, imbued with an enticing allure that quickened the heartbeat. He then took the empty bowl from her hands, placing it carelessly beside the bed, his deep, dark eyes betraying a hint of inebriation. His gaze remained fixed on the girl he had successfully lured into his embrace. Indeed, all that one desires must be fervently pursued. After years of dedication and effort, he had finally achieved this moment. Today was undoubtedly the happiest day of his life, as he had married the girl he had longed for. Henceforth, she would be his wife, sharing life and death together. I believe we should refrain from this. Let's merely sleep. Wei Yuyan's words were left unspoken as Zhou Yichen's powerful form descended upon her. The thoughts she wished to articulate were drowned in a cascade of tender yet fervent kisses. Instinctively, she sought to break free, yet the reality of her husband standing before her rendered their relationship legitimate. Consequently, her hands, which had initially attempted to push him away, fell silently to her sides, gripping the bedding tightly instead. Noticing her acquiescence, Zhou Yichen's throat constricted, and the atmosphere around them grew increasingly perilous. The beast he had long suppressed seemed on the verge of escaping its confines. At that moment, Zhou Yichen was disinterested in her words, consumed by the desire to kiss her without restraint. With closed eyes, he entwined his lips with hers, their bodies igniting with fervor. Finally, as the kiss drew to a close, she gazed up at him, her eyes misty with emotion. She felt the weight of their actions, embarrassed by the intimacy they shared. Breathing softly, she chose to voice her thoughts. "Your Majesty, I am truly exhausted. Let us only sleep, shall we?" "Very well." Zhou Yichen tightened his embrace, freeing one hand to lift her chin, pressing gentle, almost imperceptible kisses on her forehead and cheek, his voice now hoarse. "Be good, let us rest." He spoke of rest. It was a matter entirely distinct from the slumber of Wei Yuyan. Instinctively, she closed her eyes only to reopen them, her body rigid with tension. Her hands unconsciously clutched at Zhou Yichen's nightclothes, giving a slight tug. His firm chest, ensconced in disheveled red silk, emanated an alluring warmth, so intense that upon first contact, Wei Yuyan instinctively withdrew her hand. Yet, Zhou Yichen pressed it firmly against his chest once more. Wei Yuyan blinked innocently, feeling a pang of embarrassment as if caught in an indiscretion. However, Zhou Yichen offered her no respite. His sharply angled lips descended upon hers again, initiating a fervent conquest. Before she could even close her jaw, he invaded her completely, leaving her breathless and her mind a blank slate. She had never anticipated that this typically composed and restrained man could exhibit such fervor, offering no opportunity for her to resist. Chapter 64. Do not be afraid. After a considerable time, Zhou Yichen finally released her, yet it was evident that he remained unsated. His craving only intensified, and he leaned in once more, this time with an unexpected tenderness that contrasted sharply with his earlier fervor. Nonetheless, his hands roamed with increasing abandon. Wei Yuyan was unable to mount any defense as her garments were systematically removed, leaving her clad only in a crimson bodice adorned with peach blossoms, precariously teetering on the brink of falling away. The tantalizing display only served to heighten the allure. "Rest easy. Entrust yourself to me," Zhou Yichen whispered softly in her ear, captivated by the vision of beauty before him. With each passing moment, his breath grew more heated. At that moment, Wei Yuyan felt her cheeks flush crimson as she began to question her mother's advice. Her mother had instructed her to heed Zhou Yichen's every word. Yet why did she sense that the situation was spiraling into something increasingly daunting? "Be good. Do not be afraid. Trust me, will you?" Zhou Yichen, unhurried, did not rush into the main affair. He continually reassured her, patiently awaiting her gradual relaxation. The night was still young. There was no need for haste. He lifted his hand and gently drew the bed's canopy down, enshrouding them in a veil of intimacy. Under the candlelight, Wei Yuyan instinctively raised her arms to shield her chest. Forgive her. She simply could not acclimate to such open vulnerability, wishing to retreat instead. Yet at that moment, Zhou Yichen forcefully pried her wrists apart, securing them at either side of her head, leaving her fully exposed to his gaze. Her figure, a delicate contrast of pristine snow and willow-like grace, lay amidst the crimson bedding, resembling a pearl amidst flames. Surely, no one could remain unmoved, especially when confronted with her bewildered and helpless expression, which was laced with fear, igniting his primal instincts of aggression. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned in, prompting Wei Yuyan to swiftly shut her eyes. As a wave of intense pain surged through her, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she began to weep in distress. At the same time, Zhou Yichen teetered on the brink of losing control, on the verge of collapse. "Yinner, my Yinner," her hushed voice was laden with suppressed anguish, and both were drenched in a thin sheen of sweat. Despite Wei Yuyan being pampered for so long, the initial pain was inescapable. Her innate sensitivity heightened her experience, rendering her reactions far more intense than those of others. Any movement from Zhou Yichen would send ripples of tremors through her. To call her a natural beauty would not be an exaggeration. In response to Zhou Yichen's soothing gestures, Wei Yuyan slowly began to relax, her body surrendering completely. Yet this was not the conclusion. Rather, it was merely the beginning. At that moment, he was no longer an emperor, but more akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Having finally ensnared his captive, He intended to consume her entirely. In the dynamics of male dominance and female vulnerability, Wei Yuyan unfortunately succumbed to unconsciousness. Helplessly, Zhou Yichen could only linger, yearning for more. Outside, the hour was nearing dawn, and at last, the commotion within subsided. The old matron, who had been vigilantly stationed at the door, promptly summoned 2 maidservants to assist the queen. Unexpectedly, it was their majesty who personally carried the lady into the cleansing chamber. The onlookers, witnessing their sovereigness involvement, were eager to intervene, fearing he might cause further disorder within the sanctum. They quickly urged, "Your Majesty, please rest. We can manage." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yichen, wary of losing control, acquiesced to their assistance. However, he chose not to depart, remaining steadfastly by her side, concerned that if she awakened and found him absent, she would feel despondent. At that moment, Wei Yuyan was entirely oblivious, her head leaning against the pool's edge, murmuring in a daze, "Father, mother." Zhou Yichen's gaze lingered on her, pondering deeply, lost in thought. He lifted her once more to the bed, where the traces of their earlier encounter had long been tidied by the palace attendants. On the bed, a thoughtful selection of royal ointments awaited. He meticulously examined her body, relieved to find her injuries were not severe. With a sigh of relief, he gently applied the medicine and dressed her in comfortable nightwear. Enveloping her entirely in his embrace, he finally succumbed to slumber. That night, he seemed to have discovered his own sanctuary. His brow, once marked by sharpness, softened into tranquility. The entire palace appeared to fall into a deep sleep alongside him. As the hour of the rat approached, Zhou Yichen awoke first. Feeling her breath against his neck dispelled his earlier vigilance, and he could not help but smile. After years of yearning, he had finally achieved his heart's desire. Thus, the adage that opportunity favors the prepared rings true. This morning marked a new dawn, one that would forever differ from the past. His previous alertness had never permitted anyone to draw so close, especially not a woman, whom he had inherently resisted. Yet Wei Yuyan was the sole exception. Just the sound of her breathing instinctively drew him nearer. When faced with her, the self-restraint he once took pride in crumbled to nothing. Observing their intimate posture, his expression grew increasingly tender. Noticing her disheveled attire, his body responded in kind, prompting him to furrow his brow in mild frustration. The newly crowned emperor was supposed to enjoy 3 days of leisure following his marriage. However, due to the multitude of pressing matters awaiting his attention, he found himself unable to indulge in such luxuries. Thus, he resolved to temporarily inconvenience his beloved Yenner, promising himself that once these obligations were fulfilled, he would devote himself entirely to her. He hoped she would not find him overly clingy at that time. Gradually, he turned to embrace her wholly, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Witnessing her yielding demeanor, his once clear gaze deepened with an intensity that reflected his desire. In Zhou Yichen's eyes, Wei Yuyan at that moment resembled a delectable morsel, inescapable no matter the circumstances. Yet he refrained from haste. Even as his body stiffened and beads of sweat gathered upon his brow, he sighed in resignation, ultimately choosing to relent. Her fragile form could scarcely endure his fervent pursuits, so he decided to let her be for now. After all, a love that endures over time is the most precious. With this understanding, he composed himself and gingerly rolled out of bed. Chapter 65. My lady, you have finally awakened. When Wei Yuyan stirred from her slumber, the sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room with a warm and inviting glow. Slowly, she opened her eyes, feeling the weight of fatigue settle upon her, her senses gradually sharpening. Upon noticing the empty space beside her, a wave of disappointment washed over her. She reached out to touch the cold sheets, realizing that the man had long since departed. Pouting slightly, she displayed a displeased expression. I knew it would be like this," she mumbled to herself, wearing a frown. The tenderness and thoughtfulness he had shown the previous night felt like a fleeting dream. It was disheartening that he was not by her side during such a pivotal moment. Though she silently lamented, she also felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, she could not alter this reality and could only accept it in silence. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. The door was gently pushed open, and several maids, including Xia Zhu, hurried into the room. They had been waiting outside, and upon hearing movement within the chamber, they rushed in eagerly. Seeing Wei Yuyan finally awake, joy illuminated their faces. "My lady, you have finally awakened," they exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with concern and anticipation. The four maids had been summoned to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to learn etiquette, only returning that morning. Having missed the events of the previous night, they were unaware of the specifics, but had been constantly worrying about Wei Yuyan. Seeing her attendants so anxious made her feel a bit bashful. She was aware that her condition had caused concern among everyone, so she smiled and nodded gently to assure them that she was fine. Upon witnessing her composed demeanor, the crowd finally exhaled in relief, their worries gradually dissipating. Before the emperor departed this morning, he specifically instructed us not to disturb the young lady's rest, remarked Zhou Yichen with a smile, her gaze fixed on her softly. Wei Yuyan felt her cheeks flush crimson at her words. It seemed he still cared for her, at least enough to remember to advise others not to interrupt her sweet dreams. With this thought, the shadows on her face lifted slightly. Although she harbored numerous doubts and grievances, she did not wish to burden them further with her worries. At that moment, feeling a bit shy, she decided not to dwell on it any longer, especially as they had all gathered around her. There were many tasks to attend to today, and it was imperative not to be negligent, so she acquiesced to their assistance. Dressing and freshening up, though a cumbersome process, unfolded in an orderly manner. Observing the scattered bruises adorning her body, the others felt a pang of sympathy, yet they dared not reveal any signs of concern, choosing instead to feign ignorance. Soon, once all preparations were complete, a few of them cautiously aided her, guiding her to sit before the vanity. At that moment, Wei Yuyan was adorned in a striking crimson peony palace gown, sitting regally. The blush upon her cheeks seemed to have lingered since the previous night, while the corners of her eyes still bore a hint of weariness. In contrast to her resplendent attire, her allure was further accentuated, her features radiating an enchanting charm. However, the neckline of her gown, descending to her collarbone, revealed that once immaculate, snow-white skin now marred with various marks. The others, armed with cosmetics, hurriedly attempted to conceal those blemishes, and the awkward scene left Wei Yuyan blushing furiously. After all, she had yet to fully adapt to her new status, feeling rather bashful. Just as she was enveloped in embarrassment, Dongmei appeared just in time, like a savior, to rescue her. Carrying food into the room, Dongmei gently inquired, "Your Highness, the breakfast has been kept warm. Would you care to partake in it now?" With that, her gaze shifted towards Wei Yuyan. Having heard that the young lady had hardly eaten since the previous day and had endured such strenuous circumstances, she couldn't help but feel concerned. Fortunately, before the emperor left, he had particularly instructed the royal kitchen to prepare an abundance of the young lady's favorite dishes. Now that the meal had just arrived, she promptly brought it forth. Although there were many attendants within the palace, she understood that the young lady had grown accustomed to their service over the years. They were most familiar with her preferences. Thus it was reassuring for her to take charge of matters personally. Little did they know that soon they would be replaced by another, no longer being the ones who understood Wei Yuyan best. All right. With Wei Yuyan's assent, Dongmei carefully placed the dishes on the adjacent dining table. The breakfast prepared by the royal kitchen was not only abundant and exquisite, but also boasted a delightful variety of flavors and aromas. With the presentation being a feast for the eyes, Dongmei couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder so many people are eager to break their heads just to enter the palace and become a consort." As she pondered this, her gaze fell upon the delectable dishes before her, and she thought that the young lady would surely lead a blissful life in the future. However, they were oblivious to the fact that life within the palace was not as splendid as it seemed. The inhabitants of the palace were often adept at elevating some while suppressing others, and with Wei Yuyan currently basking in the limelight, her treatment was undoubtedly the best. Yet beneath the veneer of this seemingly prosperous court lay countless hidden struggles and intrigues which were beyond their imagination. Reflecting on the former emperor's reign, with 3,000 beauties in the harem, each possessing extraordinary grace, competing for attention, it was tragic to see their fates now. Especially the favored consort, who met a gruesome end, leaving no trace behind. Other consorts, with a modicum of awareness, had already gone to the former emperor's tomb to guard his spirit, hoping for a peaceful existence, while the most oblivious one, who dared to scheme against Wei Yuyan, lived a life worse than death. How could Zhou Yichen possibly let her off the hook after her audacity? Now, she had become a laughingstock throughout the palace, trampled by all, unable to live or die. After finishing her grooming, Wei Yuyan eagerly approached, her hunger palpable, particularly for the dishes before her, almost entirely composed of her favorites. She presumed that all this had been arranged by Dong Mei, and without further thought, she began to indulge. However, even in her ravenous state, she merely ate a few extra bites compared to her usual. After the meal, she looked at Dong Mei and smiled contentedly. Indeed, you understand my taste best. Dong Mei hurriedly offered a humble smile, about to respond, but was interrupted by Wei Yuyan's voice. You all may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. With a hint of fatigue in her eyes, Wei Yuyan issued her dismissal. Dong Mei observed her, clearly wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained, and the group exited. Chapter 66. It is I who instructed them not to disturb you. As the greatest authority in the harem was the Empress Dowager. She had sent her congratulatory gifts early on, clearly indicating her preference for solitude over the incessant visits from the young. Yet today, she was still obliged to meet with the noble women, a duty from which she, as the Empress, could not escape. Fortunately, Zhou Yichen had arranged these meetings for afternoon, allowing her ample time to take a brief respite. Once everyone had withdrawn, she leaned back in her chair, gazing quietly out the window. The road ahead was long and arduous, and she truly questioned whether she could survive in this palace rife with danger and deception. Ultimately, she resolved to set aside these vexing thoughts for the time being, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Even at this moment, she remained perplexed by Zhou Yichen's intentions. With such power at his disposal, should he not be marrying the woman of his dreams? Why had he chosen her instead? Lost in thought, she soon succumbed to a deep slumber. There was no way around it. She had been utterly exhausted the previous night, feeling as though the exertion she had endured was equivalent to several months' worth of activity. As she gradually awoke, she discovered that the sun was nearly setting outside her window. Blinking in a state of bewilderment, it took her a considerable time to recollect that she was now married, and that she was no longer in the general's residence, but within the grand confines of the Kuan-Ning Palace in the imperial court. A sudden thought struck her. She was scheduled to meet with the court ladies today. However, given the time that had elapsed, had they already departed? Would they perceive her, the Empress, as lacking in decorum for neglecting her first appointment? After all, she represented the dignity of the great Zhou dynasty, and certain matters could not be approached with such caprice. Her heart raced with urgency as she struggled to sit up. Yet, as she moved, an excruciating pain shot through her waist, causing her to halt abruptly and emit a startled cry. Hearing her cry, Xia Zhu and Dong Mei, who had been waiting outside, hurried into the room and rushed to her bedside, supporting her. Your Highness, please do not be alarmed. Whatever you require, simply command us. Your health is of utmost importance. Both women felt genuine admiration for the Emperor's prowess, astonished that he could render their young mistress in such a deep slumber for an entire day. What extraordinary constitution did he possess? Wasn't she supposed to meet those court ladies today? Such a significant matter, and yet they had not roused her sooner? Typically, they handled their duties with utmost caution, never making mistakes. What had transpired today? She regarded the two women before her with a look of suspicion and inquired, perplexed. As they exchanged glances, poised to respond, a low, resonant voice resonated from outside. It was I who instructed them not to awaken you. Who but Zhou Yichen could make such a claim? Upon hearing his voice, Wei Yuyan was instantly reminded of the tender moments they had shared the previous night, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. In truth, she was not quite prepared to face him again, for the events of last night had been overwhelmingly embarrassing for her. Initially, she had been adjusting to her solitude upon awakening, only to be caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Was he not occupied? Why had he come here? After Zhou Yichen's entourage paid their respects to Wei Yuyan, they discreetly withdrew, understanding that the newlywed couple did not require their presence, as they were still in the throes of their romantic bliss. At this moment, however, Xiaozhu and Dong Mei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Zhou Yichen. Having grown up alongside their mistress, they were acutely aware of her delicate nature. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly refined and well-dressed new emperor would have caused her such distress? If their lord and lady were to find out, they would surely be heartbroken. Zhou Yichen's gaze was as piercing as a frigid wind, sweeping indifferently over the two standing motionless like statues at his side. Due to the emperor's unparalleled majesty, the two found themselves under the piercing gaze of his hawk-like eyes, their bodies involuntarily trembling. Ultimately, they could only retreat, resembling two defeated roosters, their spirits dampened and heads bowed. What other choice did they have? In terms of combat, they were no match for him, and even in verbal exchanges, they were outclassed. Moreover, the entire imperial palace was governed by Zhou Yichen. He was the very embodiment of authority, unmatched and supreme. Zhou Yichen, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, approached the bedside and sat down, his eyes never straying from the figure upon the bed, remaining silent. Wei Yuyan's feelings towards him were exceedingly complex at that moment, especially after the events of the previous night, which intensified her emotions. Just then, Zhou Yichen suddenly extended his arm, pulling her tightly into his broad, warm embrace. He keenly sensed that the petite figure in his arms was somewhat stiff. It dawned on him that, following the events of the prior night, she had developed a certain apprehension towards him. However, he had yearned for her presence for far too long. After finally achieving his desire the night before, he found it difficult to restrain himself, allowing some indulgence. He did not deny this. Indeed, he recognized that he had not handled the situation as well as he could have. After all, she was experiencing such intimacies for the first time, and it was natural for her to harbor some resistance. With time, as she began to appreciate the pleasures involved, she would eventually understand his well-intentioned motives. In that moment, Wei Yuyan felt a genuine fear towards him. The memory of how he had bound her beneath him, compelling her to endure his seemingly insatiable demands, was vivid in her mind. She even found herself pondering whether Zhou Yichen had married her solely to torment her. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought born of her frustration. Wei Yuyan knew all too well that Zhou Yichen would never bestow the position of empress upon someone he despised. Both remained silently scrutinizing one another, while Zhou Yichen contemplated how to soothe her. Meanwhile, Wei Yuyan, reflecting on her own indulgence in sleep that had delayed such significant matters, could not help but voice her thoughts. "Your Majesty, how could you not allow them to awaken me?" As soon as she uttered these words, Zhou Yichen was taken aback, not having anticipated her concern over the matter. "You were fatigued last night. Thus, if you wish to sleep, do so. Other matters can certainly wait," he replied nonchalantly, as if it were of little consequence. Why bother with such trivialities? "Yet, as empress, I must uphold proper decorum," Wei Yuyan responded, momentarily at a loss for words regarding his reasoning. Chapter 67. Your Majesty, why did you marry me? You are aware that you are the empress. My empress embodies propriety. I oversee all matters, and my marriage to you is meant to grant you the freedom to live as you desire. This is my decree, and no one dares to utter a word against you. They would only cast aspersions upon me." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuyan grasped his meaning, and a wave of emotion surged within her. However, just as she was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt his hand gently gliding along her waist, leading her to believe he was harboring ulterior motives once more. Consequently, a look of panic crossed her face as she hurriedly pressed down on his hand, softly exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Zhou Yichen, perceiving her misunderstanding, swiftly clarified, "I merely wish to examine your injuries, to see if they have improved and whether you require any ointment." After an entire day of bustling about, he had found no opportunity to conduct a thorough inspection, leaving him quite uneasy. Upon finishing his words, his gaze revealed his deep concern and worry. Wei Yuyan quickly replied, "There's no need for that. Let them handle such matters." Her tone was somewhat urgent, as she still struggled to acclimate to such intimate contact with him, especially during the day. "After all, I have learned a bit from Sun Si. You may treat me as a physician. Besides, Given our relationship, what is there to be shy about? Zhou Yichen persisted in his intentions, yearning to care for her personally. After all, she was the object of his affection, and he was reluctant to delegate this responsibility to another. Moreover, she was in this predicament primarily due to him. Wei Yuyan gazed at Zhou Yichen's serious demeanor and found it daunting to treat the emperor as a physician. Simultaneously, she felt his hand wandering at her waist and, fearing he might lose control, she firmly grasped his hand with both of hers to prevent him from proceeding further. There were still matters she had yet to clarify. With her ruby lips parting slightly, she addressed him, "Your Majesty, I actually have another question I would like to ask you." Her tone and expression were exceedingly grave, prompting Zhou Yichen to feel a flicker of confusion, wondering why she would pose such a query at this moment. "Go ahead," he replied, withdrawing his hand. "Your Majesty, why did you choose to marry me?" This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time, and after much contemplation, she ultimately decided to ask him directly. Otherwise, relying solely on her own musings, she would surely be unable to unravel any clarity. "What do you think?" Zhou Yichen did not answer directly, but instead countered with a question, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Wei Yuyan, unable to fathom the reason, pressed him further. "I was the one who asked first. This is unfair, Your Majesty. You must answer me before I can proceed. You cannot be so unreasonable." This remark inadvertently betrayed a hint of petulance, a nuance she herself had not realized. However, Zhou Yichen keenly picked up on this, a small swell of pride welling up within him. It seemed that since their physical intimacy, she had begun to unconsciously rely on him, an undoubtedly positive development. "Please answer me," she implored, tugging at his dragon robe with fervor, her eyes fixed intently upon him as her hands wavered incessantly. This gesture resembled that of a child yearning for sweets, and Zhou Yichen found increasing delight in the sight. Thus was the bliss of marrying one's beloved. The very air surrounding them felt imbued with sweetness, intoxicating and delightful. He felt compelled to divulge his innermost thoughts to her, no matter what she wished to know. "Do not rush. Allow me to take you somewhere first." After speaking, Zhou Yichen swiftly grasped her hand, their fingers interlocking tightly, and then slowly strolled outside. Wei Yuyan, led by him, was filled with curiosity as she observed his enigmatic demeanor, uncertain of their destination. Ultimately, they arrived before a magnificent ancestral hall. Zhou Yichen gently pushed open the door, guiding Wei Yuyan into the Hall of Tranquil Intent. She was utterly unprepared for his choice of location. The Hall of Tranquil Intent was reserved for royal worship, with the main hall adorned with the ancestral tablets of the Zhou family's emperors and empresses. A faint aroma of incense enveloped the air, lending the space an air of solemnity and reverence. The rear hall housed numerous compartments containing the tablets of the former empresses. Previously, the tablet of Zhou Yichen's mother had been located here, but following his ascension to the throne, it had naturally been moved to the main hall. Although palace attendants were stationed year-round, the dim lighting made the hall feel increasingly tranquil as night descended. Wei Yuyan hesitated in her steps. The atmosphere, particularly at night, stirred unpleasant memories within her. At that moment, Zhou Yichen firmly grasped her shoulder, drawing her into his embrace. Wei Yuyan gazed silently at the tablet before her, as forgotten memories seemed to awaken within her mind, summoned by an inexplicable force. "Your Highness," her voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. Although her words remained unfinished, Zhou Yichen comprehended her thoughts. He turned her to face him, his gaze unwavering as he slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this was the very place where they had parted ways, irrevocably severing their bond. Whenever he recalled that moment, Zhou Yichen felt as though he could vividly see the events that had transpired here, the scenes flashing before his eyes. Wei Yuyan could not help but feel perplexed, struggling to understand the connection that existed. After all, in her view, their time in this place had not been marked by fond memories. Indeed, it could be described as quite unpleasant. Once, they had shared a harmonious relationship, but had it not been for this location, matters would not have escalated as they did. Why, then, had Zhou Yichen chosen to bring her here? Were you afraid of me before? Avoiding me because you were locked in here for a night when you were 8, thinking I had intentionally frightened you by locking you up? To her surprise, he remembered. Wei Yuyan's brow furrowed slightly at his words. Zhou Yichen had been observing her expression, confident in his assumption that he was not mistaken. The one who had tied this knot must be the one to untie it. That time was unintentional, truly. Have you been blaming me all along? I am sorry. Even now, Zhou Yichen wished he could slap himself for his past carelessness, which had left a psychological scar on the young Yuyan, filling him with guilt for a long time thereafter. As they delved into that long-buried memory, both of them became ensnared in reminiscence. The two were still quite young at that time. Little Yuyan accompanied little Yichen to pay tribute to his mother, and they enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Later, Yuyan hid in a small room within the side palace, and he mistakenly believed that Wei Yuyan had already departed, thus failing to return for a thorough check. Consequently, she was inadvertently locked inside by the palace maids for an entire night, all because of him. Yenner, would you grant me another chance to seek your forgiveness? After being rescued, she suffered from a prolonged fever and was subsequently reprimanded by her father. Even General Wei sternly warned him to keep as far away from little Yuyan as possible and never to approach her again. In that moment, he was utterly panicked. He felt as though he had completely lost his angel, his redemption. This led him into a state of despair for a long period, as he believed he had lost even the sole meaning of existence. Chapter 68. Brother Yichen. Wei Yuyan's eyes widened slightly, her face a canvas of disbelief as she stared intently at him. His words struck her heart like a turbulent wave, the impact almost overwhelming. She quickly turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze any longer. Her dark eyes blinked rapidly, as if struggling to process this sudden revelation. Recalling that night, she remembered feeling cold and hungry, her heart brimming with fear. For years, she had believed that Zhou Yichen had acted with intent. Thus, after that incident, they had hardly interacted again. However, what she could never have anticipated was that he would bring up such a long-past event now. Even more astonishing was the seriousness with which he apologized to her. But what did this have to do with her earlier question? Had he veered off topic? On the other side, Zhou Yichen felt an unprecedented wave of panic as she remained silent. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his hands unconsciously clenched. The calm demeanor he once possessed vanished without a trace. For the first time, he sensed that the situation had completely spiraled beyond his control, far from his expectations. He became somewhat flustered, eager to clarify. Yenner, you must believe me. I would never treat you that way. If I truly intended to lock you away for a night, I would ensure that you had a warm and comfortable bed, and I would stay by your side the entire time. His tone was imbued with sincerity and determination, as if he were fervently making an eternal promise to Wei Yuyan, hoping to allay her concerns. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuyan's palms began to sweat slightly. She finally realized that perhaps her perception of Zhou Yichen had been skewed all along. At this moment, her heart grew increasingly complicated. It seemed that he had harbored different affections for her for quite some time. Yet, all these years, he had never mentioned it. This sudden revelation left Wei Yuyan feeling somewhat bewildered. She found herself at a loss regarding how to confront her emotions, uncertain if she could bear the weight of such profound love. The reality of her situation left her in a state of utter shock and bewilderment. She simply could not fathom why this was happening. Just as she prepared to utter a word, Zhou Yichen unexpectedly extended a finger, gently pressing it against her rosy lips. Silencing her, Wei Yuyan was perplexed. Moments ago, he had seemed so eager for answers, yet now he prevented her from speaking. In truth, Zhou Yichen felt a twinge of panic within, fearing the possibility of hearing her utter words of rejection or denial. Thus, he hastily began to explain, I apologize. That time was my fault. Please forgive me, and from now on, do not be afraid of me, will you? His voice carried a hint of earnest pleading, especially evident in the sorrowful depths of his eyes. Faced with such a plea, Wei Yuyan found it challenging to justify her continued turmoil. The clouds that had hung over their relationship for years seemed to dissipate in an instant. Wei Yuyan murmured softly, nodding gently, her movement barely perceptible, like a whispering breeze caressing the surface of a lake. However, this fleeting moment did not escape Zhou Yichen's keen gaze. Overjoyed, he could not help but embrace her tightly, exclaiming, You honor! Thank you. I am truly elated. I have so much to share with you. He buried his face in Wei Yuyan's shoulder, speaking in hushed tones. Wei Yuyan's body stiffened slightly, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately, she reached out to pat Zhou Yichen's back. Gradually, he released her, his eyes brimming with passion and longing as he gazed at her. Yuan, I have actually been enamored with you for a long, long time. Did you know that? Upon hearing his words, Wei Yuyan's cheeks flushed with a shy crimson. She lowered her gaze, responding softly, You need not provide me with an answer just yet. Zhou Yichen, fearful of rejection, swiftly interrupted her. I am willing to wait. No matter how long it takes, I will always wait for you. Wei Yuyan lifted her head to meet Zhou Yichen's gaze, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of emotion. Very well. With this, everything became clear. The reason he had risked everything to save his father despite the peril was now illuminated. Moreover, the Shun and Wei families had emerged unscathed from the fierce power struggle, and they even managed to elevate their status, all thanks to Zhou Yichen. Brother Yichen, Wei Yuyan called softly, her lips parting slightly, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Zhou Yichen's heart trembled at the endearing term he had not heard in ages. What did you just call me? He inquired. A charming blush graced Wei Yuyan's cheeks as she lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Brother Yichen. Hearing these words, Zhou Yichen could hardly contain his joy, and he impulsively embraced Wei Yuyan tightly in his arms. In that moment, he felt a thrill that surpassed even the highest of accolades. Yet, if he had not ascended to that esteemed position, he would have concealed his true feelings from her for a lifetime. Wei Yuyan made no move to resist. Instead, she nestled quietly in his broad embrace, silently absorbing the waves of warmth he emanated. At that instant, a myriad of unspoken sentiments lingered in the air, their mutual affection already understood in the silence between them. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. Their hearts comprehended each other without the need for words. Chapter 69. Mutual affection. Zhou Yichen delicately ignited the incense in his hands and carefully offered it to Wei Yuyan. He indicated with his gaze that she should first pay her respects to their ancestors. Wei Yuyan nodded slightly, cautiously accepting the incense, then clasped her hands together in reverence, bowing deeply before the ancestral tablet. Her movements were both graceful and solemn, each detail reflecting the profound respect and sincerity within her heart. Subsequently, the two affectionately knelt upon the mat before them, reminiscent of a pair of destined lovers. Zhou Yichen silently picked up several sheets of yellow ritual paper, gently placing them into the golden basin before him. The flickering flames danced upon his visage, casting a warm glow upon his expression. He gazed quietly at the girl beside him and unabashedly spoke. Mother, it has been a long time since I brought her to see you. Little Yuyan has now grown into a woman and has finally become my wife. His voice was imbued with emotion and contentment. I once made a wish to you, dear mother, to marry Yuyan someday, and now that wish has been fulfilled. A radiant light of happiness sparkled in his eyes. I have brought her to see you, and you must have heard that our hearts are now intertwined. We are well, so you may rest easy. After speaking, he respectfully bowed his head, expressing his reverence and gratitude. Without her unwavering effort to bring him into this world, he would never have encountered his own happiness or possessed all that he had today. Wei Yuyan was momentarily taken aback by his candid words, but she quickly regained her composure and knelt to express her gratitude. Zhou Yichen focused intently on her slender figure kneeling before him, gently grasping her elbow to help her rise, and softly said, Please, get up. As she slowly stood upright, she heard Zhou Yichen's deep, resonant voice, imbued with significance, saying, Yuyan, with me here, are you not afraid anymore? She paused in surprise, realizing that she had indeed forgotten her fears, and looked at Zhou Yichen, nodding without hesitation. After paying their respects, Zhou Yichen turned to the woman beside him, a smile gracing his lips as he softly said, Let us return to the palace together. Wei Yuyan raised her gaze slightly, her eyes meeting Zhou Yichen's. In an instant, a wave of warmth surged within, yet beneath the surface, a tinge of confusion intertwined with her emotions. Brother Yichen, Wei Yuyan gently parted her crimson lips, intending to articulate her thoughts, but the words halted abruptly on her tongue. Zhou Yichen wore a faint smile, as if he could perceive the very essence of her thoughts. He reached out, delicately caressing Wei Yuyan's tender cheek, and spoke in a casual tone. You, Lu, and the others are just fine. You need not worry. When you find the time, you can visit her. She misses you dearly, sister-in-law. Wei Yuyan lowered her gaze slightly, feeling the gentle warmth radiating from Zhou Yichen's fingertips. She nodded softly, a subtle smile gracing her exquisite features. How did you know what I was going to ask? She pondered, suddenly realizing that Zhou Yichen's understanding of her surpassed her imagination, as if he could read her innermost thoughts with clarity. When did he begin to know her so well? Wei Yuyan found herself lost in contemplation. Guess. Zhou Yichen replied with a playful glimmer in his eyes, a mysterious smile curving his lips, deliberately evading her inquiry. Yet, his profound and warm gaze seemed to convey an unspoken intimacy and understanding. How infuriating! Wei Yuyan playfully shot him a glare, yet sweetness surged within her heart. Memories of their time together flooded her mind. It seemed that every time she hesitated to voice her thoughts, Zhou Yichen had already deciphered her feelings. This silent connection delighted and embarrassed her. Could this be what they call a meeting of minds? With her cheeks flushed, Wei Yuyan furtively glanced at Zhou Yichen, only to meet his earnest gaze. In that moment, time appeared to freeze, and her heart raced uncontrollably. She could sense the genuine emotions emanating from Zhou Yichen's eyes, warming her heart like the gentle rays of spring sunshine. In the future, if you have any concerns, you can tell me directly, you know. I am more than willing to embrace everything about you, Zhou Yichen declared softly, gently holding her hand with unwavering tenderness. Wei Yuyan shyly nodded, understanding that this man before her was willing to be her steadfast support. No matter what challenges lay ahead, he would stand resolutely by her side. In that moment, Wei Yuyan profoundly felt his love and care. The unspoken understanding and connection between them deepened their bond, making it all the more precious. She silently resolved to cherish this love, to walk alongside him through each day that the future held. Henceforth, this man would not only be her husband, but also her most trusted ally. Does it still hurt? Zhou Yichen's sudden question left her puzzled, bewildered by the abrupt shift in topic. Huh? What? Zhou Yichen glanced downward, his gaze suggestively directed at her. His expression carried a playful mischief, and for reasons unknown. She seemed to understand instantly. It appeared that all was well once more. That night, they could continue, as last night, out of consideration for her inexperience. He had not indulged fully. Zhou Yichen, with a gaze laden with significance, awaited her affirmative response. No, that would be inappropriate, Wei Yuyan denied without a moment's hesitation. Last night had nearly taken her life. If they were to continue today, she would surely be unable to withstand it, risking her very existence. Yenner, have compassion for your brother Yichen. I have remained steadfast for you all these years. Zhou Yichen chose to appeal to her emotions, fully aware that she responded better to gentleness than to force. However, I truly am not prepared yet, Wei Yuyan replied, her face flushing like a ripe apple. Growing increasingly crimson, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Zhou Yichen discerned her shyness and anxiety, and, without hesitation, enveloped her in his warm embrace, softly whispering in her ear. Do not worry, I can wait until you are ready. Wei Yuyan felt the warmth of Zhou Yichen's embrace, her heart racing uncontrollably. She realized she was powerless against his charm, having completely succumbed. At that moment, Zhou Yichen spoke again, his tone imbued with affection. Yenner, I do not merely desire your body. What I truly seek is your heart. His deep, soulful eyes brimmed with sincerity. At that instant, Wei Yuyan was profoundly touched, her heart swelling with emotion. She instinctively rose on her toes and kissed Zhou Yichen's lips. In that fleeting moment, the love between them transcended, growing ever more profound and beautiful. Their souls intertwined perfectly, their feelings intensifying with fervor. After lingering in each other's presence for what felt like an eternity, they stepped out of the hall of respect, shoulder to shoulder. Behind them, the inner sanctum remained steeped in a solemn and reverent atmosphere. The moonlight cascaded down like liquid silver, gently illuminating their figures, as if nature itself had meticulously crafted a splendid painting. The palace attendants silently watched the retreating figures of the emperor and the empress, pondering the nature of their relationship and whether it had become increasingly intimate. Yet, unbeknownst to them, within a secluded corner of this magnificent palace, a tempest of power and intrigue was silently brewing. Chapter 70. Tenderness upon their return to the palace. The atmosphere between them underwent a remarkable transformation. The first to sense this change were Wei Yuyan's 4 personal attendants, who exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss to articulate their feelings. The two had seemingly become incredibly close overnight, yet they were perplexed, unable to grasp the reason behind it. However, they were acutely aware of the court's protocols. Despite their curiosity, they dared not voice their inquiries. To put it simply, they were simply too intimidated. Once everyone had exited the hall, Zhou Yichen could no longer contain his impulses. He reached out swiftly, pulling Wei Yuyan into his embrace. He grasped her hand tightly, lowering his head to gently nuzzle her cheek before bestowing a tender kiss upon her lips. After a day filled with busyness, he yearned for such closeness with her. Wei Yuyan could not help but extend her index finger, playfully poking at his broad and sturdy chest, her voice teasing yet earnest. "You must not act recklessly like you did last night. Do you hear?" Zhou Yichen hesitated for a moment, his gaze fixed on Wei Yuyan's face, which bore the strain of feigned cheerfulness, unable to conceal her weariness. A surge of affection welled up within him, and he softly replied, "Rest assured, I will not behave that way again tonight." However, this promise was merely confined to the present evening. He silently reassured himself. After all, he possessed a modicum of self-control. Hearing his vow, Wei Yuyan gradually calmed her emotions. Despite being enveloped in Zhou Yichen's embrace, her heart brimmed with tranquility and contentment. She hesitated briefly, but ultimately surrendered to the moment, closing her eyes to relish the rare serenity and warmth. That night, Wei Yuyan slept exceptionally soundly, as if all her fatigue had evaporated in that instant. She was immersed in sweet dreams, while Zhou Yichen quietly guarded her, sensing her breath and heartbeat. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. As the morning sun streamed through the palace windows, Wei Yuyan slowly opened her eyes. She felt Zhou Yichen's warm embrace, her heart overflowing with happiness. "Yuan, you are awake," Zhou Yichen said softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Wei Yuyan smiled and nodded, recalling the sweetness of the previous night, a blush creeping across her cheeks. "From now on, we should spend every night together like this," Zhou Yichen vowed softly. Wei Yuyan refrained from responding, fully aware that as a sovereign, he could never belong solely to her. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to restrain her feelings, utterly ensnared in this romance. Let it be, she thought. Having decided to marry him, she ought not to harbor excessive, unrealistic fantasies. As the adage goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Wei Yuyan struggled to muster a smile, yet for reasons unknown, thoughts of such matters weighed heavily on her heart. Deep down, she was unwilling to share his affection with others. However, the intricate ties of the imperial court meant that even the slightest disturbance could provoke a tempest, making it impossible for him to indulge her exclusively. Her own beauty would inevitably fade with time, and one day he would surely grow weary of her. What would become of her then? "Yuan, what troubles you?" Zhou Yichen perceptively noted the shift in her mood and immediately grew concerned. Just moments ago, everything had seemed normal. Had he inadvertently done something to upset her? He carefully assisted her to sit up, his large hand gently caressing her delicate, fair cheek. His deep eyes filled with boundless tenderness. "Yuan, are you hungry?" The fluctuations of a girl's emotions can indeed be elusive, leaving him to make tentative guesses. Wei Yuyan replied softly, unable to meet his gaze for fear that he might discern the true feelings hidden deep within her heart. Instead, she obediently nodded in acknowledgement. As expected, when Zhou Yichen heard her mention her hunger, a fleeting glimmer of pity crossed his eyes. His calloused hands gently caressed Wei Yuyan's tender cheek, as if he were cradling a rare and precious treasure, wary that even the slightest pressure might harm her. His voice, deep and resonant, coaxed her with tender words. "Good. Shall we dine now? Wei Yuyan responded softly with a gentle Following this, Zhou Yichen attentively tidied her slightly disheveled attire. Though Wei Yuyan intended to don her shoes herself, she was taken aback when Zhou Yichen knelt before her, picking up her strikingly vibrant red embroidered shoes. Realizing his intentions, her eyes widened slightly as she hastily extended her hand, attempting to reclaim the shoes. "Your Majesty, please allow me to do it myself." Yet, Zhou Yichen firmly grasped her small hand, slowly lifting his gaze to meet hers with an unparalleled tenderness. "Yinner, let me take care of this." "Your Majesty, this is truly inappropriate." Wei Yuyan continued to protest, but Zhou Yichen offered her no chance to argue, swiftly kneeling before her and skillfully helping her into her shoes. In that moment, Wei Yuyan found herself utterly captivated. The man before her was entirely focused, diligently attending to her footwear. Each of his movements was so practiced and delicate, as if this act had seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of his daily life. Chapter 71. One person, one lifetime, one couple. As she observed Zhou Yichen's earnestness, her heart began to race. This sensation was both unfamiliar and oddly familiar, stirring within her a tumult of excitement and joy that she could scarcely contain. She attempted to calm herself, yet the more she tried, the more her heartbeat spiraled out of control. Zhou Yichen gently enveloped Wei Yuyan in his embrace, sending her heart into a flurry. She felt as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare before him, leaving her feeling unmoored, especially when she met his profound gaze. It felt as though she might be drawn into an abyss. This disconcerting sensation unsettled her. Had Zhou Yichen remained indifferent and distant, summoning her only when he required her presence, perhaps she could have steadfastly guarded her heart against his influence. However, his current gentleness and thoughtfulness ensnared her against her will. Zhou Yichen, with a serious expression, gazed intently at the girl before him, his eyes brimming with infinite affection. He softly spoke, "Yinner, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. Do you understand?" He was acutely aware of the arduous journey that had led him to marry the woman he cherished. Thus, he endeavored to align his every action with her wishes, fearing even the slightest grievance or unhappiness might befall her within the palace walls. "Your Majesty, let's dine swiftly." Wei Yuyan dared not ask for more, apprehensive that her dependence on him might deepen, rendering her unable to extricate herself from his presence. She feared that such emotions might lead to a loss of her own identity, making it increasingly difficult to escape. Consequently, she opted to shift the conversation, hoping to momentarily evade these intricate feelings. "Yin, promise me, will you?" Zhou Yichen, perceiving her desire to change the subject, promptly enveloped her in his embrace, denying her any chance of retreat. He found it perplexing that, despite their intimacy the previous night, she now appeared so distant upon waking. This abrupt shift left him somewhat bewildered. "Your Majesty, you are overthinking. What troubles could I possibly have?" Wei Yuyan, realizing escape was futile, steadied her nerves, forcing herself to maintain composure as she gazed at the man before her. "You claim there are none. Yet just last night, you called me Brother Yichen, and now you suddenly address me as Your Majesty? Have you forgotten me so swiftly? Do you require my assistance in recollecting?" As he spoke, Zhou Yichen could not resist the urge to gently tap her delicate, upturned nose. "No, Brother Yichen, I merely need time to adjust." Wei Yuyan quickly shook her head, her eyes betraying a subtle resistance and detachment. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over her, as though she had lost something of great significance. She understood that, from this moment onward, Zhou Yichen would no longer be solely her Brother Yichen. Perhaps in the future, he would also become another's Brother Yichen. The thought dimmed her gaze further. "What troubles you? Who has caused you distress? Speak, and Brother Yichen shall ensure it is resolved." Zhou Yichen inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, concern evident in his eyes. He silently contemplated that if he could not even discern her emotional shifts, then all his years of affection toward her would have been in vain. Wei Yuyan bit her lip, caught in indecision. There were words she could easily share with anyone else, yet faced with the emperor, she hesitated. She was uncertain if she could candidly convey her true feelings to him. After much contemplation, she still struggled to articulate her thoughts. But Zhou Yichen's encouraging gaze broke down the walls she had built around her heart. Brother Yichen, are you not merely mine alone? Will you not also be another's brother Yichen in the future? Wei Yuyan finally summoned the courage to express her doubts in a gentle manner. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her unease and anguish. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yichen instantly comprehended the source of her sorrow. He embraced Wei Yuyan tightly, his face etched with tenderness. Rest assured, my dear Yin Yin, having taken you as my wife, I shall grant you a lifetime of companionship, just the two of us. I assure you, by the grandeur of the Zhou dynasty and the imperial throne, that no one shall intervene between us. Wei Yuyan was profoundly moved by Zhou Yichen's words, tears welling in her eyes. She gazed into Zhou Yichen's eyes, filled with both emotion and uncertainty. Brother Yichen, can I truly trust you? The heart of an emperor is always elusive, she murmured softly, as if seeking an undeniable answer within his gaze. Zhou Yichen looked at the delicate and beautiful woman before him, his heart aching with compassion, his eyes brimming with boundless affection and tenderness. He gently reached out, carefully wiping away the crystalline tears that glimmered like pearls at the corners of her eyes. Yin Yin, my feelings for you are as steadfast as the heavens. My heart belongs solely to you, now and forever. I know that my words may seem extravagant and hard to believe, but I shall spend a lifetime proving my devotion to you. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an infinite emotional depth. Wei Yuyan listened intently to Zhou Yichen's declarations, an indescribable wave of emotion surging within her. Unable to resist, she leaned into his embrace, feeling the warmth and security radiating from him. Nestled against his broad and solid chest, she felt as though she had discovered a sanctuary for her soul. Brother Yichen, I believe you. Truly, I am so happy right now. Her voice trembled slightly, yet her tears flowed relentlessly, like a torrent that could not be contained. Her tears cascaded down like a string of pearls, soaking Zhou Yichen's garments. Heartbroken, he cupped her tear-streaked face in his hands, gazing at her with a pain that felt as if his heart were being cleft in two. He wrapped one arm firmly around her slender waist, while the other gently brushed away the tears that continued to fall, speaking soothingly, "Do not cry, my dear. Seeing you in such sorrow shatters my heart." Gradually, Wei Yuyan's emotions began to stabilize, feeling Zhou Yichen's love and care envelop her, restoring her tranquility. When she realized she had ceased her weeping in his arms, Zhou Yichen finally exhaled in relief, his anxieties easing somewhat. It seemed that Yin Yin held a place for him in her heart, unwilling to witness him with another woman. Her earlier discontent was merely born of jealousy. As he contemplated this, his gaze fell upon the little one in his arms, her nose reddened from crying, her bashful expression stirring something within him. Unable to resist, Zhou Yichen leaned down and bestowed a tender kiss upon her. Well then, is Yin Yin not hungry? Shall we dine first and continue our conversation afterward? His eyes sparkled with affection as he gently helped her straighten her slightly disheveled attire. All right, you continue alone. That's annoying, she playfully retorted, bemused by his lightheartedness. How could an emperor be so unrestrained in daylight? Yet, upon hearing his promise, Wei Yuyan inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over her. It is as if an innate sense of trust envelopes her. Whatever he speaks is destined to be fulfilled. The weight that had long settled heavily in her heart has finally found its repose. At this moment, her spirits soared, and the sensation was utterly delightful. Before her marriage, she had been lavished with affection by her family. Now, as a wife, Zhou Yichen unreservedly cradles her in his hands, bestowing upon her a singular and exclusive adoration. She has always been candid about her genuine emotions, and now, a radiant smile that springs from the depths of her heart is laid bare before Zhou Yichen. Witnessing her joy stirs a profound excitement within him. Unable to contain himself, he scoops Wei Yuyan into his arms and strides toward the vanity. Wei Yuyan is taken aback by this sudden gesture, her startled voice escaping her lips. Although he has made this move several times before, it never fails to catch her off guard. Fear still grips her, fearing she might fall, yet her small hands no longer clutch his clothing tightly. instead. They embrace his neck. Zhou Yichen senses this change, a subtle smile gracing his lips, radiating a gentle warmth. He realizes that he cannot help but smile in Wei Yuyan's presence, and she seems to take delight in his smiles as well. Unbeknownst to her, the furtive glances she cast while being placed on the vanity have not gone unnoticed by him. In this moment, he appears softer than usual. An instinct tells her that whatever request she may voice now, Zhou Yichen is unlikely to refuse. Yet, the thought that his satisfaction is derived from their intimate encounters makes her feel a pang of pity for herself. Why is it that when they are together, his mind drifts to such matters? Can they not simply enjoy conversation? Is it impossible for them to share a pure friendship? Zhou Yichen keenly observes her subdued demeanor, a wave of inexplicable pain surging within him. He gently extends his hand, pulling her head tenderly into his embrace, while his other hand caresses her back in a soothing rhythm, as if to comfort an injured creature. He understands that his beloved has always been cherished, and it is essential to soothe her before anything else. Thus, he maintains this embrace, patiently grooming her, silently waiting for her emotions to settle. After a considerable time, as he feels her head gradually relax, he softly inquires, "Shall I let them in?" Wei Yuyan responds quietly. The comfort she experienced moments ago nearly lulled her into slumber. She cannot deny that he truly knows how to please her. Zhou Yichen gazes at her, love flooding his eyes without reservation. Since having her, he has found his dependence on her growing ever stronger to the point of being inseparable. However, this delightful feeling did not linger for long. The moment Wei Yuyan noticed her 4 maidservants and Li entering, she unhesitatingly pushed him away with considerable force. Zhou Yichen was acutely aware of her discomfort. It seemed the young lady was still unaccustomed to displaying affection in front of others. Yet, they were already husband and wife. How could she still be so bashful? It appeared that he would need to devise a way for her to gradually acclimate to their new reality. For if she continued to push him away at the slightest provocation, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sadness. Observing her refusal to even cast a glance in his direction while allowing them to groom her, Zhou Yichen could only sigh silently to himself as he quietly exited with Li Guo and the others. When he re-entered, he found Wei Yuyan still sitting demurely at the dressing table, allowing Xia Zhu to tend her hair. This scene unconsciously captured Zhou Yichen's attention. He approached eagerly, fixated on the delicate movements of Xia Zhu's hands. He mused to himself, how wonderful it would be if he could someday learn to manage Yuyan's hair himself. Such a notion felt appealing, promising an entirely new experience for him. With utmost gentleness, Zhou Yichen approached Wei Yuyan from behind, reaching out to delicately grasp a strand of her hair, meticulously arranging it. He gazed at the beauty reflected in the bronze mirror. She was enchanting, radiating an allure that stirred a deep affection within him. "Allow me to assist you," he murmured softly, taking the comb from Xia Zhu's hands and cautiously beginning to style Wei Yuyan's hair. Surprised yet unresistant, she stood still, savoring the sensation of Zhou Yichen's fingers weaving through her hair, the gentle caress akin to a warm spring breeze. Each stroke felt like a tender whisper against her heart, evoking a unique sentiment within her. After finishing her hair, Zhou Yichen carefully adorned Wei Yuyan with a 9-tailed phoenix crown, an emblem of the queen. His movements were delicate and meticulous, as if he were handling an invaluable treasure, stirring a wave of emotion in Wei Yuyan. "You look splendid," Zhou Yichen remarked, his gaze fixed upon her with satisfaction. Wei Yuyan offered a faint smile, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. However, as she reflected on the fluidity of Zhou Yichen's actions, a pang of jealousy surged within her. His technique was so proficient. It seemed as though he had done this before. Had he perhaps performed similar tasks for other women in the past? Have you styled hair for someone else before? Wei Yuyan could not contain her curiosity and inquired, her tone laced with intrigue. Zhou Yichen regarded her with bemusement, puzzled by her sudden interest in the matter, which seemed to hold particular significance for her. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to indulge her curiosity. "Yes, I have often styled hair." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuyan's expression shifted slightly, her initial shyness replaced by a flicker of dissatisfaction. She fixed her gaze upon Zhou Yichen, pressing for clarification. For whom? Chapter 73, The Return Home. Zhou Yichen couldn't help but chuckle internally. He had finally grasped Wei Yuyan's thoughts and decided to tease her further. Thus, he feigned a gravely serious demeanor and replied earnestly, "Treading on snow." Treading on snow? Wei Yuyan furrowed her brow, clearly unfamiliar with the name. She began to rummage through her mind for any information about treading on snow, yet found herself at a loss. Who is treading on snow? Why have I never heard you mention this before? Her voice betrayed a hint of anxiety and unease. Observing her tense expression, Zhou Yichen could no longer suppress his amusement and erupted into hearty laughter. Gently caressing Wei Yuyan's face, he tenderly explained, "Silly girl. Treading on snow is the horse I raise. After I bathe it, I always groom its coat. So, are you disappointed?" At that moment, realization dawned on Wei Yuyan, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. Noticing her reaction, Zhou Yichen embraced her, whispering softly, "Do not worry. I only braid your hair. You are my soul queen." Nestled in Zhou Yichen's warm embrace, Wei Yuyan felt enveloped by his affection, her heart brimming with happiness. After enjoying a delightful breakfast together, Zhou Yichen took her hand and gently said, "Let us go." Wei Yuyan obediently followed him, her mind not wandering far, believing he merely wished to meander through the palace. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, this would become her lifelong home. Today, Zhou Yichen had purposely taken a day off from court duties to devote himself entirely to his beloved's return to her family. However, he had secretly resolved to keep this plan under wraps, intending to surprise her. Conventionally, a queen had no custom of visiting her family. Once she stepped through the palace gates, it was akin to sinking into the depths of the sea, nearly impossible to leave. Even as a queen, it was not an easy feat to exit the palace. Yet Zhou Yichen was different. As an emperor, he was unbound by such constraints. To ensure that his beloved harbored no regrets, he willingly accompanied her in fulfilling all her wishes. Naturally, he wrapped his arm around Wei Yuyan's slender waist, guiding her toward the carriage. Wei Yuyan, feeling puzzled, could not help but inquire, "Where are we headed?" Zhou Yichen's lips curled into a playful smile as he teased, "You will know when we arrive." She playfully pouted, lightly tapping his chest in mock annoyance. Wei Yuyan decided against pressing further, instead choosing to nestle quietly in the warmth of Zhou Yichen's embrace, admiring the palace scenery along the way. Before long, the carriage came to a gentle halt. "We have arrived. Let us disembark," Zhou Yichen said softly, a smile gracing his face. Wei Yuyan looked up in surprise, then cautiously lifted the curtain to peek outside. As her gaze fell upon the familiar grand gate, tears instantly blurred her vision, cascading down her cheeks like a dam bursting. "Brother Yichen, thank you," she choked out, her voice thick with gratitude as she turned to embrace Zhou Yichen tightly. He tenderly patted her back, soothingly saying, "Do not cry. From now on, this will be your home. If you wish to return, you may do so at any time. All right, my dear, please do not weep for otherwise. Your parents may mistakenly believe I have wronged you, and they certainly would not let me off easily." Wei Yuyan was amused by his humorous words. Realizing he intended to cheer her up, she playfully retorted, "Humph, you are the emperor. Who would dare to reprimand you? I shall ignore you." As soon as the words left her lips, Wei Yuyan swiftly lifted the curtain of the carriage and eagerly leaped down. Zhou Yichen, left behind, sighed helplessly as he watched her retreating figure. He came to the realization that, despite his esteemed position as a sovereign, his significance in Wei Yuyan's heart appeared to be rather diminished. This scene felt strikingly familiar. It seemed he had to exert more effort. Wei Yuyan entered the courtyard first and observed that everything in her home remained unchanged, exactly as she had left it. Nostalgia washed over her as she recalled the wonderful moments spent here. She wandered about the courtyard, reminiscing about her childhood. Zhou Yichen silently followed her, deriving joy from her delighted expressions. Suddenly, Wei Yuyan seemed to have discovered something and stopped beneath a fragrant osmanthus tree, pointing at a nest perched on the branches. She exclaimed with a smile, "Brother Yichen, look, that is the bird's nest I crafted by hand when I was little. It's still here." Zhou Yichen looked up and noticed a few fledglings nestled within the nest. He smiled and replied, "It seems they truly appreciate your craftsmanship." Reluctant to leave, Wei Yuyan turned to him, her eyes sparkling, and softly said, "Brother Yichen, thank you for bringing me back. I am truly so happy." Her voice carried a hint of emotion, as though she wished to pour out all the longing and feelings accumulated over the years. Zhou Yichen gently grasped her hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, and spoke tenderly, "Yin, there is no need for such formality with me. As long as you are happy, anything I do for you is worthwhile." His gaze revealed sincere emotion, causing Wei Yuyan's heart to flutter with increased fervor. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the delicate fragrance of osmanthus. The two stood beneath the tree, their eyes locking in a meaningful exchange as a subtle atmosphere enveloped them. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only their hearts gradually drawing closer. "Yiyan." This utterance interrupted their tender moment, prompting Wei Yuyan to push him away and excitedly rush towards General Wei and his wife. "Father, mother!" At that moment, Wei's parents stood aside, beaming with joy as they beheld their daughter and son-in-law. They had just been enjoying breakfast, relishing the rare occasion when the emperor was not in session, allowing General Wei to remain home with his wife. They had never anticipated their daughter's return, nor had they made any preparations. Upon hearing the servant's announcement, they were initially incredulous but rushed out immediately. Witnessing the scene between the two, they felt a wave of contentment, realizing that, at least for now, Yuyan's marriage to him seemed to be a good choice. Seeing their daughter rush towards them, Shen Yao immediately embraced her, her face radiating warmth and affection. Having already married, she still leaped about with such exuberance. Wei Yuyan nestled in her embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, murmured, "Yenner misses you all so much. That's why I'm so happy." Shen Yao gently tousled her hair, then scrutinized her closely. Seeing her in good spirits and her complexion radiant, she felt a sense of relief. "Your Majesty, please allow the attendants to join us." Wei, observing his wife and daughter, felt an inexplicable sympathy for Zhou Yichen, who had been left alone in the corner. "Very well, father-in-law," Zhou Yichen replied promptly, his demeanor composed, yet the cold shoulder from the girl gnawed at him, causing an ache in his jaw. Were it not for his in-law's presence, he would have immediately pulled her over to tease her thoroughly. At that moment, Wei Yuyan suddenly realized that in her excitement, she had inadvertently forgotten about him. A wave of regret washed over her. How could this have happened? Zhou Yichen, all too familiar with her expressions, recognized the look of sudden realization on her face and understood that she had momentarily cast him aside. He sighed inwardly, having anticipated such an outcome. Once she returned to her maternal home, it was clear that her husband would no longer hold a place in her heart. However, he was self-aware enough to acknowledge the deep bond shared between mother and daughter. Meanwhile, Wei, witnessing Zhou Yichen's forlorn expression, felt a kinship in their shared plight. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up. "Yenner has been raised solely by her mother since childhood. Their bond is as close as that of sisters. Your Majesty, please do not take offense." Zhou Yichen nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He certainly comprehended this, yet he could not quell the discomfort brewing within him, an emotion beyond his control. The group strolled together from the garden to the front hall. Shen Yao led Wei Yuyan ahead, returning to the small courtyard where she had resided prior to her marriage, while Wei and Zhou Yichen remained in the front hall. The moment Wei Yuyan saw her mother, she rushed into her embrace, playfully exclaiming, "Mother, I have missed you dearly." Shen Yao tenderly caressed her daughter's hair, her eyes filled with affection. "Oh, mother, you have no idea how wicked Zhou Yichen is. He has bullied me terribly, beyond endurance." Wei Yuyan lamented her plight, though she struggled to articulate the specifics of her suffering. Having been through similar experiences herself, Shen Yao could easily grasp the underlying meaning of her daughter's words. She merely stroked Wei Yuyan's cheek gently, choosing not to elaborate. However, upon hearing her daughter casually mention the emperor's name, a flicker of surprise surged within Shen Yao. Observing her daughter's calm demeanor, she understood that this must have been the result of someone's indulgence. Yet, propriety must not be disregarded. Should it fall into the hands of the discerning, It could lead to accusations against her daughter of being unworthy of her position. For now, Wei Yuyan merely sought a confidant in the warmth of her mother's love, quickly casting aside her grievances. Yenner, life in the palace is vastly different from that at home. You must not act so recklessly in the future. Do you understand? Shen Yao earnestly and gently advised her daughter, motivated purely by her concern and affection. Understand, mother, Wei Yuyan responded with a sweet nod. By the way, mother, I long to taste the pastries you make with your own hands. Wei Yuyan tightly grasped Shen Yao's hand, gently shaking it. All right, dear. I will prepare them for you immediately, Shen Yao replied, her face radiant with a loving smile as she tenderly stroked Wei Yuyan's head before turning to leave. Wei Yuyan quietly watched Shen Yao's receding figure, a smile of happiness unconsciously gracing her lips. Before long, Shen Yao returned, carrying a tray of delicacies. On it lay Wei Yuyan's favorite peach blossom pastries. Although it was not the season for blooming peach blossoms, Shen Yao, knowing her daughter's fondness for the treats, sought every means to preserve the fresh blossoms of the season. Thus, at any moment, wherever they might be, her daughter could indulge in the delightful peach blossom pastries. Wei Yuyan eagerly grabbed a piece and savored it, her face lighting up with joy. Slow down. Be careful not to choke, Shen Yao said, her gaze filled with tenderness. The pastries you make are simply the most exquisite in the world. Wei Yuyan exclaimed with her mouth full, her words somewhat muffled. Shen Yao smiled gently, her eyes brimming with affection. At that moment, as she gazed at Wei Yuyan, she felt as if she were looking at her daughter in her childhood. Yet time flies, and in the blink of an eye, her daughter had already married. Oh, if only we were an ordinary family, I could visit my daughter whenever I wished. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached from outside. Wei Yuyan instinctively turned to look and saw Zhou Yichen stepping inside. I came to see you, he said with a smile. An indescribable joy surged within Wei Yuyan. Shen Yao hurriedly stood up to pay her respects. However, Zhou Yichen was quicker, gently halting her with a kind voice. Dear mother-in-law, we are not strangers, but family. There is no need for such formalities. Your Majesty, Shen Yao still respectfully bowed, unwilling to invite unnecessary gossip upon her daughter due to her actions. Please, mother-in-law, rise. Zhou Yichen promptly extended his hand to assist her before moving to stand beside Wei Yuyan, admiring the pastries laid out on the table. These are made by you. Dear mother-in-law, I see I have come at the perfect time. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually picked up a piece and tasted it, immediately exclaiming, the flavor is indeed delightful, isn't it? My mother's skill in making peach blossom pastries is unparalleled. Not even the imperial kitchen could rival her. Wei Yuyan said proudly. Then perhaps I shall ask my mother-in-law for the recipe one day, to learn the art and prepare them for you, if that pleases you. Zhou Yichen looked at Wei Yuyan with adoration. That sounds wonderful. Wei Yuyan clapped her hands in excitement, resembling a child, as she hastily approached Zhou Yichen, grasping his arm with enthusiasm. But you must learn well. My mother's culinary skills are not easily acquired, she remarked. Shen Yao observed the affectionate couple before her, feeling a profound sense of contentment. With a gentle smile, she addressed Zhou Yichen. If His Majesty is interested, I shall write down the detailed recipe for you, making it easier for you to learn. Thank you, esteemed mother-in-law, Zhou Yichen replied with a respectful bow, his sincerity evident, devoid of any imperial arrogance. Wei Yuyan, witnessing Zhou Yichen's humility and courtesy, felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. Playfully, she gazed at him and teased, well then, I shall eagerly await to taste your culinary creations. Her words were imbued with anticipation. Zhou Yichen, amused by her charming demeanor, gently reached out and caressed Wei Yuyan's hair, responding softly, I assure you, I shall not disappoint. Shen Yao silently watched this warm exchange, her heart swelling with emotion. She understood that her daughter had found someone who truly cherished her, allowing her to breathe easy. Consequently, she discreetly exited the room, leaving the two to enjoy each other's company. Chapter 75. Has he escaped? Inside the room, the couple was blissfully indulging in delicacies, feeding each other in a delightful manner. Outside, however, Li Gui appeared indecisive, pacing back and forth at the door. He contemplated the delicate situation, Nonetheless, he had urgent matters to report to the emperor. Failing to convey this information could place him at the forefront of accountability should anything go awry. Thus, despite his anxiety, he mustered the courage to knock on the door. "Enter." A deep voice resonated from within, tinged with barely concealed anger. Li Gui inhaled deeply and, with a steely resolve, pushed the door open, quickly kneeling upon entry. "Your Majesty, I have pressing matters to report." He kept his gaze lowered, too intimidated to meet Zhou Yichen's eyes, bowing repeatedly. Zhou Yichen cast a cold glance in his direction, prompting Li Gui to lower his head even further, scarcely daring to breathe. "Speak," Zhou Yichen commanded, his tone icy and laden with pressure. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Gui summoned his courage to continue the dungeons. But upon noticing the presence of the empress beside him, he refrained from uttering another word. After all, the dungeons were not a place that just anyone could endure. At the mention of the dungeons, Zhou Yichen's expression sharpened, exuding an intense aura of authority. "Has he escaped?" he inquired, his brow furrowing with a chill in his voice. "No. Fortunately, the Imperial Guard arrived in time, and he was apprehended, but he's been insisting on seeing you," Li Gui replied, struggling to maintain his composure under Zhou Yichen's piercing gaze. Hearing this, Wei Yuyan looked at the man before her in confusion, noticing his eyes narrowing, filled with icy resolve. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered who this person was that could incite such anger in him, undoubtedly someone of considerable significance. As Wei Yuyan found herself lost in thought, Zhou Yichen gazed at her with a gentle expression, softly caressing her delicate face. "You honor, may I send you back to the palace first? I have a matter to attend to." Wei Yuyan grasped his sleeve, her curiosity piqued. "Brother Yichen, are you going to the dungeon?" Zhou Yichen did not conceal his intentions and replied candidly, "Indeed." Wei Yuyan, her eyes sparkling with excitement, tugged at his sleeve. "Brother Yichen, could you take me with you? I've never been to the dungeon before." Zhou Yichen, discerning her hidden thoughts, quickly placed a finger gently over her cherry-red lips, preventing her from speaking further. Wei Yuyan frowned in dissatisfaction, her gaze filled with reproach and a hint of grievance. She was genuinely curious about that place, having only gleaned information from stories in the past. Now, with the opportunity to witness it firsthand, she was reluctant to let it slip away. Zhou Yichen regarded her with sincerity and resolve, softly stating, "It is not a place suitable for you, my dear. Please return to the palace for now." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuyan felt a twinge of disappointment, but could not help but inquire, "Why not?" Zhou Yichen smiled, gently ruffling her hair as he tenderly responded, "Because it is not a place for a young lady. Trust me, in the future, I shall take you to more delightful places." Although Wei Yuyan felt a lingering sense of discontent, she nodded in understanding. Nonetheless, human curiosity is often insatiable, especially when one is forbidden from a certain place. Such desires only intensify. Wei Yuyan pondered what events could have prompted Zhou Yichen's resolute opposition to her accompanying him. In the past, a mere display of affection would have led him to indulge her wishes, but this time was different. Determined, Wei Yuyan decided to employ a more subtle approach, playfully appealing to Zhou Yichen. "Brother Yichen, I haven't been home in ages. May I stay here a little longer? You can come back for me once you finish your tasks, can't you?" Her desire to linger at home was one he could hardly refuse. After all, he had planned to take her back to her family today, and they were supposed to have dinner before returning to the palace. "Very well. I shall leave a shadow guard with you. You wait here for your husband, and I will come to fetch you once I am done. All right?" Zhou Yichen felt a twinge of concern as he prepared to leave the palace. The world was rather unstable at present, and he was acutely aware of his brother's intentions towards Yuan. Having married her, he feared that some hearts had not yet settled, and should ill-intentioned individuals set their sights on her, he might regret it dearly. "No need. The General's residence has my father. It's safe. You needn't worry." Wei Yuyan thought he was being overly cautious. The General's residence had always been well guarded. What could possibly happen? "Be good and listen to your husband. All right?" Zhou Yichen tenderly stroked her head, his voice laced with persuasion. "Then it is settled." Wei Yuyan did not wish to impede his important matters, so she acquiesced. Zhou Yichen, upon hearing her agreement, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that although she could be somewhat willful at times, she was fundamentally sensible. He gently patted her hand before turning to depart. Watching his retreating figure, Wei Yuyan realized he had significant matters to attend to. Quietly, she returned to her room, slowly approached the window, and sat in silence, her gaze vacantly lost in the scenery outside, her thoughts adrift. As time passed, she seemed to fall into deep contemplation, oblivious to her surroundings. After a while, Wei Wei's father gently pushed open the door. Noticing his daughter sitting alone in quiet reflection, he quietly approached her side. Observing her pensive demeanor, he felt a pang of sympathy. He softly knocked on the door, careful not to disrupt her thoughts. "Yin Yuan, father is coming in." Startled by her father's voice, Wei Yuyan abruptly returned to the present. She hurriedly stood, a flicker of joy and warmth illuminating her face. "Father, you have arrived." Wei Wei entered with a beaming smile and casually took a seat on a chair. He looked at his daughter with concern and gently inquired, "Yin Yuan, are you faring well in the palace? Have you faced any grievances?" Wei Yuyan shook her head and replied softly, "Father, the emperor treats me very well." A blush crept across her cheeks as she spoke. Wei Wei nodded slightly, understanding her sentiments. He knew his daughter to be a thoughtful and obedient child, and it seemed the emperor was indeed sincere in his regard for her. He was confident she could take care of herself, and a look of contentment graced his face. Gazing at his dutiful daughter, he spoke earnestly, "That is good to hear. The emperor is a commendable person. If he treats you well, I can rest easy. Remember to take good care of yourself in the palace, all right? Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform your father. I will always be here to support you." Wei Yuyan was moved to tears, firmly grasping her father's hand as she vowed, "Father, you need not worry. I will take good care of myself." Wei Wei, filled with pride, gently patted her shoulder. "Yin Yuan has grown up and become sensible. Your father is very pleased." Unable to contain herself, Wei Yuyan interjected on Zhou Yichen's behalf, "Father, the emperor is truly wonderful." Her father burst into hearty laughter. "That is splendid. I hope for you both to grow old together. Then your mother and I shall have no regrets in this lifetime." Pa. "Father, you and mother will surely live long lives," she exclaimed, and then, like a child, wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against him. She disliked hearing her father speak of such things. She wished for her parents to accompany her throughout her life. Very well, father will refrain from such talk." "My dear daughter," he said, and she nodded, her heart brimming with happiness. Chapter 76. The victorious are kings, the defeated are thieves in the dungeon. Zhou Yichen stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of regal authority. With a gaze as frigid as ice, he looked down upon the disheveled man on the ground, his face a mask of disdain. The man in the dungeon, upon seeing him, erupted into raucous laughter. His eyes glinted with a malevolent light, as if wishing to carve Zhou Yichen into 1,000 pieces. Zhou Yichen furrowed his brow slightly. He had not intended to meet this man, yet, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would likely be their final encounter in this lifetime. He was willing to grant this one last wish of his. "Zhou Yichen, to think you could forcibly marry Yen'er. But what of it? You remain as despicable as ever, utterly unworthy of her affections. Yen'er will never love a person of your ilk." Indeed, the one languishing in the dungeon was none other than Zhou Yiyan, who was meant to face execution. At this moment, he was hurling insults at Zhou Yichen, fully aware of his own defeat, yet intent on ensuring Zhou Yichen's suffering for eternity. In response to his words, Zhou Yichen felt no anger. Instead, a cold smile crept upon his lips. The shadow guard beside him, upon hearing these taunts, could hardly restrain the urge to strike him. Their master had graciously spared his life, yet this man showed no gratitude, clearly courting death. Zhou Yichen regarded him with a frigid stare, as though observing a mere ant. "Are you finished?" Zhou Yichen's voice bore an air of indifference. "I warn you, the only reason I have not taken your life is due to a shred of brotherly sentiment. Since you have dared to provoke me repeatedly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." His tone resonated with authority. Zhou Yiyan, upon hearing his words, merely regarded him with a nonchalant expression. With the death of his mother, he had become fearless, Even the last glimmer of hope had just been extinguished. He had been so close to escape. But now, with all hope shattered, he felt free to act as he pleased. Do you think I fear you? If you have the guts, kill me now. Zhou Yichen lifted his head, meeting Zhou Yichen's gaze, his eyes brimming with defiance. Zhou Yichen scoffed, "Your life is mine to take whenever I wish." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Oh, by the way, I neglected to inform you that Yenner and I share a profound love. You must be quite unaware of this while languishing in the dungeon," Zhou Yichen remarked suddenly, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Zhou Yichen's countenance darkened in an instant. His fists clenched tightly. Ha ha ha. His laughter grew increasingly deranged and twisted, as if he had lost his sanity. "Do you think I would believe you?" He glared at Zhou Yichen, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment. He had loved Yenner for so many years and had once harbored deep loathing for Zhou Yichen. How could he so easily change his heart and willingly follow Zhou Yichen? Surely, Zhou Yichen was exploiting his power to coerce Yenner into submission. Any actions on her part were born of desperation. It was all Zhou Yichen's doing that had led to such choices. Yes, that must be it. Zhou Yichen repeatedly reassured himself that in the depths of Yenner's heart, there remained a singular place solely for him. If only Zhou Yichen had arrived just a moment later, perhaps he and Yenner would have already been together, and would the outcome have been different? Yet at this moment, Zhou Yichen found himself ensnared in an obsession from which he could not extricate himself. He preferred to cling to his fantasies rather than confront the harshness of reality. How could someone so noble as Yenner ever fall for a person as sordid as himself? Zhou Yichen continued to taunt him mercilessly. Did she know how you had once languished in a doghouse, fighting for survival? If she were to learn of such things, would she not feel an overwhelming sense of disgust and revulsion towards you? Zhou Yichen relentlessly provoked his limits. He yearned for a swift resolution. Weary of enduring the torturous existence he found himself in, with the failure of his escape, an interminable darkness awaited him. Better to perish and be reborn than to live out a life of prolonged torment. Thus, he resolved to deliberately incite him. His words were like a sharp dagger, continually piercing Zhou Yichen's heart. Each phrase gnawed at his soul like a malignant tumor. Zhou Yichen clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly. Observing the increasingly grim expression on Zhou Yichen's face, Zhou Yichen knew he had succeeded. Silence. With a resounding crash, Zhou Yichen ceased to breathe. The onlookers were paralyzed by Zhou Yichen's fury, bowing their heads in fear, unable to meet his gaze. They had never witnessed their master in such a rage. Especially in recent times, he had been exceptionally gentle and understanding, nearly erasing memories of his true temperament. After a long pause, just as Li Gui contemplated whether to approach, Zhou Yichen's icy voice pierced the air. "Find me place and throw him out to feed the dogs." As his words fell, Zhou Yichen vanished without a trace, leaving the others to gaze upon the man lying in a pool of blood, devoid of any sympathy. To speak frankly, this man had lived to this day solely due to the Emperor's mercy. History has always favored the victor, while the vanquished are scorned. A timeless truth. Chapter 77. Husband as night descended, Wei Yuyan sat at the table in the general's residence, savoring the pastries freshly crafted by Shen Yao. Although Shan Yao was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, she had taken the initiative to learn how to make pastries to please her daughter, and her skills had reached an impressive level. Wei Yuyan had always relished the pastries made by her mother, devouring them with delight, never tiring of their taste. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and a tall figure strode in. It was Zhou Yichen returning home. Wei Yuyan's eyes lit up, and she immediately set aside her pastries, rushing into his embrace like a jubilant bird. "Yichen Gij, you finally returned." She had spent the entire day anxiously waiting for him at home, even losing her appetite for dinner. As night descended, his absence stirred a sense of unease within her. Now, witnessing his safe return home, her anxious heart finally found solace. Zhou Yichen smiled as he wrapped an arm around her slender waist, while gently caressing her hair, his eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. In this moment, he stood in stark contrast to the cold, merciless figure who had once lurked in the dungeon, a figure capable of heinous acts. As if he had transformed into an entirely different person. "Yin Yin, Did you eat well tonight while I was away? He inquired softly, his tone laced with concern. Wei Yuyan leaned against his broad chest, embracing his waist in return, and obediently nodded. Brother Yichen, I had a wonderful day at home. Thank you, she exclaimed, her large, glistening eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed up at Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen, captivated by her demeanor, felt his heart soften at the sight of her innocent charm. He affectionately ruffled her hair and spoke tenderly. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Wei Yuyan, a touch shy, nodded in agreement, her eyes radiating happiness and contentment. Shall we return to the palace? Zhou Yichen gently inquired. Wei Yuyan obediently replied. Yet her fingers clutched the hem of Zhou Yichen's garment tightly, as if reluctant to part from him. Sensing her subtle hesitation, Zhou Yichen's heart raced, fearing she might not wish to return with him. He tenderly grasped her hand, coaxing softly, Yin, do not worry. If ever you long for home, simply tell Brother Yichen, and I shall take you back whenever you wish, all right? Hearing his words, Wei Yuyan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. A radiant smile adorned her face, her eyes crescent-shaped and adorably bright. Before marrying Zhou Yichen, she had been plagued by concerns. The Zhou Yichen she knew was a relic of the past, dreadfully dull, perpetually serious, and rigidly austere. She feared that he would demand she adhere to a life of strict decorum, maintaining the dignity of a queen. In those moments, she believed that such an existence would inevitably suffocate her spirit. However, she now realized that reality had defied her expectations entirely. She secretly rejoiced that all her apprehensions had proven unfounded. Who would have imagined that their married life would surpass her dreams? Everything was, in fact, the polar opposite of her fears, offering her a life that was not in the least inferior to her days in the general's residence. She believed she had comprehended the essence of what Yulu had described. Love. It was as if they were intertwined, each existing within the other. She had discovered her lifelong happiness. Observing her obedient demeanor, Zhou Yichen felt a lump in his throat and could not resist leaning slightly forward, slowly bringing his face closer to Wei Yuyan's. Sensing his approach, she felt a flicker of nervousness but obediently closed her eyes. She thought to herself, he has shown her such indulgence, so it would be permissible to offer him a taste of sweetness in return. Thus, she ceased to resist Zhou Yichen's closeness and quietly awaited his next move. Zhou Yichen, gazing at the compliant figure in his arms, was filled with an overwhelming sense of affection and adoration. He slowly leaned in, pressing his lips against Wei Yuyan's cheek, and then gently bestowed upon her a tender kiss. This kiss was as light as a feather, yet Wei Yuyan felt a warmth that sent a shiver through her body. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, as if stirred by an invisible force. A tingling sensation coursed through her entire being like an electric current, causing her heart to skip a beat. Unbeknownst to her, a glistening tear, born from her nervousness, trickled down her cheek. This poignant scene tugged at Zhou Yichen's heartstrings, deepening the intensity and affection in his gaze. He tenderly caressed Wei Yuyan's face, attempting to soothe her inner turmoil and fear. Reluctantly, Zhou Yichen's soft lips departed from her skin. As he gazed at the enchanting figure before him, his eyes brimming with an unshakable love. His gaze was like a deep pool, drawing one in with its irresistible allure. Wei Yuyan slowly opened her eyes, meeting Zhou Yichen's gaze. Within those profound depths lay boundless tenderness and concern. Her heartstrings were once more plucked, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Completely enraptured by Zhou Yichen's gaze, she felt as though she had fallen entirely into it. Her lips parted slightly as she softly called out, "Husband," her voice laced with shyness and sweetness, all emanating from the depths of her heart. This endearing title filled Zhou Yichen with immediate joy, a smile blossoming on his lips, his eyes sparkling with happiness. The long-awaited address of husband threatened to melt his heart. Unable to contain himself, he pulled Wei Yuyan tightly into his embrace. All Zhou Yichen desired was for Wei Yuyan to accompany him through lifetimes, never leaving his side. At that moment, he was eager to take her back to the palace, where they could indulge in the indescribable. The time he had promised her had passed. So could they not indulge tonight? With that thought, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Yin, shall we return to the palace? Zhou Yichen's voice was gentle, yet slightly husky. But to the innocent Wei Yuyan, it posed no danger. Instead, she nuzzled against the man's chest and softly replied, "All right." This gesture acted as a spark, igniting the last remnants of Zhou Yichen's rationality, leaving it precariously balanced. This girl was simply too enchanting for him. Yet, it was evident that she remained blissfully unaware of her own charm. Zhou Yichen, impatient, took her by the hand and hurriedly departed, bidding farewell to General Wei and his wife before boarding the carriage back to the palace. Chapter 78. Protect the Emperor. Inside the carriage, Yin. Zhou Yichen's eyes were filled with tenderness, saturated with profound love. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned down and kissed her luscious red lips. Wei Yuyan was momentarily taken aback by this sudden act, but quickly regained her composure. Closing her eyes, her small hands climbed around Zhou Yichen's neck, gently reciprocating his ardor. Feeling her response, Zhou Yichen felt as if he had been invigorated. The intensity of their actions escalated, delving deeper into exploration, relishing in the sweetness of the moment. Wei Yuyan soon found it difficult to breathe, her head growing heavy as she languidly collapsed into the embrace of the man. After a considerable time, Zhou Yichen finally released her, his eyes betraying an unmistakable desire. Wei Yuyan's gaze was hazy, her lips swollen and glistening with an alluring sheen. She slightly opened her eyes, meeting the man's profound gaze filled with fervent passion. Her cheeks, already flushed, now bore an even deeper shade of crimson. Wei Yuyan silently rejoiced at the absence of onlookers. Otherwise, she would have been utterly mortified. Yet, her bashful demeanor elicited a chuckle from Zhou Yichen. He delighted in her adorably vulnerable state, leaning down gently to tenderly nibble on her delicate earlobe. A shiver coursed through Wei Yuyan's body, rendering her feeble and entirely reliant on the man before her. Zhou Yichen gazed at the petite figure in his arms, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as his actions grew increasingly audacious. Wei Yuyan felt an electric current surge through her, leaving her tingling, a sensation of indescribable ecstasy flooding her heart. Her face burned with embarrassment, the feeling permeating every cell in her being. In that moment, her world consisted solely of the man before her and an endless wave of shyness. Unconsciously, her hands began to pat his neck, her voice a soft, playful protest. "Brother Yichen, we are still outside," she uttered, her words imbued with a charmingly coy tone, reminiscent of a purring kitten. Suddenly, a long arrow sliced through the night sky, accompanied by a fierce wind, aimed directly at the carriage they occupied. Fortunately, Zhou Yichen had taken the precaution of bringing additional imperial guards and secretive protectors during their departure from the palace. Well-trained and quick to respond, they swiftly formed a solid defensive line with their shields, successfully intercepting the arrows. The group closely surrounded the carriage, their expressions grave and tense. Zhou Yichen quickly enveloped Wei Yuyan in a protective embrace, drawing forth the hidden sword from its concealed compartment, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The air thickened with tension, seemingly frozen in time. Their eyes met, and a chilling glimmer flickered in Zhou Yichen's gaze. However, mindful of Wei Yuyan's presence, he refrained from taking rash action, instead discreetly lifting the curtain to observe the unfolding situation outside. Zhou Yichen calmly scanned the area, meticulously searching for the assailant's silhouette. Suddenly, he noticed a faint glimmer on a distant rooftop, reminiscent of a weapon's cold reflection. "Over there," he whispered urgently to his nearby protector, pointing towards the rooftop. Without hesitation, the guards launched their projectiles in the indicated direction. In an instant, a cloaked assassin was struck, letting out a pained cry before collapsing to the ground. Yet, the battle was far from over. With the fall of this assassin, more masked figures in dark attire emerged from all directions, brandishing swords and charging fiercely towards the carriage, igniting a fierce clash between the two parties. The cold moonlight cascaded upon the sword, reflecting an icy brilliance that left one entranced. The Imperial Guards floundered in their struggle against the assassins, while the shadowy figures remained utterly focused, encircling Zhou Yichen and Wei Yuyan with palpable tension. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yichen tightly embraced Wei Yuyan and swiftly surged forth from the carriage. Remaining inside would render them conspicuous, inevitably making them targets, thus exacerbating their perilous situation. Zhou Yichen cast a calm gaze upon the relentless tide of adversaries before lowering his eyes to the woman in his arms. Their gazes met, a fleeting connection. "Yiyan, be good. Don't move, just close your eyes for me, all right?" He whispered gently. Yet, the dark-clad assailants continued to pour in, drawing ever closer. The atmosphere was thick with silence, interrupted only by the howling wind and the clashing of weapons. As Zhou Yichen beheld the menacing figures advancing towards them, a flicker of uncontrollable murderous intent ignited in his eyes. He pondered the identity of those who orchestrated this assassination. Was it the third or the fifth? Regardless, it was imperative to capture one alive for answers. Regretting his own mercy, he chastised himself for allowing such audacity to challenge him. Now, he had unwittingly dragged Yuyan into this chaotic maelstrom. Had he been alone, his fury would not have been so intense. But with Wei Yuyan present, he could not simply let this pass. He extended his broad palm, tenderly caressing Wei Yuyan's head, a smile gracing his lips. "Yuyan, you are truly good." Upon hearing his doting words, she felt a wave of relief wash over her and obediently closed her eyes. In that moment, her other senses sharpened. She thought to herself, should anything go awry, or should she be needed, she would act swiftly to lend her support. Yet, the air was thick with a pungent metallic scent that made her stomach churn with unease. The assassin's objective had always been the two of them, relentlessly closing in without hesitation. Witnessing this, Zhou Yichen's expression hardened, glinting with an icy resolve. He tightened his grip around Wei Yuyan's waist, brandishing his sword as he advanced toward the encroaching foes. In that split second, the sword moved like a soaring dragon, emanating a fierce aura, slicing through the air with an unstoppable force. The blade shimmered with a cold light, keenly severing the necks of one dark-clad assailant after another. Each strike was executed with such precision and decisiveness that it elicited gasps of astonishment. As the sword danced, crimson droplets fell from its tip, splattering onto the ground, creating a startling tableau of blood. The scene was grotesquely bloody and terrifying, sending chills down the spine. At that moment, the moonlight was gradually obscured by thick, dark clouds, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of darkness. Beneath the shroud of night, Zhou Yichen's eyes shimmered like a profound and frigid abyss, exuding a chilling and piercing aura that sent shivers down one's spine. His gaze seemed to possess the uncanny ability to perceive the intricacies of the world, piercing through all illusions. Before him, every shadowy figure clad in black that dared to approach met with relentless annihilation. Chapter 79. A million corpses, blood flowing for miles. His swordplay was akin to a wraith. Swift as lightning, each strike finding its mark with surgical precision, leaving no respite for his adversaries. In his wake lay a gruesome tableau of carnage. The ground awash in blood, reminiscent of the legendary scenes of a million corpses and rivers of blood, evoking profound reverence for his formidable prowess. Ultimately, not a single black-clad figure could breach his defenses. They could only watch helplessly as their comrades fell one by one, engulfed by the terror of death. Those once filled with murderous intent now retreated, their eyes replaced by fear, hesitant to advance further. At this moment, Zhou Yichen held Wei Yuyan's slender waist firmly with one hand, while the other gripped his blood-stained sword, its tip dripping crimson droplets onto the earth. His head tilted slightly, his countenance dark and foreboding, his voice resonating like a specter from the depths of hell. "Speak, who sent you?" The remaining figures in black, though most betrayed signs of trepidation, found their leader's expression twisting into one of malevolence, as if resolved to gamble everything in a desperate fight. Clutching his sword tightly, he aimed its tip directly at Zhou Yichen and Wei Yuyan. Although his visage remained obscured, his eyes glimmered with a terrifying ferocity against the backdrop of the night sky. "Zhou Yichen, spare me your words. Prepare to pay with your life." With this furious declaration, the throng behind him surged forward, swords drawn, initiating a new round of fierce combat. The clash of blades reverberated through the night, sharp and distinct. Zhou Yichen's gaze hardened, emanating an icy chill that seemed to freeze the very air around him. Since these fools chose to challenge him, he would not hold back his merciless resolve. Seizing the moment of surprise, Zhou Yichen darted through the ranks of the black-clad assailants like a specter, his swordplay brutally efficient, each strike imbued with lethal force, rendering resistance futile. In the blink of an eye, nearly all the assailants lay lifeless in pools of blood, leaving only a few severely injured survivors. Your Majesty, there are a few injured captives remaining. How shall we proceed with them? Li Gui stepped forward, bowing respectfully to report the situation to Zhou Yichen. With a cold glance at the fallen figures, Zhou Yichen replied icily, "Take them back and interrogate them rigorously. We must unearth the mastermind behind this plot." Having spoken, he casually discarded his sword aside, surveying the grim scene of corpses and blood with disdain. "How filthy, utterly revolting. I detest killing. Your servant will obey." Li Gui hurriedly directed the shadow guards beside him to address the ensuing chaos. He silently rejoiced in his cleverness, for he had noticed the emperor's gaze lingering on the empress in his arms, as if attempting to see through her very soul. He had no desire to be a third wheel, intruding upon their intimate world. As tranquility returned, Wei Yuyan curiously opened her eyes. However, the grim scene before her took her by surprise, nearly causing her to leap up in alarm. She had never imagined that battle could be so fierce, with blood-soaked ground and bodies strewn about in a horrific tableau. At that moment, Zhou Yichen lowered his head to scrutinize Wei Yuyan closely, only to discover that the beauty in his embrace had already opened her eyes. After a swift appraisal of himself, he immediately released her waist and gently pushed her away. This sudden action left Wei Yuyan in a state of astonishment, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at him. She could not fathom why he had acted thus, her heart brimming with questions and perplexity. "Yichen Gij," she softly inquired, her eyes glinting with uncertainty. Meeting her gaze, Zhou Yichen felt a pang of regret. He realized he had been too careless, allowing his impulsiveness to lead to her misunderstanding. He hastily explained, "Yichen Gij is covered in blood. It would be unfortunate if it stained Yuyan." Upon hearing his words, her doubts evaporated, replaced by a heart full of joy. Her smile blossomed like spring flowers as she leaped into his embrace. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her face radiating happiness and contentment, akin to a gentle kitten nuzzling against the side of his neck. Zhou Yichen tenderly held her in his arms, relishing her warmth and softness. His large hand enveloped her waist, his gaze brimming with endless indulgence and affection. Wei Yuyan tilted her head to look into his eyes, pouting playfully. Her smile as radiant as a flower, her eyes sparkling like a constellation of bright stars. "As long as it is Yichen Gij, I fear nothing," she declared softly, her voice imbued with unwavering confidence and trust. Then, with a mischievous blink, she adorned her face with a playful grin. Listening to her words, warmth surged within Zhou Yichen, his eyes misting slightly. He had always known his girl was remarkable, but he had never anticipated her capacity for such depth. In this lifetime, he would never let go of her hand. "Ha ha! My Yin is indeed an immeasurable treasure. I willingly embrace this for eternity." Zhou Yichen laughed heartily, unable to restrain himself from gently tracing his finger down Wei Yuyan's petite nose. Hearing such candid and sincere words, Wei Yuyan shyly lowered her head, burying her cheeks deep into his broad, sturdy embrace. Yet their intimate display, oblivious to the onlookers, prompted the shadow guards and the imperial guards, who were preoccupied with the grim task of collecting the fallen, to stifle the urge to howl at the heavens. They found it hard to fathom that the emperor harbored such a tender side, which truly opened their eyes. In the past, they had believed the emperor to be indifferent to women, destined for a solitary existence. Yet now, having witnessed the scene before them, they suddenly realized how astonishing it is when one dares to break the mold. Oh, mercy! Who will come to rescue this group of solitary souls? A plea for reprieve. Chapter 80. Shall we have a child? Within the Kuan Ning Palace, Wei Yuyan nestled like a languid kitten in the warm embrace of the man. Her lustrous black tresses cascaded like a waterfall, gently draping over her fair shoulders, exuding an aura of unparalleled charm and allure. Her expressive eyes flickered momentarily, as if a thought had just occurred to her. She lifted her gaze, her innocent eyes fixed on Zhou Yichen, and softly inquired, "Brother Yichen, who do you think sent those assassins tonight?" Her voice brimmed with curiosity and uncertainty. Zhou Yichen's large hand tenderly stroked her silky hair, feeling the subtle coolness against his fingertips as his gaze lingered on the enchanting figure in his arms. His eyes shimmered with boundless tenderness, reminiscent of a tranquil spring, imbued with profound affection. A faint smile graced his lips as he responded with a tone filled with indulgence. "Yiyan, who do you think is most likely?" Their conversation, though simple, radiated a unique warmth and sweetness. Wei Yuyan furrowed her brow, wrapping her small hands around the man's neck, her expression serious as she analyzed. "The individuals today clearly came for you, Brother Yichen." The candlelight within the grand hall filtered through layers of bed curtains, illuminating her innocent face, rendering her both captivating and confident. "I suspect that given the current circumstances, if someone intends to harm you, they are likely coveting that position. As for who exactly, I cannot ascertain at this moment." With a playful wink, she tightened her embrace around Zhou Yichen's neck, swaying slightly before him, her face radiating a thirst for knowledge, her eyes sparkling as they fixed intently on him. "Brother Yichen, do you already know who they are?" Zhou Yichen, smiling, quietly savored her affection, unable to resist, leaning down to place a gentle kiss between her brows. Gazing at Wei Yuyan, his expression was gentle and kind, his lips curling into a slight smile as he softly replied, "As for who it is, Brother Yichen is also uncertain, but I suspect it lies among those two individuals. After all, the flaws left by the adversary are few, and the interrogation has yet to yield results. Therefore, the identity remains indeterminate for now." However, he believed it would not be long before the truth would surface. He was well aware of the methods employed by the shadow guards. He felt the greatest likelihood rested with the two who instigated the initial uprising. After all, they were the ones who raised the banner of rebellion. Yet it was he who ultimately assumed that position, a fact that surely stirred some discontent within them. Were it not for his possession of the late emperor's edict, ascending the throne would have been far from straightforward. Given that they had rebelled, their ambitions could not have dissipated in a mere day or two. "Now, let's see who will falter first." Wei Yuyan gazed intently at the man before her, tilting her head with a serious expression as she inquired, "If it truly is them, how does Brother Yichen intend to handle the matter? After all, they are brothers. If not managed properly, it would undoubtedly invite gossip." When the topic of resolution arose, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Zhou Yichen's eyes, his voice turning frigid and piercing. "If it is indeed those two, we shall temporarily spare their lives. However, they shall hardly remain at peace for long. Inevitably, they will turn against one another." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuyan's admiration for him was palpable. She tightly embraced Zhou Yichen's neck, unabashedly planting a kiss on his cheek. Nestled in the man's embrace, her eyes sparkled with mirth, exuding a playful and endearing demeanor. "Brother Yichen, you truly have a bit of a mischievous side." Zhou Yichen was momentarily taken aback by her words, only to find the young girl in his arms regarding him with a teasing gaze. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently cupped her delicate, fair face. Leaning down slowly, he tenderly pressed his lips against hers, a wicked smile gracing his features as he said, "Thank you for the compliment, Yuyan. In that case, let me show you what true mischief is. You mustn't run away." Wei Yuyan pouted, feigning indifference, thinking that after these few days together, she was no longer afraid of him. "How would he dream of running away?" she retorted provocatively. A charming smile curled at the corners of Zhou Yichen's lips as his fingers caressed Wei Yuyan's cheek, his voice a low murmur. "Very well, Yuyan. Just do not beg for mercy later." Yet, even if she were to plead, he had no intention of letting her off the hook. With that, he held Wei Yuyan even closer, as if to fuse her into his very being. The desire in Zhou Yichen's eyes flowed like an unstoppable stream. With a heartfelt gaze, he gently kissed her eyelids, leaving a warm sensation in his wake. Wei Yuyan's face flushed once more, her lips pressed tightly together in nervousness. She realized she had perhaps been too careless, sensing an inkling of being ensnared. Zhou Yichen, however, paid no mind to her apprehension. He seized her slender hand and pressed it against her head to secure her. He then leaned in, softly biting her earlobe. It was not painful, yet it sent a delightful shiver through Wei Yuyan, causing her toes to curl involuntarily as her hands clutched tightly at Zhou Yichen's shirt. She leaned closer to his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. What should she do? It seemed she was still unaccustomed to this, feeling quite tense. She slightly tilted her head back, her gaze inadvertently meeting the depths of his profound eyes. Those eyes, as unfathomable as a black hole, seemed to harbor endless allure, firmly capturing her attention. Brother Yichen, why do you always look at me like that? She shyly averted her gaze to one side, unable to meet his eyes, speaking in a delicate, soft tone. Zhou Yichen gazed at the bashful woman in his arms. Her luscious lips, reminiscent of ripe cherries, radiated an alluring sheen that he found utterly irresistible. At this moment, he felt an increasing heat surge through his body. The air surrounding them seemed to grow thin, inducing a slight sensation of suffocation, coupled with an overwhelming desire that welled up within him. He keenly sensed that Wei Yuyan no longer harbored the same aversion toward him as she once did. Yet, in an effort to avoid startling her, he struggled to restrain his longing, narrowing his eyes slightly to convey a hint of danger. Slowly, he reached out, gently lifting her chin, their foreheads pressed closely together. Wei Yuyan's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her throat, leaving her in a flurry of confusion. Meanwhile, Zhou Yichen's fervent breath caressed her cheek, bringing warmth that instinctively stirred a twinge of fear within her. The pain from that fateful night lingered vividly in her memory. She still felt apprehensive about that sensation. However, at this juncture, Zhou Yichen could hardly bear to release her. Yin, shall we have a child? Zhou Yichen inquired tentatively, as this topic had never been broached between them, leaving him uncertain of her feelings. If she were unwilling, he contemplated seeking a remedy to ensure he could father a child. He dreaded the thought of any unforeseen circumstances that might jeopardize her well-being, as that would be an irreparable loss. His sole desire was for Yuyan to remain by his side, living joyously, and for them to grow old together. Thus, he pledged to support her unconditionally in whatever she chose. Now that he had ascended to the throne, he no longer needed to tread with caution, and no one dared to impose restrictions upon him. If she truly did not wish to conceive, they could simply adopt a child. Such matters were not unprecedented. However, procreation was not a matter one could command at will. Is Brother Yichen so eager to have a child? Wei Yuyan asked, taken aback by his question. To be honest, she had never contemplated this before. Yet, regarding childbirth, she felt that everything should occur as fate dictates. Deep down, she did not entirely reject the idea. Upon reflection, it seems somewhat acceptable. If you are willing, I shall endeavor to be diligent, he replied. The moment he uttered the word diligent, Wei Yuyan instantly grasped his meaning. Her face flushed crimson as she lightly pushed Zhou Yichen away, bashfully exclaiming, Brother Yichen. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Yichen burst into laughter, pulling Wei Yuyan tightly into his embrace. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead and softly asked, Yin, does this mean you too desire a child of our own? This question held great significance for him, warranting a discussion with her first. A faint blush graced Wei Yuyan's cheeks, yet she neither flinched nor hesitated. Instead, she bravely met Zhou Yichen's gaze. With a gentle nod, she affirmed her feelings. A flicker of surprise and emotion passed through Zhou Yichen's eyes. He had anticipated that Wei Yuyan might have reservations or require more time to ponder the matter, but he was taken aback by her resolute expression of her thoughts. This revelation undoubtedly filled Zhou Yichen with joy, suggesting that Yuyan had wholly welcomed him into her heart, willingly desiring to have a child together. While he had not imposed any expectations regarding children, he secretly harbored a sense of anticipation. Having endured an unhappy childhood, he longed for a tangible manifestation of their love, a child he would cherish to his very core. Nevertheless, he did not wish to impose any burden upon the young woman and would respect her choices. Zhou Yichen tenderly caressed Wei Yuyan's hair, smiling as he spoke. Yuyan, Thank you for granting me this opportunity. I promise to care for you and our child to the best of my abilities. Will you trust me? Feeling the sincerity and affection in Zhou Yichen's words. Tears glistened in her eyes as she softly replied, Yichen Gij. The two embraced deeply, savoring each other's warmth. Since this is the case, my dear Yuyan, I can no longer restrain myself. Let us rest together. Now that he understood her feelings, he felt liberated from restraint. Perhaps tonight, their baby would quietly arrive. If not, they would try again. After all, he had always been enthusiastic about such matters. In the future, they would have the freedom to choose when and where to be intimate. The thought alone was delightful. At this moment, his heart brimmed with happiness and anticipation, as if he could envision the warmth of their future family of three. Gazing upon her, Zhou Yichen could not resist trailing his lips across hers, gliding along her chin and neck, gradually descending. His eyes radiated tenderness and affection as his hands reverently began to unfasten her garments. Wei Yuyan's heartbeat quickened, a bashful flush coloring her face. Nervously, she slightly closed her eyes, savoring Zhou Yichen's closeness. The room was suffused with an intimate atmosphere, and their breaths grew increasingly labored. Zhou Yichen's lips tenderly brushed against Wei Yuyan's earlobe, causing her to shudder involuntarily. His hand grazed her waist, gently tugging, causing her dress to fall open, revealing hints of her softness. Wei Yuyan's body began to feel feverish, her breaths becoming rapid and shallow, as reason was gradually drowned by desire. Zhou Yichen sensed her response, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He whispered, Darling, relax, just surrender everything to me. Upon hearing his words, Wei Yuyan felt an even greater wave of shyness, yet simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of fulfillment washed over her. She opened her eyes, a dreamy light shimmering within them, softly responding, All right. As time passed, the temperature in the room escalated, and their passion intensified. She gazed at him. He gazed at her quietly, his affectionate eyes as tender as ever. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately resolved to extend her hands and gently encircle his neck. This gesture caused Zhou Yichen's heart to leap, an indescribable joy surging within him. As he looked down at her, his gaze softened further. Gradually, he lowered his head, leaning in toward her lips. At the moment their lips barely brushed, she recoiled slightly like a startled fawn, yet she did not pull away. Her lips remained soft and delicate, seemingly imbued with a faint floral fragrance that intoxicated him with sweetness. His kiss deepened gradually, feeling her cautious response, which brought a wave of delight to his heart. Thus, he intensified his efforts, their lips and tongues entwining passionately. After a considerable time, Zhou Yichen finally released her lips. They both gasped for breath, their breathing somewhat hurried. Wei Yuyan's lips were slightly swollen, resembling ripe cherries, tender and glistening. The lipstick she wore had smudged, creating a slightly disheveled, yet uniquely beautiful appearance. He reached out, his long, strong fingers gently wiping away the smeared lipstick, his movements tender as if afraid to harm her. Each touch was infused with boundless affection, causing her heart to race anew. She bit her lip, gazing at him in silence, simply closing her eyes and allowing his hands to wander across her body. Zhou Yichen felt a wave of thirst wash over him, and gazing at her jade-like form, he couldn't help but softly call out, Yin Yin, my Yin Yin. His voice was deep and husky, imbued with an alluring charm. Their bodies pressed tightly together, inseparable, as if they were always meant to be one. He replaced his fingers with his lips, exploring her body with wild abandon. Her already sensitive skin grew even more heated under his gentle kisses. Wei Yuyan gradually lost herself in this exquisite pleasure, unable to suppress soft moans that flowed from her. The sound reminiscent of celestial music, enchanting and mesmerizing. Fortunately, this time, it was not as painful as before. Wei Yuyan slowly relaxed, surrendering to his lead, gradually succumbing to the depths of passion. That night, they were destined to immerse themselves in the ocean of love. Chapter 82. The last page of your favorite young guard? The following morning, the sun had risen high, yet Wei Yuyan remained in a deep slumber. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that she slowly opened her eyes, feeling an overwhelming soreness throughout her body, as if she no longer belonged to herself. She couldn't help but marvel at how that man had so much energy. Despite having gone to bed later than her, he was still invigorated enough to attend court in the morning. After spending these days together, she had come to understand his habits well, staying up late and rising early, as if he were a tireless deity. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Wei Yuyan resolved silently. Since she had decided to live well within the palace, she could no longer afford to be so languid. Having settled into Kunning Palace, she was determined to organize her surroundings and no longer indulge herself. After all, having spent several days in this palace, she was unfamiliar with anyone except for a few maids by her side. Thus, her immediate priority was to familiarize herself with the palace's inhabitants. Consequently, Wei Yuyan instructed Dongmei to gather all the higher-ranking palace attendants. The assembled individuals stood in a respectful line, silent and orderly, before Wei Yuyan. Taking her seat at the forefront, she regarded the assembly with a solemn demeanor, attentively listening as they introduced themselves, stating their names and positions. Each individual exhibited utmost reverence, carefully offering their greetings. One by one, they began to announce their names. These palace attendants were astute, acutely aware of the deep affection shared between the emperor and the empress in recent days. They had all witnessed the emperor's tender affection towards the empress, a sight that had not escaped their notice, instilling in them a sense of urgency to demonstrate their diligence. It was clear to all that the emperor's choice to marry this empress was far from superficial. Her significance in his heart was paramount. Fortunately, Wei Yuyan possessed an exceptional memory. Despite the numerous attendants, a single glance was sufficient for her to remember each person's face and identity. Once the introductions were complete, a palace servant presented a list of the emperor's private treasury for Wei Yuyan's review. This was a task the emperor had specifically entrusted to her, having even established a private treasury for her, intended to store her dowry and all the gifts received during their wedding. Although Wei Yuyan felt a tinge of surprise, she accepted the document. Zhou Yichen had shown her great care, considering her needs meticulously, leaving little unaddressed. Such thoughtful gestures filled Wei Yuyan with gratitude, further solidifying her determination to spend her life with Zhou Yichen. At that moment, an unexpected visitor entered, interrupting her thoughts. "Sister-in-law, I have arrived." Upon hearing the voice, Wei Yuyan looked up to see Zhou Yule. Her face lit up with joy at the sight of her. Recently, she had been preoccupied with Zhou Yichen and had scarcely found the time to seek her out, having not seen each other for quite a while since their last encounter. Zhou Yule exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, I never imagined that after our last parting, you would indeed become my sister-in-law. Wow, I could practically plan a celebration." Her face radiated happiness. Although she had not become the sister-in-law she had envisioned, the mere fact that she was now related to her was sufficient. Moreover, with her elder brother now an emperor and her close relationship with Yuyan, she felt as though she had gained two formidable allies. With this thought, Zhou Yule was filled with pride, believing she would never again suffer injustices, thinking about who would dare to bully her in the future. Wei Yuyan was taken aback by her exuberance, unsure how to respond. Yule remained as candid as ever, her straightforward nature being the very reason for their enduring friendship. "Sister C, please do not feel shy. We are family now." Zhou Yule smiled as she approached Wei Yuyan, taking her hand and sitting down beside her. She had come today with a pressing matter to discuss with Yuyan. "Yuyan, I came here today to ask you something important," Zhou Yule whispered conspiratorially in her ear, her demeanor playful yet mysterious. Wei Yuyan was puzzled, unable to comprehend why the typically forthright Zhou Yule was suddenly so bashful. Indeed, it was a rare display, as she had never witnessed such a demeanor from her friend over the years. What was going on? Zhou Yule leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Yuyan, it seems that just as my love was beginning to blossom, it has inexplicably vanished. I truly feel heartbroken." As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Wei Yuyan, yearning for some comfort and support in return. Wei Yuyan nodded empathetically, acknowledging her feelings. As they continued their hushed conversation, Zhou Yule inadvertently noticed a faint red mark on the back of Wei Yuyan's neck, sparking a flicker of curiosity within her. She gently reached out, touching the mark lightly, and inquired, "Yuyan, what happened here?" Realizing she had been discovered, Wei Yuyan's face flushed crimson. She quickly raised her hand to cover the mark, her eyes betraying a mix of shyness and alarm. Zhou Yichen suddenly had an epiphany, a teasing smile gracing her features as she softly quipped, "Ah, so that's it, Yuyan." Amused internally, she recalled the numerous romance novels she had perused, which had granted her some insight into such matters between men and women. "All right, I shall refrain from teasing our esteemed empress any further." Zhou Yichen chuckled, playfully gesturing to seal her lips. Wei Yuyan, flustered by the teasing, was always quite bashful regarding intimate topics and preferred to avoid them. Just then, she remembered the earlier conversation they had left unfinished and asked, "By the way, you mentioned your last crush on a young guard." Her tone held a hint of surprise and curiosity, as if struggling to believe it. Chapter 83. "You know me, it seemed that you had been through a great deal lately," piquing Yuyan's curiosity. "Yes, but alas, before anything could even begin, he was reassigned. I have no idea what the circumstances are, or if I shall ever see him again." Zhou Yichen recounted with a heart-wrenching expression, her heart heavy with unspoken grievances and longing. She sighed deeply, a glimmer of sorrow passing through her eyes. "I truly feel that I have encountered someone I wish to cherish for a lifetime, only for it to be abruptly severed." Wei Yuyan furrowed her brow, her concern evident as she asked, "Who was it that had him reassigned? Why not ask your royal brother to bring him back?" To Wei Yuyan, this matter appeared to be easily resolvable. As long as she knows his name, it should be a simple matter for Zhou Yichen to summon him back, right? "Why then, does Yu Lu remain troubled by this?" However, Zhou Yichen shook her head and, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "Yan, the crux lies in my reluctance to speak to fourth brother about it. If I were to mention it, he would undoubtedly disapprove." She was acutely aware that as a princess, her brother would never consent to her marrying a mere guard. After all, their social standings were worlds apart. Yet, that individual had once saved her life, which filled her with profound gratitude. Reflecting on that moment, Zhou Yichen couldn't help but exclaim when third brother rebelled, "We were all trapped in the palace. If it weren't for him protecting me, I might have long since met my demise." She grasped Wei Yuyan's hands tightly, resolutely declaring, "Yan, I must find him. No matter the cost, I will be with him." Wei Yuyan looked into her friend's steadfast gaze, sensing the deep yearning and determination within her heart. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming empathy, for she understood this sentiment all too well. Much like when Zhou Yichen had saved her. Gently, she patted Zhou Yul's shoulder and encouraged, "Do not worry, Yulu, I will certainly help you devise a plan." Perhaps this was the only way to reunite Zhou Yul with her beloved. "Yan, you must assist me. Otherwise, I am at a loss," Zhou Yul said, her expression heavy with sorrow as she held Wei Yuyan's hands. Seeing her friend in such distress, Wei Yuyan felt a pang of compassion and consoled her. "Do not be disheartened, Yulu. Everything will turn out well." "I hope so," Zhou Yul sighed, her face still shadowed by disappointment. "How about we go find His Majesty and discuss this? We could request his return," Wei Yuyan suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yul hesitated, although she was generally audacious. She held a certain apprehension towards her fourth brother. It was known that he was her greatest adversary in life. Otherwise, she would not have come to disturb Yuyan at this moment. Thus, she shook her head in refusal. "What then? You cannot simply wait indefinitely," Wei Yuyan said, a hint of frustration in her tone. "Let me think of a solution," Zhou Yul replied, furrowing her brow. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes suddenly brightened. "Yes, Yan, could you please approach fourth brother on my behalf? He is most inclined to listen to you." Wei Yuyan hesitated briefly, but ultimately found it hard to refuse her. So she nodded. "All right, I will give it a try. But if fourth brother disagrees, please do not blame me. Rest assured, Yan, you are so clever. You will surely be able to persuade him," Zhou Yul said, patting her chest with conviction. Thus, this significant task naturally fell upon Wei Yuyan. Consequently, she was unwittingly led out by Zhou Yul. Zhou Yul kindly accompanied her to the gate of Changqian Palace, watching her enter with a beaming smile. In her eyes, as long as Yin'er took action, her matters were essentially settled. The Empress Dowager, Li Guizhou, stood outside, gazing from a distance as Wei Yuyan approached, promptly hurrying to greet her. Inside the room, Zhou Yichen had already heard the commotion from outside and quickly dismissed several of his most trusted ministers. Before departing, they respectfully paid their respects to the Empress Dowager, demonstrating utmost reverence. Zhou Yichen, too, made his way to the entrance, his cold eyes softening into a gentle smile as he watched her approach. "Come closer," he beckoned. Wei Yuyan looked up and was taken aback to see him clad in a dark dragon robe today, which lent him an air of formidable authority that compelled one to yield to him. As she drew near, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Yichen, you look exceptionally handsome today." At her words, Zhou Yichen's lips curved into a faint smile, and he replied softly, "Since you find it appealing, I shall dress this way from now on." Wei Yuyan nodded in agreement, then cautiously inquired, "And what of my appearance today?" Zhou Yichen's gaze swept over her slowly, a fleeting look of admiration crossing his features before he regained his composure. He cleared his throat and replied nonchalantly, "Quite satisfactory." A hint of disappointment washed over Wei Yuyan. She had hoped for a more complimentary remark, but was met with such a simple evaluation instead. Nevertheless, she masked her feelings and smiled in response. "Thank you for the compliment, Brother Yichen." Zhou Yichen seemed to sense her shift in mood, gently patting her shoulder and saying tenderly, "I was merely jesting. Do not be upset, dear." Wei Yuyan looked up, her gaze locking with his deep, affectionate eyes, and a warm current surged through her. Shyly, she lowered her head and murmured, "I understand." Zhou Yichen's lips lifted into a tender smile as he softly caressed her hair, saying, "In my eyes, you are most beautiful without needing to adorn yourself." Before he could finish his thought, Wei Yuyan quickly covered his mouth with her hand, fearing he would speak too boldly again. Her eyes widened, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she playfully admonished, "Your Majesty." Though Zhou Yichen had a thick skin, she found it difficult to tolerate such teasing. However, Wei Yuyan was unprepared for the tingling sensation that surged through her palm as she pressed it against his lips, accompanied by a hint of warmth. Her face flushed crimson, and her eyes widened in surprise as she hastily withdrew her hand. She could hardly fathom that he would dare to act so brazenly in public. A wave of anxiety washed over her, fearing someone might witness this scene and stir unnecessary gossip and scrutiny. After all, every move they made was under the watchful eye of the public. Wei Yuyan inwardly chided herself, realizing she ought to be more cautious and not allow him such reckless behavior. She understood that the world would naturally refrain from criticizing Zhou Yichen. However, should any unfortunate events transpire, she would inevitably bear the blame, accused of hindering the affairs of state. Thus, she must remain ever vigilant, leaving no opportunity for others to exploit. Chapter 84. We cannot remain here. Zhou Yichen slightly tilted his head, his gaze subtly urging Li Gui to exit. Li Gui immediately comprehended the unspoken command, turning to close the door behind him, thereby granting the two of them privacy. Wei Yuyan gazed at the now-closed door, a hint of shyness and embarrassment gracing her features. She mused to herself, "Those unaware might think we are engaged in some clandestine activity." Zhou Yichen, however, gently pressed his hand to her forehead, his voice laced with concern. "In such sweltering heat, why have you not chosen to rest comfortably within the palace? Only to venture out at this time?" Wei Yuyan smiled faintly, confidence and determination sparkling in her eyes. "Fear not, Brother Yichen, I am not so fragile." Observing her proud demeanor, Zhou Yichen's lips curled into a tender smile, revealing his fondness for her. "Not fragile." His gaze traveled downward, scrutinizing her petite form, and he leaned closer, whispering, "Who was it last night that cried and begged me to cease, claiming she was on the verge of being shattered?" Wei Yuyan stared at him in astonishment, utterly unprepared for his candid reference to the previous night's events. As he spoke, his hands roamed her slender waist, as if to affirm her claim of resilience. "Given that the Empress possesses such fortitude, it seems I may indulge with greater fervor next time," he thought. Her cheeks flushed crimson at his words, her heart racing, overwhelmed by shyness and uncertainty. A wave of frustration washed over her, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. Zhou Yichen's smile deepened, the image of Wei Yuyan's innocent, tearful expression replaying in his mind, evoking both pity and affection tinged with amusement. At that moment, Wei Yuyan was wholly backed against the writing desk, acutely aware of her lack of escape. Clenching her fingers tightly, she grasped the desk behind her, striving to steady her tumultuous emotions. She endeavored to appear calm, though her heart surged with conflicting tides. She dared not meet his gaze, fearing he might discern her innermost thoughts. Zhou Yichen recognized her anxiety and embarrassment, his lips curving into a gentle smile. His expression softened, his voice imbued with tenderness. "What troubles you? Are you afraid? Fear not. I am here." Upon hearing his soothing words, Wei Yuyan felt a modicum of relief. Drawing a deep breath, she summoned her courage to respond. "Brother Yichen, have I interrupted you by coming here today?" Zhou Yichen smiled gently, shaking his head as he softly replied, "No, we just finished our discussion and are now taking a break. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me." "Understood?" His tone conveyed a sense of care and protection, stirring a warm current within Wei Yuyan's heart. She nodded in acknowledgement, deciding to refrain from procrastination and swiftly convey the matter at hand to avoid delaying Yu Li's situation. Thus, she spoke without hesitation. "Brother Yichen, I actually came here to talk about Yu Lu after a heartfelt conversation with her today." Zhou Yichen listened intently, his gaze fixed on her face, serious and focused. Once she finished her account, he regarded her with an air of profound disappointment. "I had thought you came to see me because you missed me, given that I have been away for so long." At that moment, Wei Yuyan felt his tone resembled that of a child, which inexplicably softened her heart. Nevertheless, she chose to maintain a professional demeanor as she replied. Hearing his words, her heart stirred slightly, yet she quickly regained her composure, replying expressionlessly, "I came to discuss Yu Lu with you, Brother Yichen." Zhou Yichen's voice grew somewhat somber, a flicker of despondency passing through his eyes as he looked at Wei Yuyan. "I see." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I have long been aware of her situation. As for that audacious guard, I personally ordered his reassignment. Since your husband has been candid with you, please keep his confidence and do not disclose this to her." Indeed, he was already aware. Wei Yuyan gazed at him in astonishment, yet refrained from inquiring about the guard's whereabouts after his reassignment, merely nodding slowly. "In that case, I will take my leave now. Brother Yichen, do not overexert yourself, and remember to rest well." After speaking, she prepared to turn away. However, when she attempted to withdraw her hand from Zhou Yichen's grip, she found he held it firmly, refusing to let go. "Yin, since it is a rare occasion for you to visit, why not stay and accompany your husband?" Zhou Yichen said with a mischievous smile. Wei Yuyan looked at him in confusion, pondering whether he intended for her to stay and assist with his affairs, given the current tense situation requiring assistance. Yet, when she saw Zhou Yichen remove a black cloak hanging nearby and spread it across the expansive desk before him, a sense of unease washed over her. "Yin, come here," Zhou Yichen gently beckoned. Wei Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, realizing his intentions were perhaps not so innocent after all. She hastily pushed him away, anxiously exclaiming, "Brother Yichen, we cannot do this here." Yet Zhou Yichen seized her hand, delicately bringing it to his lips to plant a gentle kiss upon it. "It is all right. We are husband and wife, and whatever we do is entirely natural. No one will say anything." Wei Yuyan felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. She understood that Zhou Yichen knew her very well, aware of her shyness, and that she was reluctant to engage anywhere but in bed. Thus, he often chose to tempt her in this manner, occasionally with an element of coercion. Last night in the purification chamber was no exception. He guided her step by step, allowing her to experience unprecedented pleasure. However, this was the study, and the possibility of someone entering at any moment loomed large. Being discovered would be exceedingly awkward. Chapitre 85, Yu Lu. "You will never know how much I have sacrificed for you." Consequently, Wei Yuyan resolutely shook her head in disagreement. "No, it's impossible. They will hear us from outside. It absolutely cannot happen." Zhou Yichen seemed to have anticipated her response. He smiled and leaned closer to her ear, softly reassuring her, "Do not fear. No one will hear us. Trust me." As he spoke, he began to slowly and gracefully unfasten his belt. "Rest assured, I have stationed Li Gui outside and dismissed everyone else. The room is empty now, so do not be afraid." Li Guwei was acutely aware that His Majesty had long coveted the Empress and was finally getting his wish. After receiving a signal from the Emperor to secure the door, he had deftly sent everyone away. Thus, outside the door, there was no one at this moment. Hearing his words, Wei Yuyan could not help but feel a surge of irritation. Brother Yichen, how can you act in such a manner? The moment I arrive, you neglect your important affairs. How can this be right? Yin, what we're doing now is the most important matter. Do you understand? He stated boldly. Who dares to say that the current emperor's duty to produce offspring is not a significant matter? Surely, the emperor's legitimate bloodline outweighs everything else. He had always been resolute in this regard. Moreover, with so many affairs to attend to each day in the court, it was impossible to handle everything in a brief moment. He had originally planned to forego lunch at Kuining Palace to finish his state affairs before seeking her out. However, when she had approached him of her own accord, he had no intention of letting her leave easily. Wei Yuyan was no match for him and was soon enveloped in his embrace. Helpless against his advances, she found herself gently trembling, lying against the desk. Zhou Yichen studied her intently. Beneath the black cloak, her skin was as pure as snow, her figure alluringly curvaceous, radiating irresistible charm from every angle. This visual impact quickened his heartbeat, delivering a powerful thrill and allure. Long ago, when she had still feared him, he had often imagined her lying on his desk. He had never brought her here intentionally, but now that she had come of her own volition, he certainly did not intend to let this opportunity slip away. Be good and cooperate with me. Matters concerning you can be discussed amicably, all right? In this unfamiliar environment, Wei Yuyan felt overwhelming shyness, yet upon hearing his words, she relinquished her resistance. Still, she could not help but feel nervous, especially since it was her first time in such a setting. Particularly at the outset, she had found herself disrobed by him. In contrast, Zhou Yichen had merely loosened the belt of his dragon robe, lifting it slightly. This only served to intensify her embarrassment, causing her to involuntarily furrow her brow, and her entire demeanor became exceedingly tense. At that moment, Wei Yuyan chose to gently close her eyes. Subsequently, her hair, which had been elegantly styled, began to unravel, gradually transforming into a disheveled state, with exquisite hairpins and ornaments cascading to the ground. The faint sound of delicate hooves echoed for an extended period before finally subsiding. Outside, Li Guwei felt the awkwardness so profoundly that he found himself nervously digging his toes into the ground. The majesty of His Majesty was still as formidable as ever. Alas, he was a eunuch. Otherwise, who could withstand such stimulation? Just before losing consciousness, Wei Yuyan harbored a singular thought. Yulu, you will never know how much I have sacrificed for you. Wei Yuyan slumbered deeply for what felt like an eternity. It was not until the following morning that she slowly awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered herself lying on the bed in Kuining Palace, with Zhou Yichen still by her side. At that moment, she remained nestled in his embrace, their proximity so intimate that as soon as she opened her eyes, she was met with his gaze, which sparkled with warmth. Wei Yuyan silently turned her face away, unwilling to meet his eyes. However, Zhou Yichen immediately reached out, gently cupping her cheek, turning her head back to compel her to make eye contact with him. Yin, are you angry? Zhou Yichen inquired softly, his tone laced with concern. Wei Yuyan replied coolly, No, how could I dare to be angry with your majesty? Internally, she felt a pang of frustration. She was indeed upset, but more so with herself. In the circumstances of the previous night, the rationality she had steadfastly clung to had gradually been dismantled. Eventually, her body began to respond with a peculiar sense of pleasure, leaving her feeling somewhat ashamed, thus rendering her unable to face Zhou Yichen now. Observing Wei Yuyan's stubborn demeanor, Zhou Yichen felt a surge of tenderness. He smiled gently and continued to coax her. You claim not to be angry, yet you have invoked the title of your majesty. Upon hearing this, a blush crept across Wei Yuyan's face, and she shyly lowered her head. Noticing that Wei Yuyan still ignored him, Zhou Yichen affectionately kissed her forehead and softly said, Yinner, please do not be angry, all right? Your husband promises not to return to the study again, okay? The underlying implication was clear. Since they had already ventured into the study, There were countless other places within the palace he could explore with her, as long as she was willing. However, he knew that his actions from the previous night had been somewhat impulsive. After all, Wei Yuyan had always been a rather conservative girl. He should have taken a more gradual approach to guide her. Regrettably, his eagerness had led to a loss of control over his impulses, which might now necessitate a delay in their explorations. Wei Yuyan, however, did not grasp the deeper meaning of his words, clearly swept away by his charm. Very well, I shall forgive you this once, but you must not behave like this again. And about you, Lu, you have consented, right? Had it not been for you, Lu, the previous day, she would have fought tooth and nail against it. However, for her sake, he had to relent, for after all, who held the greatest sway in this world? If he did not acquiesce, Yulu would never have the chance to marry the one she truly loved. Thus, in the name of Yu Li's happiness, he chose to compromise this once. Regardless of the circumstances, this arrangement was indeed advantageous. Yulu, you must treat me well in the future. Otherwise, it would be truly unfair to my sacrifices. Yulu, you must find happiness. Rest assured, I have always kept my promises to Yenair, he said with a smile. Gazing at her, however, Yenair must also promise me one thing. Wei Yuyan looked at him, puzzled. What is it? Zhou Yichen gently caressed her cheek and softly said, From now on, do not call me your majesty. Do you understand? I prefer you to call me husband. Wei Yuyan's face flushed deeper. Her gaze lowered as she softly replied, All right, I understand. Zhou Yichen nodded in satisfaction and kissed her forehead once more. My Yenair, truly obedient. Wei Yuyan felt her heart racing like a startled deer, completely entranced by Zhou Yichen's tender affection. Chapter 86. Why has marriage made me so delicate? Get up. Are you not going to see Yulu today? I shall accompany you. Zhou Yichen inquired. Observing her closely, Wei Yuyan's eyes widened in confusion. How did you know I was going to find Yulu today? She was baffled, having never mentioned it to him. Zhou Yichen chuckled lightly, saying, You worked so hard for Yu Li's happiness yesterday. Would you not want to share this good news with her today? He understood the little woman's thoughts well, naturally wishing for her friend as happiness. Therefore, once her wish was fulfilled, she would undoubtedly be eager to inform Yulu. Wei Yuyan's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, No way. Yet deep down, she had to admit he was right. She indeed planned to visit Yulu today to share this wonderful news, for it was a momentous occasion for her friend. With this thought, her heart swelled with anticipation. However, she shook her head. There's no need. Aren't you busy? I can go by myself. After having interrupted his discussions the previous day, she assumed he would have much to attend to today and did not wish to disturb him. Moreover, if he accompanied her, Yula might feel constrained. Thus, she decided it was best to go alone. Additionally, having visited Yu Li's palace numerous times, she was well acquainted with the route and required no escort. Zhou Yichen frowned slightly, stating, That will not do. A husband must accompany his wife whenever she goes out. Wei Yuyan felt a surge of warmth at his insistence, but still shook her head. It's really unnecessary. You are so busy, and I do not want to take up your time. Besides, I can manage alone. You need not worry. Seeing he could not persuade her, Zhou Yichen let out a gentle sigh. Very well, since my wife insists, I shall not press the matter further, lest you think me unworthy. Upon hearing his words, Wei Yuyan realized that he was indeed concerned. No, it's just that I don't want you to be so exhausted. It pains me, she replied. Besides, I'm no longer a child. I will be fine. With that, she rose to her feet, preparing to depart. Zhou Yichen silently watched her retreating figure, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Yet, recalling her words about not wanting him to tire himself, he felt a warm surge of affection that made him momentarily forget his earlier displeasure. He resolved to swiftly resolve the chaos in the court so that he could devote himself entirely to her. Before long, the Queen's Phoenix carriage arrived, coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the Chila Palace. Zhou Yu had received word well in advance and eagerly awaited her arrival at the door. She was certain that with Yuyan's involvement, they could overcome any challenge. Though she was prepared for success, she did not anticipate it would come so swiftly. Yuyan, coming quickly, Zhou Yu exclaimed with excitement, pulling Wei Yuyan along briskly towards her chamber, for there were matters best discussed privately. Despite her usual boldness, She felt it was not appropriate to discuss such topics in public. Wait, you'll slow down a bit. As she was tugged along at a hurried pace, Wei Yuyan felt discomfort, especially in a certain area. Zhou Yichen had been quite demanding the previous day, and although he had tended to her with care, such vigorous movement was still a bit taxing for her. Zhou Yichen halted and turned to Wei Yuyan, puzzled. Yuyan, you have never been this delicate before. Why do you become so fragile since your marriage? Wei Yuyan slightly furrowed her brow, her cheeks tinged with pink as she softly explained. It's just that I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Zhou Yi's concern was piqued. What seems to be the matter? Should I summon the royal physician? Wei Yuyan quickly shook her head, wishing to keep her personal matters private. No need. I'll be fine in a few days. Zhou Yi studied her, suddenly recalling the marks she had seen on Yuyan the day prior. She realized how thoughtless of her. Yuyan's delicate state was surely due to her brother. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she teased. Oh, I see. Was my brother too vigorous yesterday? Wei Yuyan's face flushed crimson, and she shot her a reproachful glare. You'll stop being ridiculous. Zhou Yi instantly grasped the situation, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Haha, so that's it. You two must have had quite an intense night, then? It's hard to imagine that my usually aloof brother could be so reckless in such matters. Wei Yuyan's face turned beet red, and she scolded Zhou Yi with a glare. Yule, aren't you ashamed? Such things should not be spoken of so casually. If you continue to be so inappropriate, I will leave. Zhou Yi laughed and wrapped her arm around Wei Yuyan's shoulder. All right. I want to say another word. But truly, seeing you so happy brings me immense joy. For so many years, it had gone unnoticed that the one whom the fourth prince held dear was, in fact, Yener. Yet, in her eyes, the only person worthy of her fourth brother in the entire capital was undoubtedly Yener herself. Thus, when the fourth prince ascended the throne, it was only fitting that Yener became the empress. Wei Yuyan nodded with gratitude, her heart brimming with warmth. She understood that, regardless of what unfolded, Zhou Yi would always stand by her side, offering support and encouragement, and she would do the same in return. Thank you, Yule. You too shall find happiness. Zhou Yi laughed heartily, her face alight with joy, as she grasped Wei Yuyan's hand tightly. With a buoyant step, they made their way into the house, her words flowing incessantly. All right, let us hurry inside. I have so much to share with you. Once inside the room, Zhou Yi swiftly closed the door, eagerly ushering Wei Yuyan to a seat, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she exclaimed, Yener, tell me quickly, has my fourth brother agreed to my proposal? Wei Yuyan smiled back at her, gently nodding in affirmation. This was precisely why she had rushed over with such urgency. Upon hearing the delightful news, Zhou Yi was nearly overcome with joy, embracing Wei Yuyan tightly, her face radiant with happiness. This is wonderful, Yener. I am so elated. I adore you. With that, she couldn't resist planting a kiss on Wei Yuyan's cheek. However, before Wei Yuyan could fully react, Zhou Yi released her. She was acutely aware that the palace was rife with spies of the fourth prince. Should this matter inadvertently reach his ears, it could lead to dire consequences. And who knew if she would ever see Yener again? Yule, seeing you happy is enough for me. Wei Yuyan gazed tenderly at her friend, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Witnessing her best friend's joy made all of Wei Yuyan's efforts seem worthwhile. With a heart full of delight, Zhou Yi took Wei Yuyan's hand and declared, Yener, you are simply amazing. I knew you would be the right choice. By the way, did the fourth brother mention when he would arrange our betrothal? Wei Yuyan's expression turned to one of surprise. She had assumed that you'll merely wish to be together for the time being, without considering the prospect of marriage. After all, this was a matter of a lifetime, requiring time to truly understand and nurture their relationship. Gently, Wei Yuyan reassured her, you can take your time getting to know each other first. Once the moment is right, discussing marriage will come in due course. Yet, Zhou Yi dismissed her words. Accustomed to acting on impulse, she was determined to pursue her desires. This time was no exception. She had set her sights on that man and wished only for him to become her husband. In her heart, there was no room for any other man. With unwavering determination, Zhou Yi looked intently at Wei Yuyan and earnestly implored, Don't say that. Yener, having determined my feelings for him. I wish for him to be my prince consort for the rest of my life. Wei Yuyan sensed Zhou Yul's resolve, yet still harbored concerns for her potential heartache. In a gentle tone, Wei Yuyan inquired, "Are you truly certain about this? Marriage is no trivial matter." Zhou Yul responded with a smile, "Indeed, I am fully aware of my intentions. I believe he will treat me well, so do not worry." Wei Yuyan felt compelled to earnestly advise her, "But Yul, have you truly considered this thoroughly? Marriage is a significant commitment. And does Chunshur Empress know of your plans?" Zhou Yul stubbornly replied, "I care not. I am determined to marry him. You must assist me, Yenner." Wei Yuyan sighed in resignation, knowing once Yul had made a decision. It was challenging to sway her. "Very well. I shall do my utmost to assist you, but you must heed my counsel. Marriage should not be approached lightly. Take the time to understand him better before deciding," Wei Yuyan advised. Zhou Yul nodded, saying, "I understand, I will. You're the best, Yenner." A flicker of concern crossed Wei Yuyan's eyes as she asked, "Yul, have you truly contemplated this?" Zhou Yul emphatically nodded, "Absolutely. You must speak to fourth brother earnestly and urge him to grant us a marriage decree soon." Wei Yuyan wore a pensive expression, recalling the significant price she had paid merely to request a guard's reassignment the previous day. Now, Zhou Yul's desire for a marriage edict would undoubtedly be even more arduous to obtain. What should she do? "Very well, I shall make an attempt. But I must clarify that success is far from guaranteed," she cautioned. This was no trifling matter. Wei Yuyan dared not promise lightly. Nevertheless, she resolved to give it a try, as it was already a considerable challenge for Zhou Yul. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yul was elated, embracing Wei Yuyan tightly and resting her head on her shoulder as she laughed joyfully. "Yenner, you're simply the best. My happiness depends on you." Seeing Zhou Yul so exuberant brought joy to Wei Yuyan's heart, prompting her to smile encouragingly. "Rest assured, Yul, I will do everything within my power to assist you. I wish you the best in finding your own happiness, and remember that you can always come to me for help." Zhou Yul was even more touched, holding Wei Yuyan closely, a radiant smile gracing her lips as she expressed, "Thank you, Yenner. I knew that whenever I am in need, you will always be there to support and help me." At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for not having stubbornly tried to matchmake Yenner with her elder brother. Otherwise, fourth brother would surely have been displeased with her. Thankfully, Yenner ultimately became the empress. Had it been anyone else, she would never have found such a swift path. She increasingly appreciated fourth brother's discerning eye. Yenner was indeed a natural-born empress. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also well-educated and came from a prestigious background. No wonder so many suitors were enamored with her. If she were a man, she too would surely fall for her. Afterward, Wei Yuyan returned to Kuan-Ning Palace. Sitting on the couch, she felt restless, her heart sighing in silence as she recognized the weight of the responsibility she now bore. It was as if she had been imbued with an immense sense of mission, compelled to exert every ounce of her strength to fulfill the task entrusted to her by Yulu. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to seize the opportunity at hand. This evening, she must find a suitable moment to engage in a serious conversation with Zhou Yichen regarding Zhou Yul's matters. As for the study, she dared not venture there. The events of yesterday had left her with a psychological shadow over that place. Meanwhile, Zhou Yul awaited the imperial decree with eager anticipation. She could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of marrying the one she adored. Having found her own happiness, she naturally wished for those around her to experience the same. At that moment, her thoughts turned to her elder brother, who was far away at their maternal grandfather's home. She wondered how he would feel upon learning that the lady he had long cherished was to marry another. It would be naive to think he concealed his feelings well. Both she and their mother were aware that his study was filled with portraits of Yenner. Alas, her brother had pined for so many years, only to see his dreams shattered in the end. Would the outcome have been different had Zhou Yichen been in the capital during the palace arrangements? She knew her brother had no ambition for the throne, and as for Yenner, she was likely destined to marry the fourth prince. After all, who in this world would dare to compete with an emperor for a woman? She also pondered whether her brother's sudden departure from the capital was a deliberate act by their father, allowing him to escape a calamity. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yichen felt a sense of helplessness. If her brother truly loved Yen'er, perhaps this was merely fate. She sighed softly, silently wishing for her brother to forget Yen'er and discover his own happiness. After all, life is often filled with unexpected twists and uncertainties, and perhaps a better destiny awaits him in the future. Although the fourth prince and the remaining brothers appeared amicable on the surface, she understood that matters were not as simple as they seemed. She feared that one day, the fourth prince might harbor murderous intentions, seeking to eradicate any future threats, such as the reality faced by those born into royalty. Despite her usual light-hearted demeanor, she had always perceived these matters with clarity. Chapter 88. This wretched wealth had finally found its way into their grasp. In Cunning Palace, Wei Yuyan was troubled about how to broach a subject when Zhou Yichen returned with surprising news. Yen'er, the palace is unbearably hot right now, and the Empress Dowager may not withstand it. Since you have always been sensitive to heat, perhaps we should retreat to the summer palace. What do you think? Upon entering, Zhou Yichen embraced her and shared his plan. I will follow your arrangements, Brother Yichen, she replied. It has been quite some time since I visited the summer palace. I wonder how much it has changed. The mention of the summer palace brought back memories of her youth when she often accompanied her parents there to escape the summer heat. However, as she grew older, her parents ceased to take her along. Zhou Yichen playfully lamented, "Humph, you ungrateful little one. I waited eagerly for you at the summer palace every year, hoping to see you, yet you never appeared. Do you have any idea how heartbroken I was at that time?" After saying this, he gently tapped her on the head, as if to release the pent-up dissatisfaction within him. Wei Yuyan smiled softly and comforted him. "Oh, that's all in the past. Let us not dwell on old grievances." She added, reflecting on her own past interactions with the Wei and Shun families, "But I understand, as our political views were quite different back then. If he hadn't been a bit ruthless, he wouldn't be the person he is today. All right, then it's settled. We shall depart after the morning court tomorrow. I have instructed the servants to prepare everything you need. Remember to check it in the morning. If you forget anything, it's no trouble. I will take you shopping." Zhou Yichen was always meticulous and considerate regarding such matters. "All right, I should rest early then. Otherwise, I surely won't get up on time tomorrow." With that, she turned her back to him and lay down, no longer glancing his way. Zhou Yichen looked at her retreating figure with affectionate eyes, saying nothing. He quietly lowered the gauze curtain and laid down beside her, both of them lying together for the first time with no distractions, soon drifting off into slumber. The next morning, perhaps due to having done nothing the previous night, Wei Yuyan surprisingly woke up early. Blinking her eyes open, she realized Zhou Yichen was no longer beside her. Rubbing her eyes, she slowly sat up and stretched. Qiuju and Xiazhu had been waiting nearby. Upon seeing her awake, they promptly approached to assist her with her morning routine. In no time, she had finished getting ready and was seated at the table, enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. Just as she completed her meal and had yet to check the luggage prepared by Chunlan and Dongmei, footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, Zhou Yichen entered, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Behind him, a group of well-trained individuals efficiently carried in the luggage, arranging it neatly. Wei Yuyan immediately sprang to her feet and rushed towards him, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Zhou Yichen swiftly caught her in his embrace, leading her outside. They walked side by side out of the palace, adhering to etiquette by first paying respects to the Empress Dowager. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the Empress Dowager's palace. Together, they first greeted her with respect before engaging in a light conversation. The Empress Dowager regarded them with eyes full of affection. "You two, what you need to do now is not merely chat with this old woman. You have far more important matters to attend to. Do you understand?" she said with a teasing tone. Upon hearing her words, Wei Yuyan was momentarily taken aback. Quickly grasping her intent, she lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Zhou Yichen, though exhibiting an awkward smile, nodded firmly to indicate his understanding. "Very well. You may go now. I shall follow shortly." The Empress Dowager waved her hand, signaling them to leave. The two bowed in gratitude once more before exiting together. As she watched the departing figures of the two, the Empress Dowager's face beamed with a satisfied smile. In her heart, she silently prayed for their swift conception of an heir, ensuring the continuity of the royal lineage. After all, for the Empress Dowager, nothing held greater significance than witnessing the flourishing of her family. As for filial piety, countless individuals were willing to fulfill that duty. There was no need for them to expend their talents on such trivial matters. Wei Yuyan was subsequently guided by Zhou Yichen onto the imperial sedan chair, leaving her no chance for resistance. The carriage proceeded with great pomp, and after traveling for nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at the palace. Once there, Wei Yuyan was once again led to Zhou Yichen's quarters. Before she could gather her thoughts, she found herself seated on the couch, observing her surroundings and the bustling individuals. She felt an unsettling sense of idleness. The 4 maidservants she had brought from her estate were the ones attending to her in the inner palace, while the eunuch Li Gui was strictly forbidden from approaching. However, confronted with such a vast palace, the workload for the 4 was ever increasing. Nevertheless, they bore no complaints, having always been dutiful servants to their young mistress, willingly taking on the responsibility of caring for her. Initially, they had worried that entering the palace would mean an influx of attendants for their mistress, potentially jeopardizing their own positions. To their surprise, the reality was quite the opposite. Although numerous individuals served the young lady in Kuanning Palace, most were relegated to duties in the outer court. According to the emperor's decree, only the 4 of them, along with an elderly matron who had once instructed the young lady, were permitted to attend to her closely in the inner chamber. This unexpected fortune had finally been bestowed upon them. During their days in Kuanning Palace, they had become quite the favorites, with the entire harem eager to curry their favor. Yet, the 4 remained steadfast in their commitment, prioritizing their mistress above all else, never wavering in their loyalty. This devotion did not go unnoticed by Zhou Yichen, who generously rewarded them in private, allowing them to bask in their mistress's good fortune. "Your Highness, would you like to take a stroll? The hour is still early," suggested Dong Mei, perceptively noticing her mistress's expression and sensing her boredom. "No, the sun is too strong out there. It would be unbearable." Wei Yuyan adamantly shook her head in refusal, preferring the comfort of the inner chamber. "How about we accompany you for a walk later, once the sun sets?" Knowing her mistress's aversion to heat, she proposed a later outing. "All right, you may arrange it as you see fit." At that moment, Wei Yuyan felt a distinct lack of interest in anything. She had anticipated that arriving at the palace would be a relief, yet the heat remained oppressive. "Very well, Your Highness, please rest for now. We shall come to fetch you at sunset," Dong Mei said, gently assisting Wei Yuyan to lie down and covering her with a silk quilt. "Sigh, this weather is simply too hot," Wei Yuyan lamented from her bed. "Indeed, but fret not, Your Highness. It will be much cooler after sunset." Shenlan reassured her from his side. "Let's hope so," Wei Yuyan replied. Wei Yuyan let out a sigh of resignation. Otherwise, she would not have found herself at the palace, yearning to explore its surroundings. As evening descended, Wei Yuyan ventured out with Dong Mei. To their surprise, upon reaching a corner, they overheard a hushed conversation. "Did you hear? The new Minister of Right's daughter, Wen Wanner, fainted from heatstroke right before His Majesty. Of all times, she collapsed just as she approached the throne. What incredible timing!" The speaker scoffed, yet secretly marveled at the audacity of the minister's household. In such sweltering weather, everyone donned light clothing, with collars lowered for breathability. The scene was undeniably captivating, and the sight of a delicate maiden collapsing before the sovereign surely left a lasting impression. Perhaps, if His Majesty was inclined to be compassionate, he might have offered her assistance, or even summoned a physician, which would have been quite fortuitous. However, it was a pity that His Majesty, newly wed and in the throes of passion with the Empress, exhibited no tenderness, opting to bypass the situation altogether. Before departing, he callously remarked, "Since the minister's daughter is so frail, it would be best for her to avoid any activities in the palace." This indicated that Miss Wen Wanner had indeed suffered a stroke of misfortune. After all, she had devised such a scheme to capture the emperor's attention, only to be met with disgrace instead of favor, an outcome that was truly regrettable. Ah, you cannot imagine how commanding His Majesty's tone was when he spoke those words. It was positively enthralling. One of them exclaimed, lost in reminiscence. As the others were about to chime in, they suddenly noticed Wei Yuyan standing nearby. They quickly tugged at her, urging her to be silent, yet she seemed oblivious to their cue. "Do not pull at me. You have not witnessed that scene. Even now, I am nearly brought to my knees before His Majesty's dragon robe." When Shasha exclaimed, animatedly gesturing, her face alight with excitement, realizing she could not dissuade her. When Shasha promptly bowed with utmost respect. "Your servant pays respects to Her Majesty, the Empress. May you be well." The crowd turned to see Wei Yuyan standing there, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her gaze warm and inviting. This proclamation left Qin Hui momentarily stunned. Her eyes widened, and her mouth fell agape, as if she could fit an egg within. When she recognized her earlier indiscretion, she hastily lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She feared how the Empress might respond to her lapse. Would she suffer a fate akin to that of Wenwaner? The onlookers shared her trepidation, exchanging anxious glances, uncertain of how to navigate this awkward predicament. After all, discussing the Emperor in private was a serious taboo, and to be caught in such a moment by the Empress was undoubtedly fortuitous. "What were you all discussing so animatedly?" came the Empress's voice, piercing the tension in the air. Wei Yuyan feigned ignorance as she approached, smiling and inquiring. Her gaze swept across the faces of those present, finally resting upon Qin Hui. Qin Hui, feeling a knot of anxiety in her throat, stammered her response. "We were just discussing His Majesty." Her voice trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. "Oh, is that so? Pray tell. I am quite intrigued," Wei Yuyan remarked with a playful glint in her eyes. As Qin Hui regarded the gentle Empress before her, she found her far less intimidating than the tales had suggested, gradually easing her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself, gathering her thoughts before recounting in detail what she had witnessed just moments prior. Upon concluding her account, she gazed earnestly at the Empress, even raising a finger to the heavens in solemn vow. "Your Majesty, I swear, I harbor no intentions toward His Majesty. You need not worry." After Qin Hui finished, Wei Yuyan chuckled softly, saying, "Rest assured, I am grateful to you. Had you not informed me, I would have missed such a splendid scene." Her tone was gentle, her eyes glimmering with warmth. "Well then, enjoy yourselves at your leisure. I shan't intrude any further. I shall take a stroll," Wei Yuyan remarked, her demeanor calm as she looked upon the group of smiling young women. With that, she, accompanied by Dongmei, retraced her steps. "Your Majesty, take care." The others bowed, watching her silhouette gradually fade from view before they collectively exhaled in relief. Once Wei Yuyan departed, Qin Hui patted her chest, still shaken, and remarked to the others, "Thank goodness the Empress did not hold us accountable. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits." The others nodded in agreement. "But what could the Empress have meant by thanking me?" Qin Hui pondered aloud. Perhaps the Empress is merely curious and harbors no ulterior motives, when Shasha soothed her. After all, the Empress is known for her kindness. Nevertheless, we must exercise caution going forward and refrain from discussing His Majesty behind his back. It could prove detrimental if it reaches the ears of the wrong person. The group nodded, then dispersed, relieved that the minor disturbance had passed. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Yuyan's outward indifference was a mere facade. She was consumed with jealousy. Yet, in her quest to uphold the dignity of the Empress, she maintained her composure. In truth, her heart ached profoundly, for it was clear that he had not been in the palace for her company, but had hurried away to meet another. How foolish she had been to place her trust in him. His professed affections now seemed but an act. Indeed, those who possess often fail to cherish. And she lamented her inability to control her feelings, having fallen so deeply. It appeared she was the only one left in the dark. At that moment, she wished only to retreat to her chambers and maintain a semblance of dignity. Noticing her growing despondency, Dongmei grew anxious, regarding her with deep concern. She was perplexed by the sudden change in the Empress, who had been so cheerful just moments ago. Upon returning to the palace, Zhou Yichen found that the attendants had not yet finished tidying up. A box lay open on the table, filled to the brim with garments. Wei Yuyan was seated nearby, engrossed in her reading. As Zhou Yichen approached the box, his fingers curiously lifted a delicate pink garment embroidered with peach blossoms. The fabric was markedly different from the usual undergarment she wore. It seemed lighter, more translucent and exquisitely soft, making it difficult for him to resist. He stepped closer to her, embracing her and inquiring, "Yiyan, what is this? Why have I never seen you wear it?" Chapter 90. Do not be like this. Although Wei Yuyan was reluctant to engage with Zhou Yichen, she could hardly endure his persistent display of the garment before her. With no other choice, she glanced up and swiftly reclaimed the clothing. "You must return it to me," she insisted. It baffled her that a sovereign like Zhou Yichen would exhibit such frivolity. Yet, upon witnessing her retrieval of the garment, he did not express anger. Instead, a reminiscent smile graced his face as he envisioned Wei Yuyan adorned in it. "Yuyan, will you wear this for your husband tonight?" Hearing this, Wei Yuyan's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless and unsure of how to respond. Faced with the man before her, she found herself at a loss for words, prompting her to divert the conversation. "Brother Yichen, have you organized everything you brought?" With a slight smile, Zhou Yichen replied, "Do not worry about these matters, Yiyan. I trust that Li Gui has already sent someone to assist with the arrangements." He then returned his attention to the garments in her hands, the softness of the fabric captivating him, as if he were caressing a rare treasure rather than mere clothing. At that moment, a stranger's voice intruded from outside. "Your Majesty, Eunuchly has just sent someone with the newly tailored robes. Please, Your Majesty, step forward to see if they fit." Reluctantly, Zhou Yichen set aside the garment and turned to her, saying, "Yin, I must go try on the robes, but I shall return shortly." Wei Yuyan asked no further questions. She merely nodded and resumed her reading. However, not a single word registered in her mind as her thoughts were consumed by Zhou Yichen. She pondered why he had suddenly summoned a woman to serve him, for it was known that in the Yuan residence, even mosquitoes were male. After a while, unable to contain her curiosity, she placed her belongings down and made her way outside. Upon reaching the outer chamber, she found Zhou Yichen clad in a dark brocade robe. But as he faced away from her, she could only discern his tall silhouette, unable to read his expression. Behind him stood an unfamiliar woman, presumably the one whose voice she had just heard. This sight deepened Wei Yuyan's astonishment and confusion. Why was there suddenly a woman here? She scrutinized the stranger, noting her remarkable stature, which nearly matched Zhou Yichen's. Moreover, her physique appeared somewhat robust, evoking a distinct sensation. A flicker of doubt arose within Wei Yuyan's heart. Who was this woman? What was her purpose for being here? At that moment, she was assisting Zhou Yichen with his belt, their movements exuding an air of familiarity. Clearly, this was not their first encounter in such a context, which stirred a pang of sorrow within her. In contrast, the two young maidens holding trays maintained a decorous demeanor, their gazes fixed unwaveringly on the trays in their hands. Wei Yuyan cast a distant glance before swiftly averting her eyes, retreating back into the inner chamber to sit down. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a sudden wave of timidity, hesitant to confront him directly. A sense of discomfort settled in her chest, perhaps due to the oppressive heat of the day. Thus, she gently pushed open the window, gazing out towards the distant courtyard. Historically, the royal attire has always been subject to stringent regulations. The court has traditionally placed great emphasis on etiquette and norms. As an emperor, Zhou Yichen would naturally have attendants to assist with his dressing. All of this was ostensibly commonplace, and she could not fathom why she felt such concern regarding that woman. It was evident that in the past, such tasks were personally attended to by Li Gui, without the presence of any maidservants. Wei Yuyan was engulfed in confusion and unease, pondering, what did this behavior signify? Were all those previous encounters merely a fade for her benefit? Now, weary of pretense, had he begun to reveal his true nature? If that were the case, then Zhou Yichen's cunning was indeed profound. At that moment, Zhou Yichen returned to the inner chamber after trying on his garments. Observing Wei Yuyan lost in thought, he approached her. "What troubles you? What are you pondering?" he inquired, stepping close and naturally enveloping her in his embrace. Wei Yuyan abruptly turned her head, her expression serious as she addressed him. "Brother Yichen, could you transfer that maidservant to my side? I feel a connection with her." Zhou Yichen was taken aback by her unexpected request, falling into silence, unable to respond. His silence caused Wei Yuyan's heart to sink gradually, forcing a faint smile upon her lips. Brother Yichen, are you reluctant to part with her? Upon uttering the words, both she and Zhou Yichen were momentarily stunned. Logically, her statement should have been one of refusal rather than reluctance. Zhou Yichen's gaze lingered intently on her face, imbued with curiosity. Gradually, a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes, and he reached out to gently pinch her cheek. It is reluctance, he affirmed. Wei Yuyan bit her lip tightly, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. She reminded herself that tears were not an option, for to weep would signify her surrender. She should have anticipated such an outcome. Throughout history, which emperor has ever achieved a perfect harmony of body and mind? Brother Yichen, please disregard my words. Act as if I never spoke them, she implored, turning to leave. However, Zhou Yichen firmly ensnared her in his embrace, saying, I truly find it difficult to part ways. Yet that person is you. Only you, not anyone else. Upon hearing these words, Wei Yuyan felt anything but reassured. Instead, she began to struggle vehemently to avoid causing her harm. Zhou Yichen quickly released his hold. Confusion filled his heart, as he could not comprehend why the atmosphere had shifted so dramatically from calm to tumultuous. However, if Brother Yichen had grown accustomed to her service, would it not be inconvenient for you if another were to take her place, someone unfamiliar with your preferences and habits? Wei Yuyan gazed at him, tentatively speaking to ascertain his thoughts. Indeed, it would be somewhat inconvenient. Thus Yuyan must make amends for me today. As she was about to inquire how she might compensate him, she suddenly realized the man's hands had deftly loosened her outer garment. His hands skillfully slipped beneath the hem of her pale pink dress. Wei Yuyan shuddered, pressing down forcefully on his wandering hand, her voice trembling slightly. Brother Yichen, please do not behave this way. I am discussing something serious with you. Chapter 91. It is only fair to let your husband savor a taste of sweetness. Is it not? Zhou Yichen withdrew his hand, his thumb and forefinger rubbing together as he fixed his gaze upon her eyes. Yuyan, I believe this is the most serious matter of all. His frivolous actions caused Wei Yuyan's heart to race unexpectedly, and she shot him an indignant glare. Brother Yichen, are you consistently evading the topic because you are unwilling to transfer her to me? Zhou Yichen enveloped her in his embrace, gently stroking her hair. Yuyan, how could you still not comprehend my feelings for you? Wei Yuyan turned her head, evading his touch, stepping back to face him. Yet you refuse to grant me the transfer of that person, do you not? Her tone brimmed with accusation, her eyes slightly glistening with unshed tears. Zhou Yichen, observing her reddened eyes, felt his heart soften, and he spoke softly. Yin, do not be this way. I have not refused, but he truly cannot do it. Should you desire anyone else, I assure you, I would agree without hesitation. Wei Yuyan took a deep breath, striving to control her emotions as she looked at him and said, Brother Yichen, why can you not transfer her to me? She is merely a maid. She would not disrupt anything. Zhou Yichen furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by her sudden interest in Sun Zhe. If it were anyone else, it would be acceptable to gift her. Yet Sun Zhe is different. Yuyan, why do you insist on him? I can provide you with anyone else you desire. Zhou Yichen spoke gently to comfort her. Wei Yuyan bit her lip, a glint of stubbornness flashing in her eyes as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon him. But I want her. Zhou Yichen sighed helplessly, reaching out to gently pat her head, speaking softly. Yuyan, he truly is not suitable. Will you not consider someone else? Wei Yuyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him, her heart brimming with disappointment and anger. In that moment, Zhou Yichen seemed to transform into a heartless scoundrel in her eyes. Why is he unsuitable? Only you perceive it as inappropriate. Her voice unconsciously rose a few pitches, laden with inquiry. Zhou Yichen paused for a moment, suddenly appearing to have an epiphany, his gaze brightening. Yinner, are you feeling jealous? Wei Yuyan, taken aback, quickly shook her head in denial. What are you talking about, Yichen Gij? I am not. Please do not say such things. A subtle smile graced Zhou Yichen's lips, and he did not press her for an admission. Some matters, he felt, were best kept to himself. Yinner, if you dislike him, I could transfer him elsewhere or send him away at any time. How about that? Send him away? To a place where I cannot see him, only to pamper him from afar? Yet, Wei Yuyan dared not voice this thought. Her pride held her back. That may not be necessary. I merely hope that when you indulge her, you might refrain from letting me know. She found it unbearable to envision the man she adored sharing a bed with another woman, exchanging sweet nothings. Zhou Yichen gazed deeply into her eyes, and Wei Yuyan met his gaze, feeling a twinge of anxiety about how he might respond to her words. As the empress, she could not tolerate the presence of a mere palace maid. Would he think her overly possessive? Perhaps no husband wishes to be overly constrained by his wife, especially one who is an emperor. However, she noticed Zhou Yichen's lips slowly curl into a complex smile, one that seemed to harbor both joy and an ineffable array of emotions. Yichen Gij, Wei Yuyan could not fathom him. His silence only heightened her unease. The turmoil within her compelled her to prompt him for an immediate answer. Yinner, is that truly how you perceive me? Am I merely a desperate man in your eyes, after this time we've spent together? He felt a twinge of grievance, believing his attentions had conveyed his sincerity, only to realize she doubted him entirely. Isn't it because you demand so much? The mere thought of his boundless energy regarding that matter made her legs tremble. He always appeared so serious, yet in bed, he seemed like a different person altogether. Your demands are so intense, but that is solely because it is you. Zhou Yichen found her words both amusing and exasperating. Did she think he behaved this way with everyone? If that were the case, he would likely have a multitude of children running around by now. Nonetheless, the little wooden figurine he had painstakingly married had finally begun to understand. At least in her heart, he was distinct from other men. Seeing her silent yet blushing profusely, with a wary expression, he could not help but speak. Yinner, I have never shown the slightest interest in other women, so there is no need for you to harbor doubts, understand? How could that be? Wei Yuyan looked up at him. Zhou Yichen continued. Moreover, Yinner, there is something I may not have disclosed to you. Pausing for effect, he heightened Wei Yuyan's curiosity. Sun Zhe is a eunuch. Meeting Wei Yuyan's astonished gaze, Zhou Yichen eagerly anticipated her reaction. A eunuch? Although she was unfamiliar with the name, it must be the Sun Zhe he referred to. However, Wei Yuyan suspected he might be deceiving her. She trusted her own judgment more. It was not surprising that she found it hard to believe, for he unmistakably appeared as a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. Yinner, I speak the truth. If you doubt me, I can summon him here this moment. It was only then that Wei Yuyan began to believe him, noticing the grave expression on his face, as if he bore a great injustice. No need, I believe you. Zhou Yichen smiled with satisfaction, gazing at her. Since the lady has wronged her husband and wounded his heart, it is only fitting that she should toil to offer him some sweetness, is it not? Wei Yuyan felt that while his smile was charming, there was an inexplicable oddity about it. She looked at Zhou Yichen and slowly nodded. Just then, she felt her entire body lighten abruptly. It turned out Zhou Yichen had reached out, firmly encircling her shoulder with one hand while the other securely cradled her hips, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. For Zhou Yichen, maintaining control over Wei Yuyan was a trivial matter. When she regained her senses, she was astonished to find herself placed atop the writing desk. Even more surprising was her current position, half leaning on the tabletop. She had yet to comprehend Zhou Yichen's intentions when an excruciating pain suddenly coursed through her body. Oh heavens, I feel as if I will never be able to face anyone again. Chapter 92, Princess Yong, please have some dignity. The next day, Wei Yuyan slowly opened her eyes, momentarily disoriented. The events of the previous evening left her unable to discern east from west. For the first time, she felt that being the favored empress was far from easy. She had never imagined that there could be such a myriad of methods for that particular affair. Recalling the book her mother once brought her, at that time, she had innocently thought it was merely a martial arts manual, believing some of the movements within were far too difficult, utterly unachievable. Little did she know, with Zhou Yichen, there was nothing unattainable. Each experience he guided her through was increasingly intricate. No matter how she pleaded with him last night, he stubbornly refused to conclude easily, always claiming it was the last time, yet never keeping his word. Wei Yuyan was tormented by him until nearly dawn. At present, all she desired was to catch up on sleep, wanting nothing more than to rest. She felt as though her entire body had come apart, no longer belonging to her. Had it not been for Xia Zhu waking her in time, she might have slipped back into unconsciousness. She truly never anticipated that someone would be so infatuated with such matters, seemingly deriving endless enjoyment from it. "Your Highness, are you awake?" Xia Zhu inquired softly, her tone laced with a hint of concern. Wei Yuyan responded, her voice still tinged with drowsiness and a raspy quality. "Your Highness, the maidservant by the Emperor's side has been kneeling outside for several hours now, and she appears quite unwell," Xia Zhu whispered. Wei Yuyan furrowed her brow slightly, pondering to herself, what could she possibly want? Xia Zhu felt an acute sense of embarrassment. They had certainly heard the commotion from their vigil outside last night. Had it not been for the scorching sun, making it evident that the maid was struggling to endure, they would not have dared to intrude upon the Highness. The last thing they needed was to create a scandal that could tarnish her reputation. Wei Yuyan languidly reclined on the soft bed, her eyes slightly squinting, her gaze somewhat unfocused. She let out a gentle sigh, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. "Tell her to return and rest properly," Wei Yuyan said softly, her voice carrying a note of fatigue. Xia Zhu respectfully nodded in understanding before quietly withdrawing. Wei Yuyan lay in silence upon the bed, her thoughts drifting away. She recalled the passionate moments of the previous night, when the man had repeatedly whispered the intentions behind his actions in her ear. She had since come to terms with it completely. At times, she even found herself wishing that someone could help divert Zhou Yichen's attention. It would not be entirely unwelcome. For her, Zhou Yichen's prowess was indeed overwhelming, bordering on unrestrained. She felt somewhat overwhelmed, fearing that if this continued, she would soon be rendered incapable. They certainly required a capable individual by their side. Otherwise, when the inevitable separation occurred, they might fall prey to those who sought to exploit their vulnerabilities. After all, the maidservants surrounding her were entirely defenseless. Even she could muster only a few feeble defenses, which were hardly sufficient. It was likely that Zhou Yichen had summoned her merely to put his mind at ease, to prevent any issues stemming from Sun Zhe's affairs from affecting their relationship. As her thoughts wandered, sleep eluded her, prompting her to decide to take a stroll instead. She called for Xia Zhu to assist her in arranging her hair. The style of the temporary palace, while lacking the grandeur of the imperial city, leaned more towards an elegant tranquility, and she yearned to explore it thoroughly. She did not wish to spend her entire time at the temporary palace confined to Zhou Yichen's Tai Chi Hall. That would be too much of a loss. "Oh, if only Yula could join me, I would have someone to enjoy myself with, alleviating this boredom," she lamented. Wei Yuyan, accompanied by Xia Zhu, set out to wander as usual. However, as they passed by the waterside pavilion, the blazing sun suddenly gave way to a downpour. With nothing pressing to attend to, she opted to seek shelter inside, not in a hurry to return. Just as she leaned against the pavilion's entrance, she thought she heard a familiar voice, a voice she hadn't encountered in ages. She had heard that she had married the Prince of Yong as his primary consort. It was Lu Shiran, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, who had entered the palace with her during the Festival of Flowers. It has been quite some time since a few of us have met, during which many events have transpired, and now they have all successively married. The sound of voices, faint yet carried by the eastern wind, drifted over, but it was not entirely clear. "I speak the truth. Do you believe me?" It seemed as though someone was pursuing another, and she mistakenly thought Lu Shiran was conversing with the Prince of Yong, Zhou Yichen. Without the opportunity to glance towards the source of the sound, she instinctively shrank back behind the window. Furrowing her brow, she felt a sense of relief that she hadn't been waiting outside on the corridor. After all, as an outsider, the Prince of Yong, even though he was Zhou Yichen's brother, was someone she could not meet privately. Soon, a familiar male voice, so well known to her, resonated. "Princess of Yong, please maintain your decorum and do not follow me." To her surprise, it was not the Prince of Yong, but Zhou Yichen. Wei Yuyan was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence! How would he be here? She stealthily peeked out, and indeed it was him. Why is it that every time she goes out, she encounters matters related to him? His popularity is simply overwhelming. Zhou Yichen continued walking forward with steady strides, followed closely by Li Guwei. Meanwhile, Lu Shiran stood under an umbrella, her expression complex as she looked at the man ahead who did not turn back. Wei Yuyan furrowed her brow at the scene. What was Lu Shiran implying? She suddenly felt as though she no longer understood her. Perhaps Lu had experienced some form of shock today. Just then, Zhou Yichen had already spotted her, concealed behind the waterside pavilion. Ignoring Li Guei holding the umbrella behind him, he swiftly approached her. Upon reaching her, his shoulders and clothes were drenched, and his hair slightly damp. Yichen, why are you in such a hurry? You could have held the umbrella properly, she chided, albeit with a hint of concern, as she took out her handkerchief to gently wipe the rain from his face. Zhou Yichen was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this was the first time she had shown such intimate gestures towards him in public. After she finished wiping, when she attempted to retract her hand, Zhou Yichen, unwilling to let go, grasped her wrist and pulled her toward him, eagerly lowering his head to capture her lips in a kiss. Lu Shiran, who had been watching them from a distance, finally turned away with a look of unwillingness upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 93. Focus a little, would you? Upon returning to the palace, Wei Yuyan was deeply concerned that he might catch a chill from being soaked in the rain. Thus, she hurriedly urged him to bathe in the cleansing chamber. However, Zhou Yichen, in her presence, leisurely began to undress, looking at her and asking, Yuyan, would you care to join me? Hearing this, a sly smile crept across Wei Yuan's face as she replied, Yichen, I fear that I cannot, for I just received my monthly visitor this morning. Zhou Yichen fell silent for a moment, then approached her, gently tilting her chin up, speaking with a hint of lamentation. Yuyan, I have only just begun to savor the pleasures of life. At this moment, Zhou Yichen silently rejoiced that he had not given in to temptation the previous night. Otherwise, not only would he have missed out on the feast today, but he wouldn't even have a sip of soup. Wei Yuyan felt somewhat helpless. There were some matters beyond her control. Yet, this is something I cannot manage. At that moment, the sense of oppression brought upon her by Zhou Yichen was overwhelming, compelling her to clarify her stance. While there was truth in his words, she couldn't help but wonder why he appeared so pleased upon his arrival. Sensing the danger in his voice, Wei Yuyan's smile faltered, leaving her somewhat apprehensive, yet she feigned calmness as she spoke. Of course not. I merely wish to inform you that I cannot join you for a bath. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yichen chose not to expose her subtle intentions. With a gentle tone, he replied, in that case, Yuyan, please take care to rest well, understood? Wei Yuyan nodded earnestly, urging him, very well, brother Yichen. You should go bathe and change your clothes. Once he retreated to the bathing chamber, Wei Yuyan let out a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that she could finally enjoy a few days of respite. If this continued, she feared she might truly become overwhelmed. When Zhou Yichen emerged, Wei Yuyan, feeling guilty, rushed to greet him. At that moment, Zhou Yichen appeared exceedingly charming, his hair tousled and slightly damp at the ends, exuding an alluring aura. He wore a white garment, loosely draped, revealing a glimpse of his chest adorned with glistening droplets of water. Unable to resist, Wei Yuyan's gaze wandered to his abdomen, and she found herself stealing glances before reluctantly redirecting her attention to his face. To her surprise, as she turned, she met his profound, dark eyes, and his voice held a teasing lilt. Yuyan, what are you looking at? Her heart raced, feeling as though she had been caught in the act, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she stammered. I wasn't looking at anything. Zhou Yichen responded with a soft, ambiguous "oh," which only deepened her blush. She was not driven by any lewd intention, but felt perplexed, believing Zhou Yichen had misinterpreted her motives, and thus felt compelled to explain. I merely thought that, having learned a few martial arts techniques from my father, we are both practitioners of the craft. Although there are disparities in skill, why do I lack the muscular physique that you possess, brother Yichen? Hearing her earnest inquiry, Zhou Yichen smiled. It was difficult to assess her martial arts skills, which he considered rather ornamental, suited more for fitness than combat. He looked at her and asked, how long has it been since you practiced? Wei Yuyan pondered this and realized the truth in his words. After all, her training had always been sporadic, never consistent, so she chose not to elaborate further. All right, I admit I have been rather lazy, only practicing intermittently. Upon hearing her confession, Zhou Yichen's lips curled into a tender smile, revealing a hint of affection. He then wrapped his arms around her tightly, lightly nibbling her earlobe as he spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. Moreover, I find myself quite enamored with you just the way you are, making it impossible for me to resist. She, with her delicate frame and slender waist, seemed ever so pliable, easily accommodating his desires and yielding to any shape he wished to mold her into. Wei Yuyan nestled in his embrace, allowing him to nibble at her for a while before asking, Yicheng, are you disappointed that I did not conceive this time? Zhou Yichen was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a sentiment from her. Although he desired children, he was not in a hurry. They had only just begun to savor their life together. The sudden arrival of a little one would undoubtedly disrupt their newfound bliss. Thus, he promptly shook his head and earnestly reassured her, Yin, please do not overthink. It is entirely normal for us, having recently wed, to be without children. As he spoke, he gently caressed Wei Yuyan's cheek, his eyes reflecting profound tenderness. Zhou Yichen had always been a man of immense pride and self-assurance, ascending to his position through years of meticulous planning and the gradual consolidation of power. He had never relied on marriage or offspring to bolster his standing. Furthermore, he perceived Yin as still quite youthful, akin to a child herself, deserving of his affection and care. Therefore, there was no need for urgency. His initial inquiry had stemmed from a concern that she might not wish for children. Now that he understood her to be more open to the idea, he felt no pressing need, believing that everything should unfold naturally. Really? She gazed at him incredulously, having thought he was eager for a child when he had initially posed the question. Indeed, my inquiry was merely to gauge your feelings. If you desire a child, we shall welcome one. If not, I would never impose that upon you. So let us not burden ourselves with undue pressure, shall we? She considered how little attention she had previously afforded herself. The prospect of a child at this juncture seemed daunting, as it would only divide her already limited focus. Thus, he truly was in no hurry, believing that a delay of another decade or so would be quite ideal. All right then, perhaps I was a bit too impatient, she mused, having assumed that their frequent intimacy would easily lead to conception. It seemed she had misjudged the process, realizing that it was not as simple as engaging in the act. Nestled against his broad chest, she felt the warmth of his embrace and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, filling her with a profound sense of safety and happiness. She lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes shimmering with affection as she looked at him. Zhou Yichen lowered his head to meet her gaze, his own eyes brimming with endless love and longing. He tenderly stroked her hair before leaning down to kiss her lips once more. Their breaths intertwined, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. After a considerable time, Wei Yuyan gently pushed Zhou Yichen away, suddenly reminded of an important matter to discuss. By the way, Yicheng, did Lu Shiran pursue you earlier to discuss something? Nothing of importance, dear. Pay no mind to such trivial matters. We have far more significant things to attend to. Focus, all right? Zhou Yichen preferred not to dwell on irrelevant individuals at that moment. However, the remainder of her words was completely engulfed by Zhou Yichen's presence. Chapter 94. Cultivating troops for 1,000 days. Employing them for a moment upon arrival at the imperial residence, arrangements were naturally made for the subsequent hunting expedition in Shaoshan, a means to invigorate the body and spirit. Zhou Yichen had long dispatched the imperial guards deep into the mountain peaks, with the grand banners of the great Zhou fluttered atop each summit. The resounding call of the horn echoed through the rugged terrain. Given the presence of several princes and the newly wedded princesses, participation was imperative. It is noteworthy that today marked Wei Yuyan's first formal encounter with them since her marriage. No, more accurately, it was her first appearance post-wedding. Since marrying Zhou Yichen, she had scarcely ventured beyond the gates of Kuan-Ning Palace. The venerable Empress Dowager, due to her advanced age, refrained from participating, choosing instead to observe from a distance atop a high platform. At this moment, numerous ladies from prominent military families had donned riding attire to join in. The hunting grounds lay a considerable distance from the residence, and after the day's hunt, they would return to the camp to rest. Thus, Wei Yuyan had thoughtfully brought along Xia Zhu and Dong Mei, who assisted her in preparing a change of garments for the outing. Her period of purification was nearly complete, and, as the Empress Particularly being the daughter of a military general, her presence was essential. Upon noticing her arrival, the other princesses naturally joined in as well. The women's riding outfits were crafted with great care, each unique in style and color. Wei Yuyan, in a rare display, wore a delicate green riding ensemble, her hair tied back in a spirited ponytail. Enhanced by Zhou Yichen's nurturing, she appeared increasingly enchanting, a blend of charm and valor that caught the eye of the indifferent prince Zhou Yichen. This sight incited the ire of Lu Shiran, who clenched her teeth in frustration at Zhou Yichen. When he sought her hand in marriage, he had spoken with such eloquence and sincerity. She had believed it to be love, thus she had recklessly wed him. Little did she know, it was merely a ruse to shield himself from the new emperor's scrutiny, marrying her to avoid becoming a target. Since their union, he had never graced her chamber, leaving her unable to hold her head high within her own household. Her husband, preoccupied with another man's wife, was an affront she could not tolerate. All of this turmoil was instigated by Wei Yuyan. Had it not been for her, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Wei Yuyan remained unaware, but Zhou Yichen observed it all, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Ce. Remember, you must protect the empress without fail. Do you understand? Otherwise, prepare for punishment. Sun Ce shivered under the chill emanating from him and quickly bowed his head in response. Yes, I shall not fail in my duty. Satisfied, Zhou Yichen withdrew his gaze, reflecting on the long game he had played, confident that someone must be eager to conclude it soon. As the ladies were restricted to hunting only gentle creatures nearby, they could not accompany the men further into the mountains. However, as the emperor, he was compelled to partake in the hunt, necessitating that he momentarily entrust her to Sun Ce. Wei Yuyan expressed her disappointment softly, saying to him, "Brother Yichen, why not allow me to disguise myself as a guard and accompany you into the mountains?" Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yichen withdrew his thoughts and smiled at her. "If you wish to go, I shall take you alone in a few days, if that pleases you." Wei Yuyan's face lit up with a smile, yet a hint of disappointment lingered as she nodded. After all, she truly yearned to hunt alongside Zhou Yichen. However, she recognized the need to temper her desires and obediently acquiesced. Observing her expression, Zhou Yichen felt a twinge of guilt rise within him. Yet, it was not the right moment to take her. Once the lurking dangers were resolved, he would certainly fulfill her modest wish. Consequently, he gently patted her head in a gesture of comfort. Simultaneously, Zhou Yichen pondered the potential events that lay ahead, fraught with countless crises and conspiracies. Thus, it was imperative he did not recklessly lead her into peril. He needed to remain ever vigilant, ready to confront any eventualities that might arise. Therefore, he had no choice but to resolutely decline her request. "Very well, let us be on our way. It seems everyone is awaiting your presence," she remarked, noticing the many eyes around them, observing them both overtly and covertly. As Zhou Yichen, the newly crowned emperor, it was only fitting he lead the way. Moreover, other couples had already dispersed into various groups, yet the two of them, as emperor and empress, remained together, whispering, undeniably drawing attention. "I shall leave Sun Ce in your care. Remember to take him with you wherever you go." Sensing the seriousness in his tone, she feared this venture would not be as simple as it appeared, casting a worried glance at him. "Please ensure your safety. I shall await your return." Zhou Yichen nodded in acknowledgement before reluctantly parting from her. Had circumstances not dictated otherwise, he would have been unbound by any formalities. Zhou Yichen, with one hand grasping the reins, rode his majestic steed, Tanyue, halting before the assembly. The ministers, kneeling in homage, were met with his steely gaze, devoid of the gentleness he had shown Wei Yuyan. "Today's hunt shall be determined by your own prowess. Those who excel shall earn my generous rewards." Upon his declaration, a chorus of cheers erupted, and all mounted their horses, awaiting his command. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Zhou Yichen withdrew his gaze from Wei Yuyan. Once the final challenges were surmounted, no one would dare harbor intentions towards her. She was destined to be solely his. He then spurred Tanyue forward, resolutely galloping into the dense forest. Almost as soon as he moved, the princes, ministers, and dignitaries followed suit, a cloud of dust rising in their wake. A grand display of might. After their departure, the noble women gradually mounted their horses. Left alone, Wei Yuyan could not help but lament her circumstances. Alas, her mother had to stay home to tend to her injured father. Otherwise, she would have surely sought out Xinyao without delay. Thus, she found herself riding alone, accompanied only by Sun Zhe as they circled the perimeter. The area designated for the noble women's activities was primarily in the nearby woods, where gentle creatures were housed, devoid of any aggressive tendencies. The primary objective was to encourage their participation. Thus, everything naturally revolved around engagement. If one wished to pursue larger game, a deeper venture into the forest was inevitable. The depths of the dense woods were certainly off-limits to the ladies. As the further one ventured, the larger the game became. On this expedition, Zhou Yichen and his companions were accompanied by numerous guards to prevent any unforeseen incidents, for such locations were notoriously prone to mishaps, whether intentional or accidental. These places seemed to attract trouble. Chapter 95. Regrettably, it was just a touch too late. Wei Yuyan was just preparing to make another couple of laps when she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment." Turning in confusion, she was astonished to find it was Princess Zhou Yichen and Lady Lu Shiran, the wife of the young king. This left her quite taken aback, as she believed her relationship with these two was rather superficial, and she had no idea why they had sought her out. "Your Majesty, why not join us? It would be safer," Lu Shiran invited with a warm smile. "Sister-in-law." Princess Zhou Yichen approached on horseback, greeting her begrudgingly, as she had never held any particular fondness for Wei Yuyan. Naturally, Wei Yuyan did not take her attitude to heart, for they had seldom interacted. Since Lu Shiran had extended the invitation, it would be impolite to decline, especially as she had nothing pressing to attend to. Thus, she agreed to accompany them into the woods. Little did they know that fortune was not on their side that day. After wandering through the forest for what felt like an eternity, they had seen not a single trace of game. Wei Yuyan held her bow and arrow, inwardly lamenting. The forest seems tranquil, yet the prey is rather cunning. At this rate, we may return empty-handed by nightfall. Noticing her apparent anxiety, Sun Zhe quickly reassured her, "Your Majesty, do not fret. We will certainly find something if we remain patient." Wei Yuyan nodded, understanding that hunting required both patience and a stroke of luck. However, she still hoped to secure at least one prey to avoid a fruitless excursion. "Your Majesty, I believe this forest is safe enough. Why don't we split up the search for game independently? If anything arises, we can easily call out to one another," Lu Shiran suggested at an opportune moment. The others readily agreed, as they were not particularly familiar with one another, and forcing closeness would only create discomfort. Separating would allow for a more relaxed experience. Thus, they began to disperse. Wei Yuyan rode alongside Sun Zhe, heading to the right. She thought she had glimpsed a shadow dart by in that direction, surely a sign of game. However, upon reaching the thicket, they found it devoid of any life. Wei Yuyan felt a pang of disappointment, yet she remained undeterred, continuing her search in the surrounding area. Lu Shiran observed as the group gradually split apart, noting that the maid following Wei Yuyan kept a respectful distance. She sensed an opportunity had arisen. She casually wandered through the forest when suddenly she called out, "Your Highness, the sixth princess, and the empress. I believe I have spotted a fox over here. Come quickly." The two were not far from her, and upon hearing her cry, they promptly made their way in her direction. Foxes are notoriously cunning and swift. If they delayed, they might return empty-handed today. When Wei Yuyan arrived, she indeed saw a snow-white figure darting through the grass. To her astonishment, it was a rare white fox. Without hesitation, she urged her horse towards it. Drawing an arrow from her quiver and nimbly knocking it to her bow, she aimed at the white silhouette. However, her first shot missed as the fox evaded her. She adjusted her position, drew another arrow, and aimed for the fox's leg, but once again, her aim faltered and the arrow went astray. Determined, she pursued the white fox, growing increasingly impatient as the wind whistled past her ears. In her moment of distraction, she seemed to hear a gentle voice, soothing and calm, reminding her that the more one desires something, the more one must remain composed. If the prey flees in panic, It is essential to steady one's mind. Focus on the target and release the arrow with ease. These were the very words Zhou Yichen had imparted to her during her recent archery practice in the courtyard. She promptly closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, and then reopened them, knocking 2 arrows onto her bow. With swift precision, she released them simultaneously. The white fox found itself cornered, rolling beneath a tree, unable to move. Wei Yuyan immediately dismounted, eager to assess the condition of the fox. However, just as she crouched down, a glinting arrow shot directly towards her, and she remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. In a split second, Sun Zifei leapt in front of her, deftly wielding his whip to intercept the arrow. Wei Yuyan stared in disbelief at the fallen arrow on the ground, her heart sinking. If her intuition served her correctly, that arrow had been aimed squarely at her. Had Sun Zifei been even a moment slower, she might have already met her demise. Moments later, the 6th princess and Lu Shiran arrived, one after the other. "Sister-in-law, your majesty." The concern from the 6th princess was genuine. Fear gripped her heart. She was acutely aware of how much Zhou Yichen cherished Wei Yuyan. If anything were to happen to her, it would surely spell doom for herself as well. Regret began to creep in for having accompanied her. In stark contrast, Lu Shiran seemed to feign panic. Yet there was a hint of provocation lurking in her eyes as she regarded Wei Yuyan. Wei Yuyan picked up the broken arrow from the ground and addressed her. "Lady Wang, was this arrow you're doing?" Lu Shiran, not one to shy away, lowered her head in feigned contrition. "Your Majesty, I merely wish to assist you. I did not intend to nearly harm you. My sincerest apologies." After all, she was the Empress, and maintaining appearances was paramount. Regrettably, this time she was fortunate enough to escape unscathed. Yet next time, luck may not be so kind. The 6th princess, shedding her usual haughtiness, promptly dismounted and approached her with genuine concern. "Sister-in-law, are you all right? Would you like to return and rest?" She was exceedingly anxious, fearing even the slightest harm might befall her. If anything were to happen to her while in her company, her imperial brother and mother would undoubtedly hold her accountable. Wei Yuyan was utterly astonished that someone could care for her to such an extent, and she quickly shook her head. "I am fine. Fortunately, he saved me, allowing me to escape this calamity." She felt increasingly grateful for Zhou Yichen's foresight. Otherwise, she feared today might have ended in tragedy. "Your Majesty, it is all my fault. Please punish me." Lu Shiran immediately knelt and pleaded, reflecting on her overwhelming regret. Her plans had been meticulously laid out, yet they had gone awry. Some matters could not be overtly pursued, or else it would be too easy for others to discern her intentions. However, had Wei Yuyan truly perished by her arrow, Zhou Yichen's retribution would likely demand her life as well. After all, a life for a life seemed a fair exchange to her, though it was unfortunate that she had been thwarted by a hair's breadth. Yet, she had never considered the consequences of her failure. Should Wei Yuyan choose to pursue the matter, given Zhou Yichen's current affection for her, it could very well lead to the ruin of her entire family, perhaps even her entire clan. In such a scenario, she would find herself defeated before her enemy had even been harmed. Clearly, her plans had lacked thoroughness. "Enough. You did not act with malice." Wei Yuyan, uninterested in continuing this game of sisterly affection, resolved to temporarily spare Lu Shiran, having successfully ensnared the white fox. She intended to defer their remaining issues for another time, especially since Zhou Yichen was absent, leaving her unaware of any further schemes Lu Shiran might have. It was imperative not to alarm the unsuspecting. Chapter 96. How could it be you? After this incident, Wei Yuyan departed the scene with Sun Zhe. Lu Shiran, however, did not stray far. She observed Wei Yuyan as she seemed to confer with her companion about their next destination. Her eyes burned with fury as she gazed in their direction, fully aware that opportunities like this were rare. If she did not seize this moment, she might never have another chance. Thus, the thoughts she had just quelled began to take root anew. This time, she was determined to grasp the opportunity. Lu Shiran stealthily followed them until she discerned the path they intended to take. The route appeared somewhat familiar, as if she had traversed it before. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes brightened. She remembered that this path led somewhere significant, if she could lure them there. A sinister smile crept onto her face. Cautiously, she rode her horse, stealthily trailing behind them. This was a path they had chosen for themselves. It was not her concern. Should calamity ensue, they could not blame her. Meanwhile, Wei Yuyan felt somewhat relieved after having captured the white fox. She felt that it was time to leisurely indulge in the pleasures of hunting. Thus, she ventured a little deeper into the forest with Sun Ce, all the while delighting in the enchanting scenery that surrounded them. As they strolled, Wei Yuyan's gaze was captivated by the rustling in the grass nearby. She spotted a snow-white figure flitting through the underbrush, utterly adorable. Curiosity piqued. She approached to discover it was a fluffy little rabbit. Its fur was as pristine as freshly fallen snow, and its large eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, evoking an irresistible sense of affection within her. Instantly, she felt a surge of tenderness, longing to take it home and nurture it. This would provide her with amusement and help pass the time, especially since Zhou Yichen was often too busy to accompany her. Just as she was about to dismount and stealthily approach, she suddenly heard Sun Ce's voice, filled with terror, exclaiming, "My lady, run!" Wei Yuyan turned in astonishment to see a gigantic hornet's nest plummeting from a tree not far away. Countless hornets, dark as a storm cloud, surged toward her. Instantly, she was gripped by fear, her complexion paling as she felt a chill run down her spine. It is well known that hornets possess a potent venom, and now, with so many swarming, the consequences could be disfiguring at best and deadly at worst. Without hesitation, Sun Ce seized the cloak meant for their outing, prepared by Xia Zhu, which now proved fortuitously useful. In a swift motion, he enveloped Wei Yuyan tightly in the cloak, while he exposed himself unreservedly to the impending danger. This was the duty of their covert protectors, ensuring the safety of their mistress was paramount at all times. Regrettably, this time their adversary was the hornets, and even he felt powerless, only able to devote himself to safeguarding the queen. The horses beneath them, stung and panicked, began to gallop wildly, losing all semblance of the docility they had previously displayed. Their speed was terrifying, and it felt as if they were completely out of control. The sheer number of hornets caused the two to become entirely separated. Shrouded in the cloak, Wei Yuyan could not see the path ahead, clinging desperately to the reins to prevent being thrown off. After what felt like an eternity of frantic flight, she sensed the speed gradually diminishing. The incessant buzzing in her ears had ceased, leading her to believe they were safe. With urgency, she tossed aside the cloak, only to find her surroundings enveloped in an eerie silence. Disoriented, she could no longer discern direction and had no idea where she was. The vastness of the forest was overwhelming, with trees flourishing abundantly. Lost and anxious, Wei Yuyan reminded herself to remain calm. She dismounted and carefully surveyed her environment, searching for clues to ascertain her location. To her relief, she discovered some hoof prints on the ground, offering a glimmer of reassurance that others had indeed passed this way. Thus, she resolved to follow the hoof prints, hoping to encounter others or find her way back to the camp. As she walked, Wei Yuyan suddenly caught a faint sound emanating from a distance. Shortly thereafter, she sensed the presence of a multitude of horses approaching her. A wave of joy swept over her, as she believed it to be Zhou Yichen coming to seek her out. However, her elation was swiftly dashed. Instead, an unexpectedly familiar figure emerged, filling her with dread and disbelief. "How could it be you?" The individual dismounted and strode toward her. "Are you disappointed to see me, Your Majesty?" By afternoon, a steady stream of military generals returned, yet Wei Yuyan remained absent. Lu Shiran, who had been waiting at the camp, felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this news. It seemed the scheme had succeeded. Wei Yuyan and her maid were likely facing dire consequences. Previously, she had only dared to observe from a distance, and upon witnessing the hornets begin to swarm, she had hastily departed. After all, such creatures were not to be trifled with. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Not only had Wei Yuyan failed to appear, but the emperor and several princes had also not shown themselves again. A palace attendant hurried to inform the Empress Dowager, as she was now the sole authority capable of making decisions. "Your Majesty, the Empress is currently unaccounted for, and the Emperor has ventured deep into the dense forest in pursuit of a white tiger, with no sign of his return." The princes have followed him, and we have yet to receive any news. Upon receiving this information, the Empress Dowager felt an inexplicable sense of disorientation, sensing that great events were about to unfold. Chapter 97. I am the Empress. Please show some respect. At this moment, the Empress Dowager's gaze was unsettled as she summoned the commander of the Imperial Guards. Immediately dispatch more troops to search for the Emperor and the Empress. They must be located before sunset. Understood? At this time, dark clouds loomed on the horizon, and the Empress Dowager gazed into the distance, where the ominous clouds appeared to threaten to engulf the mountains. It seemed rain was imminent. Though she was not oblivious to the undercurrents of turmoil, she felt that the moment was not yet ripe for action, as certain individuals would naturally refrain from stirring trouble at this juncture. Yet, paradoxically, when everyone believes the timing is not right, it often becomes the most opportune moment for some to strike. The question remained, who was behind this? While her heart raced with anxiety, she maintained an appearance of calm, standing resolutely as she awaited news. She trusted Zhou Yichen's capabilities. Dealing with such insignificant figures would be child's play for him. However, the unexpected turn of events, Wei Yuyan's simultaneous disappearance, plunged her into deep contemplation. Had Wei Yuyan been abducted by someone seeking to threaten the fourth prince? Or was there another reason? The Empress Dowager could not ascertain the truth and clutched the Buddhist beads tightly, unwilling to release them for even a moment. Although that pack of young wolves dared not harm her, she feared the innocent might suffer, and she wished to avoid witnessing any further scenes of bloodshed. The wind howled through the dense forest, and the rain gradually descended, merging heaven and earth into a single line. As anticipated, it began to rain. Wei Yuyan turned her head to glance at the falling raindrops, her tone rather indifferent as she spoke. Your Highness Zhao Wang, may I return now? If I delay any longer, my husband will surely worry. Hearing her deliberately mention Zhou Yichen, it was as if she was constantly reminding him that she was now a married woman. Yet what of it? Zhou Yichen had always acted according to his whims, indifferent to the judgment of the world. Inside the cave, torches flickered, casting a dim light. Zhou Yichen fixed his gaze on the girl, standing rigidly before him. Her face, illuminated by the faint glow, resembled a peach blossom beneath the moonlight, breathtakingly beautiful. Zhou Yichen merely smiled, looking at her as he said, Yuyan, you surely do not know that Zhou Yichen is struggling to protect himself at this very moment. Upon hearing his words, Wei Yuyan pressed her lips together and replied, regardless, he is still my husband. I am your sister-in-law, and I only hope that your highness will allow me to return soon. Return? Zhou Yichen replied, Yuyan, you should cease to entertain such thoughts. I have gone to great lengths to bring you here. Naturally, I shall not let you go back. You will stay with me from now on. He had planned meticulously to seize this solitary opportunity. After expending so much effort to secure her, he would not easily relinquish his prize. Wei Yuyan furrowed her brows, perplexed as to why Zhou Yichen was so intent on abducting her, given that they had little acquaintance. What could his intentions be? What benefits could he derive from such actions? Did he intend to use her as leverage against Zhou Yichen? Just as she was consumed by her anxious thoughts, Zhou Yichen suddenly approached her, towering over her, scrutinizing her closely before delivering an ambiguous remark. The more I gaze upon you, Yuyan, the more I understand why my brothers are so infatuated. Truly, you possess a beauty that captivates the heart of the nation. How did I not realize this before? Alas, I cannot be your first man. Otherwise, such exquisite beauty would undoubtedly belong to me, and Zhou Yichen would be of no consequence. Wei Yuyan's eyes widened in shock as she turned to him, her heart racing almost to the point of escape. She had not anticipated that he would utter such words to her. A chilling sensation coursed through her body, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. What exactly did Zhou Yichen intend to do? Did he wish to provoke Zhou Yichen, seizing the opportunity to cause him harm? If Zhou Yichen were to learn of her disappearance, he would surely be worried. Her anxiety for him grew ever more profound. Clenching her hands tightly, she suddenly realized Zhou Yichen had seized her wrist. He pressed his finger against the delicate inner side of her wrist, massaging it for a moment, feeling the softness of her skin, then applying more pressure. Wei Yuyan felt her entire body stiffen, as if her wrist had been touched by a serpent's tongue, sending waves of revulsion through her. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and only then did she remember to struggle. But how could she possibly escape his grasp? Her heart raced, breath quickened, her face as pale as parchment, and her body trembled involuntarily. She attempted to break free from Zhou Yicheng's hold, but his strength was overwhelming, rendering her utterly powerless. "Zhou Yicheng, let me go!" Wei Yuyan exclaimed with fury. However, Zhou Yicheng paid no heed to her protests, instead revealing a cold smile. "Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp?" In the face of overwhelming power, her resistance proved utterly futile. Within the cave, aside from her and Zhou Yicheng, there were several of his loyal subordinates. When Wei Yuyan turned to glance at them, she found them all with their heads bowed, resembling wooden puppets, none daring to meet their gaze. Zhou Yicheng observed her movements, letting out a low chuckle that echoed eerily in the air. A chill coursed through Wei Yuyan, stirring a sense of dread within her. Zhou Yicheng's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph. He seemed to relish the feeling of total control. Approaching Wei Yuyan, he gently caressed her cheek, his words dripping with cruelty. "Rest assured, these individuals are fiercely loyal to me, so do not entertain any foolish thoughts, understand?" He said in a low voice laced with menace. Wei Yuyan frowned, taken aback by Zhou Yicheng's newfound audacity. Though her heart brimmed with anger and fear, she endeavored to maintain her composure, seeking a way to escape her predicament. "Your Highness, as a noble prince, why must you make things difficult for me?" Zhou Yichen's lips curled into a mocking smile as he slowly approached Wei Yuyan, locking eyes with her and speaking softly. "Yan, what if I simply enjoy tormenting you?" A tightness gripped Wei Yuyan's heart as she sensed the oppressive aura emanating from him, causing her to instinctively take a step back, warily inquiring, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do?" "I am your royal sister-in-law." Zhou Yichen's gaze sharpened, his voice low and frigid. "Yan, if I desire you, you must obediently comply with my wishes. Do you understand? Rest assured, I am far superior to that ice-cold Zhou Yichen." Wei Yuyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression resolute as she shook her head defiantly. "Your Highness, I am still the Empress. I implore you to maintain your dignity." Zhou Yichen suddenly burst into laughter, the sound reverberating harshly within the cave. Then he ceased his laughter, his tone turning cold. "Yuyan, I advise you to refrain from rejecting my goodwill, lest you face dire consequences." With that, he forcefully seized Wei Yuyan's wrist, yanking her towards him. Her face turned as pale as a sheet, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could scarcely fathom what lay ahead, her heart heavy with despair. Chapter 98. "Yuyan, will you not continue?" She refused to endure such humiliation. Just as Wei Yuyan prepared to assert her resolve, the nearest person, as if awakening from stupor, finally spoke. "Your Highness, I believe the Prince Yong is on his way." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yicheng's expression soured, and he released Wei Yuyan. "When he arrives, let him in. After all, I've exerted considerable effort this time, and he deserves a taste of sweet success. We must prevent any chaotic search for Wei Yuyan that might disrupt our plans. Yuyan, I must say, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Zhou Yichen has taken a liking to you, so I shall temporarily spare you. Do accompany him well and bring him joy. Do you understand?" Although Zhou Yicheng feels a twinge of regret at not being able to possess such a rare beauty, he believes that once he ascends to the highest position, he will have no shortage of exquisite women. There is no need to let a mere Wei Yuyan create a rift between him and Zhou Yichen. After all, they once agreed that upon achieving their goals, the throne would belong to him, while Wei Yuyan would be given to Zhou Yichen. He never anticipated that someone would be willing to forsake the throne for a woman. He is confident that it will not be long before he realizes his ambitions and attains the coveted position, all thanks to her, Wei Yuyan. The gentle rain weaves through the forest, disrupting everyone's hearing and clouding judgment. Zhou Yichen gradually halts his steps, his black garments stained with blood, soaked and clinging to his body. The foliage along the path bears traces of blood, mingled with faint cries of anguish. This place is transformed into a veritable hell on earth, littered with severed limbs and remains, rendering it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. The air is thick with the stench of blood, and the sounds of battle persist relentlessly. A group of cloaked figures continues to clash with the Imperial Guards. Zhou Yichen observes coldly, suddenly gripped by a sharp pain in his chest. This cannot be good. Something must have happened to Yuyan. He must act swiftly to resolve this. With a steely gaze, Zhou Yichen mounts his horse, gripping the reins with one hand, and commands those still engaged in battle. Shen Yao, quickly close the net. I require a live capture. Shen Yao, who had been stealthily ambushing the cloaked figures, was suddenly called upon, swiftly striking down the adversary before him. Retracting his long sword, warm blood splattered onto his face, only to be washed away by the rain. He knelt on one knee facing Zhou Yichen, declaring, "Your humble servant obeys." The beleaguered cloaked figures, already on the brink of exhaustion, could not withstand the onslaught of the Imperial Guards. The remaining ones hastily shielded a figure resembling their leader and retreated deeper into the woods. At this moment, Zhou Yichen urged his steed, treading snow, towards the palace. The horse galloped with the speed of lightning, leaving the pursuing guards in its wake. Treading snow leapt forth, breaking free from the silent thicket and heading towards the main road. Li Gui, following closely behind, was momentarily taken aback. What has come over the emperor? Just moments ago, he seemed perfectly fine. Now he appears transformed. Has something happened to the empress? With no choice but to continue the pursuit, he urged his companions onward. Before Zhou Yichen could reach the palace, he encountered individuals dispatched by the Empress Dowager. Upon inquiry, he learned that indeed, Yuyan had gone missing. This was unacceptable. She must be terrified. He must find her. Without regard for danger, he turned and plunged back into the forest. Along the way, he spotted several corpses lying by the roadside, his shadow guards sent to protect Wei Yuyan. It seems that Sun Zhe may be in grave peril as well. Initially, he believed he had implemented meticulous measures, considering every conceivable possibility. The adversary's focus should have been solely on him. Who would have anticipated that they would simultaneously target Yenner as well? Fortunately, fortune was somewhat on his side, as he discovered a clue left by the hidden guard, indicating that Yenner was likely with Zhou Yichen. This revelation left him in disarray. Zhou Yichen could not bear the thought of Wei Yuyan being in a place beyond his control. Such a scenario would incite fear, anxiety, and potentially strip him of all rational judgment. For one who was accustomed to wielding power, such a predicament was utterly intolerable. Thankfully, those who had lagged behind soon caught up, and he led them on a search through the interior. His singular focus was to locate Wei Yuyan, ensuring her safety and keeping her within his reach. This was all that mattered. At that moment, Sun Zhe approached him, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of contrition. Zhou Yichen furrowed his brow, his gaze turning cold. Discussions of punishment could wait. The immediate priority was to rescue the Empress. With a slight movement of his eye, he swiftly moved to a nearby tree. He raised his hand slightly, and a fierce gust of wind sliced through the air, targeting the man concealed behind the tree. The eavesdropping guard barely had time to comprehend Zhou Yichen's attack before he was left spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. He stared wide-eyed at the expressionless emperor before him, seemingly unable to believe that his own skills had so easily led to his demise. Zhou Yichen did not cast another glance at the fallen guard. With a casual flick of his foot, he kicked the lifeless body aside as if it were mere refuse. Then, he lifted his gaze, lost in thought for a moment. He was acutely aware of the intentions of Air San and Air Wu. They had evidently allied. Due to that position, it seemed that his own injury was also intertwined with their machinations. Yet their audacity to target Yenner would not go unpunished. Given their intent towards Yenner, he resolved not to let them escape unscathed. The mountains were not particularly high, yet from the other side, faint shouts could be heard, followed by rising smoke. A fire had broken out. It appeared that the blaze originated from within the cave. Wei Yuyan, gazing into the distance, felt her palms grow clammy with anxiety as she observed Zhou Yichen, who seemed unperturbed. Suddenly, she found herself perplexed by his demeanor. Once, Zhou Yichen had been a paragon of humility, courtesy, and care for his younger siblings, a good brother and an admirable role model. Zhou Yichen seemed to sense her scrutiny and smiled at her. Yenner, are you not going to continue? Hadn't she just been contemplating leveraging their emotional bond to stage a surprise attack and escape to inform Zhou Yichen? Wei Yuyan pressed her lips together, turning away from him, her eyes fixed anxiously on the mountain peak across from them. Zhou Yichen's lips quickly formed a tight line. This is the unmistakable expression of his displeasure. Chapter 99. Your Highness, the Prince of Indolence, I am truly grateful for your earlier rescue. Turning around, he gazed towards their rear. There, a fleet of well-trained steeds galloped along the mountain path as if traversing level ground. A tightness gripped Zhou Yichen's heart. He had anticipated this development, yet he was taken aback by Zhou Yichen's remarkable swiftness. Zhou Yichen, once an obscure prince, now revealed astonishing strength and cunning. He had not only ascended to the throne, but had also earned the respect of many. Zhou Yichen understood that, given Zhou Yichen's capabilities, even the most elaborate traps they devised would be insufficient to ensnare him. Nevertheless, Zhou Yichen exhibited no signs of retreat. However, as he observed Zhou Yichen's forces rapidly approaching, a flicker of shock coursed through him. He believed he had adequately prepared himself, yet it became apparent that he had underestimated Zhou Yichen's prowess. Should Zhou Yichen swiftly seize control of the situation, it would only indicate that he had concealed his true abilities far too effectively, making him elusive. Zhou Yichen recalled the scene of Zhou Yichen's ascension. What appeared to be an effortless process was, in fact, shrouded in countless undisclosed strategies and wisdom. Zhou Yichen's strength surpassed his wildest expectations. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, they would not surrender easily. Zhou Yichen signaled to those behind him, prompting them to sound the horn. Instantly, the dense forest ahead erupted with clusters of archers and armored soldiers. Each archer wielded meticulously crafted bows, their arrows gleaming ominously, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. At that moment, Wei Yuyan realized that Zhou Yichen had long since deployed such a formidable force in this area. Had she truly struck him with the poisoned needle earlier, escape would have been impossible. In that eventuality, Zhou Yichen's subordinates would undoubtedly show her no mercy. Meanwhile, the leader of the approaching group had made his presence known. It was not Zhou Yichen who emerged, but rather Shen Yao and Sun Sijia, among others, who accompanied him. Shen Yao dismounted promptly, first bowing to Wei Yuyan and Zhou Yichen before speaking. Your Majesty, I apologize for my tardiness in guarding you, which must have caused you distress. By the Emperor's command, I am here to escort you to His Majesty at once. While Shen Yao's words appeared directed towards Wei Yuyan, they were, in truth, intended solely for Zhou Yichen's ears. Although Zhou Yichen's forces remained unaware of Wei Yuyan's involvement, the imminent encirclement compelled them to be on high alert. At a mere command from Zhou Yichen, a fierce battle would ensue. Both sides were poised for action. Wei Yuyan, sensing the tense atmosphere, realized she could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. She harbored no desire for anyone to be harmed due to her presence, as it would burden her with guilt. After pondering for a brief moment, she turned to Zhou Yichen and said, Your Highness, I am truly grateful for your prior assistance. Since His Majesty's envoy has arrived, I shall no longer trouble you to escort me personally. Rest assured, my brother, your great kindness will be etched in the hearts of both the Emperor and myself. She portrayed the act of taking Zhou Yichen away as a rescue and escort, rather than a mere abduction. This indirectly clarified that the matter had no relation to him. He was merely saving her from Zhou Yichen. At this moment, Zhou Yichen naturally understood her intentions, as she too feared the revelation of her circumstances. Her husband's brother harbored desires to possess her, which prompted him to contemplate taking her away himself. Moreover, she was already married. Should a conflict arise between the two parties because of her, how would she be perceived by the world? Would she not become the infamous femme fatale, reviled by posterity? Thus, framing the situation as a rescue was undoubtedly the most prudent strategy, preserving both her dignity and his reputation. Furthermore, the mere presence of a man and a woman together could easily be misconstrued as a straightforward relationship between an elder brother and his sister-in-law. However, if the brother had long harbored inappropriate feelings, any occurrence between them would surely invite scandalous speculation. In this era, women faced particularly harsh scrutiny. In the event of such a scandal, many would likely accuse Wei Yuyan of leading a disreputable life, implying that she sought to seduce Prince Yong. Zhou Yichen fixed his gaze upon her, momentarily speechless. Wei Yuyan felt the weight of his stare, her heart racing with anxiety. She found herself entirely at his mercy, uncertain whether he would choose to let her go so easily. If he not only refused, but sought to complicate matters further, she would be at a loss for what to do. She was gambling on the hope that the bond between them might soften his heart. Meanwhile, Xin Yao began to frown in displeasure at the brazen manner in which Prince Yong regarded the Empress. As a man himself, he understood the implications of such a look. He had previously heard from Li Guwei and others that Prince Yong coveted his sister-in-law, but witnessing it firsthand confirmed the disturbing reality. While many thoughts swirled in their minds, only a brief moment had passed. Seeing that Prince Yong remained unmoved, Xin Yao spoke up, "Your Highness, I presume you are unaware that due to today's events, the Empress Dowager has fallen into a coma, and several princes and princesses are keeping vigil by her side. Do you not intend to return?" His words carried an underlying threat. As a prince, Zhou Yichen had an obligation to return, especially given the royal family's emphasis on filial piety. Once Xin Yao had spoken, regardless of Zhou Yichen's willingness to release her, he would have to leave. Moreover, he did not wish to place Wei Yuyan in a difficult position before so many witnesses, as it would bring no benefit to her reputation. Although he desired her, he did not want her name to be tarnished. What good would it do to possess her if it meant her ruin? What he truly sought was her genuine affection. As Zhou Yichen prepared to mount his horse, he leaned in and spoke softly to Wei Yuyan. "Yin, since you are aware of the favor you owe me, I trust you will remember it well, for I may come to claim it at any moment." Though his tone was utterly unremarkable, it carried profound implications. His words caused Wei Yuyan to shiver slightly, as she realized she had incurred a significant debt to Zhou Yichen, leaving her to ponder how he would expect her to repay it. After speaking, Zhou Yichen mounted his horse, yet he showed no intention of departing. His gaze fixed intently upon Wei Yuyan. Knowing that they would likely succeed in escorting the Empress, Xin Yao and the others silently exhaled in relief. He signaled for a white horse to be brought forth from behind. Once he confirmed that Wei Yuyan was securely seated, he waved his hand, and his entourage departed with the same swiftness as their arrival. Chapter 100. Your Majesty, I must trouble you to take care of her. On the return journey, they would pass by the cave where she had previously stayed. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the sight before her still startled her. The persistent rain had confined the flames to the cave, preventing them from spreading. Inside, the fire had completely extinguished, leaving behind only darkened marks and billowing smoke. Outside the cave, clear signs of a struggle remained. Although the bodies had been entirely cleared away, the dark red stains had deeply seeped into the earth, rendering the ground a bloody hue. These remnants indicated that a fierce battle had undoubtedly taken place here. It was likely that even Zhou Yichen had not anticipated that Zhou Yichen would return not only alive, but also successfully find this location, ensnaring him and annihilating his long-held power. A group, wary of any further misfortunes along the way, hurriedly rode with Wei Yuyan carefully positioned at the center. They hastened toward the palace. As they approached, they spotted Xiazhu, who was already waiting by the roadside with a set of pristine garments. Wei Yuyan appeared somewhat disheveled at that moment, clearly unfit to present herself in such a state. Thus, Xiazhu and Dong Mei promptly assisted her in changing clothes and meticulously attending to her grooming. Once everything was in order, they returned to the palace. At this time, the night had fully enveloped the earth, deep and tranquil. Within the palace, the residence of the Empress Dowager was heavily guarded, with sentinels vigilantly observing their surroundings. The court physicians stood ready, prepared to respond to any sudden emergencies. Wei Yuyan hurried to the palace entrance, where she found Ning Wang Zhou Yiren, Yong Wang Zhou Yichen, and the sixth princess Zhou Yutong anxiously waiting outside. Each face displayed a different expression, yet conspicuously absent were Zhou Yichen and Zhao Wang Zhou Yian. This absence only deepened Wei Yuyan's confusion, causing her brows to furrow. Upon reaching the palace doors, she was about to inquire when the attendants from the Empress Dowager's chambers promptly opened the doors, inviting her inside. Puzzled, she wondered about the reason behind this unexpected welcome. Could it be that Zhou Yichen has encountered an unfortunate event? Her heart began to race, and a sense of unease surged within her. After all, Had there not been some unforeseen circumstance, he would have personally come to fetch her. Yet, unexpectedly, he had sent someone else. Wei Yuyan pondered whether Zhou Yichen's absence could be attributed to some pressing matter or an unexpected incident. With this thought, her mood grew heavier, and her steps became somewhat unsteady. She was filled with anxiety, yearning to uncover the truth behind the situation. Indeed, upon entering the inner chamber, she discovered that it was Zhou Yichen who had met with misfortune. This was merely a ruse to divert attention. Li Gui, upon catching sight of Wei Yuyan, finally relaxed his furrowed brow and hurried forward. "Your Highness, you have finally returned." Wei Yuyan's hurried pace came to a slight halt before the screen, where she noticed Sun Si already waiting inside. Seeing him relieved her greatly. Otherwise, she would have genuinely worried for Zhou Yichen's well-being. Sun Si first bowed respectfully to her. "Your Majesty." Wei Yuyan quickly approached the bedside, where Zhou Yichen lay in a pure white robe, his complexion pale, eyes closed. She rushed to his side, her eyes filled with deep concern. It was as though her heart had been pierced by a sharp blade, and she anxiously inquired of Sun Si, "Is His Majesty merely unconscious, or has he fallen asleep?" Her voice was laden with worry and trepidation. Upon hearing her question, it was evident that her concern was genuine and heartfelt. Sun Si instantly recognized the depth of their relationship. It appeared that they were indeed a pair of affectionate lovers. Having witnessed their arduous journey together, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Now, seeing them finally attain happiness, he felt a profound joy for the emperor, believing that all his past sufferings had been worth it. After all, throughout history, the agony of unrequited love has been one of the most unbearable pains. A sentiment he deeply understood. "Your Majesty, please do not worry. His Majesty is merely exhausted and has fallen asleep." Upon hearing these words, Wei Yuyan's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she let out a silent sigh of relief. That is good, she murmured to herself. Sun Si scrutinized Wei Yuyan, contemplating the need to stoke the flames of affection further. Clearing his throat, he said, "His Majesty had been constantly mentioning you, unable to find peace without your return, and thus could not sleep soundly. I observed this with concern, knowing His Majesty's body was too frail and required ample rest to regain his strength. Therefore, I took the liberty of adding some sleep-inducing herbs to his medicine, allowing him to drift into a deep slumber. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me." Wei Yuyan was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that Sun Si would be so thoughtful and meticulous. His words clearly served as a veiled suggestion of how much Zhou Yichen cared for her. A smile of gratitude graced Wei Yuyan's lips, her heart warmed by the revelation. "I understand. Thank you for saving His Majesty." In truth, Zhou Yichen has never directly expressed his affection towards her. He only demonstrates his care through silent devotion. Had it not been for Sun Si's revelation, she might have remained oblivious indefinitely. After pondering for a moment, she inquired further, "Where is His Majesty injured? Is it serious?" Sun Si, unveiling the covers, pointed to the slightly swollen area on his upper body, which had been bandaged, showing no intention to conceal the truth. He was struck on the back by a sword, but fortunately, it is not deep, it did not penetrate vital organs, and his life is not in jeopardy. With proper care over time, he shall recover. Rest assured, Your Highness. Wei Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the wound was not severe. However, given the current sweltering weather, extra caution is still necessary. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement, feeling somewhat reassured. "Your Majesty will be in your care, and while he was asleep, he kept calling your name, so please attend to him diligently. I shall take my leave now." Knowing that the situation was not dire, Wei Yuyan permitted him to depart. Once Sun Si exited, the chamber fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Wei Yuyan sat at the edge of the bed, her gaze irresistibly drawn to Zhou Yichen's face. His once rosy lips appeared now as pale as a ghost. Devoid of color, he lay quietly on the bed, exuding an air of innocence akin to that of a child.